Chapter 1 Drachenstein. Peace through superior technology, technology through superior magic, magic through superior knowledge, knowledge towards superiority. Motto of the Research and Exploration Brigades. The wheels of the cart rolled languidly over the snowy, rocky road. Not even the mid-afternoon sun could defeat the cold of the Clouds Reach Mountains, and Nathaniel pulled his fur cloak tighter around his shoulders, trying to conserve what little heat he could. The driver of the cart seemed to notice him move, and in a thick northern accent said, "Yous get used to it soon." Nathaniel smiled, though the driver couldn't see him, and said, "Can't be soon enough." "Aye. Yous a Southron, yes?" "I am." "You Southrons come up here for punishment only. Why are you here for?" "Count yourself lucky, Ratkovich. Getting demoted and sent to the armpit of the world rather than a common grave is far better than you deserve." Nathaniel scoffed. "I punched someone in the face." "That don't seem like too much." "Someone important," Nathaniel added. "Ah," the driver said curtly. The simplicity of the man's expression caused a wan smile to rise on Nathaniel's face. He's a simple man, a man without worries, without concerns over the games of power and influence in the realm. He lifted his gaze as the silhouette of a bird obscured the sun above. A large bird flew overhead, unconstrained by gravity or concerns. "I envy him." "You's a military man, ain't you?" "Ah, yes. Why?" "Just asking. You's large, bulky, like the others. But yous don't look mean-spirited." "Mean-spirited?" Nathaniel asked. "Aye. Them's like to beat us up just 'cause. Take our foodstuffs, take our daughters and wives." Nathaniel winced. The militia has been growing callous of late. He blinked rapidly and scoffed. Of late. Like I would know what things are like after 3 years in the can. He sighed and said, "That's barbarous. We're supposed to protect citizens of the realm, not abuse them." "We's no citizens," the man said. Nathaniel shook his head. Though he deeply disliked the status quo, fact remained that Vitherness didn't recognize the territories at the outskirts as part of the realm. This man, his family, and anyone living nearby were little more than glorified slaves, just as it was in Ruthven 3 years ago. The events at Ruthven made his name a thing of infamy. The major who struck a colonel, the gold-hearted traitor, and, most often than not, the stupid bastard who pissed away his career. As he had done many times during the months prior to his trial, he wondered, if he were back at the parapet at the fortress in Ruthven, crude projectiles barely stopped by a magic barrier, if Colonel Ulyanov ordered him to slaughter the populace, would he do it? "Yous have any family, my lord? Good man like yous must have." A smirk formed on Nathaniel's lips. "Yes, I would strike the son of a bitch all over again." "Alas, I have no family. I'm an orphan. And being a good man," he chuckled, "you may misjudge me, Mr.
"Randall, my lord. I ain't misjudging you. You's a good man, I can tell, and I's never been wrong before."
"Thanks," said Nathaniel. Though this may be the first time, he thought, reflecting on himself. He had done bad things, terrible things on behalf of the realm, always for the purported greater good. But Ruthven was the last straw. Armed insurrectionists, dissidents, bandits, and brigands, those can die by my blade. Civilians, emaciated ones at that,
That goes against everything we're supposed to represent. How long until we reach Drachenstein? Asked Nathaniel, eager to silence his thoughts. Not much, my lord. Village is just above that hill over there. But ain't you headed for the castle? Eventually, Nathaniel replied. First, I must be processed at the gatehouse. They must make sure I have the proper clearance before I can do so much as farting at the castle's general direction. Ah. Randall said nothing for a couple minutes, but Nathaniel could see him tilting and shaking his head occasionally. He must be processing what I said. If you's not who you said, they's taken you into Drachenstein, and you's not coming out, aye? Taken into Castle Drachenstein? The thought gave Nathaniel a bad feeling. Suddenly he felt a deep chill within himself that had nothing to do with the cold outside. Why'd they take me in? Randall shrugged. I don't know, my lord, but one hears rumors, one does. And one hears the sounds at night. Rumors and sounds? Nathaniel asked, his curiosity piqued. Aye, answered Randall. Nathaniel saw him make a sign to ward off evil, but the man said nothing more. Silence lingered heavily, ominously, as neither said anything. Sounds and rumors, Nathaniel scoffed, as if Drachenstein's reputation wasn't grim enough already. The carriage angled slightly upwards as it began the ascent up the hill Randall pointed at. Randall loosened his shoulders and neck before yawning loudly. Must be routine to him by now. The only village close to Drachenstein was Bergsende, half a day of travel to the south. Few people made the trip between Bergsende and Drachenstein. Randall was, in fact, commissioned by the militia command at Castle Drachenstein to bring Nathaniel to his new, forever home. A home away from all civilization, he thought bitterly, as he contemplated a future of snow, cold, and the dreary presence of Castle Drachenstein in the distance. Being dispatched to the northern reaches was considered by many to be worse than capital punishment. At least when you're dead, you don't care if your ass freezes over, they would argue. The ruling elite of Vithurnas wanted to paint a magnanimous, even pious image to its neighboring realms, especially those with trading arrangements with the crown. Though the realm tried to present itself as a civilian state, in truth it was a militaristic magocracy, where power was the one true currency. But appearances matter, Nathaniel thought derisively. Can't let trade partners learn about the cost of power, can we? Still, everything he knew about this place was from the rumors spouted by his fellow military men. The thoughts of the locals would be more insightful. Say, Randall, what can you tell me about Drachenstein and the village around it? Well, you knows the place's old name. Consider me ignorant, please. Aye, my lord. The castle's old name, Grosses Schloss on Drachenstein. It, means Great Castle at the Dragon's Stone. Nathaniel chuckled. I think I like Drachenstein better. What about the locals, the environs? He paused. Ah, to hell with it. No risk, no gain. The rumors? The locals be workers and soldiers, my lord. The first mine the mines and work the small farms at the caves. The others, well, they're supposed to keep the peace and stay at the castle. The mines? Aye, my lord. Under Castle Drachenstein. They's the ones that produce them crystals. Crystals? Nathaniel asked. They's called them taurolites, my lord, 'cause they look like a bull's horns. We's call them different, though. What do you call them? Hell runes, Randall answered. Nathaniel scoffed. That's lovely. What do they use them for? At the castle? He shrugged. Dunno, my lord. They pays us in them, they do. To purchase food, tools, everything. Nathaniel frowned. They don't use standard copper, silver, and gold? Them's worth nothing here, my lord. Only runes. He shook his head, unable to believe his ears. Damn mages, thinking themselves superior. Dunno about them mages, my lord. They stay at the castle, they do. Don't come out much, they don't. That's why the rumours. Right, said Nathaniel. About those rumours? My lord, I's afeard of speaking it out loud. Why is that? Them's at Drachenstein don't like us speaking of them. They says they's forbidden, they do. Oh, a dirty secret, perhaps? Have they told you why they're supposed to be forbidden? You should know, my lord. You're military. That's debatable, said Nathaniel. I've been demoted. 'Cause you hit someone important? Aye. Randall chuckled under his breath. They's deserved it? They did. Good, Randall said. Them's rumours, maybe that. Rumours. We's don't know. We's don't want to know. The nights, there's sounds from Drachenstein. Horrible howls. We thought's them from brigands and takens, but they's not. No human could make those sounds. Just as I said before, damn spellcasters. You mentioned brigands and prisoners? Aye, my lord. Brigands. Them's we understands. They're going to be executed. But takens, he sighed. Those be wrong, they be. But times, they's take our youth, or nothing. We's never seen them again. I see. He sighed, disliking his assignment more by the minute. But they're just rumors, as you said? Randall chuckled. Aye, my lord. They's rumors, all right. Rule number 1 of the militia, Nathaniel thought as they neared the hill's crest. Don't ask too many questions. Ironic, considering the realm purports that knowledge is power. His curiosity was satiated for the time being. Nathaniel had disliked the resolution of being sent to Drachenstein to live out his days as part of the token forces of the castle. He had no need for rumors or legends to make his situation worse. "We be here, my lord," Randall said as they crested the hill. "Castle Drachenstein." Nathaniel stared, but only saw mountains. That can't be. Gods above! He gasped as he realized he wasn't looking at the peaks of Cloud's Reach anymore, but at the sheer, impregnable walls of Castle Drachenstein, looming ominously in the distance. The tremendous structures were hewn into the mountain range to form impregnable ramparts which towered high into the sky, its parapets dominating the view, forming an impassable bulwark of slate-colored granite. Its towers climbed beyond the clouds, their tops lost in the distance. The more he stared at the impossibly large castle which watched over the comparatively tiny village, the more he lent credence to the rumors whispered amongst military men. The castle hadn't been built by humans, but by something else, something ancient, something not of this world. Almost as soon as they crested the hill, their descent into Drachenstein began. The grim silhouette of the castle dominated the skyline and sent shivers down his spine. Oh well, he reasoned. How long could the rest of my life be, anyways? Chapter 2. Anomaly.
Officially, the new type of energy discovered in Drachenstein is named after its discoverer, Magus Erwin von Helmut, and that's the way it should stay. The unofficial name might stir awkward questions, the type of questions we wouldn't like our trading partners to ask, the type of question that would cause someone, an interviewer, for example, to have a tragic accident. Lieutenant Arman Voorhees in Helmut Energy, an interview. Sorceress Daria Eisenherz yawned as she poured warm coffee into her mug. She drank deeply, savoring the bitter liquid inside and hoping it would finally bring her to full wakefulness. A silly hope, considering that was her 6th cup of the morning, and the day had barely started. Despite her exhaustion after a full night of preparations, reading dials, adjusting valves, changing arcane batteries, and drilling spellcasters on the proper incantations to use, she smiled. "Today is the day," she thought, as she took another sip from her mug. "Today we activate the core." She inhaled sharply and exhaled just as loudly. "Today begins a new era for mankind." Years of work would culminate in her life's greatest achievement. A lifetime of dedication, sacrifice, and loss, all in the name of the greater good. At last, Veternos would have an unlimited supply of power. Wars would no longer be waged for petrol and coal. Hunger would be abolished, and the de facto slavery of the outlying dominions of the realm would come to an end. "Must you consume gallons of that awful drink, sorceress?" a raspy voice asked beside her. Daria sighed. "I must, Erwin, if I am to be at peak performance for the day's proceedings." Erwin von Helmut scoffed, and Daria turned to stare at him. His bulging eyes glared at her from his emaciated, skull-like face, an effect exacerbated by his balding head. "I have told you. I'd prefer if you called me Magus." "And I've told you," she said, drinking another sip. "I don't care. Are preparations ready to commence the procedure?" Helmut shrugged, causing the steam rig supporting his body to hiss. "As ready as they'll ever be, considering the rabble we have to work with." "And what is that supposed to mean?" "Only that sometimes I question the competence of some of our members, is all. Excuse me, sorceress, but there are matters I must attend to." He bowed half-heartedly and walked away, his rig whistling with every step he took. Daria scoffed and finished her coffee. "Hypocritical, self-aggrandizing prick," she thought bitterly. "He gets all the accolades, with none of the effort." Though she knew there was nothing she could do about it, the fact that von Helmut's name would be credited for the discovery of the new form of energy bothered her endlessly. She had learned to accept and live with the fact that her name would fade into obscurity, not because of a lack of competence, as von Helmut suggested, or because she hadn't contributed to the discovery, her discovery, in fact. The truth was far more demeaning and outrageous than that. She would receive no recognition because she had been born with the wrong equipment between her legs, and von Helmut hadn't. "He's quite an adept at thinking with it, too." Daria shook her head. There was no point in being bitter about the absurd realities of the realm. It wouldn't matter in the long run whether she received her due recognition or not. What mattered was that the core, and the so-called Helmut energy it would provide for the realm, would make life better for thousands of people. She smiled at the thought, and felt far more energetic than what any cup of coffee could achieve. "All right, people, we have a world to change. Let's go." "Scientia est potentia," Nathaniel read, as Randall and he neared the village's entrance. "Knowledge is power." "Aye," Randall confirmed. "Them's words of the realm, aye?" "They are a de facto motto, yes. The full thing is far longer, but the sentiment is the same."
Though Castle Drachenstein was impressive and ponderous as it loomed over the skyline, the village itself was, to Nathaniel's appreciation, dreary. In the central and southern provinces of Vithernus, even the smallest houses were built out of adobe bricks and mortar. This far north, however, the houses, if they could be called that, were mostly built out of sun-dried mud and hay bricks, wooden sticks, and something which Nathaniel suspected to be cow dung. The thatched roofs above the structures looked ready to be blown away by the slightest wind, and the few larger buildings looked in dire need of repairs. Once the awe inspired by Castle Drachenstein faded away, Nathaniel took to studying the village. It was built inside a natural basin, which made its climate slightly better than the encroaching environments, as the mountainous walls, including the castle, surrounding it, warded off against the bitter northern windstorms. The disposition of the village's buildings was standard Vithernian fare. The richest, a term he used loosely, houses were near the town plaza, and faced the two dominant structures of the village, its church and its town hall. Its single inn was erected in the western district, and was the third largest edifice after the Church of the Bright One. In the eastern quarter were various warehouses and silos, which likely housed the supply of food for the community. Other than the castle proper, Nathaniel found nothing particularly remarkable in Drachenstein, other than the ubiquitous dreariness. Nathaniel and Randall reached the entry arch of the village and stopped before going through.
"This as far as I go with yous, my lord. Them's military men's got to pick you."
"Yeah, I get it," said Nathaniel, climbing off the cart. "Thanks, Randall. Please give my greetings to your family. I'd like to give you a couple of gold coins, but you said it's worthless." The man grinned.
"It's fine, my lord. It's the sentiment that counts. If yous feel like it. Our home's close to Sleater's Bar, it is."
Nathaniel nodded. "I may visit you." He lifted his gaze and saw a dour-faced soldier wearing full combat uniform walking towards them. "As soon as I'm done with formalities."
"Nathaniel?"
"Randall," he answered with a nod. Randall left, and Nathaniel stood at attention.
"At ease,"
said the new arrival as he glanced at a strange device on his left arm. "You're the new guy, aren't you?"
"That's fairly obvious,"
thought Nathaniel, looking at the man's insignia.
"A corporal."
"I am. Sir?"
"Corporal Gurney. Right. Let's see, Private Nathaniel Rat—"
He paused, squinted at his device, looked up at Nathaniel and back at the device.
"Bright one shiny ass, it's you! It's really you!"
Nathaniel sighed. "Yes, last time I checked, it's me."
"The asshole who pissed his whole career away! You were Major, weren't you? With top-tier gear and whatnot, and what? You gave it all away because of a few smelly rebels?"
Nathaniel said nothing.
"Right. Well, I'm supposed to give you a quick tour and take you to the gatehouse for due processing."
"Due processing?" Gurney nodded.
"To assign you your Tyler and rune slate."
Nathaniel blinked rapidly. "My what and what?" The corporal lifted his arm and pointed at the device on his wrist.
"A tile-expressing recognition scanner. We call them Tylers. They give you information on objects, things, and whatnot."
"They do?" Nathaniel asked. "During my time, that information was relayed into the eyes through enchantments in our helmets."
"Maybe down there where you have high spellcasters. Here we make do."
"I see. What else can it do?"
"It holds your rune slate, which contains your biometrics, rank, clearances, and balance of usable hell runes. Plus a self-contained crystal set for communications, clock, logger, slate reader," he shrugged. "Basically everything you Southern military— he scoffed, former Southern military guys have in your helmet and armor. Made cheaper, made more accessible."
Another shrug. Made our way. If you say so, sir. You mentioned usable Toro lights? Gurney sucked on his teeth. No one really calls them that for obvious reasons. Look. He rummaged through his uniform's pocket and produced a small, circular piece of stone, which he held at arm's length. Nathaniel frowned at the piece. The slate-colored rock was unremarkable, except for the faintly glimmering crystalline formation at its center. At first look, he could see where the bull's likeness came from, but upon further inspection, he realized it looked more like a horned, demonic-looking skull than a bull's head. These are physical hell runes. They're given to commoners round here. You, me, and other workers at Castle Drachenstein use our tilers instead. They have a helmet energy reservoir to— Apologies, sir, Nathaniel interrupted. I'm afraid you're giving me too much information at a time. May we finish with the first thing you told me about before we move on to the next? The corporal stared at him and shrugged. Hell runes have helmet energy, the energy discovered by the pointy heads at Castle Drachenstein. Don't ask for the specifics, Private. No one quite knows how it works or why, but it does, and that's what matters. It can be transmuted into many things, from food and consumables to tools, weapons, and spells. Spells? Gurney nodded. Are you magically attuned? No. Then today's your lucky day. Drachenstein has the world's most advanced contraptions, born of a mix between magic and machinery. But you'll learn that soon enough. Back to your tiler. It has a helmet energy container, as well as deposits for blue and green mana. The first one powers some weapons and spells. The other is used to get spells, or modify your weapons. Another shrug. Whatever you can afford. You seem to be implying that this helmet energy doesn't come cheap. The corporal shook his head. You're paid with it. You earn it by performing services. It all comes along eventually. Don't worry too much. You'll learn as you go. Let's move to the gatehouse now, yes? Yes, sir, Nathaniel said, and let himself be led by the corporal. So, a device that emulates spellcasting. Interesting. Perhaps this place won't be so bad after all. All systems are green, madam, said one of the adjutants in the core chamber. Daria nodded. Thank you. What are the readings on the helmet energy waves? Optimal. There are slight sporadic fluctuations, but they correspond with the .005 expected variance. Good. Containment protocols? Ready should they be needed, madam. Excellent. Now we can— Well, everything seems in order, Erwin von Helmet's voice said, accompanied by the ever-present whistling of his steam exoskeleton. Are the spellcasters ready for the ritual? They are, Magus, sir, another adjutant replied. Capital. Let them know I shall join their incantation circle shortly. Wait, you, Erwin? Von Helmet said nothing, and Daria scoffed. Gods above, you can't be serious. I am, sorceress. I've reason to believe you may have ulterior motives with regards to this project. Ulterior? Bright one's ass, are you listening to yourself? I am, and I've made my choice. You'll oversee the energy readings from the control chamber. Erwin, my decision is final, said the emaciated Magus. I shall join the circle. Make sure to perform your duty, sorceress. Daria glared at von Helmet as he walked slowly away. Crippled prick. She exhaled, turned around and said, All right, everyone, to your positions, now. She climbed onto the control chamber directly above the room she was in. The basaltic staircase hewn into the rocky underground, as ancient as every other chamber within and below Castle Drachenstein, felt solid under her comfortable ankle boots. Her gait was sure-footed, and her countenance determined, despite von Helmut's worst efforts. The control chamber was lined with monitors, gauges, seismic readers, arcane batteries to power it all up, papers, and other implements necessary for the project. The crystal window panes which pointed at the core chamber were currently covered with heavy steel sheets to ward off against the helmet energy radiation emanating from the center. It had been agreed upon that arcane barriers would be erected to that same purpose in order to watch the spectacle of the core's activation. Daria turned to one of the junior spellcasters in the room and said, "Erect barriers." "Yes, sorceress," the robed man in his 30s said. He started weaving the incantation to set up a barrier, and the rest of the arcanists joined in. In moments, a translucent, shimmering field covered the crystal panes. Daria nodded, satisfied, and said, "Remove the metal sheets." "Aye, madam," an adjutant exclaimed, as she activated the drawing mechanism. Steam hissed and metal grated as the enormous steel plates were drawn into their sconces, hewn into the rock, slowly revealing the central chamber. Daria stared at the core in as much awe as she did the first time around. The enormous spheroid found in the mines beneath Drachenstein hovered languidly above its dais, unfazed by gravity, vibrations, or age. It was ancient, incomprehensibly so, as evidenced by the multiple exploratory spells cast upon its surface. Thousands upon thousands of taurolites, the so-called hell runes, glowed a fierce crimson as magic was fed into them from the blue mana batteries spread throughout the room. Around the sphere stood 5 spellcasters engulfed in their own magic barriers, forming a pentacle pattern, with von Helmut walking towards the center. As von Helmut assumed his position, Daria tapped into the crystal set in the control chamber and said, "Is everything ready?" Her voice resonated inside the room. "It is," came von Helmut's confirmation. "We are ready to commence the ritual." "Very well," said Daria, taking a deep breath, nodding one last time at the adjutants manning the monitoring stations, and breathing out before uttering, "Let's begin." "Let's begin," said Gurney, sitting in front of a terminal made out of steel and brass, and with a front-facing plate made of what looked like thousands of minuscule tiles. "First, we're getting your Tyler. Please take this and put it on one of your hands." Nathaniel nodded and took the surprisingly lightweight device. It looked like a fingerless, supple leather glove that would reach right below his elbow. On its dorsal side was a long rectangular surface. Near the elbow, the surface seemed to be composed of hundreds of minuscule metallic tiles, just like the larger terminal in front of Corporal Gurney, while at the wrist it bore crystals and machinery alien to Nathaniel. He donned the glove and was amazed by how comfortable it felt. "Now what?" "Now," said Gurney, "we fill your rune slate. Name?" "Huh?" "Your name, Private, to imprint it on your rune slate." "Right, Nathaniel Ratkovich." "Nathaniel Ratkovich," Gurney repeated, pressing the lettered keys in front of the terminal. "Also known as the asshole who pissed away his career." He lifted his grinning face. "Just kidding. Age? 25. Surprisingly young to be a major. Private suits you best. Sex? Male." Gurney scoffed. "Most people say lots here." "Right. Country of origin?" "The Thurnus, of course." "Uh-huh. Would you believe we've had Zaranites up here?" "This far north?" Gurney shrugged. "Go figure. City of birth?" "Kadaj." "Is that with a K or a C?" "K." "Right. Kadaj. Okay, come over here, please, and let me know if this information is correct." Naniel stepped behind Gurney and whistled. The tiles on the terminal's surface had changed to reflect what the corporal had written. Name, Nathaniel Ratkovich. Age, 25. Sex, male. Country, Vathernus. City, Kadaj. Occupation, military. Rank, private. Clearance level, 1. Impressive, said Nathaniel. I've never seen anything quite like this machine. Was it made by the wizards up here? Gurney nodded. Made in-house by the pointy heads in Drachenstein. Your Tyler is practically a portable version of this one. So, is the information correct? It is. Great. And accept. A dull crimson light glowed briefly beside the terminal, and from a slot it produced a small stone. Gurney took it and offered it to Nathaniel. This is your rune slate, and since it's the first one that will be taken by your Tyler, it'll inexorably bind to it. But what if my information changes? An increase in rank, for example? Don't worry about that. Your Tyler can modify information using other rune slates. Now, insert the slate in the slot right there. Here? Nathaniel asked, pointing at the slot at the base of the wrist-mounted machinery. That's the one. Nathaniel did as told, easily sliding the rune slate into the Tyler. As he did so, the tiles on its rectangular surface shifted, and, slowly, legible text materialized upon them. Title: Welcome to Drachenstein. Body: Welcome, Nathaniel Ratkovich, to Drachenstein, the most picturesque village in all of Vathernus. You being here can only mean one thing. You have been brought on board the most ambitious research facility in the realm. In Drachenstein, we endeavor ourselves to excellency, developing new and better technologies for the better of all of Vathernese. From improved ways to use and harness magic, to advanced weaponry and technology, along with exciting new forms of energy, in Drachenstein we work together for mankind. Remember, our goal is to achieve peace through superior technology, technology through superior magic, magic through superior knowledge, knowledge towards superiority. Sincerely, Mage Irvin von Helmut. P.S. Don't forget to claim your complimentary Toralite package. A small green rune at the bottom right of the device, near Nathaniel's wrist, began to glow. He thumbed it, and the tiles shifted immediately. Title: Complimentary Toralite package. Body: Congratulations, Nathaniel Ratkovich. You have received 100 Toralite. Nathaniel chuckled. Well, ain't that something? It's impressive the first time around, I'll give you that, said Gurney. The novelty wears off after you see what some of our peers use these for. Why? Well, let me give you a maxim about means of communication. If any medium for visual representation exists, people will find creative ways to depict the male between the legs apparatus. Nathaniel laughed. Hear, hear. Right. Next function of your Tyler. Do you see that dot at the front of the wrist? Nathaniel lifted the machine and looked at it. I do, yes. What is it? That's the optic scouter. It gives you information on certain items, such as this, he said, producing a knife within a holster. Point it at this, and thumb that rune, the one shaped like an eye. Right, here goes. He aimed the Tyler, and a dull chime sounded before the eye rune became a glow. Item: utility knife. Type: weapon, close combat. Ammo: NA. Element: neutral. Special: NA. SDR: F 1 to 10. Description: as basic as weapons come. This knife can cause lacerations and flesh wounds, but its usefulness as a killing implement is negligible. It's better suited to be a field tool than a proper weapon. It can be used both defensively and offensively. Useless against armor. The green rune glowed again, and after pressing it, the tiles began shifting once more. Title: Damage and Resistance. Body: Congratulations, Nathaniel Ratkovich. You have successfully scouted a weapon. Perhaps you wonder about the information relayed to you. What in the Bright One's name is this? We hear you asking. Worry not. In Drakenstein we offer a comprehensive overview of a weapon's or spell's destructive capacity, or, well, an armor's defensive potential. Standard damage/defense rating. This offers you, the user, an idea of how much fun you can have with a weapon, or how much punishment you can take with a given piece of armor. SDR qualifiers are from lowest to highest as follows. Fallible, 1 to 10 damage units. Execrable, 11 to 20 damage units. Disappointing, 21 to 30 damage units. Crude, 31 to 40 damage units. Balanced, 41 to 50 damage units. Awesome, 51 to 60 damage units. Superb, 61 plus damage units. But wait, what are these damage units? Answer: they're a relative measurement of the degree of physical impairment a human being can sustain without ceasing their function. Example: a rebel zaps you with a lightning spell. Oh no. After a military officer subdues your attacker, you are informed that his spell had a C SDR. Aha, you say. This means I received between 31 and 40 damage units. You look down at your chest and see that, in fact, your skin is smoking and your limbs feel tingly. You have received 35 damage units, enough to cause some considerable wounds. But wait, that morning you had the foresight to wear an armor vest with an E SDR. Upon further examination, you realize that your armor reduced 16 damage units from the attack. Bright One be praised, you only took a total of 19 damage units. Knowing this, you brush off the damage and carry on with your services in Drakenstein. So, said Nathaniel, what this is telling me is that, for one, this knife is a piece of junk, and second, Drakenstein's messages are oddly and disturbingly friendly. What gives? Gurney shrugged. Some asshole higher up decided that a friendlier tone would be good for morale. Was he right? The corporal scoffed. Sure, if you like being condescended to. Don't worry too much about damage rating. It'll likely never come to use. But if it does, well, just remember, you absolutely do not want to find yourself at the business end of anything C or above. Right. Where can I get anything better than a piss-poor knife, anyways? Well, in a tight spot, it's better than nothing. You're a private, Ratkovich. Don't expect heavy armaments to be handed to you. Now, let's get into the next section, shall we? Lead the way, sir. Gurney stood up and led Nathaniel towards a door at the far well of the gatehouse. The corporal opened the door, and Nathaniel stepped into a well-lit chamber. The wall to his right was made of crystal overlaid with a shimmering film. An arcane barrier, he thought, just like the ones we used at Ruthven. But there were no spellcasters around to maintain it. How is that? He looked around him, and at the other side of the barrier, he saw 2 glimmering blue stones which were set into a brass contraption and connected to receivers at either side of the barrier. Those stones, they're using them to store and supply magic. Why doesn't the realm use this technology? He frowned as a possible answer came to his mind. They don't know about it. The door in the opposite room opened, and Gurney stepped in. He sat before the magic barrier, pressed something on his tiler, and the green rune on Nathaniel's device started to glow. Title: Crystal Set. Body: Okay, Ratkovich, it's time to test the communications on your tiler. The crystal set is, well, a crystal that uses resonance to transmit vibrations at a distance of up to 1 kilometer. A loud horn in your tiler amplifies the vibrations and turns them into voice. When the rune shaped as the profile of a speaking person glows, please press it to activate the crystal set. Also, nod once you've finished reading this, okay? Nathaniel nodded, and Gurney returned the nod. Immediately the rune began glowing in a dull lilac color. Nathaniel pressed his thumb against it, and after some static, A voice came through his device. "Can you hear me? Private, can you hear me?" Gurney's voice was slightly distorted, but perfectly understandable. Nathaniel nodded. "It's okay. Speak." Hello?" "There it is," Gurney exclaimed. "The crystal set will let you send and receive short-distance transmissions. Don't expect to use it quite often. It's more likely that you go days, if not weeks, without anything coming through. Anyhow, on to the final steps of processing. Please step into the chamber behind you, so the measurements for your uniform can be taken." "Got it," said Nathaniel, as he stepped into the body-sized chamber opposite the crystal pane. As soon as he stepped in, the inside of the small chamber became lit with emerald-colored light. Only a few seconds passed, and Gurney declared, "All right, Ratkovich, step off and let the machine work." As soon as Nathaniel stepped away from the chamber, it closed. Grinding metal and hissing steam noises came from the machine as it began producing Nathaniel's uniform. Gurney's voice came through the crystal set. "Hell runes are a wonder. Their energy can be transmuted into raw materials for stuff such as armor, weapons, and other things. That makes gear easy to maintain. At a cost, of course. It's still quite magnificent. Makes me wonder, though, why hasn't this technology reached the rest of the realm? The pointy heads at Castle Drachenstein want to perfect the process before releasing it to a wider audience. Whatever that means. Right. Also, Corporal, sir? Yeah. Why do you keep calling them pointy heads? Have you seen those stupid hats they wear? Yes, I have. Point taken. A metallic, artificial voice said, "Production complete." Well, there it is, Ratkovich. A brand new piece of armor. Nathaniel turned around. The chamber had opened, and on its floor lay his newly shaped uniform. A breastplate, 2 pauldrons, a black, heavy cloak, a helmet, and a shirt of chainmail. He scouted the piece with his tiler. Item: standard issue armor. Type: armor. Element: neutral. SDR: D, 11 through 20. Description: basic steel armor. Offers basic protection against slashing and blunt attacks. Well, at least it's made of solid metal, Nathaniel thought, as he put the chainmail, breastplate, pauldrons, helmet, and cloak on. What's next? The final part of processing you, answered Gurney. Decontamination. Decontamination? It's standard protocol in case any newcomers may carry diseases which could disturb the proceedings in Drachenstein. This is what will happen. The chamber you're in will seal from both sides. The energy barrier in front of me will grow in strength, and you'll be bathed with small doses of Helmut energy, enough to kill any lice or unwanted parasites on you. Sounds lovely. How long will it take? A few minutes. Don't worry about it. Any questions? No. Then, he said, pressing something on the surface in front of him, let the process begin. Let the process begin, Erwin von Helmut declared, as he finalized the last gesture of the incantation. The other spellcasters on top of the pentacles spread their arms, releasing streams of arcane energy at one another, forming a pattern of a 5-pointed star. As the pattern was finished, it coalesced upon von Helmut, who channeled the energy into the core. Daria watched attentively as the taurolites on its surface started to glow fiercely, empowered by the magical forces injected into them. Yes, she thought. This is it, at last. An alarm started blaring in the control chamber. Sorceress, come quickly! She turned around, and in 2 quick strides, she stood beside the adjutant. She glanced at the dials on the tile terminal in front of him and asked, What am I looking at? Madam, the energy fluctuations recorded earlier are growing at an erratic rate, past the 5% threshold. Madam, Another adjutant cried, "We're getting anomalous energy surges from the core. Helmut energy levels are increasing beyond what we expected."
"Bright One, what is going on?"
"All right, people. I need an anti-expansion field surrounding the core as soon as—" Daria fell sideways as a dreadful pulse emanated from the core when the taurolites forming it expanded around the room, releasing impressive amounts of Helmut energy which subsumed the central and control chambers in a deep, blood-red light. She climbed to her feet and looked through the magically protected crystal. Her eyes grew wide as she saw the nightmarish view in the central chamber. The core was open and releasing streams of crimson Helmut energy which inundated the room around it. Only the magic wards kept those inside from being affected by the tremendous forces swirling within the chamber. How long they would hold was anyone's guess. At the center of the pentagram, von Helmut's arms were spread to their full span, and his skeletal face was twisted in a grimace of pain and terror. Daria quickly thumbed the crystal set into the core chamber.
"Cut out the spell!" "I can't,"
von Helmut blurted out.
"Bright One! Everyone! Containment measures!" But, madam, those outside—" "Now!" she ordered.
The adjutant nodded and quickly pressed the red button on one of the terminals. As he did so, mana batteries came to life, shielding the control chamber with a near-impregnable arcane barrier. Machines were set into motion within Castle Drachenstein, sealing its gates and access ways, locking those inside indefinitely and alerting the encroaching militia forces to an emergency situation. Seconds after the containment procedure was completed, the core erupted, releasing monstrous amounts of Helmut energy into Drachenstein. Inside the control chamber, Daria and her adjutants were violently tossed by the mammoth forces released by the ancient contraption deep within Castle Drachenstein. She hit her head, and the world became dark. Nathaniel watched with curiosity as he saw Gurney's dour expression return. The corporal was blinking rapidly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his upper lip. What's gotten into him? Immediately, the voice rune on his tiler started glowing. He thumbed it, and Gurney's voice came through. "Radkovich, there seems to be a situation. Something's happened at Castle Drachenstein. I wouldn't worry too much. Sometimes their experiments go south. But this—" Nathaniel fell to his feet as a dreadful energy blast threw him against the chamber's wall. The blast was accompanied by a terrible rumbling that prevented him from regaining his footing. His open crystal set became alive with the noises of weapons being fired, accompanied by terrified, distraught cries.
"Bright One, help us! They're—" "Hold the line, you bastards! They can't just— Ah!
Please, oh Bright One, please, oh please, no!
Someone! Anyone! What is going—"
The rumbling ceased, and Nathaniel jumped to his feet.
"Gurney! What the hell is going on? Gurney!"
The man climbed to his feet slowly. His movements were twitchy and uncoordinated. He brought his hands to his head and dug his nails in until blood seeped from his scalp.
"Bright One's ass, Gurney! What's happened to you? Answer me!"
Gurney turned around, and Nathaniel stared horrified as his bulging, bloodshot eyes started leaking a viscous black liquid. His jaw became unhinged as his mouth opened unnaturally, and though Nathaniel couldn't hear it through the magic barrier, he knew Gurney was screaming in agony. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged monstrously until the flesh around them grew bruised, before it ruptured grotesquely. Gurney reached for the crystal and left a bloody trail as his hand slid down the surface. He fell back and didn't get up again. Nathaniel was speechless. His heart beat with unnatural speed, threatening to burst out of his chest. His stomach churned at the dreadful sight of Gurney, changing into a crude mockery of humanity. He had seen plenty of death during his time in the militia. He had seen people scorched alive by magic, reduced to pulp by ballistic weapons, entrails spilled as swords and axes cut the flesh. But never something as ghastly as Gurney's fate. Unable to contain himself, Nathaniel fell to his knees and retched violently, his stomach incapable of holding the fearful bile he generated. The former major wanted to run, scream, call for help. But he could do nothing of the sort, for the decontamination process was still ongoing. All he could do was sit away from his vomit and wait. Chapter 3. Revenant. The event at Redacted can only be described as a tragedy. Tremendous amounts of Redacted were released, affecting the populace of the encroaching village Redacted. The effects of Redacted exposure, as catalogued by Redacted, are Redacted. Released manifesto on the accident. Nathaniel stared at nothing. He felt empty and emotionless, his mind unable to accept the dreadful transformation Gurney suffered, his thoughts lingering on the same question he kept asking himself. What the hell happened? He had left the communications channel on his crystal set open, hoping to glean any information on the situation. It had grown dead silent minutes before. "Decontamination complete," said the metallic voice. Steam hissed as the locks in the chamber were disengaged. Nathaniel closed his eyes and breathed deeply. "I'll find nothing here. My only option is to go out there and see what is going on." He opened his eyes, stood up, and stepped out of the chamber. He went towards the most immediate source of information he could think of, Gurney. Nathaniel turned to the room beside the decontamination chamber, and steeling himself for the dreadful sight which awaited him, opened the door. He was immediately met with a stench of blood and feces wafting from the distorted corpse on the floor. Nathaniel gagged, but resisted the urge to keep retching. There was nothing left inside of him anyways, and stepped further into the room. The magic batteries which fed the barrier also powered a control surface beside the crystal, but none of its controls and symbols made sense to Nathaniel. He glanced at the twisted body, its mouth open in a gaping portrait of excruciating agony. Bright One. He was reading something on his Tyler before this happened. I wonder if I can get anything out of it. Nathaniel knelt beside the corpse and lifted its left hand. The skin was awfully bruised and sallow. A foul, sickly, sweet stench emanated from its mouth, and a puddle which didn't bear thinking about surrounded it. He fumbled with Gurney's Tyler until he found a small button beside the rune slate slot. He pressed it, and the Tyler produced its slate. Nathaniel took the piece close to his own Tyler, and a rune shaped as a slate became aglow on his device. He frowned and pressed it, and the tile surface on his Tyler changed. Rune tile updated. Name, Gurney Halleck Johnson. Clearance level 2. Available notes. Hey Gurney, you'll like this. Followed by symbols producing a male phallus. Happy hour at Sleater's. Newcomer to Drachenstein. Alert, priority alpha. Nathaniel failed to find the humor in the first note, and the next two were irrelevant to him. But he opened the fourth one. Title: Alert, priority alpha. Body: Attention all units. Security protocol Iota Nu Phi Epsilon Rho Nu Omega activated. Martial law instated. Report to closest garrison. This is not a drill. What the hell? Nathaniel said aloud. Martial law? Why? What's happened? The Those letters. It's Grecian. Let's see. I-N-F-E-R-N-O. That's ominous, he thought, wondering what it meant. A rustling noise behind him caught his attention. He turned on his heel and instinctively unsheathed his knife. There was nothing else in the room. He was alone with Gurney's corpse. He sheathed the knife and returned his gaze to his Tyler, frowning as he went through the other notes. The first one, as he expected, was a crude, albeit surprisingly accurate, depiction of a virile member. The second one offered no further information, but the third one gave him a glimpse at the context of his arrival. Title: Newcomer to Drachenstein. Body: Gurney, you lucky bastard. I heard that you were tasked with babysitting the new recruit, but bright one's shiny ass, you're not going to believe who it is. I won't spoil the surprise. I'm sure you'll react just as I did, but I'll give you a hint. He's sort of an infamous legend. It's strange, isn't it? We spent months bored off our asses at the damn crotch of the world, and all of a sudden there were two interesting events. Did you hear the pointy heads are going through with some spell at the castle? I heard from Laszlo, who heard it from two of the spellcasters in one of the latrines. He was assigned cleaning duty, remember? Shit luck. Anyways, let me know what you think of your charge. I think you'll have a blast. Envious. Gloria Flatermouse. P.S. Want to go for drinks at Slater's? It's happy hour today. Reply: Yeah, sure. As soon as I'm done with the newcomer, and as long as you're inviting. I'm low on hell runes after our last poker game. So, they performed a spell at Castle Drachenstein? I wonder if that has something to do with whatever's going on. The rustling noise happened again, and he immediately turned around and called, "Who goes there?" No answer. Something clamped tightly around Nathaniel's ankle, making him yelp. Pressure grew against his boiled leather boot, and he looked at his foot. Gurney was holding him tightly. He shook the hand off and jumped backwards. "Bright one, Gurney, you're still alive? You scared the shit out of me. Gurney? What's wrong? Are you all right?" No answer. "Gurney?" Gurney emitted a low, guttural noise as he tried to stand up. His movements were spastic, uncoordinated, and unnatural. His twitching motion reminded Nathaniel of a badly handled puppet whose strings were being haphazardly pulled. Gurney finally stood up, his chin pressed against his black-stained chest. The sight made the hair on the back of Nathaniel's neck stand on end. "Gurney, what is going on? Answer me!" Just as before, no answer came. "Gurney?" he asked again, as he slowly reached for the man's shoulder. Gurney lifted his hideously deformed face, which stared sightlessly at him, its jaw dangling grotesquely open. All of a sudden, Gurney, or whatever that thing was, clamped its mouth shut against Nathaniel's forearm. Nathaniel screamed as chainmail links bit into his skin, the tremendous pressure of Gurney's mouth threatening to crush his bones. Instinctively, he used his free left hand to reach for his knife and jammed it onto the side of Gurney's throat. The revenant released Nathaniel, and black liquid seeped from the wound. The thing which had been Gurney was unfazed, however, and it slashed a clawed hand at Nathaniel's abdomen. The former major reacted instinctively, leaping backwards before the hand grabbed him. Still, it raked against its abdomen, ripping away the chainmail and the shirt underneath, exposing his gut. "Ah!" Burning pain shot through Nathaniel as he clutched at his wound. He took his hand away and saw that it was red. The sight, or maybe the smell, of blood seemed to excite the creature. Gurney emitted a blood-curdling shriek as it threw itself onto him. Nathaniel's instincts kicked in, and he narrowly avoided the strike. He sank his knife onto the side of the revenant, but the blade skidded against chainmail. Gurney turned again and tried to bite off Nathaniel's neck, but he ducked under the charging creature and shoved his knife into the back of its head. He twisted the knife, breaking off its blade. Gurney took 1, 2 spastic steps forward, fell to its knees and onto its face. It twitched briefly on the floor before it went completely still. Nathaniel ran his bloodied fingers across his face, incredulous.
"Fuck!"
he screamed.
"God above! Fuck!"
He kept screaming, pressing his eyes tightly shut and banging his knuckles against his helmet. Madness threatened to overwhelm him as his mind was incapable to grasp the horror he had just witnessed. A dead man came back to life and tried to... What? Eat him? Gnaw at his flesh? The situation was so absurd, so surreal, that after some time he started to laugh. His throat, hoarse from screaming, heaved spastically with manic laughter. He felt short of breath as he couldn't stop laughing. The more he stared at the 2-times corpse lying on a spreading pool of foul ichor, the higher pitched and the more uncontrollable his laughter became. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could he? The dead could not come back to life. And yet Gurney had just done so. Nathaniel couldn't stop cackling madly as he fell on his haunches and began rocking back and forth. Soon, he didn't know or cared whether he was laughing or weeping anymore. There was no difference between one and the other. His chest ached, his stomach burnt, his throat felt raw, and his heart threatened with escaping through his throat.
"Hello? Can you hear me?"
His eyes grew wide with panic. He looked at the corpse, expecting it to rise once more from death. Nothing happened.
"Can you hear me?"
The distorted voice came again, and he looked down at his Tyler. The communication rune was aglow. He pressed it.
"Hello? Hello? Is someone there?"
A woman, he thought. Alive? Hoarsely, he blurted out, "Hello?"
"Bright One's mercy. Thanks. Hello? Who am I talking to? Are you outside? Are you hurt?"
Who was he?
I was attacked by a corpse. I saw him die.
Came and...
He closed his eyes shut and grimaced.
God damn it, Nathaniel, keep your shit together, man.
He inhaled sharply and said, "This is Major Private Nathaniel Ratkovich. Who am I talking to?"
"Ratkovich,"
the woman's voice asked.
"I've never heard of you. Doesn't matter. Are you unharmed?"
He shifted his position and winced. His stomach burnt and his right arm ached, but nothing was broken. "Mostly," he answered. "I was attacked by... You're not going to believe it. I was attacked by a dead man."
"I believe you, Private. There's been a situation. A containment breach here at Castle Drachenstein. I need your help."
"Who are you? Are you a civilian?"
"I am Sorceress Daria Eisenherz, one of the leaders of Project von Helmut."
"Von Helmut? You mean the weird energy in the rune things?"
"You mean Taurolites?" "Yes, them. You do not know?"
"I don't. I've just arrived. Just went through decontamination."
"Decontamination? That means you are behind a powerful barrier. If so, then..."
Her voice grew distorted and grainy, replaced by a crackling noise. And then a different, raspy voice akin to nails against a chalkboard uttered,
Do not listen. She's...
The voice grated against Nathaniel's already frayed nerves. More crackling and the woman's voice returned.
Hear me, Ratkovich? Are you there?
Yes, I hear you.
Good. Listen, there's no time to explain. I must conserve energy. Tell me, what's your clearance level?
1.
1? Damn it. Is there any way you can procure a level 2 rune slate?
Nathaniel frowned and glanced down at Gurney's remains. His slate was level 2. I don't think that'll be a problem. The woman sighed.
Good. Listen, the whole village is currently under lockdown. Nothing can come in or out. The only edifice open to people is the Church of the Bright One. I need you to get there ASAP, find survivors, and, if possible, a level 3 clearance. Got it?
Got it.
Good. I'll talk to you when...
Crackling.
Do not. She's using...
Crackling.
Good luck, Nate. You'll need it. Daria out.
The communication ended. Nathaniel sighed and let his head fall against the wall. What is going on in this damned accursed town? He wondered uselessly. The ominous reputation of Drachenstein suddenly became a dreadful reality far beyond his worst nightmares. In the past few minutes, he had glimpsed at the bottomless, inescapable pit of utter madness as he grappled with a walking dead man. Maybe I've gone mad, he thought. Maybe I've fallen beyond recovery. I've seen things no living human should see. And yet, I live. He took a final breath and stood up. And I intend to stay that way. But how? He had no weapon other than his fists, and Gurney's rune slate to... Gurney, he mumbled as he gazed at the dead body. Though he felt sullied and shamed at the sole thought of what he was about to do, he decided that in order to atone for the sin he was about to commit, he needed to be alive. Nathaniel knelt beside the corpse and started rummaging through its uniform. His left hand wrapped around something metallic, and his tiler chimed. He removed a metal tube which rested upon a wooden armature. At the side of the armature, he felt a locking mechanism, and at its butt, he saw a protrusion. He pressed the locking mechanism, disengaging it, and releasing a metal case holding what looked like small metallic tubes tipped with lead spheres. Nathaniel returned the case into the butt, and the lock snapped into place. Examining the apparatus, the former major thumbed the eye-shaped rune. Item, pistol. Type, weapon, ranged. Ammo, short-caliber bullets. Element, neutral. Special, NA. SDR, D, 21 through 30. Description: a basic gunpowder sidearm. The standard short-caliber bullets it uses are efficient against flesh, but fall short against armored targets. Ammo capacity, 8 rounds per clip. Current ammo type, standard, SDR-D. What kind of weapon is this? Nathaniel wondered. It was unlike anything he had seen in his life. What was it that Gurney had said? That these folks have superior technology? He frowned. Does this weapon work through magic, or... There was only one way to know. The wooden armature was slightly reminiscent of a crossbow's handle, except the release lever wasn't directly below the quarrel sconce, but under the armature and surrounded by a small metallic ring. Nathaniel threaded his index finger through the ring and rested it upon the lever. The grip felt comfortable in his hand. He reached out, pulled the lever.
God damn it!
He exclaimed, as a thunderous explosion escaped the weapon. His hand was slightly thrown backwards due to the power of the blast, and his ears rang briefly afterwards. An unseen projectile must have escaped the weapon, as a hole was now carved on the opposite wall. He turned the pistol in his hand, staring at it, and reeling at the implications of such a device. When the realm has this, the meaning of warfare will change forever. He couldn't help but wonder what other, more extravagant weapons the wizards at Castle Drakenstein had created. He looked down at Gurney and further rummaged through his uniform. The pistol had been resting in a small holster which was secured around his chest. Nathaniel removed it, too, and donned it over his armor before placing the pistol inside. He also found the Hell rune Gurney had showed him and took it, in case he would need it, as well as another one of the small cases with ammunition for the pistol. Clips, the Tyler called it, he thought. Nathaniel looked around the room he was in, trying to find anything else that could be of use. Abandoned on the back of a chair, near the far corner of the room, he found a leather satchel. I'm taking this in case I need to carry something. Pockets can only hold so much, after all. He threaded the leather strap of the satchel over his shoulder opposite the pistol's holster and let it rest comfortably beside his right hip. Once it was secure, he placed the pistol's clip into it. He searched further through the room, but found nothing else that could be of use. I'll do well in finding a backup weapon, too, just in case. A sword would be best. Almost anything other than this crappy knife. Let's see, the Tyler said 8 rounds per clip. There's a clip in the pistol, 1 in the satchel. That means I have 15. He looked down at his Tyler and opened the entry regarding the pistol. Right, bullets. So if these tiny things can do that to a wall, he thought, glancing at the hole left in the masonry. I wonder what they can do against flesh. He looked down at Gurney and said, Sorry, pal, but I don't think you'll mind this too much, will you? No answer came. Didn't think so. Nathaniel unholstered the pistol, held it with both hands, and aimed its tubular end toward Gurney. He pressed the trigger, and the weapon blared again. The still unseen projectile pierced through the dead man's skull, its force enough to burst its cranium open. Bright One's mercy, Nathaniel gasped as he witnessed the destructive potential of the weapon. And this is a D-tier weapon? Damn it, I wonder what a higher one can do. Though the experiment had cost him another bullet, leaving him with a total of 14, it had been worth it. He now knew the terrifying, destructive potential of Drakenstein's weaponry. Satisfied, he turned away from the room and left. The terminal Gurney had used was still functional, and Nathaniel decided to look through it, in case it offered any relevant information. Error. Access denied. Required clearance, level 2. Nathaniel brought Gurney's rune slate close to the terminal, and it chimed with approval. Available notes. Registry entry. Private Nathaniel Ratkovich. Detainment manifesto. Security drill. Corrupted. Let's see. Title, Security drill. Body. Hello, Drachenfreund. We extend this friendly message to remind you that participation in the weekly security drills is not optional, but mandatory. We can't stress this enough. Security is of paramount importance for the proper functioning of Castle Drakenstein and its ancillary facilities, and as such, participation on weekly drills is not optional, but mandatory. We can't stress this enough. Effective immediately, failure to participate in the weekly security drills will incur a fine of 1,000 TL. Why? Because participation on weekly drills is not optional, but mandatory. We hope you understand the importance of this message. We look forward to seeing you in the next mandatory security drill. See you next time, Drachenfreund. Sincerely, Drachenfreunde Morale Brigade. Reply. Fuck you, Drachen asshole, Reply 2. User Langley Ergendwan has incurred a fine of 5,000 TL for profane language against Castle Drakenstein personnel. Title, Detainment Manifesto. Body,
To whom it may concern. I make of your knowledge the capture of the following individuals: Olena Farshaw, Wilhelm Saja Gaston, Benny Benitez, Anselm Theodore. As per requested, they are to be sent to the biological Helmut Energy Wing as soon as they are processed. People don't seem happy with those in Drachenstein. Though it's interesting that they place so much emphasis on security drills, almost as if they were expecting something to go awry. He looked around the entry room, but found nothing of further interest. Satisfied, he stepped away from the terminal. Time to leave. He opened the door leading outside, and stared aghast at the dreadful view. The sky had become a deep blood red, interspersed with bloated black clouds which emitted zigzagging lightning as crimson as the celestial vault above. A dome-like shimmering barrier surrounded the village, and from Castle Drachenstein a tremendous pillar of pulsating red energy climbed beyond the clouds, losing itself in the distance. From somewhere in the village, Nathaniel could hear the terrified screams of the survivors, accompanied by inhuman guttural growls belonging to the restless dead. Or worse. Nathaniel gritted his teeth and grimaced. Armed only with his pistol and his grim resolve to stay alive, he set off into the devastated village. The Church of the Bright One beckoned. Perhaps he would find there some answers to the catastrophe which had fallen upon Drachenstein. As he walked further into the nightmare the village had become, he struggled not to let his resolve falter. I've been through the hell of war and back again. How much worse can this be? Chapter 4. Isolation. There's something you need to understand and keep present at all times. Wizards are not our friends. The realm's rulers are not our friends. At best, we're all means to an end, becoming an economic, techno-magical, and military hegemony. At worst, we're glorified test subjects. Olena Tyrdas, in Society and Experimentation, a Critique. Nathaniel prowled through the derelict, ravaged streets of Drachenstein, tightly clutching his pistol in his hands. Every turn, every corner, every dark alley could potentially hide a deadly hazard. His already frayed nerves made him jump at every shadow, and the noises audible in the distance, inhuman growls, women and children crying, odd whispers in the dark, and other things he couldn't quite recognize, made him feel as prey stalked by a predator waiting to pounce. Reality was far worse, however. He was utterly alone. Since leaving the gatehouse, he hadn't met a single living person. Along his way he had seen corpses, too many of them in fact. Most were gnawed on, missing patches of skin and muscle, limbs, and at times the entire contents of their thoracic cavities. Nathaniel was no stranger to death. He had seen his fair share during the campaigns he had participated in. He had seen gruesome deaths before, the kind that could only be caused through violent spell-casting. But even that was nothing compared to the ghastly scenes he found in Drachenstein. His journey from the gatehouse and into town had been relatively uneventful, as the distance between the edifice and Drachenstein was uninhabited. As soon as he entered town, however, the extent of the damage became dreadfully apparent. The first thing he saw as he went through another archway, which also read, "Knowledge is power," was the lower half of the man guarding the entrance, unceremoniously discarded a few paces away from his post. Where his upper body had gone, it was anyone's guess. The second thing he noticed were signs of struggle. Splintered holes punched into the walls of a hovel, their sizes matching the damage his pistol had caused to the wall at the gatehouse. This means there were other survivors, he thought, feeling hopeful. At least until he encountered the third thing.
half a dozen dead soldiers in various states of consumption, staring sightlessly at the crimson sky. Skid marks and bloody footprints told the tale of their fate. To Nathaniel's reasoning, the soldiers had holed up inside a house, finding the position more defensible, but they had been overrun by enemies coming from the encroaching alleys. He wondered whether they were attacked by things like Gurney, or by something else, especially since their armors sported deep gashes on their pieces of solid metal. Gashes which couldn't have been caused by human hands. He set off, uncertain of whether he wanted to solve that particular mystery. Now, he stalked along one of the main arteries of the city, a wide, hard-packed dirt path which he hoped led to the city center. He hadn't spent enough time in Drachenstein to know where everything was at, and there was no one he could approach with such a question. His only point of reference was Castle Drachenstein, and the shaft of pulsing, crimson energy emanating from it. A whimper nearby startled him. He quickly turned to his left, where a black alley extended into the distance. A low keening echoed from its dark length, and Nathaniel gripped his pistol tighter. "Who's there?" he yelled, hoping he wouldn't attract unwanted attention. Only sobs answered him. He decided to investigate on the off chance that the person, or what he hoped was a person, inside, could guide him towards the Church of the Bright One. He walked slowly, on the tip of his toes, to make as little noise as possible. The darkness in the alley was nearly absolute, as the eerie crimson sheen in the sky wasn't sufficient to fully illuminate the space. If anything, it seemed to Nathaniel that the shadows were made deeper by the unnatural light. The low wails became louder as he reached their source. In the dim light, he saw someone resting against the wall of one of the buildings. "Friend, who are you? Are you hurt?" Though he couldn't distinguish the person's face, he realized the head was turned towards him.
"You," wheezed a male voice. "You are alive. Not one of them?"
"One of what?" asked Nathaniel.
"Those things. They're everywhere. They came from nowhere. There was an explosion. There was nothing we could do. I ran before they overran us. I heard the screams, the noises. Bright One."
"Damn it, I can't see anything. I need a light," thought Nathaniel, before asking, "Are you hurt?" A low, pained chuckle.
"I'm not gonna make it. Something attacked me. I didn't see what. Oh man. There are things in the darkness. You can't see them, but they can see you."
Nathaniel knelt beside the figure and tried to hold his hand. He found none.
"Don't follow the—"
The man coughed before emitting a choked gurgle and falling silent. Crap, Nathaniel thought. Maybe his Tyler will have something of use. A ghastly thing to do, looting a man whose body is still warm. But any tidbit helps. He tried to guide himself by touch, placing his hands on the body and exploring it for the Tyler, or anything else that could be of use. His fingers ran above sections which felt moist to the touch. He felt grateful that he couldn't see the state of the body. He finally found what he looked for. His fingers found the dead man's forearm, covered by the shape of his Tyler. He removed the machine and placed it in his satchel. He needed light to read anything on it, and the most illuminated area was outside the alley. When he climbed to his feet, aiming to leave the alley, Nathaniel paused to look down at his own Tyler. The crystal set was crackling violently as if it was receiving a communication, but no rune lit up on the device. He lifted his gaze and froze. Something hovered at the end of the alley. 2 glimmering dots of light visible in the darkness.
What the hell is that?
As he squinted into the distance, he realized that the dots of light tilted sideways, curiously. They weren't just light, but eyes, studying him from the blackness.
Oh, crap,
he thought, taking a slow, deliberate step back. Another step, and the dots of light tilted in the opposite direction.
Whatever that is, I have to be careful.
Nathaniel hated not knowing what he stood against. His skin crawled as whatever those eyes belonged to tilted sideways again. The movement reminded him of common cats as they gauged whether they're interested in something or not. Nathaniel moved as slowly and calmly as he could, while keeping his own gaze trained upon whatever was staring at him. The glowing, curious eyes resumed their initial position, and a mass of blackness surged at him.
"Shit!"
Nathaniel exclaimed as he turned tail. He started running as quickly as his legs could carry him. The mouth of the alley he came in from was visible in the far distance, but I barely took a few steps in. A low hum-like noise became audible behind him, and he glanced over his shoulder. The black mass staring at him with those pinpricks of light was getting closer. He pushed as hard as he could on his feet, but no matter how fast he ran, the alley exit didn't seem to get any closer. He stumbled and fell forward. His momentum carried him forward a couple meters, and his armor and training helped him not get injured. Regardless, he quickly turned over his back to not lose sight of whatever was heading his way. It now loomed a few paces away from him, and was nearing slowly, meticulously, enjoying his fear. Nathaniel gritted his teeth, took aim with his pistol, and fired. 1, 2, 3 shots into the blackness, hoping that whatever the thing was, it would topple sideways and die. Nothing happened. A horrid, distorted shriek reached his ears, and he screamed as he closed his eyes tightly shut, dreading whatever his fate would be. Seconds passed. His breathing was fast and shallow, his heart was close to bursting off his chest, and cold sweat trickled uncomfortably down his face and back. Nathaniel was terrified of the idea of opening his eyes and discovering what the creature had done to him.
But I feel fine. I don't feel hurt or maimed.
Just what happened? He opened his eye barely enough to see. He was out of the alley, staring at the crimson sky. Nathaniel took a deep breath to steady himself.
What the hell?
He mumbled as he looked at his surroundings. There was nothing around him, only the same abandoned houses and the alley mouths at either side. The sobbing had stopped, and there were no indications of the black thing which charged at him.
Was that a hallucination?
He stared down at his pistol and pressed the clip release, and after removing it, he realized that it was lighter. He had wasted 3 bullets. Crap! Ammunition was at a premium, and he currently had no means of defense other than the weapon.
I have 12 left,
he thought before rummaging through his satchel.
At least the Tyler is in there.
He cast a final glance around him and realized he was completely alone. He stood up and walked a few paces to sit with his back against a building.
That way, nothing will get me from behind.
And he removed the rune tile from the device. Rune tile updated. Name, Avery Palace. Clearance level 2. Available notes. Orders. This is boring. Pointy heads. Title, Orders.
Corporal Avery, I am concerned about your recent lack of motivation at your post. One would figure that the warmth and comfort of Castle Drachenstein would be something to be appreciated, but alas, one would be mistaken. As such, perhaps you will find yourself enjoying your strolls along the town streets while you're on patrol. If subtlety eludes you, you're now relieved from your guard post inside of the castle's observation room, and are now relegated to patrol duty in town, where hopefully the cold, shit-covered streets will help you appreciate what you've lost. Have fun, Corporal. Yours truly, Sergeant Armist. Title: This is boring. Body: short message. Screw you, Avery. Long message. Dude, come the fuck on. You get to sit your ass inside one of Castle Drachenstein's guard rooms in front of a fucking hearth eating warm food. You don't have to constantly smell unwashed peasants, filthy streets, nor horse droppings. You don't have to break up petty squabbles over whether a piece of bread is worth 10 or 20 hell runes. And you still have the nerve to complain that you're bored? Bright one's shiny ass, Avery. If you're as bored as you say, I'll gladly trade my post any day. Omar. Original message. Good grief, man, this is boring. All I do is sit in the guard post with a shit-eating grin saying, "Hey, Mr. Wizard, hey, Miss Witch," at every damn pointy head who walks by. Like, what do they expect will happen if I get up to take a piss every now and then? At least you guys on patrol get to see some action when people beat each other silly. Hell, you can even place bets on who's going to win. Doing nothing sucks, doesn't it? Avery. Title: Pointy Heads. Body: Hey, Avery, have you noticed the amount of wizards coming through every day? It's like they're trying to form a small army or something. Why the fuck do they need so many damn spellcasters for, anyways? Like, they saunter around like they own the world because they can go hocus-fucking-pocus and fart lightning off their asses, but they still need, like, at least a dozen of them to activate their weird machines. Makes no sense if you ask me. Anyways, if you hear anything, just tell me. Might break the monotony a little bit. Estevez.
Nathaniel tilted his head as he read the last note again. So, more spellcasters have been coming into Castle Drachenstein of late. I wonder whether that has anything to do with the spell I read about before. Still, what kind of spell would need so many people to cast?
Sir!
Wow, what the... Nathaniel yelped, as the shrill cry caught him unawares. He lowered his tiler and stared at a child, no older than 10 years old. Bright one's mercy, you scared me, sweetie. Who are you? Are you okay?
Sir, come with me, please,
she exclaimed.
I need help.
Nathaniel frowned. What's wrong?
Sir, come, please, please,
she insisted, tugging at his cloak. All right, I'm coming. But first you need to tell me what's going on.
Something's wrong with Mommy. Come.
Nathaniel's stomach tightened.
Something's wrong with her mother. Is the same thing that happened to Gurney happening to her?
All right, lead on, he said, letting himself be dragged by the girl. She led him through empty streets, which seemed strangely undamaged. Though the few windows in the wooden houses were black, there were no major signs of violence on the walls or in the dirt. The cries of the wounded and suffering weren't audible in that part of the town. Nathaniel wondered whether that was a good or a bad sign, but found no answer. The girl herself was odd. She was wearing a flowery pink sundress, which contrasted starkly against the drab, dreary appearance of Drachenstein's houses. "Hey, what's your name, anyways?" Nathaniel asked.
Annie,
the girl answered without stopping or looking back. Neither said anything else as they quickly walked along the empty streets. The normalcy around Nathaniel was marred only by the blazing sky, and though nothing had happened to assault his nerves, he felt uneasy.
Our surroundings are normal. Too damn normal.
It was as if an atrocity hadn't just occurred.
as if he hadn't seen a dead man climb to his feet to attack him, or as if he hadn't been attacked by the black thing. His head ached. The cognitive dissonance between the events from the past hour and the calmness surrounding him and Annie caused a terrible tonal whiplash which made his mind reel. Was he hallucinating? Had the catastrophe truly taken place? He glanced down at his abdomen. The wound from Gurney's attack was there, and so was the pain on his arm from the bite.
Then where's the chaos in the city? Where are the things in the dark? I'm being led by this girl in a dress to... where?
The street opened into a medium-sized expanse, a plaza with a gazebo at its center, trees at every corner, and benches. The houses stopped being made out of rickety wood and instead became adobe edifices, better built than the buildings he had seen before. We must have reached one of the wealthier areas of town, he reasoned, still feeling uncomfortable at his uneventful surroundings. Annie took a right turn. From the corner of his eye, Nathaniel could see a large painted sign above a building which read, Slater's. The edifices around him looked residential, but currently uninhabited. Regardless, they didn't seem to have sustained the same damage as the rest of the town.
"Come, sir,"
the girl urged, before he could take in more details. She led him amidst the houses, towards a 2-floor edifice built out of wood. It remained one of the better-maintained houses he had seen, as he was now clearly at one of the finer parts of Drachenstein. The building, Nathaniel realized, showed signs of inhabitation. Lights were visible inside, and on the top left room he saw a thin female figure, dark against the warm light, looking down at the girl. And at him. A cold sensation ran through his spine as the figure kept staring at him. It reminded him of the thing in the alley. Nathaniel glanced down. But my Tyler crackled then. It's not doing anything like that now.
"Sir, come on,"
the girl urged.
Yes, let's go.
They entered the house, and the effect shocked Nathaniel more than he thought it would. The interior was clean and well-maintained, warm, and even cozy. There were a few furnishings at the entrance, a staircase straight ahead from Nathaniel, and a closed door to the left.
"Let's go."
Annie led him to the second floor, and immediately the warm atmosphere changed. It was a subtle, nearly imperceptible change, but it was there. The place felt wrong to Nathaniel in an inexplicable way, not unlike an animal's instincts warning him to run away. But I won't, not while she needs help. The stairs led into a narrow hallway on the upper floor. To the left, an open door led into what looked like a latrine. Ahead, Nathaniel saw a closed door, and to the right was the entrance to what he assumed was a bedroom.
"That's my room, the one on the right," said the girl. "Mom said I should bring someone to help, and then go to bed, mister. I'll just do that, okay?"
Wait. Where's your mother?
"I think,"
the girl said, pausing to yawn.
"I think she's in that room over there."
All right, get to your room. I'll see what's going on. Nathaniel walked to the door at the end and caught a glimpse of Annie's bedroom. The inside was as warm as the rest of the house, and the girl was setting herself to bed. When Nathaniel reached the door, he tried to open it. It's locked. He pressed his ear against the wood, trying to hear anything from the inside. That's odd. It's like someone's dragging their feet inside. But nothing else? I wonder if... A loud thud from the lower floor startled him, and Nathaniel looked over his shoulder. His vision became black. He turned around and he grimaced, taking hold of his pistol. To his dismay, his crystal set began crackling briefly, before the blackness around him evaporated, and he could see his surroundings. What the hell? The warm atmosphere of the house was gone entirely. The hallway he was in was unlit, and the wood looked old and rotting. A dreadful stench emanated from the latrine. Nathaniel walked slowly, cautiously, towards Annie's room. Before he reached it, he paused. His gut clenched while the hair on his nape stood on end. He gripped his weapon tightly and quickly stepped into the girl's room, expecting something to pounce on him. Nathaniel lowered his pistol and felt his stomach dropping.
Oh, no. Bright One, no.
The previously warm room was dreary and depressing. The sheet that covered the straw bed was stained with dried blood, and on the bed was the still body of Annie, seemingly asleep, except for the red gash along her neck.
God damn it!
Nathaniel wheezed.
What could have done this?
Gritting his teeth, he took a nearby sheet and covered the corpse with it. Nathaniel left the room and headed downstairs to investigate the noise he heard. The entrance to the house was as dreary as the upper floor. The aged wooden boards were covered with a thick layer of dust, disturbed only in the places where people walked upon. He headed towards the closed room and tried to open it. It was closed too. With a sigh, Nathaniel aimed his pistol at the door's crude lock and fired.
11 bullets,
he thought, as the lock was shattered and he removed the remaining pieces before he opened the door. He was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench of fresh blood. Motes of dust danced in the air, illuminated by the crimson light coming in through the room's singular window. He realized he was in a kitchen, as evidenced by the dirty sink and wooden stove at the end of the wall. The light, coupled with the stench, made the place deeply unnerving. On the floor, Nathaniel discovered the origin of the smell. A dead man surrounded by a pool of red liquid, which, in the light, looked rather black, with a missing left hand. He walked to the corpse and turned it over. Nathaniel gasped.
Randall?
The man who had brought him to Drachenstein stared sightlessly at him. His face was badly scraped and bruised, and his brows were set in a deep, pained frown.
Shit, that's true. He said his house was close to Slater's. But what did that to him? One of those creatures?
He knelt to examine the stump of his left hand.
It's torn away, ripped through tremendous force. The pain must have been horrifying to endure.
He stood up and looked at what lay on the table. A quill and a spiked inkwell, a sharp-looking razor, its edge stained with old blood, and a hastily written note. He took the note and read,
I had to do it. Bright One, forgive me, I had to do it. I couldn't let Annie live through all of this. I's a bad man. I feel soiled for your eyes. But doing what I did to her is far more humane than what these things would have done. Bright One, forgive me. I came home after the explosion from the castle. People, they were changing, twisted, dying. Some didn't stay dead. I ran upstairs to fetch Nora, but she wasn't herself no more. After what she did to my hand, I locked her inside. Annie was asleep, thank God. Made what I did easier. I don't know what's happened, but world's gone awful. It's punishment for our sins. Punishment for...
The note trailed off as Randall supposedly fell to blood loss.
He killed his daughter,
Nathaniel thought, disgusted.
Found it more humane. Bright One's mercy, how could...
A shifting noise in the room above reclaimed his attention.
His wife is still here. Changed.
He gritted his teeth and glanced at the sink, where he spotted a large knife. Item, kitchen knife. Type, weapon, close combat. Ammo, NA. Element, neutral. Special, NA. SDR, F, 1 to 10. Description: as basic as weapons come. This knife can cause lacerations and flesh wounds, but its usefulness as a killing implement is negligible. It's better suited to be a field tool than a proper weapon. It can be used both defensively and offensively. Useless against armor.
Far better than nothing, Nathaniel mumbled.
I could use the pistol, but I'd rather conserve ammo in case things become direr.
He glanced at Randall's body and thought,
perhaps he has a key to the upper door?
He knelt and touched the blood-stained breeches and shirt, and finally, tucked in the waist, he found an iron key. Nathaniel placed it in his satchel and left the kitchen. He headed for the stairs, aiming to return to the upper floor and enter the closed-off room.
Why would I do that, however?
He wondered.
I could just leave this house, head for the church and see if more people survived.
Another shifting noise from the room, accompanied by what sounded like a low growl.
But I won't. I will put that woman out of her misery, if anything,
he thought, as he walked by the dead girl's room.
Simply because I'm angry at this loss of life.
Nathaniel reached the door and took the key from his satchel. He turned it and heard the lock disengaging. He gripped the knife tightly and slowly opened the door. Nathaniel peered inside. The room was as red as the kitchen, but seemingly empty. He glanced to the left and saw a small table beneath the red window, with something that looked like a tiler on it. In the middle of the room was a medium-sized bed, and on the right, his grip tightened. A dark figure was hunched over something. From it emanated moist, disturbing noises, akin to a dog's yapping. Nathaniel took a step forward, and a floorboard creaked underfoot. The figure lifted its face and stared at him. It was a female, there was no doubt about that, but her eyes were dull and clouded. One stared to one side, while the other was trained on him. She had a slack expression on her face. Her black hair was greasy and matted, and her mouth smattered with dry blood. In her hands, she held the half-gnawed hand which once belonged to her husband. She opened her mouth in a terrifying gape. Her jaw popped loudly as it became unhinged, and she hurled herself at him. Nathaniel quickly stepped out of the room and closed the door, but the female hurled herself against the wood and sent Nathaniel flying backwards. He landed on his back against the aged wooden floor. His weight broke through the rotting surface, and he sank slightly, getting stuck between the broken boards. "Shit," he mumbled, as he tried and failed to climb back to his feet. The female appeared at the door, her unfocused dead eyes staring hungrily at him. She fell on her knees and quickly crawled towards him. Nathaniel kept struggling to set himself free, but he was tightly embedded into the rotten wood. The knife was still in his hand, and he lifted it just as the creature pounced on him, causing the wood under him to crack. With his left hand he held the creature a short distance away, while he used his right to stab at its chest. The female shrieked and hissed at him, spraying him with malodorous, viscous saliva before leaping backwards. Despite the wounds Nathaniel inflicted on it, it seemed unfazed. With a grunt, Nathaniel struggled to tear free from the gap, but only sank further in. The female charged again, this time aiming her feet towards his head. She smashed onto him, but his helmet protected him. The woman's weight cracked the rest of the boards, however, and they fell to the lower floor. Nathaniel hit a surface before falling off. When his vision cleared, he stared at Randall's dead face. We're in the kitchen, he thought, before quickly jumping to his feet. A hand struck him on his shoulder, and though his pauldron dampened the damage, he still felt an electric jolt through his arm. Gritting his teeth, Nathaniel lifted his arm, catching the female's mouth moments before she bit into him. Pain shot through his bone, just as it did when he faced Gurney, and just as then the woman's teeth couldn't go through his chainmail. Nathaniel took the chance to stab her in the side of her neck, causing her to step back. He pressed on, screaming as he sank the knife into her chin, locking her jaw shut. The female fell on the floor, thrashing wildly, clawing at her face to try and remove the blade. Nathaniel pressed his advantage further and rammed the heel of his boot against her skull, cracking it with a pop and forcing the knife through the top of her head. The female thrashed spastically as the last of her life, if that could be called that, left her. Nathaniel sighed and leaned against the kitchen sink. His arms burnt with exertion, and he had difficulty breathing.
I can still fight, but it won't be long before I can't move. I need rest, or something to heal with. Well, he wheezed, let's see if this was worth it at all.
He stepped over the dead woman and spared a final glance for her and Randall.
At least they're together,
he thought, before he left the kitchen. Nathaniel went up the stairs, around the hole in the boards, and back into the woman's now empty room. Back inside, he could clearly see the signs of the violence which had played out inside. Scattered torn clothes, broken oil lamps, and other miscellaneous items were strewn about the floor, not to mention the large dry puddles of blood and the torn, eaten hand. Nathaniel made his way to the desk and stared at the object on it. It was, in fact, a tiler.
Odd. I'd have thought these were reserved for people at Castle Drachenstein, not villagers. Maybe it'll hold some answers?
He ejected its rune tile and placed it near his own device. Rune tile updated. Name, Nora Linden. Clearance level 1. Available notes. Congratulations, girl. I don't like this. Happy hour at Slater's. Attention.
Well, let's see what we can find,
Nathaniel thought, as he went through the dead woman's notes. Title: Congratulations, girl. Body: So glad they accepted your application. I know it's just a minor job. I mean, we're basically glorified janitors, duh. But still, you're in Castle Drachenstein. It beats toiling out at the frozen fields and stepping on shitty streets every day, trust me. Besides, you'll get paid more Taurolites. Don't call them you-know-what. They don't like it. And that'll do wonders for you, Randy, and Annie. Besides, they gave you a tiler. We can now talk through the crystal set. Hugs, Diana. Reply: Thanks. Castle Drachenstein really is something, isn't it? Like, you dream of seeing it, but you never think you actually will. I'll do my best work as a glorified janitor, and hopefully help Randall put bread on the table. Ferrying people to Bergsende and back is hard labor. Hopefully he'll get to put it aside for good. Hey, later, want to go to Slater's? I heard they'll have a happy hour today. Nora. Reply 2. Sure, right after my shift.
Many people talk about the happy hour at Slater's. Maybe I should check it out, just in case.
Title: Happy Hour at Slater's. Body: Come one, come all. Tonight from 7 to 8. All you can drink for free. Asterisk. Limited to 5 drinks per person. Overconsumption will be directly charged through rune tiles. Only workers with clearance level 1 and above. Restrictions may apply. Well, that was disappointing, to say the least. Nathaniel mumbled, bringing up the next note. Title: I don't like this. Body:
Here's a small friendly tip, Nora. You don't have to like it. You have to do it, and do it with a fucking smile on your face. Pointies, they're fickle sons of bitches, and it'll do you well to be in their good graces. Understand that you're not being given the opportunity of a lifetime, no matter what they say. We're wenches at best, cheap whores at worst. We better get the best out of it and keep quiet. I don't know about you, but I don't want my Josie to disappear in the middle of the night. I don't think you'd like the same for Annie. By the way, the green rune is for purchasing spells and improving weapons at vending stations. Normally you'd get one of those stupid messages telling you what it is. The fact that you didn't means you're not supposed to have it. You should pawn it off to one of the military guys. They'll have a better use for it than you. Plus, with your clearance level, you're in danger just by keeping it around. Stay safe, Lisa.
Original message.
Lisa, I need your help. You know I'm grateful for your help in getting this job, I really am, but Bright One, I don't like this one bit. The other day, as I was cleaning one of the Pointies' quarters, she approached me in a way I didn't like. She didn't touch me or anything, but she was quite clear what her intentions were. I left the room as quickly as I could. I didn't notice I took a green rune in my pocket. I'll store it in my desk. It should be safe enough there. For my trouble, I earned a slap on my ass and the woman's stare as I left. What should I do, Lisa? What's the rune for? I don't know how to feel, but I really, truly don't like this.
Nathaniel scoffed. The powerful abusing the weak. How tastelessly cliché. Wizards can think themselves as the pinnacle of magical and technological advancement, but they're just as vile as every damn nobling around. Let's see. Last note. Title: Attention. Body: Attention. During the current state of emergency as dictated by containment protocol measures, all personnel of clearance level 1 and below are precluded from the following premises: Church of the Bright One, Castle Drachenstein, Barracks, Slaters, Town Hall, and any other public edifices. We are sorry for your inconvenience. Mage Erwin von Helmut. Precluded from the premises. Bright One, where the fuck are normal people supposed to go then, if even the church is under damn lockdown? He lifted his gaze and peered out of the window. In the distance, he saw the large building that was Slater's. He squinted and realized that there was light in its windows. Another illusion, or survivors? It might be wise to try and check out this happy hour at Slater's. Nathaniel glanced down at the desk and opened one of its drawers. It was empty. He opened the second one and saw a dull emerald glow from within. He reached in until he felt a piece of stone. He wrapped his fingers around it and took it out. The stone was the size of a quail egg and weighed almost nothing. He brought it close to his tiler. The stone glowed faintly, its light suffusing into the device on his forearm. An indicator etched into the tiler lit up, a crystal bar which illuminated from the bottom up. At its lowest part, Nathaniel saw the same symbol as on the green mana rune, and, above it, a small number 30, indicating the amount of mana the apparatus had absorbed from the rune. The indicator itself filled only a little under 1/6 of its capacity. Once the green mana was drained from the runestone, Nathaniel's tiler illuminated to indicate a new note arrived for him. Title: Congratulations on your first green mana. Body: Congratulations, Nathaniel Rutkovich. You have been awarded your first green mana runestone, 30, commonly known as green mana. You may be wondering, what is this mana? Why, it's raw magical energy refined from taurolites, and it's ready to be infused into your tools or into you. Say what? "Get out of here!" we hear you exclaim. But let us explain. Green mana can be infused into common tools to strengthen their properties. You may be in need of never-dulling shears or a weighs-nothing-at-all hammer, maybe even a see-in-the-dark helmet. Who knows? The possibilities are limitless. Asterisk. Possibilities limited to clearance level. See vendor for details. But you said I can infuse it into myself. Why, yes, Nathaniel Rutkovich, you are quite observant. Green mana has the magnificent property of allowing you to, wait for it, spellcast. Double asterisk. Not actual spellcasting, subject to clearance level. Even if you were not privileged to be born with innate magical abilities, through the power of green mana and the wonders of your Tyler, now you too can channel the powers of the cosmos. Hovering lights, never-ending flames, gusts of wind, anything you can desire. Triple asterisk. Subject to possession of blue mana. Go to the nearest vendor and spend your green mana now.
How efficient, he scoffed. Drachenstein's automatic messages still work. And yet, Gurney was right. This thing can make me spellcast in a way.
Nathaniel frowned, staring at the container on his Tyler. He jumped on his feet, startled, as the crystal-set rune lit up and a voice said,
"Rutkovich? Nathaniel, are you there?"
"Daria."
He thumbed the rune and replied, "Here I am. What is your situation?"
"Thank the Bright One. Just where in the ever-loving hell are you?"
He lifted his gaze and stared at Slater's. "Finding survivors."
"Very well. Are you armed?"
He glanced at the holster strapped across his chest. "Sort of."
"Sort of? Damn it!"
Daria spat.
"Listen, something went wrong, okay? Unpredictable circumstances arose, and currently we are in a state of emergency."
She sighed audibly and added,
"Nathaniel, what have you seen?"
"I've seen enough," he said bluntly.
"Fair enough. Listen, it'll be in the research and exploration brigades, Drachenstein, and the realm's best interest if what you see, or think you see, remains strictly classified. I don't think I must tell you why."
Nathaniel looked over his shoulder at the half-eaten hand discarded on the room's floor. His eyes narrowed. "No, you don't."
"Excellent. Please proceed to the church as soon as possible. I'll try keeping an open channel should you need to contact me. Daria out."
The rune on Nathaniel's Tyler stopped glowing.
"That's interesting,"
thought Nathaniel.
"First came their institutions, then came the realm."
He returned his gaze to Slater's.
"I'll get to the church, but I think I should first check the whole thing surrounding this so-called happy hour."
Nathaniel turned away from the window and made to leave the room. As he stepped out, his crystal set began crackling loudly, and the distorted voice from earlier was heard saying,
"Not what it seems."
Then it stopped. Nathaniel found himself staring intently at his Tyler until he became aware of a dull ache. He was gritting his teeth, a reflection of the tension he felt after hearing the device crackling and picking up a distorted signal. He lowered his arm and stepped forward, sparing a quick glance for Annie's resting place.
"Bright One have you in his grace."
He climbed downstairs and stormed out of the house, eager to get away from the accursed place. Outside, he was greeted by a black alley, mildly illuminated by the crimson sky and the ever-present pillar of light emanating from Castle Drachenstein. Nathaniel sighed and grabbed his pistol, anxious to find what he would encounter next. Chapter 9. Whole.
Grim and frightful are the things which hide in the dark corners of the world. Beware of holes and ravines, crevices and chasms, for the abyss is keen, for the abyss hungers.
Withernese saying. When Nathaniel entered the outskirts of Drachenstein, he thought he had witnessed the dire conditions its inhabitants lived in. As he made his way through town and towards the mines, he realized he had been terribly mistaken. The path leading towards Castle Drachenstein took him through the poorer parts of town. The sections he had visited had small houses, but they were mostly made out of wood and sometimes brick and mortar. This section of town had stick huts and minuscule hovels, if people were lucky, and tents for those who weren't so. The picks, awls, and other implements scattered haphazardly about made it clear that these were the homes of Drachenstein's miners. Nathaniel didn't know whether those were their actual living conditions, however, as more often than not, mines the size of Drachenstein's tended to have quarters for its workers which were relatively well furnished. Then again, when dealing with wizards, one could never be sure. The shanty town offered little in the way of cover, both for him and for enemies. Undead shambled about aimlessly among the irregularly placed huts. Some of them gnawed at pieces of dead meat, while others tried to find a morsel amidst the decomposing bodies scattered in the dirt. Whenever an undead took notice of Nathaniel, one of two things happened. If they were already gnawing on a piece of dead human, usually arms and legs, they'd simply lift their sightless, disgusting faces, hiss at him, and return to their meal. If they were on the prowl, however, they'd try to approach him as quickly as their rotting legs would carry them. The undead in this section of town were what Nathaniel thought of as fresh. Unlike those he had found at the graveyard, they weren't decomposed to the point of near uselessness, and as such, they weren't slow shamblers. Instead, they were capable of impressive bursts of speed as they pounced upon their prey. Though he had spent little time in contact with the creatures, Nathaniel had faced them enough to have learned their strengths and weaknesses. As such, he devised an easy strategy to take them down. Whenever an undead horror spotted him and charged his way, he'd assume a combat stance and let the creature jump on him. What they had in speed, they lacked in intellect, and most of the time, Nathaniel just had to sidestep the monsters and cleave them in half with his longsword, using their momentum against them. Though that didn't suffice to kill the aberrations, it made them unable to move, and a tad less of a threat. Nathaniel tried to conserve his energy, as he had no food, water, or healing potions, and he didn't know where the next vendor would be. And so he avoided unnecessary engagements whenever he could, and did quick work of his enemies whenever he couldn't. Despite the dozens of undead prowling among the hovels, the truly dead outnumbered them 5-1, and he remained mostly undisturbed. Not everyone was dead in the shanty town, however, as the noises of fear and tragedy reached his ears too often for comfort. Some people seemed to plead for their life as the creatures neared them. Such pleas would obviously fall on deaf ears, and would be followed, more often than not, by dreadful screams accompanied by the now familiar, wet sounds of flesh being ripped apart. At times, he heard the weeping of children hiding in spaces too small for the undead to reach them. He saw one such child, a blond boy no older than 4, who quaked in fear as he stared blankly at the hell outside. A nearby, half-eaten corpse of a woman had hair as blond as the kid's. Nathaniel was not impervious to the scenes of tragedy unfolding all around him. Every new disgrace he witnessed made a pit form in his stomach. Every dreadful sight sent pangs of pain through his chest, but there was little he could do. He could sweep in and slay the undead, but their numbers were far too great to make an immediate difference. If anything, he would give the few scattered survivors a sliver of hope which would ultimately end in disappointment, and a new meal for an undead's gnashing maw. The alternative was sweeping in and putting the same few scattered survivors out of their misery. But that would make him little better than the wizards. His hands were tied. Though he wanted to be the hero in these people's lives, to bring them to safety and assure them they would see the light of day again, and not the grim crimson which dominated the skyline, in reality, there was nothing he could do that would make a difference here and now. His only option was to see what Daria had to offer, and, hopefully, put an end to the hell Drachenstein was going through. Or at least prevent it from spreading further. Though many opportunities to test the shotgun presented themselves, he decided not to use the weapon. Not yet. The pistol was a loud weapon, and if size was any indication, he was certain that the shotgun, being larger and using larger ammunition, would cause such a thunderous noise that it would attract every last revenant. Besides, using his sword felt more personal, and every undead he killed simply added to his knowledge on how to slay the creatures. Once he reached the end of the shantytown, the hard-packed dirt road split in twain. A signpost at the crossroads told Nathaniel everything he needed to know. Straight ahead was the main gate of Castle Drachenstein, unusable now due to the contingency protocol, while the road to the left led into the mines. Nathaniel took the left road. As Daria had said, the road quickly became an incline as it sloped upwards towards the mountain. The path was serpentine in its ascent, and as the sorceress had mentioned, there was no cover and ample visibility. Anything or anyone trying to approach Nathaniel would be immediately spotted and swiftly dealt with by him. But the same applied to him, and he couldn't know who would be watching his hike over the treacherous mountainside. No incidents of any kind occurred in the 2.5 hours it took him to reach a plateau beside the mountain. Castle Drachenstein still dominated the view. Somehow, being closer to the castle made its presence more imposing than it already was. The thought of entering the massive edifice filled Nathaniel with inexplicable dread. He ignored his misgivings and proceeded to follow the road cutting across the plateau. The crimson light let him see a short distance ahead, and soon enough he was facing a gaping maw that opened into the darkness within the mountain. The entrance to the mines led straight ahead. All he had to do was reach it. The cavern entrance which led into the mines was surrounded by a large mechanical portcullis which barred access to anyone, just as it would prevent anything from coming out. Beside the portcullis was a watchpost which, Nathaniel hoped, would house the opening mechanism for the portcullis. He approached the watchpost, a small wooden booth with a dim oil lamp burning inside. Nathaniel tightened his grip around the handle of his sword as he approached the booth. Wow, what the... Floor, ceiling, and walls were entirely covered in a deep brown. The booth smelled strongly of blood, and its only occupant was the upper half of a man lying on the wooden floor. His ribcage was wide open and missing all of its contents, but some of the wounds were still relatively fresh. Deep gouges on the wood beside the corpse told a grim story. Whatever had done that didn't kill the man quickly. A blood-smattered tiller was still present on the man's wrist. Nathaniel took its rune, wondering if he'd find anything of use. Rune tile updated. Name, Felipe Krause. Clearance level, 2. Available notes. Happy hour at Slater's. I'm scared. They don't pay us enough. Weird noises from the mines. Alert. Priority Alpha.
Well, I already know about Slater's and what the alert says. But I do wonder what made this man scared.
He glanced at the contorted expression of the corpse.
Hopefully not what did this.
Title: I'm scared. Body:
Nobody cares, Philip Ponce. But if you really, really feel like you can't keep doing your shifts, well, keep a lamp burning through the night. That should ease your nerves. If that's still not enough, I'm leaving a potion of liquid courage in the cupboard under the control console. Quaff it whole or in doses, and call me in the morning. Omar. Reply 1.
Thanks for the liquid courage. It helped. So did the lamp. Whatever those things are, they don't seem to like the light. Thanks, dude. I owe you one.
Original message.
Man, I'm losing my shit. I've been taking nightly shifts, watching the damn entrance to the mines. The black hole is creepy enough. But shit, man, there are things out here. You'd think that there being no damn trees around the entrance would make it impossible for animals to sneak around. But you'd be wrong. At night, I see their eyes, like tiny dots of light watching me from the darkness. Sometimes there's just one pair, but sometimes there are more, many more. When I go out to investigate, there's nothing out there. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Any suggestions?
A potion of liquid courage? Nathaniel wondered loudly. He glanced at the cupboard and opened it. Inside he found a bottle, and once he brought it closer to read its label, he chuckled. Whiskey, of course.
So this guy was being watched by something. Does it have anything to do with the thing that attacked me in the alley?
After he uncorked the bottle and drank a mouthful of liquid courage, he proceeded to read the next notes. Title: They don't pay us enough. Body:
Have you heard, Philly? Fucking pointy heads, man. Fuck them all a dozen times over. Fuck. Not only they crack their fucking whips on our asses, now they want us to take mandatory night shifts, too. I understand the voluntary aspect of a night shift. Hell, even I want to bring a warm dinner to the old ball and chain and the kids, too. But being forced to sit on our asses all night watching... What the fuck exactly? Who's going to be like, oh, I want to enter the fucking mines in the middle of the night so I can steal fistfuls of dirt? Fucking no one, that's who. They claim that people might steal their damn hell runes. But come on. Damn mines are creepy enough during daytime. Who's going to have the balls to try and enter at night? If only they paid us extra. But no. It's what's expected from our Drachenfreunde. Swear to the bright fucking one, whoever came with that stupid name should get a stick rammed up their ass. Orteg. Title: Weird Noises from the Mines. Body: Hey, Felipe. How are you taking these new up-our-asses night shifts? They fucking blow if you ask me, but what can you do, huh? Listen, I don't know how to say this, but I'm getting a bit paranoid, you know? The other day, Olivia, from that party, remember? Oh, boy. Told me that some creatures escaped Castle Drachenstein. She said that they were dogs and cats, mostly, and the pointy heads were experimenting on them. She didn't tell me the details, though. She looked like someone was going to have her head on a spike if she spoke too much. Anyways, maybe it's that. Maybe it's just being alone here at night. But I've been hearing weird things coming from the mines, you know? I know the shaft is creepy enough as it is, and that one hears the echoes from those below, but these are different. I don't know how to explain it. They sound like growls mixed in with screams, but the kind no human would make. I don't know, maybe it's the wind, or maybe I'm just lonely. You could come help fix that, you know? Gloria. Reply 1. Just say then. Maybe Olivia could come too. The more the merrier, after all. Reply 2. Oh, she'll come all right. You'll see.
And there goes professional decorum.
Nathaniel thought, shaking his head. Regardless, he was interested in the part about creatures escaping containment. Daria said they experimented on dead animals, and that the hell energy brought them back, just like the rest of the undead. But that butcher's boy at the graveyard. I wonder whether that energy, whatever it is, also has effects on their bodies. She did say it can alter matter, so maybe it causes changes in creatures? I don't know, he mumbled as he stood up. He glanced at the desk where a rudimentary control console was set up. A Tyler screen read in bright crimson letters, "Lockdown in progress. Required level 3 or above." I wonder if the lockdown is meant to stop people from getting in or from coming out. He found no immediate answer to his concern. Instead, he took out Paterbonovid's rune tile and placed it against the scouter on the console. The crimson light turned emerald, and the systems of the console whirred to life. A lever beside the tiler's surface was labeled Lift Control. Nathaniel pushed it, and the floor rumbled under him as large pieces of machinery stirred up. Loud metallic noises came from the mine entrance as cogs and gears grinded against each other, bringing up the access elevator into the shaft. A dial beside the control lever gave him a rough estimation of how much the elevator had to travel. Though he didn't know how to properly interpret the dial, the slow speed at which it moved indicated that it would be long. While he waited, Nathaniel rummaged through the cupboard to see if he could find anything. Though there were no weapons or mana runes, he discovered a crate with 5 tubular objects inside. He inspected the side of the box and found a sign which read, "Flayers." Now what is this? He wondered, bringing his tiler closer so it could identify the object. Item, flayer. Type, consumable utility. Duration, 5 minutes. Description: a quick, long-lasting alternative to mundane torches, the pyrotechnic mixture contained within the compressed cardboard tube is capable of illuminating a wide area around it. Careful, once ignited, a flare can't be put out. Twist upper cap to use. Well, that's useful, Nathaniel exclaimed as he snatched the flares. They were as wide as the shells for his shotgun, and so he placed them into the empty slots in his bandolier. This means I have about 25 minutes of light with these things. But being unable to put them out is rather inconvenient. I must be smart with how I use them. The elevator's mechanisms kept grinding loudly as the apparatus made its ascent from the mine. Long minutes passed, leading Nathaniel to wonder just how deep the shaft actually was. Finding nothing else to do while he waited, he decided to examine the corpse more closely. Nathaniel knelt in front of the carcass which belonged to Felipe Krause and glanced at his wounds. The skin around the exposed, empty ribcage hadn't been cut or shredded, as it would be had he been the victim of an animal attack. Instead, deep gouges indicated something sharp and pointy was used to tear the skin off. Bits of discarded skin and muscle tissue around the body confirmed his thoughts. The man's belly hadn't been gnawed into, but it had been torn apart. There was no sign of the man's lower half, and there were no signs of something having been dragged out. Were his hips and legs eaten whole? He wondered. If that were the case, the thing that did this must have powerful jaws in order to chew through bone, unless it dragged it away in its mouth. He brought his hand to his chin and stroked it pensively. It's not impossible, but it would mean that the creature that did this was rather big. Not the size of a dog or a cat, but more the size of a wolf or larger. Nathaniel examined one of the corpse's hands. Its nails were missing from his fingers, but were easily visible close to the deep furrows on the wooden floor. Nasty way to go. He clawed his nails off, but
What is this?
Stuck between the index and middle fingers of his right hand was what looked like a piece of torn skin. He took it between his fingers and stared at it. The piece wasn't too large, but it was enough for him to distinguish minuscule scales in the supple, leathery patch of skin. When he turned it over his fingers, the scales seemed to mimic the color of the surface they faced, making it difficult to distinguish.
Camouflage? No, that's not it. Mimetic, I think it's called. Yes. It copies the color of the surface and...
He placed it against the wooden floor, and it became nearly impossible to see.
It disappears. Damn.
A chill crept down his spine, and he stood up. He unslung the shotgun and held it at the ready. If whatever creature was the owner of that skin was nearby, given its properties and the dim, red light outside, it would be virtually, if not impossible, to see.
I refuse to be caught unawares like Felipe here.
He leaned against the wooden wall of the control booth and stood watching the door. The lift's machinery kept rumbling somewhere below. Almost half an hour had passed, and the lift hadn't yet reached its apex. Cold sweat dribbled down Nathaniel's forehead as he thought about the tons of rock and dirt that would soon be above him.
Why is it so damn deep, anyways? As I understand it, the wizards extract taurolites from the underground. But just how far into the bedrock are they mining?
Something moved at the edge of his vision, to his left. He lifted his gaze and held the shotgun in front of him. Whatever he saw it through the window of the booth. He scanned the outside, but there was nothing else in the darkness. Another motion, this time from the door, like two pinpricks of light moving excessively fast.
This doesn't bode well,
he thought, feeling his hand shaking slightly around the weapon. Minutes passed without incident. Regardless, his breathing was slow and heavy. His stomach was clenched and his jaw clamped shut. He tried to find any hint of movement he could, but nothing moved in the darkness outside. He squinted.
What is that?
In the distance, from the entrance to the mine, he saw what looked like two dots of light, one next to the other. His blood froze as he thought back to the strange occurrence in the alley.
But back then my crystal set had...
His thoughts were interrupted by loud sounds coming from his device. Cold spread through him as the machine crackled, and another pair of eyes joined the first, and another, and another. Soon, the outside of the booth no longer looked like black nothingness, but like a starry night sky dotted by too many points of light to count.
Oh, shit.
He glanced at the slowly burning lamp, its light too dim to keep the darkness at bay. Nathaniel's eyes grew wide.
The note. They seemed to fear the light.
The lamp's oil was close to burning out, and Nathaniel would soon be surrounded by darkness. The hundreds of eyes advanced as the already dim light of the lamp became dimmer. Nathaniel let his left hand off the shotgun. He held the weapon by its grip. He brought a shaky hand toward one of the flares, feeling its upper end.
It said to twist to use. If I do that, it will bring light.
The eyes advanced once more.
But will it be enough?
Another step forward, accompanied by the distressing sound of something hard clicking against the stone. The lamp was almost out.
Will light drive away the darkness?
The clicking grew louder as the creatures advanced towards the booth.
Only one way to know.
The lamp's light died out. Clicking noises joined the cacophony of grinding metal from the shaft. Gritting his teeth, Nathaniel twisted the cap on the flare and a blindingly powerful red light erupted in a cloud of smoke. Creatures of nightmare shrieked as their sensitive eyes took in the light of the flare. They shrieked and hissed in frustration as they were kept at bay by the light of the object. Though they were still too close for comfort, Nathaniel managed to get a good look at them. They were unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. Whether they were the escaped animals mentioned in the note, he couldn't know. There was little recognizable to the dreadful creatures. Nathaniel could make out a pair of glowing, beady eyes, set at either side of broad heads. Above each eye protruded a wicked spike, which, Nathaniel figured, would hold its prey immobile, while the enormous maw, filled with jagged teeth as long and sharp as knives, tore away at the soft tissue. Their fore and hind legs ended not in paws, as he expected, but in sharp, chitinous, barbed spikes, perfect for ripping flesh apart. The creatures stood right outside the control booth, hissing and snarling, letting out long, thrashing tongues, but staying away from the flare's powerful light. Though Nathaniel felt hopeful, there was no indication that the lift would arrive any time soon.
I have 25 minutes of light, and this flare is almost burnt out. I'll have to light another one soon.
He swallowed loudly.
And I don't know if it will be enough.
The light from the flare started to grow dim, and one of the creatures grew bold. It walked into the control booth, and as soon as it stepped on the wooden floor, its skin shifted in color, making it almost impossible to see. Nathaniel was ready, though. He pulled the trigger of the shotgun and winced as pain shot through his right wrist, just as the weapon was kicked up. The powerful blast was useful, however, and the creature's twisted mug exploded into smithereens. The headless beast thrashed spastically on the floor, its tail twisting and curling in its death throes until, at last, it fell still. A feral grin split Nathaniel's features as he used another flare.
I like this weapon,
he thought, pumping the front handle of the weapon, ejecting the spent shell, and chambering a fresh round into the firing mechanism.
Let's see if you come any closer now, you ugly bastards.
Though the creatures hissed at his threat, Nathaniel knew it was an empty one. If the lift didn't reach the surface before the last of his flares burnt out, they would pounce upon him and tear him apart effortlessly.
Besides, I have 19 shells and 31 bullets. I don't know how effective bullets are against these things, but their skulls seem thick with bone. My sword, I'm not sure what that would do for them. Maybe it'll be a nice toothpick once they're done eating my innards.
The light of the flare grew dim again, but no creature stepped forward.
Bastards are smart, I'll give them that,
he thought bitterly, as he brought his hand close to the third flare. It took him seconds to prime the third flare, and the beasts waited patiently outside.
Shit. 15 more minutes of light.
He glanced at the dial and saw that the needle indicating the elevator's height had nearly completed its trajectory. He lifted his gaze towards the portcullis, warding the entrance to the mine.
I guess it will open once the lift arrives, and then close again once it starts its descent.
He stared back at the dial.
This thing gives me no indication of how far up it's come, but it shouldn't be long now. Maybe, 5-10 minutes? I should be making my way to the portcullis. It will be better than sitting here and waiting to become fiend shit.
Nathaniel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he took a step forward, and the creatures recoiled. Another step, and the beasts stepped back, always staying outside of the flare's reach. Another step, and yet another, and soon Nathaniel was making his way towards the portcullis. He gritted his teeth.
There are dozens of them, all clearly hungry. Just how many animals did the wizards experiment upon? Unless they had offspring. Damn it! The flare grew dim again, and a beast took its chance. Reflexes kicked in, and in one fluid motion, Nathaniel aimed and fired his shotgun, taking the creature in its chest. The powerful blast sent the creature hurtling backwards despite its momentum. Fresh blood, sprinkled with pieces of white and fleshy bits of red, sprayed the rest of the beasts, who, driven to a frenzy by the bloodshed, started tearing away at the still-alive creature. The shrill cries of the tormented beast were terrifying, as was watching its peers tearing pieces of leathery skin off it. Nathaniel saw one of the creatures had sunken the spikes above its eyes into the dying creature's powerful shoulders, and was methodically eating away the layers of skin and tissue within reach of its mouth, just as other beasts did the same with its spiked tail, arms, and legs. Nathaniel realized with grim disgust that the beasts were not only methodical, they were being stirred into action by the pained cries of the mortified creature. They were enjoying its suffering, just like a madman would. Distracted by the terrible spectacle, Nathaniel failed to realize that he was seeing not by the light of the flare, but by the red light of Drachenstein's sky. "Shit!" he thought, as he frantically reached for one of the flares. One of the beasts must have come to the same realization, as it rammed him from the side. Though his breastplate and chainmail prevented him from being skewered, burning pains spread from the point of impact. Worse, he had dropped his shotgun. He didn't bother looking for the weapon, as his immediate priority was to light a flare. Lying prone on the floor, he fumbled with the bandolier, trying to find a flare. But as his fingers found not a flare but a shell, he realized with dread that the bandolier had moved on his shoulder. He could see the lambent eyes of the creatures staring hungrily at him as he desperately tried to bring the bandolier back into position. As one of the beasts approached him, he unholstered his pistol and fired at it once, twice, thrice, and though the creature whined in pain, it didn't fall over. Before it could recover, and before its brethren were done with their feeding frenzy, Nathaniel managed to find one of the flares and twist its cap off. Blessed red light washed over him as the monster threw himself on him. He managed to roll away barely in time to dodge the creature. As soon as it entered the light of his flare, it began writhing and thrashing in pain, as its skin became a technicolor spectacle as it tried to take on impossible colors. Nathaniel didn't wait to see the result of light exposure on the beast. He scrambled backwards and awkwardly got to his feet to resume his way towards the portcullis. Along the way, he bent down to pick up his shotgun. He held it at the ready as he ran away from the creatures. In 10 long strides, he reached the portcullis, which guarded the entrance to the mines, and found it locked. "Come on!" The flare he had activated was starting to grow dim again. "I can't spend all my flares now. Down below it's likely to be pitch black. I will need light to make my way forward," he scoffed, "and to keep what little sanity I have left." The beasts were done eating their fallen comrade. Little remained of the creature save for its head, contorted in a grotesque mask of pain and fear. As they lapped away remains of blood and organs from their teeth, the things turned towards Nathaniel, their beady, glowing eyes regarding him hungrily. He was ready. He fired his shotgun at the closest fiend, and watched with satisfaction as its shoulder was reduced to red mist. The beasts hissed and charged ahead, but they stayed outside the flare's light. A creature tried to pounce on him from the side, but he turned and blasted its head away, causing blood and tissue to splatter his helmet. From the front, another monster charged. He fired and missed, but he kept his finger on the trigger. He quickly cycled in another shell and fired immediately,
hitting the creature in its face.
Shit, I'm running out of shells.
The grinding noise stopped, and the portcullis started to lift.
Thank the Bright One,
Nathaniel wheezed, as he fired at another creature, tearing a large gap in its abdomen. As soon as the portcullis was high enough to let him through, Nathaniel stepped under it and onto a metallic platform. The flare was nearly burnt out, but it allowed him to see the controls on a console similar to the one at the booth. He activated the single lever on the console, and the portcullis stopped its ascent, shifting into the reverse position. The flare burnt out. Emboldened by the lack of light, the creatures surged forward, but the portcullis was already low enough that they couldn't easily come through. One of them tried to crawl under the lowering steel bars, but was caught and grievously stabbed by the metal. The beast thrashed wildly, but was unable to tear itself loose. The lift stirred into motion, and it began its descent down into the darkness. Nathaniel fell on his rear, then on his back, taking deep, heaving breaths to try and regain his composure.
Fuck me, those things.
How could such terrors have come to be? If they were the product of Drachenstein's experiments, just what the hell were they trying to create? The undead Nathaniel had faced had been terrible enough, but those creatures were something else. Daria had lied to him again. The monsters, whatever they were, weren't simple reanimated flesh. They weren't dumb animals either, lacking any form of survival instinct. The malice in their eyes was too dreadfully reminiscent of a human's for comfort, and their enjoyment of others' pain was just as recognizable.
No,
Nathaniel thought with disgust.
Those things are very much alive, and very much smart. The wizards will have much to answer for if those beasts spread through Vithernus.
Regardless, that was a matter for another time. For now, Nathaniel was lulled into drowsiness by the grinding of the elevator's machinery, the darkness around him, and the relative sense of safety the shaft gave him. He forgot his misgivings at being buried under the earth. He forgot his fear of utter blackness and his distress at thinking himself deep within the bowels of Castle Drachenstein's hell-ruined mines. He closed his eyes and promptly fell asleep. Nathaniel opened his eyes as light reached his eyelids. With the reflexes of a trained soldier, he sprung to his feet, holding his shotgun at the ready. He was still in the shaft, but there was light around him. He rubbed sleepiness away from his eyes. He didn't know how long he had slept for, but the elevator was still going down. He glanced at the dial and realized he was 3/4 of the way down. The nap he had taken had done wonders for his psyche and body. Though the bruise inflicted by the beast still ached, his muscles felt better rested after the ordeal above. After a deep inhalation, he closed his eyes to make a quick check of his inventory.
I have 15 shells left, 28 bullets, and 2 flares.
He scoffed. The shotgun truly worked wonders against those things.
As soon as I can, I should purchase more shells.
Perhaps the other types of ammunition may be useful as well, considering the kind of things I may encounter.
Only, what kind of things may I encounter?
So far he had faced creatures of nightmare, aberrations straight out of the stories he used to tell around bonfires with his squad mates.
The living dead. Preposterous. Had I not experienced their existence myself, how the hell could I believe something like that could exist?
He sighed.
Then there's that butcher's boy. What the hell were they trying to do with him? He was more lumps of flesh than human. And the stench. Bright One, the damn stench. Then there were these things. They were alive, and somehow that makes it much worse. He frowned. I can't fathom what the wizards were trying to accomplish with their experiments. Weapons for war, maybe? He shook his head, unable to find any answer. He glanced at the shaft itself, as he realized that it was illuminated. Bright lamps shone their light over the elevator, their metal bodies connected to the blue stones, which seemed to power the machines created by the wizards. The stones were small, but they supplied enough energy to keep the lights alive. The bare, basaltic stone walls of the shaft were visible, and embedded into them were the metallic railings upon which the elevator moved, pulled up or down by a complicated system of gears, cogs, chains, and other implements. I have to give it to them, Nathaniel thought. The wizards sure don't lack creativity. Regardless of the ingenuity displayed, Nathaniel couldn't understand why they had made the mine as deep as it was. By now he guessed he was deeper than Castle Drachenstein was tall, and a few times over at that. But why? Why would they make the mine so deep? Maybe I'll find an answer when I reach the bottom. Finding nothing else to do, he leaned against the railing of the elevator and waited. The descent kept going for long minutes, and the stone wall remained immutable. As the needle of the dial neared its final position, however, the wall in front of Nathaniel disappeared, and it opened up into an impossibly large cavern. Bright One's shiny ass! Nathaniel gasped, as he beheld the view in front of him. The cavern was by no means empty or dark, but full of multiple edifices with purposes unknown to Nathaniel. Refineries chugged out black smoke into the sky and crimson water into the underground rivers, which in turn were fed by two massive waterfalls visible in the distance. Multiple silos and support buildings dotted the underground landscape ahead of Nathaniel, housing what he thought must be machinery, minerals, and other necessary elements for refining the vaunted hell runes. Underneath Castle Drachenstein was a veritable city built by the wizards, and created with the singular purpose of mining the red runes, which powered their economy. Nathaniel stared in awe. How long has this been down here? How long did it take them to build this place? As the elevator continued with its descent, the communications rune on his tiler came alive. Nathaniel thumbed the piece and said, "Yes?"
"Have you made it into the mines yet?"
Daria's voice asked. "That depends on your definition of mines. Why didn't you tell me that there's a city underneath Drachenstein?"
1. That's classified information. 2. Would you have believed me?
A pause. Then, "No, I wouldn't have. How do you keep workers' mouths shut about this place anyways? I figured that peasants and miners would talk about something as magnificent as this."
"Workers at the mines are required to go through decontamination procedures upon entry and exit. Said decontamination procedures are designed to induce slight amnesia."
"Slight amnesia? You fuck with their memories?"
"Believe me, Nate, it's for the best. It's entirely harmful. You see, a wizard oversees the usage of magic to wipe away the memory of their day of working down here."
I believe that's a typo, and what she meant to say was this.
"It's entirely harmless. You see, a wizard oversees the usage of magic to wipe away the memory of their day of working down here, replacing it with a more mundane experience of working at common, run-of-the-mill mines."
I fail to understand, however, why you would do such a thing.
The process for extracting and refining thorolite is a closely guarded one, Nathaniel. Erwin von Helmut and yours truly devised the process for harvesting the stones and tapping into their potential energy to transform it into usable, clean Helmut energy.
So clean that it causes changes and mutations? Daria said nothing. You don't deny it?
What have you seen, Nathaniel?
Seen is too vague of a word. It's more like I was almost eaten alive by creatures of nightmare which may have, at some point, been dogs. Or maybe they weren't. Point is, I can't fathom what kind of experiments you were conducting at Castle Drachenstein to produce such things.
Our experiments, Nathaniel, just as every other experiment, may carry unforeseen consequences. We do not aim to create weapons or implements for war, if that's what you're implying. Regardless, if we intend to offer Helmut energy to the whole of Withenus, we must be aware of its effects on tissue, living or otherwise.
I see, he said through gritted teeth.
I assure you, Nathaniel, that we would not expose the people of Withenus to Helmut energy if we knew its effects are contrary to life. All of these events come from unrefined energy, wild Helmut energy whose effects are yet unpredictable.
Assurances, assurances. So many assurances. Whatever you do with your hell energy is your problem. Now tell me, what's next?
Next, she said with annoyance, you must make your way through the processing sector of the mines and into the refined Torolite lift at the northern end of the cavern. That lift will take you directly into the core room of Castle Drachenstein, and once inside, you'll be able to bring down the lockdown and release me from this place so we may put an end to this tragedy.
Understood. Are there undead down here? Creatures?
Don't know. Communications with the mines were lost at the moment of the incident, and no new forms of contact have been established. If people remain alive, they are likely garrisoned at the main storage facility at the center of the compound.
All right. What do I need to operate the lift?
A level 4 clearance tile. You can find one at the foreman's office. Do you see a tall tower built out of metal with what looks like a shack on top of it?
Nathaniel scanned the view in front of him and frowned. I see it. That's the foreman's office?
Affirmative. Foreman Peterson has level 4 clearance. It should give you access to the other elevators, but the one you want to reach is the one at the northern end of the cavern, remember?
I remember. Is there anything else I should know?
Yes, as a matter of fact there is. Don't touch. I repeat, do not touch the red water. It's contaminated with concentrated Torolite residues, and its effects on the body are largely undocumented.
Largely undocumented, Nathaniel repeated. But you do have an inkling about what it does, don't you?
Suffice to say, it's not pretty or pleasant.
That's surprising. Is there anything else I should keep in mind?
Not that I can think of, no.
In that case, said Nathaniel, I'm out.
Good luck,
Daria said. And the communications channel went silent. Nathaniel observed the enormous cavern ahead of him as the lift continued its descent. Lamps like those that illuminated the shaft brought light to many sections of the compound, but dark corners, tenebrous nooks, and crannies subsumed in penumbra could hide unseen dangers. The ever-present sound of the waterfall could also conceal other types of threats, and being unable to hear an undead approaching could be deadly for Nathaniel.
Are there undead here to begin with? He wondered. I'm hundreds, if not thousands of meters underground. Did whatever happened reach as far deep? But people are exposed to that red water. She said it's contaminated with taurolite. Judging by the state of the butcher's boy, well, at least I can agree with Daria that the effects of contact with it don't seem all too pleasant.
Nathaniel lifted his gaze, and his heart started beating quickly inside his ribcage. A loud, ear-piercing howl came from somewhere inside the compound. The sound echoed against the stone walls of the enormous cavern, causing it to repeat over and over. Whatever creature it belonged to, it sounded large, it sounded angry, and it sounded hungry.
And here I am, fresh meat descending into its lair.
He sighed. I don't have enough resources to find something as large as that thing. I wonder if... He thumbed the communications rune on his tiler and said, Daria, can you hear me?
Yes. What is it?
Are there vendors down here?
The expending machines? Sure. You should be able to find one at the communal hall, south of the central storage facility. Another one should be available at the infirmary, and a third one may be functional near the entry to the pit.
The pit?
Yes, Nate. The main section dedicated to actual mining, from where the taurolite comes. You should catch a glimpse of it on your way to the foreman shack.
Understood, he said. Thank you. And he closed the communications channel.
3 available vendors. I assume the one at the communal hall should be the closest one. That ought to be my first target in here. Next up,
he thought, lifting his gaze towards the foreman's shack.
I have to make my way to the foreman's office and get that level 4 tile. Problem is, I don't know if his shack will be open, given the contingency going on. Maybe I should try and find survivors, or a few tilers. I need information on this city beneath the city.
The loud, rumbling roar sounded again, and as before, it reverberated against the basaltic stone of the enormous cavern.
Especially regarding that thing, whatever it is.
The elevator finally completed its descent. It landed in a cloud of stirred-up dust and was accompanied by a symphony of hissing steam and grinding metal. Its railing opened to a mortar path which led into a medium-sized decontamination facility. The immediate vicinity around Nathaniel seemed empty of hostiles, and the road into the facility was open. The doors at the entrance of the facility had tile screens, which let him know that they were under lockdown. He swept his level 3 tile on them, and they opened almost immediately. The decontamination chamber was eerily familiar, as it was identical to the one he had stepped through when Gurney processed him on the day he arrived in Drachenstein. Nathaniel frowned.
I arrived just today. Right one, it feels like a damn eternity already.
Unlike the decontamination room at the gatehouse, the controls in this one were on the user's side. Nathaniel thumbed the startup rune, and the chamber started working, releasing air and gas to kill off any bacteria that could be riding on him. "Decontamination complete," a metallic voice declared, and the chamber's door opened.
"About time,"
Nathaniel growled as he stepped outside of the chamber. Bright light fell on his eyes as he was greeted by a well-lit street made out of mortar. Brick buildings to his sides peered down at him with blackened windows. And, at his feet, was the half-eaten body of a woman. Nathaniel lifted his gaze and tightened his grip on his shotgun.
So, I'm not alone here after all,
he thought, as the howl repeated itself.
Good,
he thought, pumping the shotgun's handle, ejecting the empty casing, and cycling a fresh shell into its chamber. He stepped out of the decontamination chamber, over the carcass of the woman, and into the unexplored city beneath the city. Into the mines underneath Castle Drachenstein. Chapter 5. Abandonment.
The worst thing the realm ever did isn't the execrable repression of Ruthven, nor the quelling of the southern uprisings. No, the worst thing the realm ever did was giving Drachenstein free rein to do whatever they damn wanted.
Lorena Marson in The Accident, Behind the Unknown. Every step Nathaniel took echoed through the abandoned households. Every step he took made him clench his jaw, as he expected a monster to pounce on him. Every step he took was as nerve-wracking as the last. Quite simply because every step he took, nothing happened. Nathaniel cast furtive glances at every alley and every corner he rounded on his way to Slater's. He started thinking of his situation as a combat scenario, wherein enemy forces trained their sights upon him, standing at the ready for a small mistake, an oversight to take him down. He needed to be ready for anything. Slater's wasn't far from Randall's house, just as the man had said earlier. It took Nathaniel less than 10 minutes to reach the front of the building, and even less to hide behind a wagon, as he realized that its front door was blocked by ghastly creatures.
Why didn't they bother me when I walked through with Annie?
He wondered. He decided he didn't really want to know the answer to that question. Instead, he focused on the situation at hand. 3 creatures, 2 males, 1 female, shambled in front of the bar's doors, which, he assumed, must be barred from the inside, as none seemed to find a way to get in. The creatures' clothes were torn and filthy, sporting multiple gaps and gashes which showed pieces of wounded flesh, wounds which seemed to have no effect whatsoever on them.
I have 11 bullets total, 3 in the weapon, 8 in a clip. These things seem to be susceptible to having their brains mashed. I could take them out, but I'd risk alerting more of them.
He squinted at the establishment. Its tilted, filthy sign made it look in worse shape than it actually was. Its structure was clean when compared to the edifices surrounding it, and the light from inside let him see faint figures moving around.
Normal figures, unlike that of Randall's house.
To the right of the building, he thought he could see a gap larger than the alleys he had found so far.
I wonder if it has a cellar door, a back entrance, or something like that.
He decided to conserve his ammunition. Nathaniel stepped away from his hideout and made his way to the side of the building, carefully avoiding any obstacle that might make unwanted noise. The abominations were focused on the main entrance and, to his relief, paid him no mind. The side of Slater's reeked of fecal matter. Nathaniel quickly found the culprit, as the fresh contents of a chamber pot confirmed that there were, in fact, people inside the building. He lifted his gaze and saw a window on the upper floor.
That must be from where they emptied their pot. Bright One's mercy, there's people inside. Now, question is, how do I get in?
He stared around, trying to find boxes, barrels, or anything he could climb on, but found nothing.
Damn it! There's the wagon I hid behind, but it might be too loud. No, I must find another way.
Nathaniel went around the building, hoping to find a back entrance. He found nothing. The alley behind Slater's was empty. There were not even signs of struggle here. A shadow appeared at the end of the alley, and Nathaniel froze. The figure, visible against the red light, had a shambling, uncoordinated gait.
Shit.
He stayed still, holding his breath, hoping that the creature wouldn't notice him. The shambling thing stopped by the alley's end, seemed to glance his way, and left. Slowly, carefully, he made his way back to the side of the building where the window stood and tried to devise a means to climb up. The window was close to 4 meters above him. Below the opening, there was a slanted, thatched roof. Nathaniel glanced at the building behind him. It was a much more modest edifice in comparison. Its roof barely reached the height of the window.
Perhaps I may find a means to reach Slater's through it.
He left the alley and made his way to the hovel beside Slater's. The much smaller building was derelict. Its wooden board door hung loosely from its torn hinges. On its porch, Nathaniel saw a long stain of dry blood, a clear sign that something, or someone, had been dragged out. He gripped his pistol tightly.
3 bullets in, 8 in reserve. I might be able to find something inside to barricade the door if I fire the weapon.
Nathaniel had made his choice. Cautiously, he walked into the house. The blood marks continued inside, and once he was through, his crystal set began crackling. The sound lasted a few seconds, and was replaced by the low sobbing of a woman. He quickly scanned his surroundings. 2 walls, one to his left and one to his right, divided the hovel's small rooms. The entry room was a living room of sorts, with a table, 2 chairs, and a dirty couch. To his right was a kitchen. Its walls sported a skillet, a pot, but nothing else. And to his left was what looked to be a bedroom from which the skid mark on the floor came, together with the sobbing. Holding his weapon, Nathaniel made his way into the room to the left. Immediately visible in the far left corner was a woman huddled against what appeared to be a crib, slowly rocking back and forth. Her face was covered by her long, matted hair. Nathaniel's stomach dropped as he realized the mark found its origin near the empty crib.
"They took him,"
the woman sobbed, a lament which chilled Nathaniel to the bone.
"They took him, and I could do nothing. Bright One, I could do nothing."
Oh, shit.
"Lady, it wasn't your fault.
She's a mother who's just lost a child. What am I supposed to say?"
He reached for her shoulder, trying to comfort her. "Listen," he said. "There's people at Slater's. They can—" The moment he touched her, his set started to crackle. Her head lolled to the side. Black, empty sockets stared sightlessly at him, set above a missing nose which, itself, rested atop a missing lower jaw. Nathaniel gagged at the putrid smell emanating from the gaping mouth.
"This woman has been dead for a long time,"
he reasoned, just as his device stopped crackling. He glanced at his Tyler.
What the hell is going on? It's like something wants me to lose my mind.
He was no stranger to ghastly sights, but such raw, pointless violence was unnerving to him. "No time to think about that," he mumbled as he slowly stepped away. A quick glance around the room informed him that, aside from the dead woman, there was nothing of interest here, just a bedside table and a filthy mattress. He made his way to the kitchen at the right end of the house. Besides the pot and skillet on the wall, the only other thing of note was a blackened brick oven, the only brick to be found in the hovel.
The chimney looks cracked and close to breaking. Perhaps it may offer a way to the roof. But how do I break it? The desk.
He quickly made his way back to the bedroom and lifted the desk. Though simple in design, it was sturdy and well made. Nathaniel carried it to the kitchen and, with a grunt, swung the desk against the brick chimney. The wooden piece smashed into the aged brick, breaking just as it shattered the chimney in a plume of dust and an avalanche of debris. His assumption had been correct. Where the chimney had been, he could see a hole leading to the roof, a hole he could easily reach by climbing on the remnants of the stove. A scuttling noise alerted him to movement outside. Crap, he thought, making his way to the hovel's entrance and peering out. The creatures from Slater's had heard him and chose to investigate a potentially easier prey. That was a bad move, he thought. In his eagerness to leave the house, he had omitted to barricade the door. He quickly returned to the kitchen and grabbed the now broken desk. Nathaniel took it to the house's front door and jammed it into the wooden frame, barely blocking the entrance. Good enough, he said, before storming into the kitchen. Just as he climbed on the stove, he heard inhuman grunts and growls coming from the house's entrance. Nathaniel jumped and reached for the hole in the roof, barely managing to find purchase on its aged thatch. He struggled to pull himself up as pieces of straw dislodged from the frayed edges of the roof. The noise of shattering wood reached his ears, followed by hissing and growling. "Damn it!" he mumbled as he tried to pull himself up. "Come on, come on!" Something snatched his calf. "Crap!" he yelled, kicking wildly. He felt his heel bump into something fleshy, and the pressure on his calf eased. Nathaniel pulled himself up on the roof and grimaced as he felt the thatch give under his weight. Shit! He kept kicking as hands tried to drag him down. His breathing grew ragged as desperation began to sink in. He wouldn't manage to climb up in time. A violent tug brought him down. He fell on the stove, his chest plate dampening the fall. Nathaniel rolled sideways immediately, falling off the stove and narrowly avoiding a charge from one of the grotesque creatures. Without hesitation, he pulled out his pistol, aimed at the head of the closest one, and pulled the trigger. The front of the ghastly creature's skull erupted in a shower of pink, red, and white. The creature fell to its knees and toppled sideways, leaning at an awkward angle on the stove. The thing behind it emitted a guttural cry before hurling itself upon Nathaniel, who fired, but hit the monster in the chest. "Arr!" he exclaimed, as the creature's weight fell on him and it tried to gnaw his face off. His helmet held the abomination's rotting maw at bay, giving Nathaniel time to ram the butt of his pistol into its temple. The creature's skull cracked under the bludgeoning blow, and Nathaniel used the opening to place the weapon's barrel under its chin and open fire. The top of its head burst open, just as foul, black fluid spurted from its mouth. Nathaniel quickly climbed to his feet and ejected the empty clip in his pistol, before looking in his satchel for a fresh one. The third creature, the female, stood at the kitchen's entrance, and upon seeing Nathaniel, it charged at him. Her weight and speed shoved Nathaniel against the wall, making him drop his pistol and clip. He grappled against the female, managing to climb on top of her and pin her down. Her grossly unhinged jaw snapped at him. She hissed and spat a gob of brown phlegm into his eyes. "What the hell?" he yelled, blinded by the creature's foul spit. The thing used its opportunity and rammed a gnarled fist into Nathaniel's exposed abdomen, robbing him of his breath. He doubled over, coughing, and the monster pushed him backwards. Nathaniel fell on his back, blinded and gasping for air. He grimaced as he felt the female's weight upon him, and her hands frantically struggling to tear his helmet apart. His suffocation and blindness impeded him from retaliating properly, and the creature's position made it difficult for him to attack its weak areas. He landed a blow against what he thought was its shoulder, but it had no effect. Nathaniel's left hand searched desperately for something, anything, he could use to defend himself. His fingers curled around a cylindrical wooden mass. The desk's broken leg, he thought, gripping it tightly and furiously swinging it ahead of him. The piece of wood collided against flesh, emitting a dreadful crack as it caused bone and tissue to cave in. The weight on Nathaniel became limp, and he tossed it aside. He rolled onto his knees and removed his helmet, coughing and gasping for air as he struggled to remove the bile from his eyes. He wiped at his face using the fabric of his cloak, and finally managed to clean off the creature's bile. He glanced over his shoulder, and though his vision remained blurred, he could see the large dent on the right side of the female's skull, as well as the popped blind eye. He grinned maniacally as he made a rude gesture her way and climbed to his feet.
That was a close one,
he thought, as he took a final breath of fresh air. After replacing his helmet, he walked towards his discarded pistol. Nathaniel picked up the discarded weapon and slid a fresh clip in.
These things are susceptible to cranial trauma, and nothing else, it seems.
He scoffed.
And this little thing is more than capable of delivering that. Great one. And its damage rating is merely a D? I wonder what a stronger weapon could accomplish.
Numb due to being jostled about, he returned to the bedroom. The dead woman was still in her place.
Sorry,
he mumbled, before he pushed her aside with a boot and took the crib.
I need something to step on.
Nathaniel returned to the kitchen and placed the crib on the stove, before climbing on the brick piece, on the wooden crib, and out of the hole he had made before. As he crested the hovel's roof, he thought he heard a low wail, but couldn't be certain. Nathaniel made his way to the edge nearest Slater's. The distance was only a few meters across. He stepped back to get a running start and leapt off the edge of the roof. He hit Slater's with his abdomen, grimacing as pain lanced through his bruised muscles. The hard tiles under the window offered better purchase than the thatch of the house, and he quickly found a grip. Nathaniel clambered onto Slater's roof and tried to open the window. It slid up effortlessly. He stepped into a dark but clean room. The feeling of the place was unlike the previous houses he had been in. It smelled of recent habitation and clean linens, rather than death and corruption. Quick footsteps sounded coming from downstairs, and in seconds 3 soldiers barged into the room.
"I'm human!"
Nathaniel yelled, lifting his hands just as he found himself staring at the business end of weapons, which looked like elongated versions of his pistol.
"I'm human,"
he repeated. The front soldier lowered his weapon and said, "You're one of ours?"
Nathaniel nodded.
"Well met, then. Come," he uttered, leaving no room for questioning. Nathaniel said nothing as he was escorted downstairs to a dimly lit common room where, at a glance, he found a score of frightened townspeople huddled in blankets. They all had a haunted, vacant expression on their faces. Some of them turned to stare at him briefly before returning to their indifference. The soldiers led him towards a man who stared unflinchingly at the barricade on the door.
"It won't hold for long,"
Nathaniel heard him mumble.
"Sir," said the lead soldier, "he came through the upper window."
The man turned around, a strong-jawed man in his late 30s, as evidenced by his graying temples. A bandage covered the right half of his face. His visible brow was set in a deep frown.
"Who are you?"
the man asked in a commanding voice. Nathaniel stood at attention. "Private Nathaniel Ratkovich, sir."
"Ratkovich?"
the man asked, his visible eye narrowing.
"So you're the Ratkovich, huh?"
"Yes, sir."
Well, I am Sergeant Anselm Rogers, and this," he said, pointing at the common room around him, "is what remains of Drachenstein."
"Sir?"
"These are all the survivors we could round up, as well as the boys who happen to not be in the garrison," he scoffed. "Funny. These idiots, myself included, were here to get pissed drunk, and we survived as a consequence. Some turned, but as it happens, slow, shambling fuckers aren't too much of a challenge for these," he said, lifting a pistol similar to Nathaniel's. "What's your story, soldier?"
Nathaniel shrugged. "I was being processed by one Gurney—"
"Gurney. Good man. Dark past. Is he—"
"He is, sir."
Pity. Carry on."
"Well, I was in decontamination when whatever happened, happened. I fought my way here."
"Whatever happened, happened. Well put, Ratkovich. Truth is, none of us has any intel on what just went on. If you look outside at that piss stream coming from Castle Drachenstein, then you'll know as much as everyone else. I assume you've encountered the undead?"
The undead?"
Calling them the unalive sounded fucking stupid. They were dead, then they weren't. He shrugged. Undead.
"I have, sir. And other things." Rogers's eyes narrowed.
"Other things?"
"Ghosts, apparitions, things in the darkness." The sergeant nodded slowly.
"Aye. There's been strange things going on. Whatever the pointy heads did, they messed things up bad."
"I agree. Sir, I must reach the Church of the Bright One. Would you be so kind as to point me in its general direction?" Rogers folded his arms.
"Under whose orders?"
"Under suggestion of Sorceress Daria Eisenherz."
"The head bitch of Drachenstein, huh? And why has she instructed you to head into the church?"
"Sir, she suggested I could find survivors there, as well as a level 3 clearance tile." Rogers scoffed.
"Good luck with that. Pater Benevid, the fat bastard. He locked up the church before shit hit the wall. People were supposed to find sanctuary there."
He glanced down, his expression becoming haunted before he locked gazes with Nathaniel.
"Tell me, Ratkovich, are you a temple cockroach?"
"No, sir. Other than this or that expletive, I wouldn't call myself a religious man."
"Neither did I. But after all this, I'm inclined to believe in gods and ghosts and whatnot. Except it's not what the fucking church teaches us. Hell is real, son. Paradise?"
he asked, tapping on his bandage.
"I don't think so."
"I still need to reach the church, sir. Sorceress Eisenherz suggested I could find a level 3 rune tile in there."
"The Potters, no doubt."
He scoffed.
"You'd assume a ranking officer would have a higher clearance level, and you'd be wrong. The hierarchy is messed up. Soldiers, officers, we're lucky to get level 2, while fat fuckers such as Benevid get tier 3 and above on account of being spiritual and moral leaders. The damn travesty."
"I see. You mentioned the church was locked. Do you happen to know how I may open its gates?"
"I might. Corporal? Tawny."
A woman stepped up and saluted.
"Sarge."
"Fetch me a map with this hellhole. Let's get Major Ratkovich oriented."
Nathaniel nodded. "Thank you, sir."
"Don't thank you, sir, me. I know the story of how you bashed in Ulyanov's face, and I know why you did it. You have friends in the militia, Major. Never forget that. As well as many other higher-ups who deserve a bashing."
"Thank you, Sergeant." The map was brought, and Rogers took it to a nearby table. After unrolling it, he jammed his finger onto a section near the center.
"This here is the church, while we are here, about 15 blocks away. Now, there are 3 people with a key to its gates. One is Benevid. One is Captain Ackerman at the garrison, here."
He locked gazes with Nathaniel and said,
"We lost all communication with those in the garrison 3 hours ago. If you want to risk it, be my guest. But I'd say it's suicide."
I am inclined to agree. Who's the third person?
Undertaker Farius. Nasty old crook. He has a hovel here.
Nathaniel frowned at the area Rogers pointed at and asked, "What's that?"
The cemetery beside the church. We don't know what's in there. We sent 6 of the boys out to scout for survivors around the church, considering it was supposed to be a safe haven. None came back.
I see. What do you recommend?
The Undertaker is your safest bet. That doesn't mean it won't be dangerous.
He glanced at Nathaniel's Tyler and backup.
You have green mana. Do you know how to use that stuff?
I don't.
Come with me.
Rogers led Nathaniel to a machine similar to the one at the gatehouse where he had gotten his armor. Beside it was a slot as wide as a Tyler, and next to it, a surface similar to that of the same device.
That's called a vendor. You stick your Tyler in that slot, and you'll figure the rest out.
Nathaniel nodded and approached the machine. He did as told, and inserted his Tyler into the slot. The machine immediately sprung to life. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 100 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 2. Items, weapons, armor, spells, ammunition, resources. Nathaniel whistled. Damn wizards sure have their fancy gizmos, huh?
That they do, Rogers agreed. They should share them with the rest of the realm, if you ask me. Well, I can see you're rather messed up. I suggest you open the items section and get yourself a couple healing drafts.
Roger. The sergeant cocked his eyebrow. No pun intended. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 100 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 2. Category, items. Name, rations. Description, beef jerky, crackers and mustard. Amount, 1. Cost, 10 TL. Healing potion. Description, a mixture of herbs and magic for quick healing of up to C-class wounds. Amount 1. Cost, 50 TL. Name, soothing balm. A mixture of herbs for treating up to D-class wounds. Amount 1. Cost, 20 TL. Name, water skin. Description, clean water. Amount 1. Cost, 5 TL. Name, dried fruit. Description, apples, figs, and seeds. Amount, 10. Cost, 10 TL. Name, bandages. Description, clean cloth to treat up to E-class wounds. Amount, 1. Cost, 15 TL.
They're expensive, said Nathaniel. Does it surprise you? The economy here is far different than the rest of the realm. Hell runes promise anything you want, as long as you have enough. If I may, Major, I suggest that you get 2 potions, and ration them accordingly.
Thanks, I will. Also, as I understand it, those things are officially called taurolites, aren't they?
Fuck what they're officially called.
Nathaniel shrugged. Fair enough. He purchased 2 healing potions. A hidden part of the machine whirred to life, transforming raw helmut energy from the taurolites through an unknown arcane process into the 2 potions he requested. A tray emerged from the recess, carrying 2 crystal flasks filled with a swirling violet liquid. Nifty, said Nathaniel. Let's see. It might be good to acquire a spell, wouldn't it?
It would, yes, Rogers admitted. Especially since you have them around all the time.
What do you mean?
I mean that weapons and ammo have a weight, and they can add up. You're no good in combat if you're slowed down by what you carry now, are you?
I guess you're right. Let's see. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 0 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 2. Category, spells. Name, illuminate. Description, Cast a hovering sphere of light to illuminate the user's path, not for combat. BM cost 1 per minute. Cost 10 GM. Name Burning Touch. Ideal for starting fires and heating metals. Unsuitable for combat. SDR F 1 through 10. BM cost 1 per use. Cost 20 GM. Name Concussive Blast. Description: kinetic energy push to scatter small objects. Unsuitable for combat. SDR F 1 through 10. BM cost 3 per use. Cost 40 GM. Name Electric Grasp. Description: electric jolt on touch. Can stun. SDR E 11 through 20. BM cost 5 per use. Cost 60 GM. Note: every purchased spell confers 25 blue mana.
Illuminate. Now that's a spell I want to have.
Without hesitation, he purchased Illuminate. His wrist tingled as energy suffused into his Tyler.
And I have 20 green mana left. I suppose I'll purchase Burning Touch, as it might come in handy.
The sensation returned as the second spell was added into his device. "Come back when you have resources, pal," the vendor exclaimed before prompting Nathaniel to remove his Tyler.
Odd things, these machines, said Rogers beside him. They can make, quite literally, anything possible. He shrugged. And most common folk can't afford or purchase anything more than supplies.
Privilege to the privileged, yes?
Mm-hmm. I don't know how it works myself. All I know is that hell runes can be transformed into, well, anything. Did you know people called them red mana at some point? The name didn't stick, though. Didn't have the same impact as hell runes.
I didn't know, Sergeant.
Well, anyways, is there anything else we can help you with, Major Ratkovich?
As a matter of fact, yes. I wonder if you happen to have spare weapons or ammunition. Anything would be welcome.
Rogers rubbed at his chin and said, I see you carry a pistol. I can spare you 1 clip, and a friendly tip. Never fire your last bullet. Always keep it in the chamber.
What good is 1 bullet going to do against them, Sergeant?
It's not for them, Major.
Nathaniel frowned and nodded when he understood. Got it. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, yes. Tommy!
Sarge?
Fetch the sword.
At once, Sarge.
She saluted before going behind the counter. When she returned, she was carrying a scabbard that she handed to Rogers. The sergeant took it and said,
You're a Southerner, friend. So am I. It takes some time to get used to firearms. But this, he said, extending the sword forward. Once learned, you never forget.
Nathaniel nodded and accepted the scabbard. Thank you, he said, before his Tyler chimed in with a new entry. Item, longsword. Type, weapon, close combat. Ammo, NA. Element, neutral. Special, can be upgraded using green mana. SDR, C. 31 through 40. Description: standard military longsword, measuring at 1.75 meters from hilt to tip and weighing 1.3 kilograms. This steel weapon can be easily wielded with 1 or 2 hands. Its versatility makes it ideal for close combat engagements, as its sharp edge can easily bite through flesh and basic armor. Through half-swording, or quillin bashing, the weapon can be used to overcome medium and heavy armor. The blade can be augmented through the use of green mana, conferring the weapon's superior physical or elemental properties. Nathaniel grinned as he tied the scabbard around his waist.
Finally, a proper close combat weapon.
No more fucking kitchen knives.
Pardon, Major?
Nothing, Sergeant. I thank you kindly, he said, extending his hand. Rogers shook the offered hand.
Good luck out there, Major. The world's gone fucking crazy all of a sudden, and there's no telling what's outside. But from what I've seen, it truly is hell.
Be careful too, Sergeant. You're doing a fine job keeping these people safe.
Major, sir, said Rogers, God may have abandoned these people. The wizards may have abandoned these people. But we,
he glanced at his soldiers,
we won't.
That's good to hear, Sergeant. Rogers nodded.
I believe you know where the exit's at, Major. I apologize, but it would be unwise to clear the barricade. I hope you can understand.
Perfectly. I'll see myself out, Sergeant. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. And, Major?
Yes?
For what it's worth, had I been in your position at Ruthven...
He paused, glancing at the frightened people huddled in the common room.
I'd have done the same.
Nathaniel nodded. It's worth more than you think, Sergeant. Farewell. Rogers saluted.
Farewell, Major.
Nathaniel made his way back upstairs to the second floor. Along the way, he checked his tiler. The green indicator was dull and lifeless, while the display on the left was aglow with blue energy.
Let's see. I have 16 bullets, 50 blue mana, and 2 healing potions.
He frowned and took out one of the healing potions. He unstoppered it and quaffed its contents, grimacing as its enchantments forced his wounds into mending. After a few seconds, the aches in his body vanished, and the few gashes he had were covered in scar tissue. He smiled. 1 healing potion. He climbed out of the window and onto Slater's roof. He shimmied backwards to the edge of the roof and dangled before letting go of the ledge. He grunted while he fell easily on the ground below.
All right, he thought. My next destination will be the graveyard beside the church. I need a key to the place. I could go for the garrison.
He glanced up in the general direction of the local military building.
But that might be stupid, given that it's silent. Too much risk, too little reward. 15 blocks away. That should take me a couple hours if I walk cautiously. Given the circumstances, it'll be best to be as inconspicuous as possible. At least now I have a proper weapon other than my pistol, he thought, unconsciously wrapping his fingers around the sword's grip. Regardless, I should be careful. Too many of those... what did Rogers call them? Undead. Can easily overwhelm me. Besides, my steel can sink into flesh. I can't say the same for the incorporeal entities that plague Drachenstein.
He thought back to the encounter in the alley, where the black, indiscernible mass lunged at him. Nathaniel sighed.
Something went really bad in here. Though I wonder, how come there are more survivors to this incident? I figured that being inside the decontamination shield, I was protected from the initial blast. But it seems that other people were spared too. I wonder why.
He looked up at the black silhouette of Castle Drachenstein, ominously dominating the northern horizon.
I wonder if there are answers to be found inside.
He paused, thinking.
I wonder if I want to go inside at all.
He started walking. From the few tilers he had read through, it seemed to Nathaniel that the wizards of Castle Drachenstein were disdainful of common folk at best, and outright cruel at worst. It wasn't unlike Vitherney's elite to disregard commoners. It had been the source of many an uprising, after all. But some of the notes Nathaniel had read through held disturbing implications to him.
I am especially concerned about the reason they're taking people. Children, maybe, into the castle. To what end would they do such a thing? Randall mentioned awful noises coming from Castle Drachenstein. I've heard awful howls, all right. The hissing, growling sounds made by those undead abominations.
He scoffed. Bright ones save me. Dead men and women walking again. The sole idea seemed taken out of a horror story created to scare people into piousness, and yet he was living it in the flesh. He had nearly died at the hands of those abominations.
And had they killed me, what would they have done next? Eaten my corpse? Swallowed my entrails? Shit me out before they went after their next prey?
The thought made him shudder.
A single bullet left in my chamber, and not for them. What manner of horrors has Sergeant Rogers witnessed these past few hours?
Nathaniel thought back to the dead, jawless, eyeless woman, the low wailing coming from her corpse, still haunting him.
I am certain that whatever the case may be, far worse horrors await. This is just the beginning. I cannot falter.
He strolled purposefully among the abandoned streets of Drachenstein. Small parks and adobe edifices became the norm as he trudged along one of the richest parts of the town. Soft, keening cries could be heard coming from some of the buildings. Nathaniel wondered whether they belonged to living people or to something else.
Perhaps there are more survivors. These walls seem better suited to keep things from going in.
He paused, looking at the window of one of the homes. Its surface was caked with dried blood.
Or from coming out.
The path was, to his relief, uneventful. Though he found no survivors in the encroaching area, there were no creatures either. His crystal set also didn't crackle, something for which he was quietly grateful. The lay of the land took a slight elevation as it led to a mound upon which rested a squat, long, two-tiered edifice, capped by a bell tower, and, above it, the 8-pointed star of the Bright One. Nathaniel gritted his teeth and angled to the building's left. The graveyard next to the church was empty and unwelcoming, but he needed access to the building. Unleashing his sword and gritting his teeth, he entered the necropolis. Chapter 6. Involvement.
The problem with modern magic is the widespread inclination of its users towards finding themselves inordinately important beside their fellows. No amount of magical capacity, however tremendous, could atone for being rotten to the core.
Lucian Braun, in Critical Magocracy, an open analysis. Few places on Vithernus could make Nathaniel's skin crawl, but the cemetery in Drachenstein was decidedly one of them. There was nothing particularly outlandish about the graveyard that made it stand out from any other such place. It was, in fact, disappointing in a way. Large cities such as Kulvar and the southern principalities showcased the lavish, if not obscene, expenditures of the richer families as depicted in grandiose mausoleums and family crypts. By contrast, the village's hallowed ground was little more than a collection of stones haphazardly scattered amidst the vines, brackens, and ferns. The richer tombs even sported proper tombstones capped by the 8-pointed star of the Bright One. What made the graveyard like every other he had had the misfortune to set foot upon was the general aura of melancholy which could be felt as a ubiquitous presence within the place. Crimson sky and magic anomalies notwithstanding, the place would have been as gloomy had the sun been shining above. Every step Nathaniel took felt heavy and difficult to him, as with every crunching of his boots upon dry, dead plants, he expected a horrible creature to jump out of the shadows.
I have already seen the dead coming back to life,
he thought. The images of Gurney, the jawless woman, and Randall's wife springing to his mind. Sights which he realized would be etched in his memory until his dying day. Regardless, the eerie stillness of the graveyard was as unsettling as a shambling undead hungrily making its way towards him. Though there were no indications that they were any of the creatures in the vicinity, Nathaniel's instincts were on high alert. And they were telling him to flee.
I can't, he said to himself. I need the key to the damned church. The alternative is going through the garrison.
He thought back to Gurney's uniformed carcass springing back to life and trying to tear his flesh apart. He unconsciously brought a hand to his bare abdomen and winced. Though the healing potion had mended his flesh, it was still tender to the touch. The sword in his hand, though solidly reassuring, didn't give him the same confidence it would have given him once, during the engagements he had fought in his military career. Then, his weapons and armor would have been enchanted by malicious spellcasters, not only augmenting his destructive capacity, but his imperviousness to pain and damage. Now, though he was still a skilled combatant, he was only human. No enhancements or enchantments, only his weapons and he. Nathaniel frowned. He had little fondness for reflecting on himself or his actions, but if the circumstances were different, he would even feel excitement at engaging hostiles. Badly armed farmers were hardly a match for his combat acumen, and he, at times, felt without a challenge.
But that was then.
Now, as he trudged along the only seemingly peaceful place in Drachenstein, the last thing he wanted was to encounter any form of opposition. He wanted to find the Undertaker, hopefully alive, and get the key to the church. Then he would speak with Pater Benevid, whom Rogers seemed to hold in surprisingly low esteem, and then fetch a level 3 rune tile. Whatever the woman, Daria, wanted, she was at least inside Castle Drachenstein. She knew more than she let on, of that Nathaniel was certain. But even if she fed him information on a need-to-know basis, that would still be more than he currently knew. Through the relative calm reigning inside the graveyard, Nathaniel had tried to piece together what had happened. The few tidbits of information he had gathered from other people's tilers hinted at a large-scale spell to be cast, but little more. Whether that was the cause of the dreadful circumstances in Drachenstein, he couldn't know, but he couldn't discard the possibility. A high-ranking individual might have more information on the matter. Daria mentioned that at the church I might find a level 3 tiler. Maybe someone there will know something. If, he muttered, there's anyone there. From time to time, he cast sidelong glances at the Church of the Bright One. Though the building was by no means impressive, especially with Castle Drachenstein dominating the view, there was something ominous to its presence. An almost palpable darkness that had nothing to do with the current situation. Nathaniel had never been a religious man. A youth and adolescence spent in one of the many orphanages run by followers of the Bright One had inoculated him against blind faith. Though his time at the institution had been dreary and devoid of many moments of happiness, it wasn't until his militia days that he understood that he had, in fact, been lucky. He had heard rumors that some of the Bright One's followers were further away from his teachings than even the worst murderers in the realm. And if he lent credence to some of the things he had heard, then, by comparison, his childhood hadn't been so bad.
At least all my orifices remain intact, he scoffed. Why the hell am I thinking of this now?
Nathaniel shook his head, chastising himself before focusing his awareness on his surroundings. That his mind had wandered on such a tangent was annoying to him, but understandable. Though he was on edge, he was bored from the never-ending stillness of the cemetery. From time to time his mind drifted off, causing him to hear voices in the distance and see things from the corner of his eye.
At least I hope it's just boredom acting up.
The first such occurrence happened less than 5 minutes after he entered the graveyard. He thought he saw a woman kneeling in prayer beside a tombstone, and when he turned to look at her, he saw nothing. As he walked among the tombs, he heard the faint sobbing of a man, and as he went to investigate, again, he found nothing. Small events such as those had been common during his journey through the cemetery, and since his Tyler hadn't crackled as it had before whenever something inexplicable was about to happen, he chose to ascribe it to his mental exhaustion and boredom. The alternative was to admit the cemetery was haunted, and considering the strange events taking place in Drachenstein, it was hardly impossible. But he didn't want to entertain such thoughts now. Nathaniel clung almost desperately to what had a logical explanation to him. The dead were rising up because of a powerful spell gone awry. The sky was made crimson by the shaft of light coming from the castle, itself a product of the same spell. And the strange things he had experienced were anomalies. Nathaniel scoffed. I'm lying to myself, but at least it keeps me sane. He had never believed in tales of ghosts, spirits, or apparitions. Why would he? He was a practical man, a militiaman, trained to fight enemies of flesh and bone. But wraiths, specters, and worse were things beyond sanity. And his sanity was all he had left. A strange scraping noise alerted him to something moving nearby. He quickly glanced to his right, towards the origin of the sound, and, as he expected, he saw nothing but fingers of mist curling around the desolate gravestones. The scraping noise sounded again, and he convinced himself it came from the leaves of a tree. A difficult thing, considering there are no trees around. As with many things since the incident, he decided to leave his curiosity unsatisfied and focus on his task. The undertaker's shack was a minuscule hovel the size of a tool shed set in an empty space near the far end of the graveyard. The empty area surrounding the shack was hardly defensible, as there were no other features besides the wooden structure. Despite its exposure, the place seemed to be undamaged. The closer he came to the hovel, the more frequently he heard the odd scraping sounds. The house's left wall had a single dark window covered by what looked like a wardrobe. Nathaniel walked around the structure, trying to find any signs of damage, but found none. No dreadful incident seemed to have occurred at the undertaker's abode, but whether that was a good or a bad sign, Nathaniel didn't know. He stepped in front of the door and pressed his ear against it, trying to listen for any form of movement inside. He heard nothing. He placed his hand on the door's latch and tried to open it. He frowned as he found it locked. Is there someone inside? He wondered, before deciding to knock on the door. He scoffed at the normalcy of the act. Since the incident, knocking on the shack's door had been the most normal thing he had done.
Who goes?
A gruff voice exclaimed from inside. An unexpected wave of relief washed over Nathaniel. I'm To hell with it. Major Nathaniel Ratkovich.
Are you dead or alive?
Last time I checked, I still drew breath, he answered. Are you Farius, the Undertaker? The man voiced no reply, but the lock of the hovel's door clicked as it disengaged. A crack opened on the side, and a bloodshot eye peered out at him.
What you want?
I came for the key to the Church of the...
Fuck off!
And the door closed. Nathaniel stared, dumbfounded at the closed door. We're in the middle of a damn crisis, and the man decides to be a prick? He knocked on the door again, and Farius yelled,
I told you to fuck off!
"Listen here, friend," Nathaniel said calmly. "I've been having a particularly dreadful day. I've seen things no sane man should see. Felt things I never thought I'd feel, not even in my worst nightmares. So I'm rather on edge. So either you open the door, let me in, and we talk like civilized individuals, or I'll break the fucking lock, take the key, and leave you to your fate." Silence. The lock clicked again, and the door swung ajar. "Thank you," said Nathaniel as he stepped into the hovel. The place was almost completely dark. The sliver of crimson light coming from the barred window was the only thing keeping it from utter darkness. Nathaniel could make out a cot, a circular table with 2 chairs, and a small cupboard.
"Why are you here? Why did you come?"
Farius asked.
"It's not safe out there. The dead are restless."
"So things have happened here as well?"
"Listen, friend. I truly mean you no harm. As I said, all I want is the key to the church, nothing else." Farius grunted.
"And I can't help you with that."
A pit formed in Nathaniel's stomach. "Why not?"
"'Cause I dropped me damn key rings, why?"
"Oh, shit. Where did you drop it? Why?"
"Where? Somewhere out there in the graveyard. Why?"
He scoffed.
"You won't believe the why."
"Try me." The man snorted, pulled one of the chairs, and sat down. In the dim light, Nathaniel saw Farius offering him to do the same. He complied and sat on the other chair.
"Tea?"
Farius asked. "Please." Farius grabbed a teapot Nathaniel couldn't see and poured the liquid into 2 cups.
"Careful, it's hot."
Nathaniel accepted the teacup and took a sip.
Chamomile,
he thought, as the warm liquid slid comfortably down his throat. He welcomed the sensation, as it brought him a much-needed relief to his frayed nerves. "Thank you. It's good. Now tell me, friend, what caused you to drop your keyring?" The old man sighed and shook his head. Even in the near darkness, Nathaniel could see the distress on the man's features. He locked gazes with Nathaniel and said,
"You've heard the rumors about the wizards?"
Nathaniel shook his head. "I've heard people seem to have disappeared, but little else. I came here just today, and then all hell broke loose."
"All hell broke loose,"
Farius scoffed.
"Drachenstein's always been hell. Only now it's more literal than that. All right, then. Since you've not heard them rumors, then let me tell you, reality might be worse than that."
Nathaniel gritted his teeth. "Master Farius, I'm afraid I've no time to—"
"Of course you've time,"
Farius said, sipping from his cup.
"We're all doomed anyway, and, if anything, I want to tell someone what I saw. Maybe to know I ain't gone crazy."
He shrugged.
"Maybe to know I have. Will you humor me, or will you piss off on your own?"
Nathaniel sighed. "Go on."
"Thanks,"
Farius said.
"There's many a thing I could tell you, but I'll get to the chase."
The old man drank the last of his tea and smacked his lips, pursing them in an expression akin to a pout. He lifted his eyes and locked gazes with Nathaniel.
"The dead are walking again."
"Oh, no," Nathaniel said flatly.
"You mock me."
Nathaniel shook his head. "I don't. I'm merely aware of this fact, having faced a few myself." Farius's eyes grew wide.
"Then you believe me?"
"It's not a matter of belief, my friend, but a matter of having seen and fought against them. Something happened today at Castle Drachenstein," he said, leaning forward. Would you happen to have any idea what?
More tea?
Nathaniel extended his cup, and Farius refilled it first, and his own next.
Being the Undertaker is thankless work,
He scoffed.
I's heard what people says behind my back. Nasty old crook, corpse fucker.
He shrugged and drank.
I see things, hear things. Castle Drachenstein. That place is fucking cursed, I tell you. And no one right in their heads would say otherwise. Usually they's burn their bodies inside the castle's crematoriums, but at times, oh boy, at times they's not got enough crematoriums, and bodies pile up, they do. What they's do then? Well, they bury 'em in the common pits.
Nathaniel frowned and drank from his tea. He stared briefly at the warm liquid, barely visible as it reflected a sliver of crimson light from outside. The logic question here, Farius, is who are these people being burned? The old man's grin was visible, despite the darkness in the room.
That's a clever question, that is. I don't know all of them, but one hears rumors, one does. And one wishes they were just that.
He drank from his tea and sighed, suddenly looking not as an insufferable crook, but a vulnerable old man.
I knew none of them, except for one. Was a butcher's boy, good lad. 18, 19 maybe. Not that it matters anymore. He'd bring me meat. I'd pay him in hell runes. Lad was always nice, always polite.
He scoffed.
But too much of a thinker for his own good. He'd often say that them wizards treat us like shit, and he wasn't wrong. But not being wrong don't make you be alive. Not good comes from those who speak ill against those in charge. And that boy, he was young,
the old man said, his voice breaking.
And, like most young'uns, he was too outspoken, too stupid. Kept talking shit about Drachenstein, about wizards and whatnot. At times, we spent a few minutes talking about their bullshit, and I figure he did the same in town. Well, today, I had to bury him.
I'm sorry.
Be sorry if you want,
Farius retorted.
I'm fucking pissed off. What they's did to him.
He sighed.
Part of me work is asking no questions when corpses roll over, and they's changed. Skin's different. One eye larger than the other. Odd signs that they did things to him. But when their garbage disposers rolled over and they offloaded the body, well, that boy, there was little that remained to tell that it was him. But I knew,
he said, nodding.
Yes, I knew. I went out to dig a pit. Proper pit. Not a fucking mass grave. Boy deserved that much. And then...
Farius's expression became noticeably pale despite the dim light, and beads of sweat on his forehead reflected what little red came into the room. His expression became distant, haunted as he reminisced.
Something happened then. Whatever made the sky go bloody. There was a rumbling, and the sound of screams everywhere, like hundreds, thousands of people being flayed alive, like children ripped to pieces, women raped time and again. Never have I heard anything so horrible. Turned me blood cold. And then, just as it began, it stopped. Sky was blood red, and that shaft of light shot from that
fucking castle. I thought them wizards did something awfully stupid, fucking around with magic and them laws of the universe and whatnot. I figured then that when it was done, it was done.
He scoffed.
I was wrong. Moments after that, what had been the boy, it started twitching, its muscles heaving, like them folk who convulse. Then he opened his eyes. Only it wasn't him who stared at me. No, 'twas something else. Tried to gnaw my face off, but the ground gave. Fell into his own grave, he did. That's when I ran.
He sighed.
Me keyring must have snagged on something, fallen somewhere. I didn't go back looking for it. I ain't no madman.
Nathaniel stared at Farius. None of us was this morning. But this incident, he shrugged. It'll make madmen out of us. He gulped the last of his tea and sighed. Where can I find the boy's grave? Farius lifted his gaze.
You're keen on entering that place, aren't you?
Nathaniel nodded.
Very well. Step outside my house. Walk straight ahead, some 300 meters. You'll happen by a tomb shaped as a sphinx. Turn right. Keep going another 200 till you find an obelisk. It marks the division between family graves and common pits. Search the area. You should find a mound of dirt and an open grave. The key ring should be somewhere around. If you reach a scrawny old tree, you've gone too far.
Thank you, Farius. By the way, do you know Slater's?
Aye? What about it?
The few survivors of Drachenstein are holed up there. You can try to reach the place to seek refuge. The old man shook his head.
I'm staying here. I'm old. Me legs can't carry me swiftly, should I need to run. I'd rather have a clean death,
he said, glancing at a knife on his cot. I understand, said Nathaniel, standing up and offering his hand. Good luck.
Bright one's smile on you,
Farius said, shaking the offered hand. Nathaniel turned towards the door, opening it to leave, but paused. There's something else. I've been hearing a strange scraping noise for a while now, like something trying to crawl out of the dirt. He glanced at Farius. What do you think it might be? Farius's expression was blank as he replied,
The dead are restless.
Nathaniel nodded and left. Outside, the crimson light in the sky was enough to illuminate the graves ahead of him, but he couldn't make the details on them, or the lay of the land. I'll never find the keyring like this. I need a light. I purchased a spell. He quickly checked his tiler and brought up the description for Illuminate. Spell, Illuminate. Type, Utility. Mana requirement, 1 blue mana per minute. Element, neutral. Special. Can be cast as a hovering sphere around the user or a fixed source of light. Light color may vary. SDR, NA. Description. Basic utility spell. It creates a ball of light to illuminate an area of 3 meters around the source. The color of the light emitted can be changed to suit every environment and need.
1 blue mana per minute, and I have 50 of the stuff.
There's no point in using the spell right now, as I can see well enough by the light of the sky. But as soon as I'm close to the grave, I should cast it to look for the keyring. He made the spell active in his tiler and started walking. Nathaniel unsheathed his long sword and held it in his left hand, while his right hand was ready to take the pistol at a moment's notice. He wasn't very enthused at the idea of moving along the crypts once again, but it was his only chance at finding Farius's key to the church. As soon as he stepped back into the graveyard, his crystal set started crackling. He held his sword at the ready and scanned his immediate surroundings, trying to find the source of the noise, or an otherworldly threat. He waited for an eternal-seeming minute, until he was satisfied that he was under no immediate danger. Regardless, his senses were on high alert as he kept walking straight ahead. His set kept crackling sporadically, its noise becoming especially loud when he walked by certain graves. Out of curiosity, he knelt before one of the graves which caused the most noise, and read its epitaph. Here lies Albert Julian, son of Ulver and Erin. Too soon he joined the side of the Bright One. May he dwell in joy by his side. 4227 to 4230.
A child's grave?
Nathaniel wondered if that held any significance, but whether it did, he couldn't know. He returned to his path and kept walking ahead. 10 minutes later, he spotted the statue of the Sphinx. It looked like a woman with a bare torso, her arms spread back in the shape of wings.
All right, so Farius said to turn right and walk another 100 meters to...
A sound alerted him to movement nearby, the eerie scraping he had been hearing ever since he entered the graveyard. He looked around him and tilted his head as he saw something strange in front of one of the graves. What looked like a gnarled root seemed to stick out in front of its gravestone. Curiosity got the best of Nathaniel, and he approached it to investigate. He knelt in front of the root, but the light was too dim to make out its details. He frowned.
I can use Illuminate for just 1 minute. It might be enough to see what the hell this is.
He shook his head.
What the hell am I thinking? There's no point in investigating a fucking root.
He stood up and walked away. He had only taken 10 steps when a noise stopped him in his tracks. He glanced over his shoulder at the root, frowned, and turned to fully face the tomb.
Is the root longer? Is it protruding further out?
Before he could find an answer, the root shook and seemed to grow another few centimeters. The dry, gnarled-looking thing was in fact no root, but a desiccated hand attached to a just as dry forearm. The 2 skeletal arms were struggling to remove the dirt around them, and in a matter of seconds, a half-rotten individual, its sex indistinguishable, emerged from the dirt. Its dry throat emitted a blood-curdling shriek, akin to nails dragging along a chalkboard.
"Shit,"
Nathaniel growled, immediately charging at the creature and furiously swinging his longsword to decapitate the skeletal being. A dreadful stench of decomposition wafted from the stump of its neck, its acrid odor making Nathaniel gag. It took the entirety of his willpower not to empty his bowels on the spot. Another scraping noise sounded behind him, tearing his attention away from the headless thing. His grip on his sword tightened as another, and then another decomposing body started crawling out of their graves. Nathaniel gritted his teeth and made the only choice that made sense. He started running. Already there were too many of the dead atrocities to face.
And I'm in a fucking graveyard. I'm surrounded by them.
He kept heading in the direction indicated by Farius, while the noises of more restless dead people trailed behind him. He stretched his left hand and expended 30 blue mana to cast Illuminate on himself for as many minutes. Immediately, a 3-meter area around him was lit with white light. A double-edged blade, for it revealed the grotesque details of the creatures nearby. Rotting mugs covered in writhing maggots glared sightlessly at him. Half-empty rib cages trailed their remaining contents along the floor. Fleshless limbs reached hungrily for him, and ripped throats struggled to make gurgling sounds of frustration as they tried and failed to catch him. A putrid miasma emanated from the growing contingent of shambling undead. A minimal sense of relief washed over Nathaniel as he realized that the decomposing creature's limbs were too fragile and rotten to carry them swiftly. He slowed his pace down to a trot. Though he wanted to keep as much distance between himself and the undead horrors in his wake as possible, growing tired represented as tangible a risk to him as getting caught by the undead did. He kept his sword at the ready, however, and as he ran, he tapped on his tiler to change his active spell from Illuminate to Burning Touch. 5 minutes later, he happened upon the empty grave Farius had described. The mound of soil beside it remained undisturbed, as did the hole he had dug for the butcher's son. Nathaniel peered inside and grimaced. Just as Farius had said, little remained to recognize the boy as such. Indeed, little remained human in him. Bloated, tumorous protrusions suppurated on every centimeter of his body, nearly preventing him from moving. What the hell did they do to him? Nathaniel wondered, feeling disgusted not at the grim sight of the boy, but at the thought that someone in Castle Drachenstein subjected him to such horror. The noises of the horde returned Nathaniel to his task, and he frantically started looking for the keyring. Despite the light from his spell, he could barely make out the details on the ground. Clumps of dry grass, as dead as everything else in the graveyard, reached up as high as his calves, making it difficult to see anything at his feet. Desperation started to set into Nathaniel as the awkwardly shifting undead slowly made their way towards him. They were now barely 30 meters away.
"Hurry up! Hurry up!"
He dropped to his knees and started tapping the area around the open grave, anxious to find the keyring. He lifted his gaze. The rotting, reanimated carcasses were nearly upon him. A hand grabbed the hem of his cloak and dragged him backwards into the open grave. He fell on something soft and bloated. He heard the moist sound of something fleshy and filled with liquid bursting, and immediately a stench of decomposition filled the empty grave he was in. A misshapen arm curled around his throat, strangling him as a mouth uselessly tried to pry his helmet open. His vision started to blur as the powerful chokehold prevented him from breathing. He viciously jammed his shoulder against the monstrous creature holding him, but to no avail. Though the same disgusting sound repeated itself with every impact of his elbow against flesh, the creature was relentless.
"Damn it!"
He stopped hitting the thing with his shoulder, and instead cast Burning Touch, tightly clamping his hands on the tender flesh of the twisted arm. A dreadful wail, unlike anything he had ever heard, came from the abomination, accompanied by the sizzling of flesh. The monster's grip loosened, and Nathaniel rolled sideways, hitting the earthen wall of the grave as he gasped for air. The fingers of his right hand wrapped around a metal hoop on the ground, and he quickly snatched it. As soon as he pulled the hoop towards him, the undead horror inside the grave rolled over him and started trying to choke him once more. Nathaniel used his left arm to hold the thing at bay, dry heaving as malodorous pus streamed from the thing's ruptured tumors. His right-hand fingers moved along the metal hoop, finding various lengths of metal with broad ends attached to the hoop. He grabbed a piece of metal as a punch dagger, the wide end resting tightly against his palm, and rammed it against the side of the creature's head once, twice, thrice, piercing through bloated flesh time and again, releasing foul fluids, but causing little real damage to the thing. Nathaniel's strength was waning, and the creature's misshapen mouth came closer to him. He shifted his grip on the metal, placed his hand as close to his chest as he could, and waited until the aberration opened its mouth. The moment he saw his opportunity, Nathaniel shoved the metal into its mouth, through its soft palate, and into its brain. Inky ichor seeped from the wound as the creature choked and gagged. But at last it went limp. Nathaniel's arm felt sore with exertion, and his torso ached from the weight of the creature. He took a breath of stale air, grimaced, and spitefully spat on the corpse. He glanced at the metal in his hand and chuckled.
Never killed anything with a key before.
In his hand, he held Farius's key ring by one of its keys, tightly gripped around his fingers. He looked for his long sword and found it sunken point first at the corner of the grave. Nathaniel grabbed his sword and stood up. His head sticking above the edge of the empty grave, he could see marks where the still creature at his feet had tried and failed to climb out.
I should be able to make my way outside easy enough.
He glanced around him and saw, to his relief, that the horde was still a little over 5 meters away.
I must be quick.
He knelt down as much as he could inside the cramped grave and hopped up. His chest fell on the loose soil, and he managed to find purchase in the grown, dry grass. Slowly, Nathaniel pulled himself out of the grave. As soon as he regained his footing, one of the creatures above jumped on him. Nathaniel reacted quickly, and bellowing furiously, he clamped his fingers around the viscous skin on the back of the creature's head and used its momentum to hurl it forward. Before the creature could recover, Nathaniel rammed his heavy boot on its head, smashing it into a pulpy smattering of bone and black ichor. He quickly unsheathed his sword and turned around as another creature tried to pounce on him. His blade cut cleanly through the creature's empty midriff, separating its upper and lower body. The thing, shorn in half, but still dreadfully conscious, fell 2 meters away from Nathaniel, who decided to ignore the creature and focus on escaping from the horde. As he glanced at the incoming contingent of undead, he realized that they had completely stopped, 3 meters away from him. He frowned.
What are they doing?
As an answer to his question, the creature at the front, something which, by the looks of it, had once been a woman, ripped a piece of slimy flesh off its chest. Nathaniel winced as he watched the grim spectacle.
What the hell is that monster doing? It looks like it's going to...
A fleshy impact against his right shoulder turned him sideways and sent him to his knees. His eyes were wide with surprise, and he gasped for breath as he registered the growing pain in his nearly dislocated shoulder. The creature had thrown its dead flesh with such horrible strength that despite the pauldron and breastplate protecting his shoulder, the impact had hurt him badly. Another piece of flesh hit him in his back, his breastplate barely dampening the impact, and he was driven face first into the ground by the powerful strike.
They're going to pelt me with dead meat,
he thought in alarm, as he scrambled to his feet. He didn't bother to turn around as more bits and pieces of putrid tissue fell around him. Despite the distance, some of the projectiles still found their target, bruising wherever they collided, despite his armor. Once he was away from the projectile's range, Nathaniel fell painfully to his knees. His arms shook violently as he tried to catch his breath. He was badly wounded, as many of the rotten chunks of meat had ruptured the skin under his dented armor. His back ached horridly, and he wondered whether the powerful impacts had damaged his innards. A shifting noise drew his attention, and he realized the horde had resumed walking again.
Oh, no.
He was too weak to face the incoming undead, and didn't have enough bullets in his pistol for all of them.
Only 19, while there are dozens.
He thought back to Rogers's words, "Never fire your last bullet." Nathaniel brought his right hand to his pistol and unholstered it. Shakily, he brought the barrel into his mouth, placed his finger against the trigger, and closed his eyes.
All I have to do is fire.
His eyes opened.
Fire! Yes! The creature in the grave was badly hurt by fire.
He removed the barrel from his mouth and returned the pistol to its holster. Quickly, desperately, he ripped a large clump of dry grass and held it between his hands. Then he cast Burning Touch, setting the grass ablaze and hurling it at the grass in front of the horde. A small fire started where the burning clump landed, and the horde stopped on that side. Hope burgeoned within Nathaniel as he saw that the undead stepped away from the fire. He grabbed another clump of dry grass and spared a quick glance for his Tyler.
20 blue mana. Shit. Must be enough,
he wheezed as he cast Burning Touch again and hurled the second ball of burning grass. Again the grass on the ground burst into fire, its flames combining with the first clump. Nathaniel repeated the process another 2 times, opting to keep 5 units of blue mana. Thankfully, that was enough. He had accomplished his objective. A flaming wall spread in front of the undead, stopping their advance. The fire kept spreading along the dry grass, and soon it reached the horde. The nearly dry undead were perfect tinder for the fire, and in moments they were alight in a dreadful conflagration, their shrieks filling the air, accompanied by the crackling of flames. Acrid smoke reached Nathaniel, making his eyes teary and choking him. He tried to stand up, but failed.
Damn it. I'm too injured.
He reluctantly rummaged through his satchel until he found his remaining healing potion. He unstoppered it and immediately drank its contents. He winced as some of his wounds were fixed. Though many bruises and aches remained, he was now fit enough to stand up. Nathaniel sighed, wishing he had another of the violet bottles with him.
Maybe once I find more hell runes and another vendor.
He kept staring at the fire as it spread across the graveyard.
It will reach me soon,
he reasoned, as he kept watching the tongues of flame. He glanced towards the general direction of Farius's hut and thought,
will it reach him too?
Nathaniel shook his head.
If it does, it will be a bad way to go, but not worse than at the hands of those things.
Though he wished he could bring as many survivors to safety as possible, he knew that the best way to prevent further casualties, and worse, was to reach Castle Drachenstein and help the sorceress. Feeling stiff and sore, Nathaniel started a roundabout route towards the Church of the Bright One.
At least I won't be walking through the graveyard anymore. It will take longer going around, but hopefully I'll find no more of those creatures.
Though his wounds were no longer as severe as they had been moments before, his capacity for escaping, either through fleeing or fighting, was impaired without a doubt. The safer route was preferable. To his relief, his reasoning had proven correct, and close to 2 hours later he found himself at the entrance of the Church of the Bright One. The lock on the door was large and made out of reinforced steel.
No wonder I need the key. Nothing short of explosives could break through this damn thing.
He tried key after key in the ring, until one fit. Nathaniel unlocked the gates to the church, wondering what new horror awaited him inside the desolate building. Chapter 7. Sin.
And his wrath shall descend upon the unfaithful, the sinful, and the immoral. The heretic's tongue shall be rent out by burning metal. The apostate shall be silenced through pain and steel. The dissident shall be stoned until their thoughts are no more. Thus is the will of the Bright One. Thus it shall be, now and forever.
A preacher in the streets of Camellia, central Vithernus, circa 4229. The Church of the Bright One was blessedly, or dreadfully, depending on the perspective, empty. Red light percolated through the glass panes on its walls, letting Nathaniel see its interior. Though he couldn't make out the details on most items within the hall, he could still see the empty pews, the pulpit at the far end, sitting before an altar, a door at the right corner of the hall, and a confession booth to the left. He glanced at his Tyler.
5 blue mana. I should get a better view of this place. 2 minutes should suffice.
He shifted his active spell to Illuminate, and spent 2 units of blue mana to cast it. The hall was immediately illuminated by the light hovering around him. Now he could behold the rich tapestries at the far end of the church, their red silk embroidered with thread of gold, depicting the sigil of the Bright One. An exquisite golden chalice, decorated with gems as red as the sky outside, rested upon the altar, and behind the pulpit, a large golden star of the Bright One dominated the height of the wall. Compared to what he had seen from the rest of Drachenstein and the ever-present misery, the church was positively lavish. And that fact bothered Nathaniel.
What did Rogers call Pater Benevid? A fat bastard, he scoffed. A man of faith grown fat, while his people outside famish and wither away. Yet another tasteless cliché.
Nathaniel took a step forward into the church, keen on finding a rune tile with a level 3 clearance. As soon as his foot landed inside the building, his tiler started crackling violently. Nathaniel gasped as air was driven from his lungs and a terrible chill spread through his body.
Something went through me,
he thought, as he tried to breathe. His heart beat rapidly, and his senses were on high alert. His eyes focused on the floor, and he grimaced. On the ground straight ahead from him, bloody footprints appeared one after another, left behind by an invisible entity. They made their way to their left, to the confession booth. The booth's door opened and closed loudly, the noise echoing in the empty hall. A candlelight was lit inside the booth, and the light was soon joined by the sound of a woman weeping inside. Nathaniel's teeth ached as he was clenching them tightly. Though his tiler had stopped crackling, the congealing footprints and the woman's lamenting remained. He gingerly took a step forward, then another, following the trail of prints on the floor. The weeping inside the confession booth became louder as he reached it, and though he couldn't look inside, someone was clearly in it. He tried to open the door, but it was locked. When he tried the confessor's door, however, its latch opened easily, and it swung outwardly. His chest heaved with anxiety as Nathaniel stepped into the confession booth. By the time he closed the door, the Illuminate spell had come to an end. In the darkness, he could see the shadow of a woman, outlined by candlelight, in the other stall. The woman's weeping became louder, almost desperate, as Nathaniel sat on the confessor's pew. Before he could say anything, a woman's broken voice said,
"Forgive me, Pater, for I have sinned."
"I'm not—"
"A terrible sin, Pater,"
the woman said, ignoring Nathaniel entirely.
"I have thought—"
she sniffled.
"I have thought ill of you, Pater. No, not through myself, but because of the words of others."
She seems to be talking to someone else,
Nathaniel thought.
Is this something that already happened?
Though his heart raced in his chest, he didn't find any immediate danger to the apparition on the other stall, and so he decided to listen.
"Pater, I's been a good mother, a devout mother,
But my children, Potter, forgive me, they's gone astray. They said bad things of you, Potter. Terrible things they said. A pause. Potter, please. I's ashamed of having listened to their blasphemy. Please, Potter, don't make me say it again. Another longer pause, accompanied by wailing. Potter, I's been a good mother. I swears. My children, they's told lies, and I punish them as they deserve. But I's thought ill of you. I believe their word over yours. Please, Potter, I don't know what to do. I's prayed and prayed, but the bad thoughts won't leave. Yes, Potter, I'll let you see them. Yes, I'll bring them before today's sermon. You can make them see good, you can. Yes, I have a picture of them I can give you. Thank you, Potter. 1,000 times thank you. The shadow of the woman vanished, together with the candlelight. The lock on the stall clicked as it disengaged, but Nathaniel sat immobile. A pit had formed in his stomach, not because of the apparition, but at the bitter curiosity it left in him. A chill crept along his spine. Just what the hell did that woman's children tell her? And why the hell did she choose not to listen to them? Nathaniel stepped out of the confession booth and made his way to the opposite stall. He tried the door once more and found it open. He spent one more unit of blue mana to cast Illuminate and peered inside the stall. As he expected, the stall was empty, but a piece of paper rested on the cushioned seat. He took it and examined it. It was a charcoal drawing of 2 children, a boy and a girl, no older than 6 and 5, respectively. Strange, he thought. The specter of the woman mentioned a picture of the children. I assume this must be it, but why is it here? He frowned. And why would a mother give such a thing away? He looked over the paper and placed it in his satchel after finding no other clues. Nathaniel left the confession booth moments before his Illuminate spell came to an end, subsuming the hall into near darkness. He carefully made his way towards the altar at the end of the hall, wondering if he could find anything important on it. Other than the chalice, which was useless to him despite being made of gold and gems, he found nothing else. Maybe I should try the door at the end. He climbed off the dais where the altar rested and made his way to the right corner of the church's hall. He tried the door as soon as he reached it and found it unlocked. Nathaniel stepped into a section of the church usually inaccessible to most townspeople. The interior was perfectly illuminated with oil lamps which burnt brightly on sconces set on the walls. The floor was decorated by a wine-colored felt rug, which made his steps noiseless as he walked on it. Paintings and tapestries decorated the narrow hallway. At the far end, Nathaniel found another ornate door, its wood hand-carved to depict cherubic creatures beneath the sigil of the Bright One. 2 large gold candelabras sat at either side of the door, their tips capped with the 8-pointed star. He frowned and pressed his ear to the door. He heard noise inside. Nathaniel unsheathed his long sword and turned the handle. It too was unlocked. He opened the door slowly and peered into another well-lit room that smelled of myrrh and something else he couldn't identify. Rich wall hangings embroidered in thread of gold decorated every surface of the room. A regal canopied bed covered in scattered silken cushions and sheets was fixed against the right-hand wall, and next to it a plain wooden door. A large single-piece desk was placed at the left-hand wall, its high-backed chair facing a window as tall as the wall. This must be the Potter's private quarters, he thought, stepping in.
Die, monster!
A voice shrieked next to him. He turned in time to catch a knife on his breastplate. He dropped his sword and subdued the man who had charged at him.
"Easy, easy!" Nathaniel bellowed. "I'm human! I'm alive, damn you!"
The man ceased his struggle and stared at Nathaniel.
You're human! Thank the Bright One's providence, for he has sent a savior unto me."
Nathaniel frowned. "Pater Benevid?"
"The very same,"
the man answered. He wasn't fat, as Nathaniel expected, but his face was much healthier than that of other inhabitants of the village. He lacked the dreary disposition, and his skin had a healthy aspect to it. Nathaniel glanced down and saw a bloody tourniquet on the man's arm. "You're hurt."
"This?"
Benevid asked, lifting his arm.
"Ah, yes, I cut myself."
He giggled.
"I'm bad with knives, you see."
He tilted his head, observing the man. "Why are you in a bedgown?"
"This?"
the pater answered nervously.
I was taking my afternoon nap, and then the Bright One chose to punish us. Mere sinners."
"Right. Listen, pater. I came here looking for survivors, and—"
"And here I am, my son, blessed by the Bright One. Now please, bring me to safety, so his will may be fulfilled."
Nathaniel frowned. "Apologies, pater, but other than survivors, I came looking for a rune tile with level 3 clearance. I truly must—"
"My son, would you put such a mundane artifact above the safety of a pater of the Bright One?"
"You misunderstand. I need—"
"I misunderstand nothing. Surely my safety is paramount to you, a devout child of his luminance."
Nathaniel took a deep breath to calm down, as he felt bile struggling to climb through his throat.
"I don't like this man,"
he thought. "I need your Tyler, pater."
"Truly? And whatever do you expect to find in it,
There is no need to become defensive. All I need is its rune tile, and then
"But my safety is more important. Will you truly waste time looking for that impious apparatus crafted by the wizards of Drachenstein?"
"I will," Nathaniel said firmly. "Where can I find it?" Benevid stared wide-eyed at Nathaniel.
"Son, I am ordering you to take me to safety, now!"
"Pater, with all due respect, you have no authority over me. Now where is your Tyler, please?" Benevid scoffed.
"Unbelievable! Disgraceful! Has his flock gone so astray that one of his children refuses a direct order from his agent?"
Nathaniel said nothing.
"Unbelievable!"
"Where is it, pater?"
"If you're so keen on finding it, then look for it on your own. I have nothing else to say to you."
The pater walked purposefully towards the chair beside the window and sat down, pointedly turning his head away from Nathaniel. The major sighed.
"Self-righteous prick,"
he thought, as he started looking for the Tyler. He glanced around the lavishly decorated room, trying to think of a place where the device could be.
"Maybe it's in the desk," he thought, "but I doubt he'll let me rummage through it. Maybe it's wherever he left his robes."
He opened a nearby wardrobe, but found it empty. He glanced over the bed, and over the crumpled sheets he saw what he thought was a thread of gold. Nathaniel made his way to the bed and pulled on the embroidered piece. To his satisfaction, he realized he had found the pater's robe. He yanked it away from the bed, dragging along another piece of cloth he didn't bother with. Inside the robe, as he had hoped, he found the Tyler, tucked into one of its inner pockets. He took out the device, ejected its rune tile, and ran it over his own apparatus. Rune tile updated. Name, Benevid Luke von Blitzstein. Clearance level 3. Available notes. Reasonable request. Faithful concerns. Moral Degradation in Drachenstein.
"There, you found it!"
Benevit exclaimed.
"You have what you came for, and now you can leave this holy place. Leave, I say! You're not welcome here!"
Nathaniel cast a sidelong glance at Benevit, but ignored him. The Pater kept mumbling imprecations under his breath. He understood offspring of a syphilitic prostitute, and little else, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he read through the notes in the rune tile. Title: Moral Degradation in Drachenstein. Body: You are supposed to be the so-called moral leader of the community, Benevit, aren't you? You find the way to steer people through the path of light, whatever that's supposed to mean. But don't you think for a second that you have any right to demand anything from us. Should an incident like this repeat itself, you may see your extravagant lifestyle become slightly less so. Who knows? Maybe your comfortable goose-feather bed will become a straw mattress. Would you like that? If the answer is anything but yes, then I would advise you, Potter, to never presume that the fairy tales you call faith extend beyond your church, and those dim-witted enough to swallow them without question. Conjurer Alina Haynes. Original message.
Dearest Conjurer Alina, I write to you to express my concerns regarding the ongoing degradation of Drachenstein's moral compass. As you know, of late, that seedy den of scum and villainy, Slater's, has installed what they call a happy hour, which has caused attendance to my sermons to dwindle considerably. When I confronted the owner of the establishment, he produced a document signed by none other than you, authorizing the impious practice. As such, I demand that you rescind your permission, so the people's souls may be steered through the path of light once more. Pater Benevit.
Nathaniel scoffed.
So the man is angry that booze and tavern wenches are preferable to him droning on about salvation and what-not. Utterly unexpected.
He opened the next note. Title: Faithful Concerns. Body:
Greetings, Potter. I write to you to express my faithful concerns regarding the ongoing research at Castle Drachenstein. As you might know, most of my peers don't hold faith in the highest regard. But doesn't the Bright One teach us that without faith we are as cattle for slaughter? I am a man of faith, Potter, whatever the opinion of my fellow spellcasters may be. Magic is not a means to supersede faith, but another way to reach the glory of his presence. Though I am not allowed to divulge any details on the ongoing proceedings inside the castle, I am nonetheless allowed to come to you for counsel. Potter, what should I do? I find my faith questioned at every turn, just as the morality of our actions is questionable. The processes that take place inside Castle Drachenstein often go against the teachings of the Bright One regarding the sanctity of life, while at times they are unholy. Potter, the things I've seen and heard make me fear for the fate of my soul. I've prayed the litanies of luminance every night since I came to the castle, but they don't bring any solace to my concerns. I am afraid, and humbly seek your advice. Wizard Cornelius Kermenel.
Reply 1.
You've done the right thing in reaching out, my child. Your name shall be in my prayers tonight.
Reply 2.
Thank you, Potter, but I expected a more concise form of advice.
Reply 3.
Unknowable are the decisions of the Bright One. Expect not what you want from him, but expect from him what you need. Litanies 1337.
Reply 4.
Thank you, Potter.
A non-answer if I ever saw one. But this wizard, I think, does offer a bit of insight on what's going on inside Castle Drachenstein. The sanctity of life. Well, what they did to the butcher's son certainly goes against the sanctity of life, but what was it? A disease? An infection? He frowned.
Or something else. This Cornelius mentions that at times their processes are unholy. I wonder what he meant by that. Well, maybe the last note will offer some more information.
Title: Reasonable Request. Body:
Pater, my faith has been wavering of late, for I find myself unable to believe in his word given what I see of the world around me. I request your aid in this matter. I wish to see that his agents on the world are pure of soul and action, and as such, I request you transfer 5,000 TL to my Tyler. Please, Pater, your contribution can heal a poor woman's frayed faith. Yours, Kylie Lewis.
Reply 1.
You did well in coming to me, child, as I am indeed his agent on the world. Material possessions are not the path to his enlightenment, but prayer and silent contemplation. Please read the litanies of luminance to find the guidance you seek. For I have found his light was occluded by my house, wherein lied my worldly possessions. Only through possessing nothing I found everything in his light. Litanies 2:21.
Reply 2.
I insist, Pater. Please, 6,000 TL are as nothing to a man of your opulence, as I am certain the tithes offered by the faithful are more than enough to cover such a paltry sum. I expect the transfer as soon as possible.
Reply 3.
My daughter, I understand your distress, but unwise is she who asks for pecuniary compensation from his agent. For his speaker asked but for a single coin, which the miser denied, and in his anger was the miser turned to salt. Litanies 8:15.
Reply 4.
I don't think you understand, Pater. I am not asking of you. I am demanding the sum of 10,000 fucking hell runes, and I grow tired of waiting.
Reply 5.
Child, your attitude and language are most distressing. It pains and saddens me to see one of his daughters speaking with such disrespect to his agent. I order that any further communication addressed to me is done with a proper respect as befits my stature. Furthermore, you are to praise 17 luminaries, so your infraction against my person, his agent on the world, may be redeemed. I wish you well.
Reply 6.
Listen, you sanctimonious hypocrite. Don't you dare fucking lecture me on your rotten, spurious faith. Your actions aren't as secretive as you would like to think, not to one that knows how to listen. Your moist fruit beckons, my child, soft as a cherub's cheeks, as innocent as his smile. Should I keep going? I have plenty. Oh, so many, many more that I could share with people. What would your children think once they realized what their beloved Pater truly is? Will their faith be strong enough to keep them away from you? I don't know, and I don't think you do either. As I said, I am not asking. I am demanding 15,000 hell runes. Understand that they're not a contribution, nor a loan. They're a bribe to purchase my silence. I am waiting.
Reply 7.
I have transferred 15,000 TL and a bonus of 5,000. I believe we have an agreement.
Reply 8.
That we do. Happy to do business with you.
What the fuck is this?
Nathaniel wondered, staring dumbfounded at the note. He read through it time and again, unable, or unwilling, he didn't know, to wrap his mind around what it implied. Nathaniel lifted his gaze towards Pater Benevid, who kept mumbling under his breath about impious insolence.
The woman in the confession booth. What did her children tell her? She said she would bring them before the sermon. Was that today?
He glanced at his feet, trying to gather his thoughts.
Huh?
He bent down to examine the piece of cloth he was stepping on. Nathaniel picked it up, extended it, and blood clotted in his veins. A night shift, the size of a child's.
I can't believe this. I don't want to believe it.
Slowly, he turned towards Benevid, whose head was resting on the desk, the red tourniquet visible on his arm. He let go of the piece of cloth and walked towards the potter. "How did you get that wound?" Benevid ignored him. "Potter, how did you get that wound?" Again the man refused to acknowledge his question. Anger threatened to overwhelm Nathaniel, and he smashed his fist against the desk, making Benevid jump in his seat.
"I said, how did you get that fucking wound?" "And I told you already, uncouth lout. I cut myself."
"Uh-huh. May I see it?" Benevid frowned worriedly and retracted his arm.
"There is no need. I have seen to it."
"Potter, please," Nathaniel said calmly, dangerously.
I insist.
"And I said no."
I will not ask again.
Benevid scoffed.
"You dare threaten me in my abode? The audacity!"
Nathaniel sighed and leaned over the desk. "The thing is, Potter, you see, I am not quite a faithful man," he scoffed. "I can't be. I find it difficult to believe in a God who allows certain things to happen to his people." He lifted his gaze and glared accusingly at Benevid. Beads of sweat formed on the potter's forehead and upper lip.
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm just rambling, Potter. Confessing, really. To you, to myself." He shrugged. "I grew up in an orphanage. Nasty place, strictly religious, but not so bad compared to the rumors. Rumors of potters taking our friends in their chambers at night. Have you heard such rumors yourself, Potter Benevid?"
I have never heard of such travesty. Never before."
Nathaniel stretched to his full height. "I'm merely curious. Why did you transfer 20,000 taurolites to one Kylie something?"
"What? Inconceivable! Are you accusing me of something?"
"What if I am?" Benevid's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Slowly, Nathaniel rummaged through his satchel until he found the drawing. He took it out and placed it on the desk. Benevid became visibly agitated as he looked at the piece of paper, and Nathaniel stared at him impassively. "Who are they?"
Where did you find that?"
"A wandering ghost gave it to me."
"Nonsense! I had stowed that away in my—"
Benevid clamped his mouth shut. Nathaniel's eyes narrowed. "In your what?"
"That is none of your concern,"
he yelled, but unconsciously stared down at his desk. Nathaniel walked around the desk, and the man stood in front of him.
"You have no right to—"
"Out of my way,"
Nathaniel said. Potter Benevid sagged visibly as Nathaniel looked him down. Once the man stepped away, Nathaniel opened the drawer to the right. Inside, he saw 2 blue mana and 1 green mana runes. He took them and loaded them into his tiler, netting him 60 blue and 30 green. He also took a piece of taurolite, which gave him 300 units of the currency.
"But that's not what I'm after."
"Are you done robbing a man of the faith? Is that all you are after? Coin? Material possessions?"
"No," Nathaniel answered curtly, and he reached for the drawer on the left. Benevid winced, and though he took a step forward, he recoiled under Nathaniel's glare. The Major opened the drawer, and his heart skipped a beat. Dozens of depictions, similar to the one he had found in the confession booth, filled the drawer. all of them representing youths as young as 4 and as old as 15. Nathaniel grimaced as he closed the drawer, unable to keep looking and thinking about what he was seeing.
"Remove the tourniquet," he said imperatively.
I refuse!
"Pater Benevid,"
Nathaniel said, too emotionally drained to put inflection into his voice.
"I've had a rather terrible day, and if I am not mistaken—"
He turned to lock gazes with the man.
"And I hope, I pray I am. Then just now I'm facing the most horrible thing I've seen today. Please remove the damn thing. I won't ask so nicely the next time."
Slowly, gingerly, Benevid started to unfurl the piece of fabric wrapped around his forearm. He winced occasionally as he tugged on the blood caked in the cloth. Benevid finished unwrapping the tourniquet, and a cold sensation gripped Nathaniel. Clearly visible on his arm, despite its swollenness, was a bite too small to belong to an adult. Something banged against the door at the opposite end of the room.
"What's inside?"
Nathaniel asked.
That's none of your concern.
Nathaniel shrugged. "If you won't tell me, I'll find out on my own," he said, as he started walking towards the door.
Stop!
Benevid cried, but Nathaniel ignored him. The door had a simple lock without a key. He reached to open it.
I forbid you!
Nathaniel paused. "Come, then."
Huh?
He glanced over his shoulder, glaring at Benevid with as much contempt as he managed to convey. "You forbid me. Come and stop me. Or maybe your God will?" Benevid's breathing became erratic, but the man didn't move. "I didn't think so." He opened the door and peered inside. A creature emitted a choked hiss and threw itself at him as soon as the light went in. A tiny hand tried and failed to claw at him, as it was unable to hurt him through his leather breeches. The hand belonged to one of two small, undead creatures, which stared sightlessly at him. A maroon gash in each of the creatures stretched from ear to ear. Nathaniel pushed back and closed the door.
I don't know how I feel. Disgusted, nauseated, enraged.
He was unable to name the emotions he felt, but he was certain of one thing. They were all destructive. He smiled and started laughing under his breath. Soon his smile became a grin, and his laughter became a manic, unstoppable cackle. His chest heaved as he breathed in and let it out in spastic chortles. Nathaniel fell to his knees and clutched at his aching abdomen. He couldn't stop laughing.
Stop!
Unbelievable. Impossible. Of all the things I've seen today, of all the horrible creatures.
I said stop!
Of all the undead, of all the terrible events, the grim stories.
I order you to stop laughing, demon child!
Of all the things this man of faith, this agent of the Bright One.
A pair of hands turned Nathaniel around. Through the haze of mirthless laughter, he saw the red face of Pater Benevid, his eyes brimming with rage and hatred, glaring down at him.
In the name of the Bright One, by the power of my stature, I command you to stop!
Is the true monster.
Nathaniel stopped laughing, and white, cold anger took him over. Not a desire for revenge, not a desire for retribution, but a primal, immitigable need to hurt the man. He jumped to his feet, his height towering above the potter, who yelped and cowered in fear. Nathaniel stared down at the pathetic, timorous man who quaked under his glare. A yellow puddle spread below Benevid, accompanied with an acrid smell. Nathaniel snarled.
"You are pathetic," he growled. "You are disgusting. You are... Words fail to express the disgust I feel in your presence."
I'm a man of the Bright One. You have no right to...
Did you slit their throats before, or after you had your enjoyment?
Benevid whimpered, and Nathaniel scoffed.
You can't answer, can you?
He squatted in front of the shivering man, his eyes level with Benevid's.
You are a man of the Bright One. Maybe you can answer me this. What does he think of your actions? What does he think about your proclivities, Will he grant you a seat by his side? Will he shower you with praise at what you have done?
Benevid gritted his teeth and pursed his lips, trying to show a courage he visibly didn't have.
The Bright One knows the flesh is weak. He knows and forgives his agents on the world. I can do no wrong.
Is that so? Nathaniel asked, again standing to his full height. Is that the God your people pray to? A cruel bastard who would forgive that? He said, nodding towards the closed door. I refuse to acknowledge that such a God exists. And if he does, he scoffed, then that's a cosmic joke in the worst of tastes. Benevid's face curled into a snarl.
You are a heretic, a blasphemer, an apostate. You dare decry the Bright One in his very house, before his very agent? Hellfire and damnation await you, groveling son of a whore, misbegotten offspring of...
Nathaniel drew his pistol from its holster and scoffed. You tire me, little man. You tire and bore me, and I want you to shut up. Benevid paled, pressed his hands together, and began mumbling. What are you doing? Are you praying?
I am communing with the Bright One, that his enemies may find his wrath, that his agents may find glory at his side. For if my time has come by your hands, the hands of his enemy, may he know that I stood tall and valiantly against the Harbinger of Doom.
The Harbinger of Doom? Nathaniel asked. Never heard of him before. But it doesn't matter. Hey, Potter, look at me.
Look at me!
Benevid opened his eyes, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Nathaniel couldn't bring himself to hate the man. He merely felt disgusted by his presence. You are a sniveling, withering maggot, and you're not worth the shit beneath my boot. I am not going to kill you. I can't muster the will to put an end to your miserable life. He retracted the pistol away from Benevid's face. A triumphant, mad rictus split Benevid's features.
The Bright One's providence smiles upon his agent, that his enemy may be delivered unto...
He was interrupted by the thunderous crack of Nathaniel's pistol firing, followed by the lock on the door at the end, shattering. Benevid stared, gape-mouthed at Nathaniel.
What did you do? What the fuck did you do?
I said, I can't muster the will to put you down like the sick mongrel you are, he scoffed. I can't speak for them, though. The door slowly swung open, and the two undead children stared from their darkness, their sightless eyes reflecting what little light entered the room. I'll leave you and your Friends, Potter.
Benevid fell to his knees and grabbed Nathaniel by the hem of his damaged chainmail.
Please, please, my lord, my savior, please, you can't do this. You can't! You can't!
Benevid whimpered, as Nathaniel kicked him backwards. You want my advice? Keep praying. Maybe your God will answer. If he doesn't, he shrugged. Send him my regards.
No, no, please, please, no, please, no!
Nathaniel left the potter's room, ignoring his whimpering pleas. He took one of the gold candelabra by the door and used it to jam it shut, before slowly walking away. Potter Benevid's shrieks of agony accompanied him through the hallway, and as far as the church's entrance. He stood there, staring at the red sky outside as he listened to the man's cries. Almost an hour later, the church fell silent. Nathaniel closed his eyes, feeling nauseous. Not long enough. He screamed in impotent rage, ramming his fist against the wooden doorframe. He screamed until his throat felt raw. His voice faded into a thin, inaudible shrill as his throat became unable to keep screaming. When he could no longer bellow his anger, he fell whimpering to the floor.
Of all the things I have seen, never have I faced such...
He paused his thoughts, trying to find the proper word to describe the atrocity he had become an unwilling witness to. A word reached his mind. Evil. His tiler began crackling, but he felt too exhausted to pay any attention. He closed his eyes as a warm, comfortable sensation spread through him, a complete antithesis to the chill he had felt before. A soft caress touched his jawline, even through his helmet, and a soft, feminine voice whispered, "Thank you." The tiler stopped crackling, and he opened his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, and though he didn't know why, he felt that he, at least, had righted a terrible wrong. Nathaniel stood up, his brows shooting upwards in amazement. His exhaustion and the aches in his body were gone. What the hell? The incoming communication rune on his tiler lit up, and he thumbed it.
Nate? Nate! Where are you? What are you doing?
Asked Daria's voice. I was having a crisis of faith, he scoffed. I'm at the Church of the Bright One.
Brilliant! Did you find any survivors?
Nathaniel glanced back at the dark, abandoned building and said, No.
Damn shame. Did you at least find a level 3 rune tile?
I did. What now?
Excellent. Listen, you need to make your way to the mines. You should find an entrance west of Castle Drachenstein. You may need to hike for a while, but the road should be relatively empty, and any hostiles, if any, should be easily visible.
And all I need to access the shaft is the level 3 tile?
Precisely. After that, you need to navigate your way through the mines and towards the main service shaft. It leads into the lower levels of Castle Drachenstein. Once you reach the mines, communication should be easier and less power-consuming, so I should be able to guide you. Any questions?
Only one, Nathaniel replied. He closed his eyes and inhaled sharply. Do you know how to stop all of this? Silence. Daria?
I think I do, yes. But to put my plan into motion, I need someone outside of this control room. I'm locked in, Nathaniel, and I can't get out until the lockdown ends. And that can only be stopped from the central security station inside the castle. Any other questions?
None. "Nathaniel out," he said, shutting down the channel. He closed his eyes and stretched his limbs. He spared a final glance for the church, frowned, and stepped in. 60 blue mana, he thought, as he counted the pews. 18, 19, 20. It's worth it. One by one, he cast Burning Touch on each of the pulpits, starting with those closest to the altar, and making his way towards the exit. The flames extended from the pulpits and onto the tapestries and wall hangings. They licked at the masonry of the edifice, and eventually lit the wooden rafters ablaze. As he watched the growing blaze, Nathaniel planned his next course of action. I have 30 green mana, 300 hell runes, and 15 bullets. Daria's voice was hardly urgent. Slater's isn't too far away. It might be wise to pay Sergeant Rogers a visit and use the place's vendor. I need to stock up on blue mana and healing potions. Besides, considering I have level 3 clearance now, maybe I can purchase new items that could come in handy. He stared as the sigil of the Bright One at the far end of the burning building started melting due to the heat. I don't believe in the Bright One, but that harbinger of doom Benevin mentioned, I can certainly believe in his existence, all things considered. He scoffed. We're all doomed anyways, if a so-called man of faith is capable of that. The heat emanating from the building slowly became too powerful to bear. Nathaniel turned away and started walking towards his destination, his path illuminated by the bright flames, which ironically consumed the Church of the Bright One. The noises of cracking wood and crumbling masonry reached him as the edifice caved into itself, forever burying the sins committed inside. A dreadful, preternatural shriek emanated from the burning ruin, causing Nathaniel's tiler to start crackling violently. The wail continued as Nathaniel walked away, and after some time it disappeared as the flames consumed themselves into embers. Nathaniel didn't look back. Chapter 8. Treason. I'd sooner have a powerful enemy in front of me than a weak traitor at my back. Old militia proverb. Though Nathaniel remained alert, his sword firmly held in his left hand, he found no resistance as he made his way back to Slater's. Part of him wished he still had a few units of blue mana to cast Illuminate, but the satisfaction he felt at having burnt the church down superseded his need for light. Knowing the path back made his way much easier. The houses were as derelict as they had been before, but they seemed less threatening somehow. Maybe I've gone insane, he thought. Maybe I accept that no matter what I see, nothing will be as terrible as that church. Whatever the case, he felt much better than he had in the hours since the incident took place. The presence which had touched him healed his wounds and restored his strength, making him feel much more capable of defending himself than he previously had. The top of Slater's became visible above the other buildings, and Nathaniel's heart soared. Though he knew it would be fleeting, he needed the relief brought by being with other living people, if only briefly. He rounded a corner and stopped in his tracks. Oh no! The doors of Slater's hung uselessly from their hinges, while pieces of the barricade were scattered outside the edifice. Nathaniel gritted his teeth and surged forward. He reached the entrance to the tavern and gauged the damage. Well, this is strange. There's no blood. There are barely any signs of struggle. What the hell happened here? The place seemed utterly deserted, and there were no sign of its occupants. Nathaniel glanced around him and realized that the doors and the remnants of the barricade weren't caved inwards, but outwards. The place was open from the inside. But why? He tightened his grip on his sword as he walked in. His footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. The former warmth of the building, present despite the despair of the people inside, was now gone, replaced by a cold, sepulchral stillness. A strange smell reached his nose, and Nathaniel sniffed the air.
Blood. It smells like blood.
He walked towards the stairs to the second floor and discovered the source of the stench. A body lay propped against the wall. Only the lower half of its head remained attached to its neck, its tongue lolling out obscenely, while its upper half, blood, brain, and bone, was smattered on the wall and ceiling behind. Around the remnants of the person's head was a large, gaping hole that made Nathaniel think of multiple pistol shots. He glanced down at the corpse's uniform, and a pit formed in his stomach.
Damn it, Rogers.
Nathaniel sighed and spared a salute for the fallen sergeant. He examined the weapon in his hands. It looked similar to his pistol, a metal barrel propped on a wooden frame, but it was much larger and clearly intended to be used with both hands. The middle block of the weapon was broader than the rest of the weapon, and tapered down into a comfortable-looking grip. A wooden handle rested below the weapon's barrel. It seemed to be connected to the central block, but Nathaniel didn't know why. A leather strap went from the front of the barrel to the rear of the handle, likely to sling the weapon over the back. He saw a slot beneath the center of the weapon, and he wondered what it was for.
Only one way to find out.
He grabbed the weapon and struggled against the corpse's tightly clenched fingers. He finally managed to pry it off, and his Tyler chimed with the sound of a new scouting. Item: Mark 12 pump-action shotgun. Type: weapon. Ranged. Ammo: 12-gauge shells. Element: neutral. Special: NA. SDR: B through S. Ammo dependent. Description: an all-time favorite among discerning shooters, the 12-gauge pump-action shotgun is capable of dealing tremendous damage at short to medium ranges. Its pumping system makes feeding shells into its chamber easier and more efficient than older lever-action models. The auto-cocking mechanism of the Mark 12 model allows the user to fan the feed by keeping the trigger pulled and activating the pumping mechanism, effectively turning the weapon into a semi-automatic lead dispenser. The availability of multiple shell types makes the shotgun a versatile weapon suitable for almost every combat scenario. The user can find 12-gauge shells in the following versions: buckshot, standard multi-purpose shell; slug, solid lead, highly accurate, high penetration; flechette, high penetration, devastating against flesh; incendiary, magnesium pellets to ignite surfaces, devastating against flesh; Hellstorm, Helmut energy-primed pellets, cause a localized storm. Ammo capacity: 10 rounds and magazine, 1 in chamber. Current ammo type: buckshot, SDR B, 41 through 50.
Seems like quite the weapon,
Nathaniel thought as he hoisted the shotgun. It fit in his hands comfortably, and its solidity made him feel safer and better armed than wielding a simple pistol. He slung the weapon over his back and kept investigating Rogers's corpse. Nathaniel knelt beside the carcass, examining the body for any signs of ingestion, as the undead seemed keen on eating flesh after all. He found none, but he found something far more distressing. The midriff of what once was Rogers was covered in dry blood. Nathaniel undid the buttons in front of Rogers's shirt and inspected the wound. A small circular hole surrounded by bruised skin and caked blood.
He was shot.
Shit. Roger's Tyler was still attached to his wrist. Nathaniel took its rune tile and ran it through his own device. Rune tile updated. Name, Anselm Rogers. Clearance level 2. Available notes. Error.
Read this, Ratkovich. Huh. Seems like he managed to leave a message behind. Let's see what this is all about.
Title. Error.
Read this, Ratkovich.
Body. The message couldn't be delivered to Tyler, Major Nathaniel Ratkovich. Please verify you have the correct address. Original message.
Hey, Major. I don't know if you'll ever read this. Should have gotten your proper Tyler address. Stupid me. But it doesn't matter if you read this or not. I'll be undead shit either way. Fucking Corporal Tawny. Bitch had a beef with me. Who'd have thought? She used magic. One of 'em Tyler spells. Blasted the damn barricade to hell. It wasn't undead what came through, though, but robed pricks. Wizards or something else, I don't know. But they weren't human, not anymore. They took all of the survivors into the castle to do God knows what. Tawny's in on it. They're this sort of cult, cabal, whatever, dedicated to the Doombringer or something like that. As soon as I put myself between her and the survivors, she shot me in my gut. She unloaded my shotgun, save for a single shell, and told me, it's not for them. Unbelievable. She broke the vendor machine for good measure to stop me from getting a healing potion and going after her traitorous ass. Stupid bitch did me good. I have a stash with some supplies upstairs. Last room to the left. A few hell runes, couple clips, and about 20 or so shells. Be careful, though. I heard things moving above. They didn't sound friendly. Be careful. The living dead aren't the only things prowling around Drachenstein. If you find Tawny, blow her up for me, will you? I hear them shambling outside. I hear them making their hissy noises. They know I'm here, but they won't take me easily. I'm going on my terms. I'm sorry you'll have to see the messy aftermath. Best of luck, Major. Maybe you'll make it out of this hell alive. Rogers out. Shit, Nathaniel mumbled. This shouldn't have happened. Rogers, the people. But what is this about a cult of the Doombringer? Is it perhaps the harbinger of doom that Benevid mentioned? Too many questions, he thought, glancing at his Tyler. Too few answers. He heard noises coming from upstairs, just as Rogers said. He unsheathed his longsword and slowly, sneakily, climbed up the wooden stairs. As soon as he reached the upper floor, he saw one of the undead shambling aimlessly from room to room. He didn't recognize that person. It was a male, of that he was certain, and he seemed to have trouble finding its way about. Must be stupider than average, considering it seems like it couldn't get downstairs. Holding his sword at the ready, Nathaniel snuck behind the undead. One quick, vicious swipe of his weapon beheaded the shambling creature, crumpling it into a heap on the floor. Foul, viscous liquid seeped from the wound on its neck, but the creature remained still on the floor. Nathaniel wiped his weapon and readied himself to investigate the rooms. Just as downstairs, there were no apparent signs of violence, though he wasn't certain whether that was a good or a bad sign. People went by peacefully. No one protested against Tawny and her friends. They were tired, afraid, and their last glimmer of hope was taken away from them. He scoffed derisively and left the room. The room behind him and the one next to it had nothing interesting in them, only filthy cots and empty wardrobes. He made his way to the room on the far left, where Rogers had, supposedly, secreted a small cache of supplies.
Rogers's room was no different than the others, only cleaner. Nathaniel rummaged through the drawers and the wardrobe, but found nothing of use. Did Tawny or her friends clear this room before leaving? He wondered. Nathaniel swayed as he stepped on a loose floorboard, its creaking noise echoing inside Slater's. He knelt down to inspect the floorboard and realized he could remove it. He pried it open, and inside found the promised stash. 200 hell runes, 2 pistol clips, and a bandolier carrying 20 shells. He took the clips and placed them into his satchel before removing his shotgun and donning the bandolier. He glanced at the slot in the lower section of the weapon and realized it was about as large as the shells in the bandolier. He took a shell, inserted it, and the arming mechanism pushed it into the chamber. So that's how it's loaded, he thought, taking another shell and inserting it, too. He managed to put in another 10 shells, plus 1 ready to be fired. The loaded weapon weighed noticeably more than it did when no shells were inside, but the increase in mass was tolerable. He slung the shotgun over his shoulder and went back downstairs. He cast a final glance around Slater's, feeling his stomach tighten at the sight. Why the blazes would this cabal, cult thing take away the survivors? Worse, what do they plan to do with them? He glanced at his Tyler and frowned. I wonder if Daria knows. I need answers. He brought up his Tyler, thumbed the communications rune, and then pressed Daria Eisenhertz's name. Daria? He asked, without answer. Daria, do you hear me? Over.
I can hear you, Nate. What is it?
There was a... He stared at the half-headless corpse of Rogers. Situation.
What kind of situation?
The kind where I need answers. Silence. Daria?
Listen, Nate. I assure you that...
No. Enough damn assurances. Listen, if you want me to keep working as your errand boy, I need concise, concrete answers, and I need them now. Am I understood? Another long pause. Nathaniel sighed. Very well. If you want me to find my own way around this fucking hellhole, then...
What do you want to know?
A smile crept onto Nathaniel's lips. What the hell happened here?
That's classified.
Daria?
I mean it. Not even I know the full of it. Look, they were working on a way to widely, freely distribute Helmut energy across Viternus. Just imagine. Never-ending energy capable of altering matter itself. Wars would end, famine would cease, diseases would be a thing of the past.
Nathaniel scoffed. How magnanimous of you.
I speak truly, but it seems not everyone shared this view. Helmut himself, I believe he sabotaged the experiment somehow, causing this anomaly.
All right. Why are the dead coming back? Why are strange things happening all around? He paused, thinking. And why isn't everyone affected? Daria sighed.
Helmut energy is complicated. It alters matter at a molecular level in ways we can't fully understand yet. But the most wondrous and, in part, dreadful aspect of it is that it's, well, mildly sentient.
Mildly sentient?
Just as I said. Helmut energy displays rudimentary traits ascribable to a minimal but present degree of awareness. We tested this by bombarding dead chickens and animals with large amounts of Helmut energy, and the results were unexpected. They regained their motor capacities, but their aggression was increased, and their survival instinct became non-existent. Their only drive seemed to be hunger.
Only in animals. For some reason, I don't believe you.
So these things, they were dead, and then what? They weren't?
I assume you can answer that question for yourself.
All right. What's with the strange events going on? Apparitions, whispers in the dark, odd noises coming from the Tyler.
I don't know what you're talking about, she answered.
Interesting.
Why isn't everyone affected? I assumed that being behind a barrier is what spared me from turning into one of those things. But having found other people alive makes me wonder whether that's the case.
Just as before, I don't know. Our tests on that regard were inconclusive.
So you tested the effects of hell energy on humans? Daria's voice gained a hint of exasperation as she answered,
On animals only. And please refer to it by its proper name. Helmut energy.
I'll call it whatever I want. If anything, hell-fucking energy is far more accurate, considering it caused, well, this. Another sigh.
Do what you will. Does this satisfy your curiosity? Or do you have other asinine questions to ask?
One, he said. What is the harbinger of doom? After another pause, Daria's voice was unexpectedly curt as she said,
I've never heard of that.
Oh, you haven't?
Very well. I'll find out on my own. That's it for now. I'll make my way to the mines.
Good. Make haste. We've wasted enough time already. Daria out.
The Tyler clicked as the communications channel shut off. Nathaniel was left with a bitter taste in his mouth.
There are things she's not telling me, and there are things she isn't telling me in full. I don't trust her. Something doesn't quite fit. I'll do as she says for now. She seems like my only option for the time being. But I wonder, what else does she know?
As he stepped out of the ruins of Slater's, his Tyler began crackling violently, and the deep voice from before, as nails on a chalkboard, rasped,
She lies.
His Tyler stopped crackling. Nathaniel stared at the machine, his eyes narrow in suspicion.
And then there's the owner of that voice, whoever it is. I trust neither of them. One is a sorceress, and I'm certain she had more to do with this experiment than she let on. The other? He shrugged. The other's a damn ghost for all I know.
He sighed.
Let's see. 31 bullets, 20 shells, 30 green mana, 500 hell runes. I am much better off than I was before. At least my defensive capacities have improved. But I need blue mana as soon as possible, especially considering I'm going to enter the mines. I wonder where I may find another vendor machine.
Nathaniel glanced up at Castle Drachenstein, its large, ominous shape dominating the northern horizon. The shaft of light remained immutable as it made its way towards the sky.
Daria said that the entrance to the mines is to the west of Drachenstein. So that's where I must be heading.
He unslung the shotgun and held it in his hands.
I should try this weapon the first chance I get, to familiarize myself with it.
He chortled.
I nearly blew my head off with a pistol. I'd rather not make the same mistake again.
Shotgun in hand, he emerged out of Slater's and took to the streets of Drachenstein once more, determined to make his way to the mines. And then
we'll see.
Chapter 10. Embers.
Dark are the things which lurk underneath the earth.
and darker even is their purpose. Only the holy light of the Bright One can drive back the grim deceptions of the underworld, for without light, life soon fades.
Tenets 1520. The mining complex underneath Drachenstein was both more impressive and more simplistic than Nathaniel had originally thought. Most edifices he had encountered upon entering the complex were, understandably, storage facilities and silos, which, he assumed, contained the taurolites mined through the mine's activity. His shotgun was held tightly in his hands, and senses were on high alert whenever he went past an alley or rounded the corner of a building. Though he expected a dreadful creature to leap on him, especially considering the dead woman he left behind, nothing seemed to lurk in the near vicinity. He allowed himself to relax slightly, but he remained attentive to any sounds around him. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or disturbed at the utter silence which surrounded him. Given the enormous size of the complex, the two massive waterfalls which fed its underground rivers, and the place's cavernous nature, he expected there to be some noises proper to the setting. Dripping water, creaking machinery, anything. But he heard nothing at all, and that fact had him on edge.
Especially since I don't know where exactly I'm going.
Though he had had a glimpse of the mines from the descending elevator, he didn't know the layout of the streets which divided the various edifices in the complex, and given the circumstances, a wrong turn could see him come face to face with a grim creature. His first goal was to find a map of the area, so he knew where to find the shaft into the pit.
Let's see. Daria said I should find a vendor at the communal hall. There may also be a map in there.
He brought his left hand to his chin. She said the communal hall was south of the central storage facility. He mumbled to himself as he looked at his surroundings.
There are no signposts, no indications about where's where. It's as if people were simply expected to know where things are without receiving any form of assistance.
He frowned.
What would happen if people got lost then?
He shuddered to imagine. He closed his eyes and tried to remember his position relative to the lift he had left behind. He had been traveling in a straight line from the shaft, and he had caught a glimpse of what he thought was the central storage facility. Among the many refineries and factories was an edifice larger than the rest, but bereft of the exhaust pipes of the others.
That's my best bet, he thought. By now it should be straight ahead of me. And if so, a vendor should also be nearby, at the communal hall.
Steeling himself, he resumed his walk. His footsteps echoed in the pathways of the mine, and those were the only sounds audible within the facility, after he heard the tremendous roar earlier.
I need to arm myself before that thing finds me.
Nathaniel lifted his gaze and looked at the black windows of the buildings, likely administrative offices, at the sides of the street. Though his path was illuminated by lamps, nearly every edifice displayed nothing but absolute blackness inside. This is why he stopped in his tracks, as, from one of the nearby buildings, he saw light. Glowing dim as an ember, a window on the second floor of a narrow edifice at the end of the street caught his eye.
I wonder whether I should see if there are any survivors inside. It's the first place I've seen with light, and it seems to be from a candle, which means it's more or less recent. Perhaps it's worth checking out.
He stared down at his weapons, frowned, and slung the shotgun over his shoulder before unsheathing his longsword.
I'm rather low on ammunition, especially for my shotgun. It might be wiser to hold on to it.
I don't know what I'll encounter, he mumbled, as he entered the building. Though the inside was dark, he could still see thanks to the light coming from the outside. At a glance, the edifice seemed to be a living tower. The entryway was empty save for a stairwell at the far end, and doors on either side, which likely led into tenements. From the left door, which dangled on its hinges, emanated the sickly, sweet stench of rotting meat. Nathaniel decided not to explore the room, as his stomach churned at the smell. He tried the door to the right, found it locked, and decided against exploring it. His goal, after all, was the apartment right above. He took the stairwell, and the first flight of stairs led him to a small landing. On its corner was the relatively fresh corpse of a man in his late 30s. The smell of fresh blood wafted from the piece of flesh missing from his leg, and his features, though lax, were contorted into a rictus of pain.
This man bled to death,
Nathaniel reasoned,
after suffering terrible pain. Was it one of those camouflaging creatures, or something else?
He couldn't know. The second flight took him to the upper floor. He immediately glanced at the door to his left and saw a ray of light coming from its underside. He took a deep breath and banged his balled fist on the door. No answer. "Is anyone home?" he called, after banging his fist once more. Though it was a logical action, he felt stupid at the question.
Most people are dead. What are they going to answer? A fucking growl?
He glanced down at the door's lock and saw that it was a rusty old thing. He grabbed the sword and rammed its pommel into the lock. Its aged metal caved in effortlessly, and his sword's pommel became embedded into the door's rotting wood. Grimacing, Nathaniel nudged the weapon until he managed to release it.
By now, every creature around knows that I am here,
he chided himself. Regardless, he took a step into the tenement. A metallic smell he couldn't recognize reached his nostrils as soon as he stepped into the abode. The place was larger than the hovels at the village, but no less dirty. The first room was sparsely furnished, containing only a moth-eaten couch and a hole-ridden rug. To the left was a washing basin with filthy platters piled in, and above the basin he saw a closed cupboard. On a table in front of the basin were various plates with rotting food. Cockroaches scattered quickly and noisily as Nathaniel interrupted their feast. Motes of dust were visible in the wan light coming from the outside, a light which nonetheless didn't manage to obscure the dim, dancing illumination visible in a room at the end of a narrow hall. Other than the scurrying of roaches and insects, the place was silent. Just as before, Nathaniel didn't know whether that was a good or a bad sign. But as he neared the only lit room in the dwelling, he decided it was the latter. The moment he reached for the door's handle, his tiler started crackling much louder and more violently than it ever had. And through the crackling, he heard strange, sibilant noises which reminded him of wind rushing through the leaves of trees. Or of whispers. He brought the tiler's crystal set closer to his ear, trying to decipher whether there was anything to be heard in the noise.
Kill us.
He felt a nauseating sensation course through him as he heard the whisper coming through his tiler. Nathaniel didn't know whether it came from something with him in the hall or from whatever awaited him in the next room. He tightened his grip on his sword and opened the door. The metallic smell from before became overpowering as he swung the door open, and he started coughing into his sleeve as the acrid stench made him choke. Tears filled his eyes, but with every rasping, heaving breath he took, his senses slowly became accustomed to the stench. He stopped coughing and took deep breaths to regain his composure. He realized he could hear his lungs filling in and out.
That's odd,
he thought, wondering why his breathing sounded so loud. Nathaniel opened his eyes and stared into the room.
Bright One's mercy.
After his encounter with Pater Benevid, Nathaniel thought nothing would make him feel uncomfortable again. He realized he was wrong. In front of him was a scene conceivable only by a degenerate mind. Two naked bodies, that of a man and a woman, were nailed to the wall at the end of the room. The man was missing the right half of his body, and the woman her left. Both their faces were missing their eyelids, and their lips had been tightly sewn shut. Half their organs, still connected through ligaments, veins, and arteries, were spread across the room, placed inside vats filled with crimson liquid powered by blue magic batteries. The other half, however, were crudely stitched together at the center of the room, making them work as one, conjoining both persons in a grotesque mockery of the human shape. What he found most obscene, however, wasn't the blatant callousness and the abject horror of the experiment. What he found most obscene was that both were still alive. He felt his limbs growing weak as he saw the thing's lungs, both those outside and the stitched-together organ at the center, inflating and deflating painfully as it fed air to what he could only see as a construct. Other innards twitched spastically as they struggled to keep their function. Both sets of eyes darted around the room, mad with the excruciating pain they were being subject to.
What? Who the fuck could have done this?
Why would... Nathaniel could think no longer, as the distressing rasp of their breathing threatened to drive him to madness. He had to put an end to them.
Kill us, the whisper said,
he thought, grasping his sword with both hands.
With pleasure,
he growled, as he took a step forward, intent on ending the thing's lives. He plunged his weapon into the man's face, causing it to emit a choked, guttural grunt of pain, just as the offal still attached to him clenched with the pain he felt. When Nathaniel removed his weapon, the man was still horribly alive.
Bright One's fucking mercy,
Nathaniel spat, fixing his gaze upon the vats conserving their insides, somehow alive. The organs were connected to their former owners through various vessels, which reached them through an opening at the top of the vats. But under them were what looked like hoses attached to the magic batteries supplying magic into them.
Are they keeping those poor wretches alive?
The batteries were linked to what looked like a control platform made of tiles, not unlike other terminals he had seen before, except he couldn't understand how it operated. Runes inscribed in a language alien to him decorated the device's surface, and though he could make no sense of them, simply looking at their twisting, intertwined shapes made his eyes go unfocused, his head ache, and his stomach clench with nausea. Whatever they were evil, no doubt about it. Gritting his teeth to stave off nausea, Nathaniel plunged his sword into the platform and started to twist the hilt. To his horror, the sensation he felt as he destroyed the controller wasn't that of machinery, but that of flesh against his blade. Nathaniel forced himself not to think about it. Instead, he removed his weapon and turned around. The organs inside the vats twitched violently as they were cut from the energy feeding into the vats. One by one he saw as each piece of flesh ceased working. The light in the room, he realized, came from the vats keeping the organs alive. Finally, with a spastic clench, the conjoined heart ceased beating. Nathaniel glanced at the woman's relieved face, and his heart sank. In a brief moment of lucidity, the woman's eyes were filled with utter, relieved gratitude. The moment was brief, as life fled the woman moments after the contraption shut down, and the room was left in darkness. A noise came from the kitchen, alerting Nathaniel of something falling from the cupboard. He had no further desire to stay in the room, as every moment he spent inside he felt himself tainted by the foulness which had taken place in there. He left the room and walked through the small hall. As he reached the kitchen, Nathaniel saw that the cupboard was open, and something had fallen from it. He made his way to the object and mumbled, "Huh, a Tyler?" With a frown, he sheathed his sword, and then bent down to take the device and its rune tile. Rune tile updated. Name, Laura Ochman. Clearance level, 3. TL, 100. Available notes. The water tastes weird. I'm worried. I'm honestly losing it. Rejoice. An ominous sensation crept through Nathaniel the moment he read the title of the last note. Regardless, he decided to go through them one by one. Perhaps it may lead me to understand the reason behind this. He glanced over his shoulder in the general direction of the grim room. Travesty. Title. The water tastes weird. Body. Dear Mrs. Ochman, we've taken your concerns into consideration and would like to thank you for your responsible behavior. The pit administration of Drachenstein prides itself in safeguarding its personnel's well-being at every turn. As such, we can safely assure you that there is nothing irregular with the tap water you've been consuming of late. We undergo regular maintenance of the various filters in the pipelines which supply our small community, for it is our belief that healthy workers make for better hauls of taurolite from the pit. We'd like to suggest other reasons why you've perceived a different taste in the water. Certain foods or oral ailments can modify a person's perception of taste. We would like to encourage you to visit one of the qualified medical experts at your disposal. As a sign of our gratitude for your concern, we have sent you 100 taurolites for your trouble. Sincerely, Pit Administration. Original message. To whom it may concern. Lately, the water of our tenement, Tower X, Habitation 3, has been tasting off. There's a queer metallic aftertaste, which reminds me too much of the way the red water smells. The same red water we've been told to stay away from. As a soon-to-be mother, I hope you can appreciate why this is a concern for me. Yours truly, Laura Ochman. She was pregnant, Nathaniel thought. Oh, God, she was pregnant and they did this to her. He closed his eyes tightly shut, forcing himself not to think about it, and feeling silently grateful that he hadn't realized it before. Choking back bile, he kept on reading. Title. I'm worried. Body. Follow the truth, Laura. You and your husband will be happier, just as he claimed to be when he took me time and again last night. He didn't think about you, not even once. Why would he, when he had so many flavors, so many options to taste, from me, from other women and men, true followers of the Harbinger? You shouldn't worry about him. You should worry about yourself. Reply 2. I'm writing to you as a friend, Julie, not for you to admonish me. I didn't know you were a part of the cult, but if I knew, I would never have addressed you. I don't want you speaking about my marriage with Arthur either. Please, never contact me again. Reply 1. It's called the Cult of the Harbinger, Laura, not the Bringer. You have nothing to worry about. The cult only teaches the truth. What the followers of the Bright One don't want you to know because it would lead you away from their lies. I often meet Arthur during Mass. I agree that he's intense in his devotion, but isn't that a good thing? He shows true conviction to our beliefs and keeps an open mind to the teachings of the Harbinger. I think your relationship would improve greatly if you at least tried to listen to him. Original message. I'm worried, Julie. I truly am. Ever since Arthur joined that cult of the Bringer or something, he's been strange. He says that we've been lied to for the longest time, that the Bright One is but a false idol created out of ignorance. I thought, okay, if saying that helps him cope with life down here, let him have his friends. But now I'm not so sure. Lately he's being different somehow. There's something in his eyes, a fanatic fervor which, quite honestly, scares me. It's like I'm not looking at my husband anymore, but as someone who sees me as another acolyte for his cult, or something else. I don't know what to do. Do you think I'm crazy? I know I sound crazy, but with all the weird shit happening lately, I really don't know what to think.
Again with the halt of the Harbinger. It seems to have a stronger presence down here. But why? This woman mentioned the red water, just as Daria did. I wonder if the taurolite pollution in it is somehow being used by the cult.
Title: I'm honestly losing it. Body:
I am, Lara. I swear to fucking God I am. Yesterday I went down into the pit to cover for Johann's shift. Fucker drank himself stupid again, so I had to go. Lara, I shit you not. Something called me down there. At first, the crystal set in my tiler started crackling. I thought I was getting a communication from someone, but couldn't receive it because of the depth. Then my surroundings became cold, like a grave. One moment I was sweating my ass off, the next I was shivering uncontrollably. Then, Bright One's mercy, I heard something call me. It was a whisper in my ear, Laura. But that's not the worst thing. Laura, it was Macy's voice, calling me Mommy. She was in tears, like she was scared, afraid. I know she's gone, Laura, but I heard her. I swear it was Macy, and she was scared. I called back to her, but I don't think I should have. Another voice answered. It was deep, and it wasn't human. It said, "The brat is not here." I panicked and ran for the shaft. I don't think I've ever run so quickly in my life. It felt like something was chasing after me. I don't know what would have happened if it reached me. I'm not crazy, Laura. Please don't think I am. I swear I heard my Macy's voice down there in the pit. I didn't believe it before, what older folks said, that it was a path into the other world. But now, I'm not so sure. Olga.
Reply 1.
I wish I could say something to make you feel better, Ollie. But if I'm honest, I'm kind of in the same boat. Arthur is scaring me. Whenever he's near, my Tyler goes crazy, and I don't know why. It's like there's something in him that isn't him. At times I hear him growl while he's sleeping. He speaks in tongues. But I know that whatever he's saying, it's foul. We never should have come to this godforsaken place, Ollie. Today's when the wizards above are casting their huge spell. I say we take the chance and leave as soon as we can. Fuck it all, we can help each other start a new life. Laura.
She planned on leaving today? That means that whatever happened in that room is recent, and whoever or whatever did it may be close by.
He sighed, feeling a shiver run through his body.
Let's see. Last note.
Title: Rejoice. Body:
Rejoice. Your family has been chosen through the grace of the Harbinger. Please await our arrival.
Reply 1.
Don't you dare come near me, you crazy cultist fucks! If you so much as rear your asses near my house, I'll pluck your eyes out.
Nathaniel scoffed.
She doesn't seem as eager as her husband was. Yet I wonder, what is this cult? What's their purpose?
He frowned, reading the last 2 notes again.
It seems like whatever they were doing is somehow related to the spell cast by the Pointyheads, the one that started this mess. But I can't see the connection.
Maybe later I'll... His heart froze as a chill, akin to dead fingers, ran along his back. His crystal set started crackling violently, to the point where its noise became deafening, and as suddenly as it began, the noise ended.
What the...
Nathaniel lifted his gaze and inhaled sharply. At the far corner of the room he saw a shadow, an ethereal thing, vaguely shaped as a human being contoured by a black mist. It would have been impossible to see if not for the faint light coming from outside. Though it had no visible features, Nathaniel could feel its malicious gaze on him.
You won't intimidate me this time, bastard.
What are you?
No answer.
What do you want?
Again, no answer. Something touched his mind. A cold sensation which made him think of unfathomable black depths under the world. He wanted to shout, but his jaw was clamped tightly shut. He couldn't move. He could do nothing but stare at the shadow as it slowly made its way towards him. The phantasmal being stopped but a step in front of Nathaniel and tilted its head, still regarding him with an inexplicable, vicious malice.
You attempt to unravel work beyond your understanding.
The words sounded in his mind, spoken by an ancient, cavernous voice, which caused Nathaniel an animalistic desire to flee. He couldn't move, and the voice continued.
You grapple with forces beyond your knowledge, beyond your wit. You will fail. Your efforts are in vain. The Harbinger is already here. Get out of my head. Submit. Resistance is futile. You cannot win.
Get out of my head!
Cease struggling. Accept the truth.
Get the fuck out of my head!
He bellowed, clamping his eyes shut and falling to his knees. Nathaniel clutched his helmet until his fingers ached. He wanted to claw that thing out of his mind.
You are strong, but not enough,
the voice said, before a dreary, frozen touch tapped into Nathaniel's primal brain. Images flashed behind his eyes. Incomprehensible vistas of landscapes, ancient beyond understanding, twisted and warped through impossibly black magics. Dire vistas of dead suns set upon scorched skies, where foul, misshapen abominations lurked in the skies, dragging the inhabitants of 1,000 sundered worlds into their gnashing maws. Vast swaths of the nothingness between the stars stretched through untold leagues, drinking away the wan light of the few remaining worlds.
You see but a glimpse of what was, what is, what will be. Your world is but one of many to be devoured. Submit.
The touch left Nathaniel's mind. but the panic he felt remained. He finally found his voice to scream, and he screamed until his throat felt raw. Though he shut his eyes tightly, behind his eyelids he could still see the dreadful imagery evoked by the shadow's touch. He wanted it to end. He needed to stop seeing the madness it had planted into his brain. Unconsciously, Nathaniel lifted his hands, took them to his throat, and started squeezing. His mind started fading to black as air was cut from his brain, and the grim images of what awaited Vitherness vanished slowly, together with his consciousness. Only mere seconds more, and merciful oblivion would claim him. Nausea washed over him, and he opened his eyes.
Bright one's ass, what am I doing?
He let go of his throat and took a deep, rasping breath, followed by violent coughing as his lungs struggled to bring oxygen back into his system. Every breath felt like sandpaper in his already raw throat, and his stomach convulsed as nausea became overwhelming. His insides struggled to flush their contents out, but only acid, bitter bile came out. Exhausted, Nathaniel fell onto his side. A trickle of saliva leaked from the corner of his mouth as he stared blindly at the corner where the shadow had first appeared. His mind still reeled from the experience, its primal animal nature desperately wanting to take over and engulf him in utter madness. But his rational human nature fought back, struggling to remain sane despite the terror he had witnessed.
What have they brought into our world?
He wondered.
What dreadful thing have they conjured? Just what the hell have the wizards done?
Nathaniel wanted to feel angry, outraged at the atrocities perpetrated by those at Castle Drachenstein. But he couldn't muster the strength to feel anything other than utter exhaustion.
How many more horrors must I bear before this journey ends? The things, they're becoming stronger. So much stronger. Am I getting close to the epicenter of this insanity?
He didn't know. He couldn't know, and he didn't want to know. He knew too much already. Things which he wished his mind had never discovered were now inexorably burnt into his thoughts. If he made it out alive,
no, when I make it out alive,
he knew he would never be the same. Blade shock, some military men called it. A point in war where the mentally weaker soldiers collapsed under the strain of warfare. They became aloof, distant, and at times simply unhinged. A few came back from the torpid state caused by the condition. Most never returned, and those who did were inevitably changed. Some said that their minds broke under the horror of watching their comrades die in battle, while others argued that the same stress made them peek beyond the veil of reality at what lay beyond. Thus, why, when, and if they returned, they left pieces of themselves behind.
Has that happened to me? Have I looked too far beyond my understanding and left a piece of myself behind?
He chuckled weakly.
How many pieces of myself has this damned place carved off? How many chunks of Nathaniel Ratkovich are now rotting amidst the countless corpses?
He closed his eyes, and the dreadful images put into his mind by the shadow remained vivid behind his lids. He didn't care, though. His exhaustion overwhelmed his capacity to feel what dread he knew he should manifest at the imagery. Instead, he surprised himself by thinking back to the moment where his fate had turned, the moment when he had chosen to punch Colonel Ulyanov. A weak smirk barely managed to curl his drooling lips.
Fuckers. They knew what they were doing when they sent me here.
he scoffed.
They should have killed me and been done with it.
Dull, throbbing pain in his neck made him rasp. His throat was too damaged to cough, and so only a sibilant noise came out.
I tried to choke myself,
he thought, finding the idea amusing.
Talk about taking matters into your own hands. Why did I stop, though? I could have choked the life out of my body and put an end to this nightmare. Why didn't I?
Nathaniel's eyes grew wide as the answer reached him immediately.
Because then I wouldn't be able to kill the Harbinger, whatever it is.
He snarled as he thought back to the Shadow's words. The Harbinger is already here.
That means it can be killed,
he said in a sibilant rasp. His exhaustion veering onto madness suddenly gave way to hatred. Deep, burning hatred, the kind only humans were capable of. Letting himself be fueled by the hatred he felt, Nathaniel forced himself onto his knees. His stomach heaved once more as another wave of nausea took him, but there was nothing left to flush. After a minute of dry heaving, his gut stopped trying to force nothingness out, and Nathaniel climbed to his feet. He staggered dizzily and held himself against one of the tenement's walls, trying to recompose himself. He took a deep breath, let it out, and forced himself back onto steadiness. Breathing was painful. His throat was sore after screaming his madness out, and his esophagus was also burned by the stomach acid he spilled onto his floor. On top of this, his head felt impossibly heavy after the madness which had possessed him. Despite that, he managed to stay upright.
I have to leave this place,
he thought, as he took a shambling step towards the open door. The second step was easier than the first, and the third one just felt natural. Soon, Nathaniel found himself outside of the tenement, down the stairs, and out in the street. His hands were shaking, and his legs felt weak, but he took a deep breath of cold, if stale, air. Nathaniel frowned. He realized that more windows and other dwelling towers were alight, just as the one in the habitation he had left behind, and his stomach churned.
Are they occupied by more such atrocities?
Though he wondered if that was the case, he truly didn't want to know. He simply wanted to reach the communal hall and resupply. A smirk formed on his face. That'll teach me to explore damned abandoned buildings. Uncomfortable questions swirled in his mind as he walked along the lamp-lit street, chief among which was what the cult's role in the unfolding madness was. Were the pointy heads in on it, or were they unwilling pawns in some form of dreadful scheme? Nathaniel frowned.
I think it's about time for more answers.
He took his crystal set close to his mouth and rasped,
Daria.
He cleared his throat and blurted out,
Daria, can you hear me?
No answer.
Daria, answer me, damn it!
Again he found no reply.
I should not trust her,
he thought as he lowered his arm.
She's leading me on. But why? Towards what?
I feel like I'm walking into a trap, and I don't like it. Regardless, I don't have any other sense of direction. The only way I can follow, for now, is the one she chooses for me. But to what end? A choked rasp caught his attention. He turned towards one of the narrow alleys to his right and frowned as he saw one of the shambling undead headed his way.
This one is different, though,
he thought, as he observed the incoming beast. Its lymph nodes were grossly swollen, and strangely enough, glowing a dull red, just like the liquid in the vats. He reached for his sword, but paused. The red water. Even Daria warned me against it. Nathaniel reconsidered, and instead of reaching for his sword, he unsheathed his pistol and aimed at the creature. He saw 2 more undead shambling behind the swollen one, and gritted his teeth. I have 28 bullets and a fistful of shells. I must make them count. He fired once, twice, thrice into the swollen node at the center of the shambler's chest, and recoiled as it erupted into a crimson shower. The liquid its nodes contained melted the stone of the buildings in the alley, and as it splashed the undead behind it, it dissolved their flesh into a steaming puddle of gut-churning slag. Nathaniel stared in speechless awe at the spectacle. Whatever that liquid is, I really better stay away from it. He turned to continue on his way, and immediately paused as he saw another of the bloated monstrosities approaching. Behind the creature, he saw a half-rotten corpse which reminded him of the abominations at the graveyard. The memory became manifest as the walking carcass tore away a piece off its abdomen and threw it at Nathaniel with dreadful might. Nathaniel jumped sideways to avoid the projectile. He fell on his side, the impact dampened by his damaged breastplate, and quickly rolled onto his feet. Nathaniel aimed his pistol at the rotting undead, but before he could fire, a gurgling noise caught his attention. "Shit!" he exclaimed, as he narrowly avoided a glob of phlegm violently spat by the bloated horror. He turned back as the spit fell on the floor, and briefly watched as it ate away at the stone. He returned his gaze towards the front, but the rotting undead was quicker, and hurled a piece of its body towards him. Gah! The projectile hit Nathaniel in the center of his breastplate, denting the metal and breaking a few of his ribs. He grimaced and powered through the pain to roll sideways, barely avoiding another gob of spit, which unfortunately splashed close to him and sprayed his right arm. As he jumped onto his feet, he found out in horror that the foul liquid was eating through his vambrace. Without thinking, he undid its fastenings and let it drop to the floor. I need to take that one down first. He lifted his pistol and fired once. Click. You can't be serious, he mumbled, as the magazine in his pistol ran out of ammo. I miscounted. The rotten one hurled another projectile at Nathaniel, but the Major was ready. He quickly sidestepped its trajectory, and, as before, it was followed by a gob of spit he jumped away from. No time to reload, he thought, as he, in one fluid motion, dropped the pistol, unslung the shotgun off his back, and blasted at the bloated monstrosity. The swollen node by its neck exploded, its corrosive ichor causing the other nodules to rupture, showering the rotting carcass with acid. Nathaniel let his breath out as the 2 creatures lay inert on the ground. The rotten one was molten into an unrecognizable puddle, while the bloated one remained recognizable, and still moving. Though the nodules in the bloated creature were all ruptured, rendering it incapable of motion, its flesh didn't melt, and the thing remained conscious, or at least as far as its animation could be called consciousness. Nathaniel grimaced as he bent down to pick up his pistol. After returning the weapon to its holster, he walked towards the undead aberration, which stared at him with hungry, dead eyes. And he crushed its skull under the heel of his boot. He sucked on his teeth as pain shot through his chest. Shit, I wish I had a damn healing potion left. A growl behind him put his senses on high alert, and he slowly, wearily lifted his gaze. Is this for real? Behind him were at least a half-dozen undead making their way towards him. Among them were 2 more bloated creatures, and 3 rotten ones. With a growl, he cycled the shell in his shotgun and took aim. He fired at the foremost rotten creature as it was getting ready to hurl a piece of its flesh at him. The blast took it near its left clavicle, the force of the ejected pellets hurling it backwards. It split in half before it completed its trajectory, and Nathaniel cycled a fresh shell into the chamber. One of the bloated things spat a gob at Nathaniel, who ripped his cloak off and caught the spittle on its fabric. Just as the cloth began to dissolve, he jumped backwards and fired at a bloated nodule by its midriff. The leathery flesh on the swollen tumor burst open, making the creature erupt and shower the undead around it with corrosive ichor. The second bloated thing was close enough that droplets of acid ate through its sacs, making it explode. The acid ate through the second rotting undead and brought down 4 of the dozen shambling abominations.
Only 8 left,
Nathaniel thought, as he cycled another shell into the shotgun's chamber. He hoisted the shotgun over his back and reached for his sword.
I can take them down without wasting any more ammo. I should...
Shit!
He gasped, as pain shot through his bruised chest. The undead were coming closer to him, and his face contorted.
Screw it. I'm in no condition to grapple with them.
He quickly unsheathed his pistol, rummaged through his satchel until he found a clip, and rammed it into the slot under the grip. An undead threw itself at Nathaniel, but compared with the speed of the rotting one's projectiles, it was awfully slow. He swiftly stepped aside, and as the creature fell onto the ground, he aimed his pistol at the back of its skull and fired. Black liquid interspersed with gray matter turned green sprayed the cobbles in front of it.
Ah!
One of the undead had used the opening to jump onto his back. It tried biting at his left shoulder, but thankfully the pauldrons on his armor held the attack. He rammed the butt of his pistol into its face time and again, until he felt the bone caving in and its grip loosening. He shook it off and put a bullet into its head before another undead reached him. As one of the dreadful creatures made ready to jump, Nathaniel lifted his pistol and fired at it. The bullet took it in the shoulder and threw off its arm, but didn't kill it. Shit, Nathaniel thought, as he fired again at the falling creature. His second shot hit it on the cheek, but didn't kill it either. The undead lifted its head and snarled at him before leaping onto its feet and swiftly throwing itself against his stomach. Nathaniel clamped his fingers around the pistol as he was hurled backwards. Whiplash made his neck hurt as he landed on his back, and the creature tried to gnaw at his face. But he quickly lifted his pistol, placed its end against its temple, and fired. Mucky, rotten blood mixed with pieces of bone and brain showered his face, making him gag. But he had no time to retch or feel sick as the undead saw their opportunity and charged. He rolled to one side and let go of his pistol, unslung his shotgun, and brought it in front of him in time to blast an undead abomination away. The shell's eruption was more powerful than the creature's momentum, and it was hurled backwards, its insides trailing from its ravaged midriff. Nathaniel sat up painfully, cycled a new shell, and aimed his shotgun at another incoming undead. He fired at its head before it could pounce on him, and the creature's skull dissolved into black mist. He cycled in a new shell and shot at the next undead, cleaving it in half and watching with grim fascination as its upper and lower part traveled in different directions. He tried cycling a new shell into the chamber, but the shotgun's magazine was now empty. The 2 remaining undead were still far away, their movements made much slower due to their corroded legs. Though they still had their limbs, they were forced to crawl as their feet could no longer support them.
To hell with them,
Nathaniel thought, as he climbed to his feet, took his pistol, and sheathed it.
No point in finishing them all. They've already eaten through enough of my ammo as it is, damn it. Let's see. I have 5 bullets left in my pistol's clip, and 10 shells from my shotgun. If I encounter more of these creatures, I'll be...
A hissing growl nearby alerted him to more incoming undead. Whether they were rotten ones, bloated hurlers, or simple walking corpses, he couldn't know.
Fucked,
he wheezed, as he started to flee as quickly as his legs could carry him. Pain and tiredness made his actions sluggish and painful, but he hoped, fast enough to leave his pursuers behind.
They're slow, he thought, all of them. Only the camouflaging horrors are quick, but the undead are mostly rotten. They can't match my speed.
Something inside him lanced burning hot pain through his body, and he tasted blood in his mouth.
This isn't good,
he thought.
At this rate, I'm gonna pass out.
Nathaniel gritted his teeth and forced himself to carry on forward. There was no point in taking an alternate path through the black alleys to either side. If he did so, he'd become more lost than he already was. The only sensible option was to make his way forward and hope he'd happen upon the central storage facility.
And if I do,
he thought as he rubbed his eyes,
I hope it's the damn south side.
As he hobbled along the cobbled street, he found no signs of violence outside. In spite of that, his heart felt heavy with horror as he saw tens of windows glowing dim as embers, just as the dreadful room he had left behind.
How many people suffered the same fate? How many people were violated to appease that damn cult?
Again, he felt his heart pulsing with raw hatred for the travesties committed in Drachenstein. Adrenaline pumped through his system, and he powered straight ahead. Nathaniel glanced back occasionally to gauge the distance between himself and the oncoming undead. They were about 50 paces behind him, well outside their effective range, as evidenced by the gobs of red phlegm and the pieces of rotting flesh that fell uselessly, if corrosively, behind him.
I must not let them reach me, he thought.
As he walked, he reloaded his shotgun, hoping he wouldn't need it, but knowing he would. Once his shotgun was loaded with his 10 remaining shells, he slung it over his back and removed his pistol.
I need to stall them,
he thought, as he aimed at one of the bloated creature's nodules. He fired 5 bullets into the nodule, causing it to burst and causing a small chain reaction as another 4 of the disgusting creatures scattered their fluids around them. The shambling contingent was briefly delayed, as he had hoped, but his hope lay not in how many he would take down, but on the damage he'd caused to the floor and structures in front of the horde. His gambit paid off slightly, as the liquid released by the bloated things dug a considerable trench in the ground. Though it wouldn't stop the advancing undead indefinitely, it would grant him precious minutes to reach his destination. Grinning madly, Nathaniel fed a new clip into his pistol and kept going forward. A large building reared its facade in front of him. The large utilitarian entry was unadorned, except for a sign above its gates which read, Central Storage.
Thank the Bright One,
he wheezed, as he shambled towards the building. He scanned his surroundings and found no structure which resembled a hall or inn of any sort.
Damn it. I didn't reach it by the southern side,
he thought bitterly.
Which one is it, then?
Finding no answers, he glanced over his shoulder and saw that the advancing terrors had filled the gap with their own corpses.
I need to find a way inside,
he thought, as he kept walking toward its large double gates.
And fast.
A few more paces saw him at the gates, 2 enormous heavy wooden doors overlaid with an intricate locked mechanism connected to a Tyler terminal. Nathaniel hobbled his way onto the terminal and placed his Tyler close to it.
Are you kidding me?
On its tile screen, depicted in large letters, were the words, Level 4 clearance required. He glanced over his shoulder. The undead were coming closer to him, their snarling, lapping, gurgling noises pursuing him hungrily.
Damn it. There doesn't seem to be any other means to go in.
He lifted his gaze and scanned the upper section of the doors, trying to find rafters, ventilation tunnels, or anything which could let him into the edifice. He found nothing. A piece of rotting flesh fell uselessly, moistly, by his foot. Nathaniel followed its trajectory and saw that the rotting ones were already trying to fling pieces of themselves at him. He frowned.
I have 10 shells and, 16 bullets? There are too many of them. And even if I rupture the bloated ones, as soon as they spit their bile at me, I'm...
He paused.
Going to melt.
He turned back to the doors, then returned his gaze to the advancing contingent. An idea, a gamble, really, coalesced into his mind. Nathaniel took 3 steps forward, facing the incoming mass of undead, spread his legs, and waited. Rotting carcasses flung dislodged pieces of flesh at him. Though they still couldn't reach him properly, they were coming closer. Their effective range was longer than that of the bloated monstrosities, which posed too real a danger for Nathaniel.
Yet I must hold my ground.
He sidestepped as many projectiles as he could, and those he couldn't avoid struck his breastplate, causing minimal damage due to the distance. Still, his objective was far from accomplished. The bloated creatures were still not close enough to spit their corrosive bile at him. A few more shambling steps, and Nathaniel was forced to grab his pistol.
I need to take down the rotting ones before they can truly harm me.
He took aim at the heads of the rotting undead. 2 bullets saw the foremost carcass crash to the floor. One, placed right between the eyes, toppled a second shambling undead. The third walking corpse refused to stay dead, and it took 3 bullets to bring it down. The last 2 shots in the magazine saw another undead come to a stop.
Last clip,
Nathaniel thought, as he jammed more bullets into the gun. A gurgling sound came from one of the bloated monstrosities, and from its gaping mouth it ejected a crimson gob of acidic phlegm. Nathaniel jumped backwards to avoid being splashed by the liquid. The cobbles it hit melted into a small steaming puddle. A grim grin formed on Nathaniel's face.
They're within range.
He took another step back, placing himself close to the doors, but leaving enough distance between himself and the wooden planks to dive away when the time came. One of the bloated creatures stepped forward and locked its dead gaze on Nathaniel. Though devoid of anything recognizable as life, its dull, cloudy eyes were still brimming with malicious hatred and vicious yearning for his molten flesh.
Come on, you ugly son of a bitch.
The creature gurgled, its throat heaved, and its jaw unhinged as it spat a projectile of corrosive fluid at Nathaniel. The Major dived to one side, and the projectile hit the doors wetly, its impact followed by the sizzling of burning wood. And metal.
Shit!
Nathaniel bellowed, as he realized the lower back of his breastplate was being eaten away. He jumped to his knees and hurried to unbuckle his plate's fastenings. He was not fast enough, though. Searing pain shot through his back as the dreadful liquid started to burn his skin. He screamed his agony and saw through tear-filled eyes that the bloated creature was ready to vomit another projectile. Instinctively, he unslung the shotgun from his back and blasted away at the bloated abomination, causing it to burst into a shower of corrosive spray. Maddened by the burning pain in his lower back, Nathaniel fired with reckless abandon, no longer caring to conserve his ammunition. A second shell saw an incoming undead reduced to mist. A third one ruptured another bloated abomination, and a fourth one saw a rotting carcass split in half. He finished unbuckling his breastplate and let it fall onto the ground. The ravaged backplate crumpled into itself like wet paper as the acidic substance nearly melted it into slack. Nathaniel's lower back burned fiercely, shooting waves of searing pain through his body. But as he turned around, he realized his gambit had paid off. The wooden doors were melted, offering a way into the storage facility. Gritting his teeth, Nathaniel stepped into the central storage and glanced around to try and find crates, containers, canisters, anything he could use to barricade the door. Instead, he saw enormous metal vats, their contents glowing a dull red. His stomach churned.
This place. It stores the red water. But why?
Though he was inside the central storage facility, the shambling undead were closing in. His only way lay forward. Chapter 11. Help. Toxic byproducts are an inevitability of taurolite refinement. The crimson water produced by processing ore is but common water laced with taurolite dust. Though unusual and eerie in its coloration, the red liquid is perfectly safe for human consumption. Health and Safety Committee, Castle Drachenstein. The central storage facility was far larger than Nathaniel originally expected. He figured the place would house containers and canisters of taurolite, supplies, and other miscellaneous odds and ends necessary for the mine's functioning. Instead, he found dozens of the same enormous vats suspended through complex systems of cranes and chains, all of them glowing a dull red. An ensemble of catwalks crisscrossed the upper levels of the storage facility, all of them connected to just as complex a system of rails and pulleys to position them on top of the glowing vats. Nathaniel cast a quick glance ahead to find he could either make his way through the facility by going through the bottom floor, or he could take the walkways.
The latter might be safer. At least climbing will make it more difficult for those bastards.
Hey!
A chill ran through Nathaniel.
Was that a woman?
He wondered as he looked around, trying to find the source of the voice.
Over here, idiot! Up here!
He lifted his gaze and saw a control booth above him, and poking out of it was the face of a blonde woman in her early 30s.
Well, you're capable of listening. Are you alive?
Nathaniel grimaced and rasped.
Barely, but yes. I'm not one of them.
Excellent. Listen, there's a service ladder a few steps ahead of you. I'll lower it so you can climb up. Then we can talk.
Why would you help me?
He asked cautiously.
Because you're the first living son of a gun I've seen in hours.
Fair enough,
Nathaniel thought, starting his way towards the ladder. The undead reached the door mere moments later. In their brain-dead idiocy, they crowded together and clogged the entrance to the facility, giving Nathaniel precious seconds to reach the ladder.
Here I am,
he said as he stood straight underneath the ladder.
Right. 1 moment. Hold them back if you can.
Nathaniel took a hold of his shotgun.
Only 6 shells. Can't waste any of them.
The woman reached a crank and started turning it. The ladder began its descent the moment the first undead, a common one, stepped into the facility. The creature on its own posed no immediate threat. It was the rotting and bloated ones which worried Nathaniel. To his relief, they had clogged the entrance and were unable to move past their shambling shapes. He switched his shotgun for his pistol and held it in his right hand. As the shambling undead came closer, he placed a bullet between its eyes, opting to conserve his shells.
Let's see if any more come.
And more did, indeed. A rotting creature immediately tried to fling a piece of its body at Nathaniel, but the Major was quicker and in one fluid motion switched weapons once again and reduced its head to black mist and goo.
"Hurry up!"
he exclaimed.
"I'm going as fast as I can,"
she said, quickly turning the ladder's crank. Another undead went through, and the clog dissolved. The carcasses were followed by one of the bloated creatures. Nathaniel wasted no time, nor did he press his luck. He immediately fired a shell into the bloated abomination, causing it to burst into a shower of caustic liquid, which took out another 2 undead with it.
"Almost there!"
the woman yelled. Nathaniel turned back and saw that the ladder was within reach.
"Good enough!"
he exclaimed, hoisting the shotgun over his back and jumping onto the ladder. He grabbed the lowest rung and tried pulling himself up, but one of the undead pounced upon him and dragged him down. He uttered an expletive as he struggled to scramble to his feet. The creature leaned over his shoulder, but he was confident his plate would protect him again.
"Oh, fuck! The fucking plate! It's gone!"
He felt his flesh tearing as the undead dug its teeth into his exposed trapezium. Electric spasm shot through his left hand, making it twitch. He grimaced and forced himself to reach for his longsword. With a groan of agony, he unsheathed the weapon, reversed his grip, and smashed its pommel into the undead's face, causing it to let go of him. Clambering to his feet, Nathaniel swung his weapon viciously and beheaded the creature. His left arm hung limply by his side, his hand refusing to heed his commands.
"Shit, this is not good."
More undead were making their way towards him. He had no time to waste. He jumped onto the ladder and grabbed a hold of it.
"Pull it up!"
he yelled. The woman said nothing as she started to frantically bring the ladder up. Another undead leapt on Nathaniel, but he kicked at it, managing to smash its face. His right hand started to tire out as he dangled awkwardly from the lowest rung. Bloated monstrosities spat bile at him, and though they miscalculated and missed him, he bent his knees to avoid being splashed nonetheless. He gritted his teeth as the muscles in his arms started burning with exertion. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and the wounds on his left shoulder and lower back sent waves of excruciating pain through him. Still, he held. Nathaniel closed his eyes, trying to ignore the torture he was going through. He didn't realize how long it took for the ladder to complete his ascent, but after some time he felt a pair of hands wrapping around his own, and a woman's voice saying, "Gotcha!" He opened his eyes and saw the woman's face, red with effort, as she tried to pull him up. Nathaniel winced but aided in the struggle, pulling himself up together with her. He yelped in pain as he fell on his left shoulder. Light swam behind his eyes while consciousness threatened to slip away.
"Come on, big guy,"
said the woman.
"Let's get you into the cabin."
Nathaniel let himself be helped to his feet. With the woman's assistance, he managed to make his way inside the cabin, where he found a makeshift shelter. The woman helped him onto a cot. She pulled a long face.
"Man, you look like shit."
"Thanks. You're not bad yourself,"
Nathaniel gasped.
"Healing potion?"
She shook her head.
"Damn. Bandages? Balm?"
"None."
"Damn, damn, damn!"
He spat, struggling to stay awake. He cast a sidelong glance at the wound on his shoulder. It was bleeding profusely.
"Fuck it. Blue mana?"
Her eyes widened.
"That I have. Hold on,"
she said, as she turned to rummage through the drawers in a desk. "Here," she exclaimed, holding a dully glowing blue stone. She handed it to Nathaniel, who took it and placed it by his tiler. The apparatus absorbed its energy, and he immediately cast Burning Touch. As he saw his right hand wrap in flames, he pressed it onto his wounded flesh.
Bright One's mercy!
Pain shot through his shoulder and into his body. The sizzling of his skin, accompanied by the smell of cooking meat, overloaded his senses. And after all the horror and pain he had endured, oblivion finally took him.
They're coming. The Harbinger is already here. Our world is at its end. And I have to stop it.
He inhaled sharply, just as his eyes shot open. He glanced madly at the room around him, looking for his gear and trying to find any immediate threat.
"Hey there, easy, big fella. You're safe,"
said a woman's voice. Nathaniel turned to see the blonde woman watching him with quiet concern. He released his breath and asked, "How long?"
3 hours, she replied. Surprising considering the sorry state you're in. Fuck me, you're a damn tough bastard, aren't you? You just cooked your own skin and shrugged it off like it's nothing.
He glanced at the bandaged wound on his shoulder and scoffed.
Field cauterization. They taught me that in the militia. Better to cook yourself than bleed to death.
He sucked at his teeth and grimaced as he tried to sit up. His lower back burnt fiercely.
"Nasty wound, that," said the woman. "How did you get it?"
I got splashed by one of those bloated fuckers.
He sighed.
Thought I wasn't gonna make it.
Name's Nathaniel Ratkovich.
Olga Grensman.
Olga? Nathaniel asked. Are you the friend of Laura, Lana?
Laura, she exclaimed. Have you seen her? Is she well?
She's sewn into the organs of her husband, her organs out of her body, kept alive through horrible magics.
His gaze grew distant as he remembered the dreadful construct of what had once been a woman.
Nate? Nate!
Huh?
His eyes returned to the woman, who stared at him with concern.
She didn't make it. I'm sorry.
She sighed.
Pity. Did she die easily?
She did. He lied. She glanced away, a deep frown on her face.
She's not convinced,
Nathaniel thought.
I hope she doesn't press the topic.
She sighed and, to his relief, didn't.
What section were you from?
You mean from here in the mines?
Olga nodded.
Nowhere. I came from the surface.
She whistled.
So, from Drakenstein proper, eh? What's the situation out there?
Nathaniel shrugged.
Not much different. Dead people walking. Awful shit going on around. Sky blood red, ominous shaft of light coming from Castle Drakenstein.
She scoffed.
Sounds like your average weekday, doesn't it?
She sighed.
Bright One's shiny ass, we're all doomed.
Your accent. You're not from Drakenstein, are you? She shook her head.
Parthas. You?
Kadaj. Long way from Parthas to Drakenstein, isn't it?
You're one to talk. What's your story?
He shrugged. I was a major in the militia. Decked an asshole official, got court-martialed, and arrived today.
Tough luck,
Olga said.
Lost my daughter, Macy, some 5 years ago. Wanted to send everything down to hell. Came here, and today I was going to leave with Lara.
Nathaniel frowned and asked,
Why are you telling me this so freely?
She smiled sadly.
What does it matter? We'll likely be dead within hours. It's a surprise that either of us has survived for so long. You, I can understand, being a soldier and whatnot. Me?
She shrugged.
I was sort of lucky.
How so? She nodded at a nearby locker. What's in there? A grim expression crossed the woman's face.
My overseer's corpse.
Huh?
Asshole wanted to take advantage of me. Shit went to hell.
She lifted her gaze, a feral grin on her face.
And I shanked him right through the heart. The blue mana I gave you was his. He wanted to be as close to those fucking wizards as he could. Imbecile.
Nathaniel stared flatly at her. You did what you had to survive.
Oh? You ain't going to judge me for this?
Believe me, of all the things I've seen today, that's perhaps the most benign. She grimaced.
I can imagine. Those friends of yours, the Walking Dead. Nasty shit, huh?
You have no idea. He frowned. Do you know anything about them?
As much as you do. Though I have a gnawing suspicion that they have something to do with that cult of wackos.
The cult of the Harbinger? She nodded. What do you know about it?
She tilted her head. They're not present outside?
No. Before you tell me of the cult, how long have you been down here?
3 years, I think.
3 years?
Believe me, it's not so bad. If I believe what I've heard, outside's far worse. Hunger and misery and whatnot. Down here, at least I can sleep warm.
Eesh.
Well, Olga continued, returning to your question, the cult. What even is there to say about them? They are this group of idiots who worship something called the Harbinger of Doom. They act like hell runes are some sort of vehicle for its essence. Like the energy in them is, like, self-aware or something.
Daria said Helmut energy is mildly sentient. Just what is it?
Please, he said. Go on.
Right. Well, those pricks were secretive. They acted in the shadows, and whenever any one of us would report them, peacekeepers and even wizards would deny their existence. Whether they genuinely didn't know they were around, or were in on it,
she shrugged.
No one knew.
I see. Do you know what they were after? As I understood it, Lara's husband, Arthur, was one of them. She frowned at him, and he said, I read through her Tyler.
Why?
I need information to piece together what's going on.
Why?
He shrugged. So I can put an end to it.
If you say so. Arthur was strange at best. A fucking weirdo at worst. He was an active part of the cult, and from what Lara told me, they engaged in weird rituals. They drank the red water and—
Wait, he interrupted. Hold on, please. I thought the red water was corrosive. She shook her head.
If you mean your bloated friends, I'm afraid you'd be mistaken. It's complicated, she scoffed. But right now everything is, I guess. Remember I told you those damn fanatics acted as if the energy in Hell runes is sentient?
He nodded.
Well, that's where I'm inclined to believe what they said. Those things, the bloated ones, she said, locking gazes with Nathaniel. They're the ones who fell into the water months ago. They're also the ones who drank it like it was the Bright One's own piss.
She sighed.
It changed them. I don't know how else to put it. They came out when the accident, or whatever it was, happened. It's like something contained in the liquid was activated, and things went south from there.
I see, said Nathaniel. But then, what actually is that red water? I thought it was a residue from refining taurolite.
Olga scoffed and shook her head. That's the official version, but you want the truth? Taurolite is a fancy term for refined red water.
What do you mean? I thought hell runes were mined. That's the whole purpose of the mines.
Lies, all of it. Lies and bullshit to throw people off. The mines were that at first. Mines for ore, minerals, and the various other materials used to build and maintain Drachenstein. But at some point, someone, possibly the wizards, discovered this substance which could be changed into virtually anything else.
The red water?
The red water, yes. The purpose of these facilities is both storage and refinement, and that's something peculiar about the liquid. When refined, it would invariably assume the shape of roughly skull and horn. Thus why they call it taurolite, you know?
I did. Most folk call them hell runes, though.
Olga chuckled. There's a good reason for that. The people who work at the pit have reported rather disturbing things.
She shrugged.
Rumors spread, and in a few months' time, everyone was calling them hell runes. Extra-officially, of course, wizards aren't keen on people calling them that. I wonder why.
Because it's too damn accurate, I'd say.
Agreed, said Olga.
I remember the message you sent to Lara. It said you were down in the pit. He paused, trying to read the woman's expression. Olga was impassive. You said you heard something calling you, with your daughter's voice. Olga closed her eyes and sighed.
That was the last straw for me. I had heard rumors, the same rumors everyone did, that they heard whispers in the dark, odd scurrying noises in the narrow tunnels, what sounded like echoing voices. But actually experiencing it, and what came after.
She was visibly distraught, her gaze grown distant as she remembered the events she experienced deeply underground. The other voice? She lifted her eyes.
It wasn't human. No human, nothing from this world, could have made that sound. You said you read the message I sent her. There I said it wasn't human. I know, but that's putting it lightly. It was like I listened to the depths of the world, to something so old that my mind wanted to tear itself off my skull. I've never felt something so inexplicably dreadful.
She shuddered.
And I never want to again. May I ask you something, Nate?
Go ahead.
Are you a religious man?
He scoffed. I was asked the same question earlier today. Well, I don't think the Bright One or other benign gods exist. But hell does exist.
She nodded. It does. And we brought it here.
They remained silent for a few minutes as each contemplated the events of the day. Nathaniel felt exhausted physically and mentally. He barely managed to endure the pain which pulsed from his wounds and bruises.
I want to fall asleep, he thought, and not wake up ever again.
What are you doing here? You look like someone with a purpose. What is it?
He let his breath out. I want to reach the southern section of this facility. I want to enter the communal hall to resupply at its vendor. Then I'll get to the foreman shack to get a Tier 4 rune tile. Then, he shrugged, I'm making it to the pit shaft.
Olga frowned. I see. Considering you just arrived today, or so you said, how do you know all this?
I'm being guided by one Daria Eisenherz.
Olga scoffed. By the head bitch herself? Bright One's mercy.
Oh, the head bitch?
Olga shook her head. Rumors, just as with everything. But bad tongues have it that she is the one who discovered the Helmut energy thingy. But it's Erwin, or Edwin, whatever, Helmut, who got the credit because he's a guy. Other voices say that he is the counterweight to her craziness.
She shrugged.
Who knows with these damn wizards anyways?
Indeed so, said Nathaniel. Can you help me get to the southern section?
First, I must ask, she said sternly. Do you trust her?
Who, Daria? Olga nodded. Do I look like a trusting man? She's the only lead I currently have, but I'm not going to follow everything she says. Now, can you help me or not?
She nodded appreciatively and said, Of course. First, I wanted to know whether you're a fool or not. I hope you understand. Anyway, currently, we are in the eastern wing of Central Storage. There are 2 ways you can reach the southern section. Either you can go down there and try to outrun your little friends.
Fuck that.
That's what I thought. Or you can use the catwalks above.
Nathaniel frowned. But they look like they don't go anywhere.
Correct? Olga nodded. That's where I come in. From here, I can shift the catwalk so they lead towards your destination, and once there, you can climb down the scaffoldings and walk out. Seems like the safest way, if you ask me.
He nodded. You've been here for much longer than I have. I'll trust in your judgment. He glanced at the locker and asked, You said your supervisor...
Overseer.
Overseer, yes, is, stored in there? Did he have a Tyler on him? She shrugged.
Sure, but all he had was smut. Nothing remotely relevant to his job or his position here. Although...
Yes?
You seem to welcome, or at least not shun, spellcasting, right?
Nathaniel nodded.
Well, I think he purchased a spell not long ago. Maybe you can transfer it to your device?
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, she said, you can try. Those 200 blue mana I gave you were his.
200? He asked, and glanced down at his Tyler. The blue mana container was, in fact, nearly full. Thanks. This is going to help me a lot. But won't you use the spell yourself? Olga shook her head.
I want to distance myself as much as I can from them damned wizards. Besides, she said,
nodding at another cabinet,
I have my own shotgun. I'm sorry I can't spare you any shells, though.
Don't worry, I understand. Where's his Tyler?
With him.
Ah? All right then, Nathaniel mumbled as he struggled to his feet. His legs ached fiercely, with a pain nearly as noticeable as the burning in his back. He opened the locker and was immediately greeted by the corpse of Olga's overseer. As she said, a knife was tightly embedded between his ribs.
I'm sure he deserved it,
he thought, as he forced himself to bend down and take his Tyler. Well, damn, she wasn't wrong. There's no way I'm touching the contents of his Tyler, he thought, as he quickly browsed through the notes available on the device, all of which were solicitations for coital interaction, with varying degrees of explicitness. What truly got his attention, however, was a previously unseen section which read, Available spell, Magic Missiles. Let's see what this is about. He tapped on the tile beside the name, and his device chimed in with a new entry available for review. Item, Magic Missiles. Type, Spell. Ranged. Ammo, 2 blue mana per use. Element, Neutral. Special. Homing. +3 blue mana per use. SDR, C, 31 through 40. Description: a spellcaster's first and last offensive option. What the Magic Missile spell lacks in frontal damage, it compensates with its low cost, high penetration, and high cadence of fire. Each projectile launched per cast bursts into a diminutive explosion which, when focused, can become devastating. The homing function makes trick shots easy to pull, as each individual missile locks onto a target, following it until it finds its mark, or meets with an obstacle. Though basic, the Magic Missile spell should not be underestimated. "Thank you," said Nathaniel. "This is the first properly offensive spell I possess." This is strange, though. I've found other Tylers before, but no one seems to have any spells with them. Any thoughts on why?" She shrugged.
"No one trusts wizards or their contraptions. Tylers are mighty useful, I'll give you that. But a machine that gives you the power to cast spells, a power derived, of all things, from hell runes? That's rather iffy, if you ask me."
"Maybe you're right."
Well, there's no point in waiting any longer. I need to get to the communal hall and then onto the foreman's shack. Anything you can tell me about the place?
Be careful. That much is obvious. But is as solid an advice as any. And Foreman Summerschild? Well, some said he was part of this fucking cult. Be careful, she repeated. You don't know what you can find at his place.
Duly noted. Where do I go now?
Right. See over there, she said, pointing at a ladder which led onto the upper catwalks. Climb that and yell at me once you're at the top. From here, I'll activate the cranes and other systems to get you to your destination at the southern portion of the complex. Once there, you'll be able to see a door below, and you should be able to open it from the inside, since the lock overriding mechanisms are on this side of the edifice. As before, be careful when you clamber down. There's no telling what might be waiting for you.
Thanks, Nathaniel said. But what about you? Are you staying here? She shrugged.
See those dials over there?
Nathaniel nodded.
If I nudge them the wrong way, pressure will build up in those containment vats, and this whole place, and its damned red sludge, will blow to hell, taking down anything with it.
She shook her head and angrily said,
I refuse to be taken alive by those things. And if I can cause pain to the damn wizards, the cult, to all of this shit, I'll be damned if I don't do it.
Nathaniel nodded. You too be careful, Olga. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome, Nate. Just try to give him hell, will you?
I will. Give me your Tyler frequency so I can warn you when to move the machines. They touched their devices together, and Nathaniel added, Call me if you need help.
I most likely won't, she said. Now go.
Nathaniel nodded and stepped out of the cabin. As soon as he placed a foot on the catwalk outside the control cabin, he was met by the guttural growling of the undead below. Bloated creatures spat gobs of acidic phlegm at him, their spittle falling back on them and dissolving their soft flesh. Rotting carcasses tried and failed to hurl pieces of their bodies at him, and common undead simply piled against the metal column which supported the structure. Quite a crowd I've drawn, he thought, as he made his way towards the ladder Olga pointed to him. Once he reached the ladder, he quickly made his way to its upper section. Though his wounds ached with every movement, adrenaline drove him upwards. As soon as he reached the catwalks above the metal vats containing liquid hell runes, he pressed the crystal-set rune on his Tyler and said, Olga, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, she replied. Are you up?
I am.
Right. What's the current position of the catwalk?
It's going east-west.
Got it. Hold on tight. As soon as she said that, Nathaniel grabbed hold of the catwalk's railings. In moments, the facility was flooded by a noise of metal grinding against metal as the mechanisms which operated the walkways and vats stirred to life. After a shuddering lurch, the catwalk on which Nathaniel stood started turning into a north-south direction, and after a few moments more, its southern end locked against another, static catwalk. Is it secure? Olga asked through the crystal set.
Seems like it, Nathaniel replied.
He walked along the catwalk, clinging tightly to the railings on either side. The creatures below were following him with every step he took, but soon they found themselves impeded by the various canisters, odds and ends which littered the lowest floor. The catwalk ended on a wall which seemed to
part the edifice in two. The path continued both to the right and left.
"Which way should I go?" he asked. "Left, I assume?"
"You'd be wrong. Take the right walkway. It'll lead you onto a maintenance hatch you can crawl through to get across the wall. When you reach the end of the tunnel, you'll find a junction. There you can take a left until you exit. That should see you safely to the southern section of the building."
"Thank you," he said, immediately turning right along the walkway. Just as Olga said, he eventually found a closed hatch. Above it a sign read, "Maintenance." Nathaniel placed both hands on its handle and struggled to turn it. His wounded left shoulder throbbed with pain as he exerted his muscles, and he felt the cauterized layer of skin on it cracking and releasing blood anew. The handle finally budged, and he managed to turn it effortlessly afterwards.
"I'm in,"
he said the moment he passed into the crawl space.
"You said this was a tunnel, not a damn warren."
"There's little difference between the two," Olga said. "The way ahead should be pretty straightforward, though you'll have to go through it in the darkness."
"Why?"
"There's no illumination within. We were expected to memorize the layout."
"That's bullshit,"
he said, as he rummaged through his satchel. He felt one of the tubular shapes of a flare and twisted it.
"Will I blow myself up if I use a flare in here?"
"Only if you're careless,"
Olga answered.
"Would be doing both of us a favor,"
Nathaniel growled, as he started crawling along the tunnel.
"Indeed you would,"
Olga agreed. Inside the narrow crawl space, Nathaniel found various couplings, hoses, valves, and other strange devices meant to control the pressure and energy flow of the facility's installations. Various sconces housed the same magic batteries which powered most of Drachenstein's infrastructure. Though the small mechanisms hissed and whirred in what he assumed was their intended function, the place was nonetheless stuffy, and the various machines were laden with layers of rust and grime. Every kneeling step forward he took resounded metallically as his hands and knees fell upon the cold steel floor. His breathing became labored as the crawl space became narrower. Nathaniel felt trapped, and moving was difficult inside the small, cramped space. Soon, he could no longer stay on his knees. He had to lie flat on his chest to keep moving forward.
"Just how narrow is this damn thing?"
he asked to his crystal set.
"It's to person."
"Shit,"
he mumbled, as Olga's voice was cut off and crackling.
"The wall must be rather thick, and the magical devices must be interfering with the signal."
As he kept moving forward, his tiler kept crackling.
"You will be consumed,"
a raspy voice growled through the device, making Nathaniel's blood run cold, an effect augmented by the death of his flare.
"Oh no,"
he mumbled.
"Oh no, oh no."
Primal fear threatened to overwhelm him as he was plunged in absolute impregnable darkness. He tried to reach his satchel, but couldn't, as the space was too narrow to maneuver.
"Oh shit, oh shit."
His breathing became quick and ragged, and the space felt even more cramped than before. Though he opened his eyes as widely as he could, he found nothing but absolute darkness. Nathaniel started to hyperventilate. He wanted to stretch, he wanted to move, but couldn't. He was paralyzed inside the stuffy, constricted, dark crawl space with no means for producing light.
"It's hot. Why is it so hot? It wasn't this hot before. Did something turn on? Am I going to cook alive? Oh, bright one, not like this. Not like this!"
Cold sweat ran down his back, its salt stinging the ravaged skin on his lower back. His mouth felt dry, and no matter how much air his lungs took in, it never felt like that was enough.
"I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I need air, damn it!"
He tried to crawl back, but was unable to move. In his panic, he had shifted his position and could no longer retrace his path. The only way ahead was forward. He scrambled breathlessly along the impossibly narrow crawl space. With every passing moment, the place felt more cramped, and breathing became increasingly more difficult. Soon, motes of light danced in his vision, as his hyperventilation brought him close to fainting.
If I pass out here, I'm going to die,
he thought matter-of-factly. A wave of shuddering terror passed through him as he thought of dying inside that dreadfully cramped space, and he struggled forward. Air failed to fill his lungs. His surroundings were unbearably stuffy, and his wounds stung with the salt of his sweat. Soon he could no longer pull himself with his arms. He could only wiggle as a worm through dirt. The walls were closing in, threatening to crush him. The tunnel was too narrow. Had it always been so narrow? He didn't know how he fit through in the first place, or why the walls were so close to his body. Every centimeter of his skin could feel the unyielding metal pressing around him. He could no longer breathe. His lungs couldn't fill enough to supply oxygen to him. He inhaled through his mouth in raspy heaves beyond his control, but they weren't enough. There wasn't enough air for him. There was no space. He was trapped and couldn't move. He closed his eyes.
"Nate! Answer me, dammit!"
He took in a deep breath and started coughing as, unexpectedly, cold air filled his lungs. Again and again he filled his chest to its maximum capacity, savoring every intake of air. The space, though still small, was no longer impossibly cramped. There was enough room for him to be on his knees and to move around if he wanted to. His flare remained ablaze, illuminating his immediacy with powerful red light, and Olga's voice yelled at him violently through his crystal set. Closing his eyes, Nathaniel blurted out,
"I'm here."
"Bright one's fucking ass, man! What the fuck happened there?"
"I don't know. You tell me."
"Me? You were gone for nearly an hour. You said something about the tunnel being too narrow, and then all I could hear was you heaving and whimpering."
Nathaniel felt light-headed as he let himself fall onto his chest. Despite the pain he felt, he rolled over onto his back and took a few moments to breathe in and out. Finally, he said,
"I think something wants me to lose my mind."
Silence. He continued,
"This is the second, maybe third time I experienced, well, I'd call it a hallucination, I guess. It was like the walls closed in around me, crushing me while I was submerged in utter darkness."
He let his breath out and inhaled anew, feeling grateful for the air filling his lungs. Then he said,
"Olga?"
"Yeah?"
"I think someone out there is watching us. Something—"
He paused, struggling to find a way to voice his thoughts.
"Something that's not of our world."
"I don't know about that,"
Olga said flatly.
"And I don't want to know."
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Neither do I."
He decided to keep on going. Before taking another step, however, he lifted his tiler and shifted his active spell onto Illuminate. Then he grabbed the remaining flare.
"I refuse to stay in the dark again,"
he thought, gritting his teeth as he forced himself forward. Unlike the previous time, the crawl space didn't become any narrower. As soon as his flare wavered, he set another one ablaze, illuminating his path. In less than 3 minutes he reached a junction. As Olga instructed, he took the left passageway. A crawl of 10 meters saw him come face to face with another maintenance hatch. The locking mechanism had a release button on his side. Nathaniel pressed the button, and the hatch unlocked immediately. He pushed it outwards and eagerly clambered out of the dreadful crawl space, feeling glad to be able to stretch his legs at last. The southern section of the facility was much like the eastern one, except its vats were empty. He lifted his crystal set and said, "Were these not filled?"
"No, Nate,"
Olga admitted.
"They were used."
"What do you mean?"
"Before today," she began, "enormous quantities of hell runes were refined towards an unknown purpose. More than a year's worth of them was made at an accelerated rate. The order came straight from the wizards at Castle Drachenstein, and as you might expect, they gave no reason for it. I guess it has to do with the spell they cast today."
"Maybe,"
Nathaniel said.
"I think I can see a service ladder from my position, just like the one you used to bring me up."
"Yes, there should be one nearby, in case there's no one present to operate the control cabin. Their mechanisms are usually high on the catwalks. They're meant as emergency ladders."
"I see. Thank you,"
he said, walking towards the ladder. His legs felt numb after having crawled through the maintenance hatch. They stung and prickled as blood struggled to return. Regardless, he rejoiced at the sensation. It was far preferable than feeling asphyxiated by the crawlway. Nathaniel reached the ladder's crank and started turning it. Slowly, its mechanism lowered a metallic ladder onto the lowest floor of the facility. Operating the crank was difficult, as its cogs were rusted with neglect. After a few minutes, the ladder reached its bottom, and Nathaniel started his descent. Nothing happened as he went down the ladder, his every footstep sounding on the metal rungs. The southern wing of the central storage facility seemed to have been unused for a long time.
"Strange, though, that the hell runes came from these vats,"
he thought, as he made his way to the wooden doors of the facility. Just as Olga indicated, he was met with a mechanical security override, a red-capped lever which connected to the locking mechanisms embedded onto the doors. He pressed the lever and put his whole weight against it until he made it budge. The locking devices on the doors groaned as they came alive. Rusted metal ground loudly against metal as its cogs and other elements shifted in their places.
"If the creatures didn't know where I was,"
he thought, as a loud click was heard.
"Now, every last thing in the mines does."
He pushed the door and it swung effortlessly on its hinges, opening onto an imitation of the street Nathaniel had reached earlier. The only noticeable difference was the large two-tiered building in front of the facility's entrance. A large sign above it read, "Communal Hall." Nathaniel sighed with relief.
"I'm here,"
he said to his Tyler.
"I'm glad you made it. The communal hall was used for feeding and housing services. It's a glorified inn, if you ask me. How's your ammo?"
Olga asked.
"Let me think.
I have 7 bullets in my pistol, 4 shells in my shotgun, and 197 blue mana."
"Damn, man,"
Olga spat.
"Not good at all."
"No," he agreed. "But at least now I have an offensive spell," he said, shifting his Tyler's active spell onto magic missiles, "and plenty of energy to feed it."
"Good thing you're not suspicious of wizardry tricks. Be careful, Nathaniel. You don't know what's lurking inside the hall. Also, are you facing it?"
"I am."
"Good. If you lift your gaze, you'll see the foreman's shack a few meters up. You should be able to reach it easily enough if you go along the main southern street and take one of the east-going junctions. You should be able to see signposts if you get lost."
"There were none in the eastern section."
"No wonder," she said. "They were removed for maintenance. Now I ask myself whether it was meant for people to get lost."
Nathaniel sighed.
"I truly don't know."
"Be careful too, okay?" She chuckled.
"Sir, yes, sir."
Nathaniel nodded unconsciously. He glanced at his left hand. A dull violet glow seemed to emanate from it. "At least," he thought as he started walking forward,
If shove comes to push, I can defend myself with magic. I just hope it's as good as bullets.
Chapter 12. Acceptance. The projects undertaken at Castle Drachenstein have remained under wraps for too long. Though numerous documents regarding what has historically been known as the accident have been declassified, the most important parts, the true parts, remain redacted. What we have seen is but the peak of the surface of the iceberg that was the incident in Drachenstein, not to speak about its implications for Wittenus, and, indeed, the rest of the world. Dread in Drachenstein, a historical lie. The communal hall of the mines reminded Nathaniel of Slater's, at least on the outside. Just as Olga said, the place looked like a large inn for the workers beneath Drachenstein. Its upper floor was dotted with black windows, which, he assumed, were rooms, while its lower floor had larger windows, which spanned the entirety of its walls. To his relief, no light was visible in either floor.
Which means the place is either abandoned or everyone is dead.
Either scenario was, to him, preferable to encountering another of the cult's horrid creations. Caution was paramount as he approached the building. He carefully scanned its facade and black windows for any sign of movement. The place seemed utterly abandoned, as evidenced by the thick layers of dust which covered its exterior. He didn't know how to feel at such discovery.
It's just like the storage facility. It seems like they've been abandoned for a long time. But why?
Nathaniel blinked rapidly and chuckled to himself.
Situation's really bad when I'd rather find undead rather than nothing at all.
Though he found the circumstance to be grimly hilarious, in truth he felt uncomfortable at the derelict quality of the buildings at the southern section of the mines. Nathaniel walked onto the hall's portico and peered through one of its windows. The building's interior seemed as abandoned as its exterior. No signs of previous habitation were discernible through the darkness. Realizing he would glean no more information from just looking, Nathaniel tested the edifice's door and found it unlocked. The wooden piece swung ajar, creaking loudly as its rusted hinges moved for what seemed like the first time in months. Nathaniel found that uncomfortably strange. The mine seemed like one of the central parts of Drachenstein's operation. So why would an entire section be abandoned like this? He frowned.
The loud noise I heard. The thing which sounded both enormous and hungry. Where did it come from?
He didn't know. He hadn't spent enough time underground to gain his bearings, and the cavernous nature of the complex meant that sound could be carried through long distances.
Then again,
he thought,
why can't I hear the waterfalls?
Too many strange phenomena surrounded the mines for his comfort, just as too many unanswered questions lingered in his mind.
Maybe I'm mad already,
he thought, as he stepped into the dark room.
Maybe I lost my mind long ago, when the first of these horrible things happened.
He glanced around the entry hall. Surely enough, it looked just like an inn. Long tables traveled from one end of the room to the other. Beside them, benches as long as the tables were empty and covered in a thick layer of dust. At the rear end of the hall was what looked like a bar as thick with dust as every other surface within the communal hall. To the right of the bar was a flight of stairs which led onto the second floor, which, Nathaniel assumed, contained beds and other accommodations. His objective was set against the wall to the right. An ancient-looking vendor machine rested on the rightmost corner of the hall. To Nathaniel's dismay, the machine was unpowered. He growled in frustration.
"Olga, can you hear me?"
"Loud and clear, big guy. What's it?"
I found the vendor machine, but the damn thing is off. Any ideas?
Shit, man. Tough luck. Let me think. Right. If I recall correctly, I think there's an energy storage a few blocks away from the communal hall. Inside, you should be able to find a few powered batteries to bring energy back to the vendor.
What's the chance that I find something ghastly inside the facility?
How the hell would I know?
Right. Then maybe you can know why is it that this place, all of it, is entirely abandoned. A silent pause. Olga?
What do you mean, abandoned?
Nathaniel sighed. I mean that every damn surface is covered in dust. Everything looks like it hasn't been used in months, if not years, like the place was built and then promptly forgotten about.
Nate, that can't be.
Why not?
Because I was there yesterday. I had breakfast at the communal hall. Eggs, sausage, and ale, if you must know. There were many people inside, too. Friends, colleagues, workers.
What the hell? Well, if you were here, you'd see. This place, it hasn't been touched by anyone in years. He expected Olga to say something, but, again, silence lingered between them.
Nate,
She paused again. Distress was evident in her voice, as if she were facing something she didn't want to acknowledge.
My mind has been off lately. I feel like I've been living in sort of a dream, you know? I mean, I know I've been working my ass off. I know I wrote to Lara, and I know that I went down into the pit. But when I think about what happened around the moments when I wasn't down in the pit or concerning myself about hell rooms, it's like I can only half remember them. What the fuck is happening?
I don't know, he answered, but I hope we can find out.
Yeah,
she wheezed.
So do I.
Finding nothing else of interest in the communal hall, Nathaniel stepped out. The silence in the southern section of the complex was as tangible and oppressive as it had been in the eastern section, except, before, he could see signs of previous habitation, whereas now, every edifice seemed to have been built, only to be left behind. A fine layer of slightly red dust had settled on every visible surface he could see, and wherever he stepped, plumes lifted off the ground. His footsteps were muffled by the thick coat of fine dust on the floor. No matter how far ahead on the central street he went, the layer of dust never grew thinner. He frowned and examined the red dust curiously. Despite his aches, he knelt to take a bit of dust between his fingers. This doesn't feel like dust, he thought, as he rubbed the substance between his index and thumb. This is ash, he mumbled, and louder, to his Tyler, he repeated, Olga, this isn't dust, it's ash. He heard a relieved sigh from the woman. Then she said,
That makes more sense, sort of.
Sort of?
Yes. The Torolite refineries belch out soot and ash as a byproduct of the refining process. The furnaces in the various facilities use common coal to boil the crimson liquid into hell rooms, but the soot they eject tends to be contaminated as a result. Still, that's not exactly good.
Without meaning to sound stupid, said Nathaniel, why?
Because it means the filters are down, and we're breathing all this shit, that's why.
I can see why this is bad, he thought. We're being exposed to Torolite dust, just as the people who were exposed to the red water. A question came to his mind. Why wasn't the eastern sector covered in ash?
Well, I guess there might be convection currents in the cavern which caused it to descend in the southern, maybe western sectors.
Guess? He asked.
Yes, guess. I'm a miner, not a fucking geologist or whatever.
Fair enough, he said, cutting off the communication.
Still, something feels off about all this. Outside, I understand it. But why are there layers of dust within buildings? He wondered, glancing around him. More importantly, where is everyone? Or what's left of them?
Finding no immediate answers, Nathaniel resolved to keep walking forward. Just as before, Olga's suggestion proved correct, and soon he was met with a narrow, elongated building denominated Power. As he neared the building, an odd movement to his right caught his attention. A noticeable whirlwind of red ash lifted off the floor, dancing in erratic patterns before disappearing in its entirety.
Odd, he thought. An underground dust devil.
He thought nothing else of the matter as he approached the power station. Inside he found a counter illuminated by 2 glowing lamps powered by a single magic battery. The narrow hallway of the building extended backwards into darkness. Inside, Nathaniel could see shelves laden with batteries, which he hoped were ready to be used. The counter was expectedly empty, and he walked behind it.
The hell is this?
A chair sat empty behind the counter, and strangely enough, on it was a set of clothes covered in red dust. A tiler was discarded on the floor beside the chair. Nathaniel bent down to pick up the device, curious to rummage through its rune tile. Rune tile updated. Name, Morrow Ulfric. Clearance level, 3. Available notes, those fucking filters. Excessive stress? Feel no duress. I miss the sun.
Well, the first note seems immediately relevant, thought Nathaniel, as he read through it. Title:
Those fucking filters.
Body:
I swear to God, Morrow. I fucking swear to fucking God, I'm tired of this shit. It's the third fucking time in less than a month that the damn ash filters break. Whose ass does one have to kiss around here so we don't have to breathe that red shit all the time? I swear I've been coughing like a fucking dog for the past 2 days. Get your shit together or expect to hear some choice words from Foreman Summerschild. E. Lundgren.
Reply 1. Hey, Ernst, go fuck yourself. It's not my fault that your crew handles things with their asses. Saying they do so with their feet is a disservice to podophiles worldwide. But I'll humor you. Those 3 times you mentioned? Power couplings, each and every time, and I've installed them myself. 3 shiny, brand-new Helmut Energy batteries flawlessly installed into the filtering units of the Southern Refinery, and, let me be quite clear with this, every fucking time, the fucking batteries were smashed. Some lazy prick or an asshole prankster, I don't know nor care, among your crew must be breaking my batteries. Either they're getting a kick out of it, or they're using the maintenance downtime to jack it off to your sister. Either way, either rein in your damn workers, or I will be talking to Summerschild myself. I have proof and reports of every repair I've made. And you? Yours truly, M. Ulfric. P.S. Tell your sister I'll see her later tonight.
So the power units were smashed every time. And people have been breathing this? I wonder whether that has to do with the cult. Olga mentioned that they drank the water and... He paused. And I interrupted her.
Olga?
Nate?
A while ago you mentioned that cult fellas drank the red water, didn't you?
A pause and then...
Well, I don't know about cult fellas. But Laura's man Arthur did. Drank the damn thing like it was the Bright One's own piss he did. Why the question?
I just read through a Tyler note which said that the batteries of the southern filters kept getting smashed, and people were breathing the stuff in. I just wondered if both are related.
I don't know, she answered, but it sounds oddly coincidental. Do you think cultists were behind the broken batteries?
It's a possibility, Nathaniel replied. I'll see if I can find anything else. He paused, and before closing the connection he asked, "What's your status?"
"Situation's normal," she said through a bark of laughter. "All's fucked up. Your friends are still below. The swollen ones seem especially active, spitting time and again. Idiots."
"Sounds nasty."
"I've heard worse, really."
"All right, I'll get back to this."
"Sure thing, big guy. Have fun."
Nathaniel closed the connection and sighed. All right, let's see what else I can find in Morrow's rune tile. Title: Excessive Stress, Feel No Duress. Body: Hello, Morrow Ulfric. Have the long hours underground begun to take their toll on you? Has the industrial landscape of the mines become dreary and monotonous? Has the allure of the pit waned away? If you answered yes to any of these questions, it means that you, Morrow Ulfric, are stressed. But fear not. We have the right thing for you. Boy, oh boy, have the new advancements in harnessing Helmut energy been swell. The good spellcasters at Castle Drachenstein have released to the public the substance which makes their own days bearable. They call it Relistress, a powerful mixture of herbs primed through Helmut energy which is guaranteed to ease your mind. And for just 200 TL. Get your own at the closest vendor machine, and remember, excessive stress, feel no duress, with Relistress. Nathaniel scoffed. At least they can be depended upon to exert their greed, even in times of... He chuckled. Duress. All right, last note. Title: I Miss the Sun. Body: Hey man, what can I say? Title says it all. I miss the sun and the sky. I miss looking at clouds and feeling wind. Actual wind on my face. Do you remember what it's like, feeling the sun on your face? Do you remember how blue the sky was? I try, but I don't think I can anymore. All I can think of is the black cavern ceiling of the mines, or the odd carvings in the pit. I can't remember the sky. I feel my mind close to breaking, Morrow. I tried that thing they've been advertising, Relistress or whatever. It does jack shit. I wasted 200 fucking hell runes on something that tasted like piss. If I wanted piss, I'd drink the fucking red water like those wackos do. Sorry for the rant. I just really miss the sky. C. Norman. Reply 1. I miss the sky, too. How long has it been, anyways? 3, 4 years down here? I can't remember. Days and weeks and months, they've all become a blur. All the same gray, mucky shit. Don't drink that crap. Want to know what helps? Of all things, healing potions. Right after you drink them, look at a source of light, and I swear to the bright one, it looks just like the sun. It's not much, but it's the closest thing you'll find down here. It works really well, too. I keep at least 3 bottles of the stuff in my desk at all times. They're cheaper, and taste better than that commercial crap. He has healing potions in his desk? The prospect filled Nathaniel with tangible glee. He opened the drawer of the desk, and, inside, he saw the 3 bottles promised by the note. One of them was empty, but the other 2 were still full and corked. Thank the Bright One, he wheezed, as he quickly unstoppered one of the potions and imbibed its contents. Searing pain lanced through his body as his bruises and wounds were forced into closing. He grimaced as the cauterized wound on his left shoulder flaked off and was replaced with fresh scar tissue. His lower back burned fiercely as new skin grew upon the molten flesh, and his chest heaved with pain as the damage he sustained was mended. He inhaled deeply. Though his wounds weren't fully gone, he had recovered enough that he no longer felt close to collapsing.
Drinking the second potion would return my body to its full health, he thought, but I'd rather keep it around for a more critical situation.
He stowed the healing potion in his satchel. He kept rummaging through the desk and found a dully glowing blue stone. The blue mana container in his tiler was almost full, so instead of draining the stone, he placed it in his satchel for later use. He grinned. "Thank you, Morrow," he said to no one in particular. Finding nothing else of interest, he walked into the shelves which housed fresh batteries. Though they were all covered with the same dust as every other surface, he could see the radiance within their stony surface. The fresh batteries rested comfortably inside their brass containers, ready for Nathaniel to pick up and carry. He removed one of the batteries from the stand and immediately dropped it on the floor with a loud, dull thud.
"Ooh, damn! This thing is much heavier than I thought."
He tried lifting the battery and failed, finding his strength insufficient to remove it from the ground.
"Shit!"
he spat through gritted teeth. After another futile attempt, he gave up on trying to carry the battery.
"All right. Maybe I can drag it."
He tugged at the brass enclosure and managed to move it along the layer of soft ash.
"At least that dust does something good,"
he thought, as he struggled to pull the battery. He left the power station and started making his way back to the communal hall. As he dragged the battery along the street, an uncomfortable sensation gripped him.
"Odd,"
he thought.
"It feels like something's missing, but I can't put my finger on it."
He inhaled sharply and tugged at the battery. Again and again, barely managing to move it a few centimeters with every pull. Nathaniel stopped to take a break. He glanced at the battery.
"Shit, you're heavy,"
he gasped.
"If it weren't because of the ash, I'd—"
He paused and frowned.
"The ash," he thought. "I've been dragging that battery from the power station, so it should have left a trail in its wake. But where the hell is the furrow in the ash?"
He turned back to have a better look and realized what was missing.
My footprints are gone.
A cold sensation crept along his spine, and he unholstered his pistol.
7 bullets. Ought to make them count.
His eyes darted to and fro, trying to find a reason for the disappearance of his marks. Nothing moved in the silence which surrounded him. Nothing but the dust devils rising from the ash. He tilted his head.
Is that the same dust devil as before?
He wondered as he glanced at the small whirlwind of ash. His throat went dry.
It's not moving. It's just there as if it was
waiting. Nathaniel lifted his pistol and kept its gaze trained upon the whirl of ash. Suddenly, the dust devil lurched forward, and his tiler began crackling.
Don't breathe the dust.
Oh, shit!
The ash whirl became a small, localized storm as it ran through him. The fine ash enveloped Nathaniel, seeping into his airway and into his lungs, making him feel as if 1,000 daggers were stabbing him from within. He fell to his knees, coughing violently, unable to draw breath as his respiratory system was ravaged by the ash. He was choking. Blood vessels burst on his face as he struggled and failed to draw breath. Blackness began to crawl at the corners of his eyes as hypoxia started taking its toll. A trickle of blood dripped from his nose, and he understood the reason why he couldn't breathe. The ash had, in fact, lacerated the inside of his throat, and God knows what else.
The potion. The damn potion.
Shakily, he fished for the healing potion in his satchel, unstoppered it, and desperately quaffed its contents. His insides burnt with white-hot pain as thousands of minuscule wounds from the back of his mouth to the deepest alveoli were forced into healing. He dry-heaved as air rushed into his just-healed lungs. Nathaniel spat out a gob of red phlegm, almost as crimson as a bloated undead spittle. Still wheezing, he forced himself to his feet and stood face to face with the Dust Devil. Except the whirlwind had taken on a new shape. Its lower half remained shapeless and intangible, as ash and dust swirled in a whirl. But the upper half of the so-called Dust Devil was recognizable as humanoid, or at least it bore a humanoid shape, vaguely visible amidst the violently dancing ashes. It glared at him maliciously, a sneer recognizable in its ethereal features.
"Don't breathe the dust,"
Nathaniel thought, as the ash creature darted towards him. Nathaniel lifted his pistol and fired once, twice, thrice, to no effect.
Crap!
Before the manifestation reached him, Nathaniel took a deep breath and held it in, forcing himself to lock his airways. The creature once again rushed through him, causing pinpricks of pain on every centimeter of his body it touched. Despite the pain he felt, no ash entered Nathaniel's tracts, a fact for which he was thankful. Again he lifted his pistol and emptied the rest of the magazine into the ash being. Every bullet went harmlessly through the wraith. Even the holes they left in their wake quickly refilled with the surrounding ash.
"Oh no,"
he thought, as the creature readied itself for another charge.
"I can't fight this thing,"
Nathaniel realized, as he once again held his breath. Once more the creature ran past him, sending him down to his knees as thousands of pricks of pain coursed through his body. In many places he saw minuscule lacerations formed by the fine ash, which made up the creature. After the second attack, Nathaniel tried to flee. Not towards the communal hall, for the place was utterly covered in ash, but towards the foreman's shack. His pace was hindered by the slippery ash underfoot, and though he had taken a dozen running steps forward, the creature's speed was greater than his. A low hissing noise, the shifting of ash, alerted him to a new attack from the manifestation. And just as before, he held his breath in and was met with a powerful impact as the charging being threw him face first onto the floor. He gasped when his unprotected chest fell on the ash. A mouthful of the substance went into his throat, causing him to cough violently. Though the spasms he felt were uncomfortable, they were different from the ones caused by the creature.
"That thing. It primes the ash. It primes the Hellrune dust in the ash, which means... Is it magical?"
Nathaniel flexed his left hand. He had 247 units of blue mana which he could manifest through spells, and magic missiles were ready in his tiler. He opened his eyes and locked gazes with the ash creature.
"The only thing I can lose,"
he thought, as he readied the spell,
"is my life."
The creature launched itself at him once more. As soon as it surged forward, Nathaniel released a magic missile, a violet and white projectile of concentrated magical energy, which darted towards the phantasmal manifestation. As soon as the missile hit its mark, it burst into a small magical explosion. The eruption caused the phantasm to emit a blood-curdling shriek, akin to a grievously wounded beast.
Yes!
Nathaniel exclaimed triumphantly.
"It's not immune to magic."
The creature shrieked again, but Nathaniel was ready. Without thinking, he released a flurry of 10 more missiles, each of which found their mark. The first few blasted small pieces off of the creature, but the last 3 saw it falling onto the ground, dissolving into a swirl of ash, never to get up. Still struggling to breathe from the encounter, but satisfied at the outcome, Nathaniel glanced at his hand.
So, he thought, offensive magic can be quite useful.
The blue mana container in his tiler had decreased, showing that it had 175 usable units of blue mana now. Regardless, Nathaniel felt relieved.
Now I can stop depending entirely on my ammunition, at least, though my resources remain limited,
he thought, glancing at the battery discarded on the floor.
And I can't seem to drag that thing quickly enough.
He sighed, weighing his options.
I'm in a more or less better situation than I was before. At least I'm healed now, though some of my wounds remain. Daria mentioned that a vendor could be available at the infirmary, and one more might be present near the entry to the pit.
Olga?
Yes, what is it?
Do you know how far from me are the infirmary and the entrance to the pit?
Well, are you at the communal hall?
Assume I am.
Right, the entry to the pit should be closest, as it's right around central storage. You could either go through or around the building. The infirmary is slightly further away, as it's at the other side of the pit. Why the question?
Because, he replied, using the vendor at the hall just became an unviable option.
Why?
She asked. The batteries are too heavy. I can't lift them and move at the same time. Besides, I found a couple healing potions stowed away at the power station.
I assume you drank them?
I did, he confirmed. They should keep me going for a while. Most of my wounds are healed, he said. And I got a chance to test the magic missile spell.
You did?
Mm-hmm. An ash creature attacked me.
An ash creature? Shit. So things are getting worse, aren't they?
They are, he agreed. Currently, I think my safest bet is to make my way to the foreman shack, find his rune tile, and then return to the pit to try and find a vendor.
Why in that order?
Because right now, judging from the distance, I sit right at the middle between the pit and the shack. I'm in a better condition, and I have more means to defend myself thanks to that spell. Conserving my resources right now is the most important, and time is an invaluable resource in itself. I don't know how much longer I have before whatever's going to happen happens.
What do you mean?
I don't know what I mean, he said, thinking back to the dreadful images planted into his mind by the shadow at the tenement. It's just, I get the dreadful feeling that all of this is the beginning of something far larger than Drakenstein itself. Something that should have happened already, he said, frowning, but is being held back by something else. Olga sighed.
This, that, something, anything. Bright one's ass, Nate, you speak in riddles.
I'm well aware, he said. I find these matters puzzling myself. I'm trying to piece things together along the way, but I'm missing way too much information. He brought his right hand to his chin and stroked it pensively. Maybe if I found a tiler belonging to one of these cult members, I'd find more about the situation.
Perhaps,
Olga agreed.
Then again, you may also find the ramblings of madmen, especially considering what they chose to worship.
True, but that's neither here nor there. I'm going to make my way to the foreman's shack for now. I'll see what I can find there.
Best of luck, then. I'll sit here, pissing on the ugly things below.
Nathaniel chuckled under his breath.
"Have fun, then,"
he said, before cutting off the channel. He took a deep breath. Though his entire respiratory system felt sore after the encounter, he breathed without difficulty. After he exhaled, he turned southward until he located Foreman Summerchild's shack. The edifice was highly recognizable among the rest of the buildings, as it was erected upon a rocky formation which overlooked the rest of the mines.
"A strategic position, no doubt,"
he thought as he started forward,
"to see what goes on across the mines."
As he walked along the street, he realized that the ash was receding, and it disappeared altogether in some places.
"Odd," he thought. "It's like I hurt a creature, and its flesh is now escaping to avoid damage."
He thought back to the pile of ashes and clothes at the power station and wondered,
is that what happened to the people of this sector? Were they consumed by the ashes and reduced to nothingness?
Nathaniel thought back to what he had heard, back at the crawl space inside the storage building.
"You will be consumed," it had said. Multiple references to consumption and devouring. The thing at the tenement said my world would be devoured. The thing at the crawl space told me I would be consumed. The people from the cult of the Harbinger consume the water. And now these people may have been consumed by the ash. I might be grasping at straws, but the events might be connected, as if there was a ritualistic meaning ascribed to consuming, or being consumed.
He scoffed. He had never been a keen scholar, especially as it pertained to theological and symbolical studies. Metaphors, anaphors, and the various other subtleties of the language used by cultured people had always eluded him. Nathaniel had always found comfort in the blunt straightforwardness of the militia, where orders were meant to be taken literally and at face value. At least, he thought, feeling a smirk curving his lips, until I was ordered to kill civilians. But isn't that what I've been doing in a way? All the people, all the undead I've slain on my way here were civilians once. They were people caught in a conflict that doesn't concern them, wrapped in terrible circumstances brought upon their lives by their callous overlords at Castle Drachenstein. The same overlords I'm allegedly supposed to serve. In the end, he wondered where his loyalties lay. Though he walked unimpeded along the street, as the ash had receded, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at the thoughts he was having. Where do my loyalties lie? Indeed. Ideally, they should lie with Vitherness and its glory. But ever since that matter with Ulyanov, and now here at Drachenstein, I'm no longer certain. He sighed. The battles I fought, the disasters I've witnessed, they pale in comparison to the horror which has befallen this patch of land. And if what I've heard is to be believed, things are bound to get worse. Much, much worse.
Nathaniel!
Olga's voice screamed through the communicator, startling him. He quickly thumbed the communications rune and asked,
"Olga, what the hell's wrong?"
"Nate,"
she wheezed,
"I'm under attack. This place, all of it is going to hell."
"What?"
he asked.
"Look at the damn facility."
He turned northwards in Olga's general direction and stared in awe.
Bright One, preserve us.
An enormous ash cloud had engulfed the building in its entirety. Gale winds ran madly along the stone surfaces of the edifice, eroding it with its abrasive touch. From various shattered panes on the wall, Nathaniel saw, filled with dread, that the ash storm drew the crimson liquid contained in the vats inside.
The creature is drawing power. It's growing stronger.
Nate!
Olga said shakily.
What? What's going on? What's your situation? Nate! I'm not going to make it, Nate. What? Why? What are you talking about?
A ragged sob answered his question, followed by Olga's breaking voice.
The bloated creatures. Their spit. It wasn't senseless. They corroded the supporting beams of the cabin. I'm afraid that if I move too much, it's going to topple over, she sobbed, and they'll get me.
Shit. Listen, stay where you are. I'm going back to help you.
It's no use, Nate, she said. It's not the only thing. The ash. It's coming in everywhere. It's not reached the cabin yet, but it's taking the red liquid. It's doing something, I don't know what. It's like a ravenous creature eating everything in its path. And I'm on the menu, Nathaniel. I'm on the fucking menu.
Olga, calm down. We can get you out of there.
Bullshit, Nate,
she gasped.
That's bullshit. My time is over. There's no way to avoid it. But I'll be damned if I'll let these bastards take me alive. I'm going to make this place blow sky high, straight to hell where it should have stayed.
Shortness of breath took hold of Nathaniel as he was confronted with a woman's grim acceptance.
Olga, you can't do this.
Oh, I can, she retorted, and I will. None of this should have happened. There should have been no Drachenstein, no mines, no pit, no shambling monstrosities caused by whatever the fuck caused him. I'm going to set it right, or at least as right as I can, she said,
hysteria easily audible in her voice. After a pause, Olga said with unnerving calmness,
Nathaniel, you said you were reaching for the foreman shack, correct?
Yes, I am.
If I'm not mistaken, it rests on a hill, doesn't it?
I think so, yes. Why?
A pause.
Olga?
When I overload the pressure valves in this section,
she answered in a terrifyingly collected manner,
the vats will release their liquid everywhere. Same as those in the northern and western sections. Even if they don't, the reservoir fed by the waterfalls is going to overflow. You have to seek higher ground, Nathaniel. Otherwise, the tide will wash over you, and you'll be devoured.
You'll be devoured,
Nathaniel thought, feeling a knot forming in his stomach.
Fucking hell!
He spat, turning southwards. He immediately started running along the derelict street. Desperately he asked,
How long do I have?
I don't know, she answered. Minutes at most. I'll activate the overloading sequence. It'll take a while to build enough pressure to make everything go boom.
Damn it, Olga, how long?
As long as it takes, the woman said. That's a strange concept to grasp, don't you think? As long as it takes? She scoffed. It can be seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, a lifetime. That's what they told me after Macy was gone. How long will it take for me to stop hurting? I used to ask. And you know what they would always say?
She didn't wait for him to give her an answer, as she replied to herself.
As long as it fucking takes. That's how long it will take me to let go of my daughter. Well, I say this is as long as it took. If preachers and potters have the right of it, I'll be by her side after all this blows over. I'm sorry you're the one who has to deal with the mess that's left behind. But at least you're capable of handling it. I'm not, Nathaniel. I can't keep dealing with this, not anymore. Goodbye, and take care.
Olga? Olga!
He was met with silence as the woman cut off the communications channel. Shit! Nathaniel spat as he increased his pace. High ground. I need to find high ground. He glanced at the edifices around him and shook his head. Not these. The water is going to eat away at their foundations. I need stone, basaltic stone. He lifted his gaze towards his objective, the hill upon which rested the foreman's shack. That stone. Nathaniel's breathing became ragged as he pushed himself to his limit. His lungs burned with exertion, just as his legs were sore with use. He couldn't know how long it would take for the central edifice to explode, as Olga had explained, just as he had no means of guessing what the effects of the event would be. He glanced over his shoulder, and his throat dried up. Looming over the central facility was a tremendous cloud of ash and thunder, which swirled violently as it grew in strength. The crimson mass grew larger with every drop of red liquid it drew from the vats inside the edifice. Despite the distance, Nathaniel could see dark shapes caught by the gale winds. Undead. The thing is consuming the undead, too. A blood-curdling howl emanated from the massive ash creature. It's large, he realized. It's hungry. And I goaded it into action. He increased his pace, not knowing whether the growing storm would catch him first or the flood prophesied by Olga. A dull thud reverberated along the street, followed by a tangible shock wave which threw Nathaniel face forward onto the floor. The impact drove air away from his chest, and he turned violently until he skidded to a halt. The reverberating tremor kept repeating itself time and again, growing in intensity, until Nathaniel felt that his very skull was shaking. He glanced at the storm which dominated the northern horizon and felt a mixture of awe, dread, and animal panic. Geysers of red liquid spurted from the central facility, ejected by the tremendous pressure built inside the vats. At first, only 2 jets climbed towards the sky. But soon, and following the vibrations, more geysers exploded out of the edifice. The ghastly ash creature shrieked in agony as its body was perforated by the liquid, the magical energies it contained damaging the being as surely as Nathaniel's spells had. More and more jets joined the first few, emerging from every conceivable surface of the central facility. The ceiling of the building heaved in a movement that reminded Nathaniel of a beast gasping its death throes. It heaved a second, more violent time, and mist-spraying cracks formed along its surface. After a third heave, the cracks grew into gaping holes in the masonry, which was barely held together by the steel beams which supported its structure. There was no fourth heaving. In its stead, a dreadful explosion sent chunks of stone and steel flying in countless directions, accompanied by a torrential deluge of red water. The ash creature was consumed by the explosion, reduced to slush as it mixed with the falling liquid. A loud noise reached Nathaniel's ears, a sound he quickly recognized as rushing water. From the north came a wall of liquid, devouring every building in its path, hurtling inexorably towards him. Oh, crap. He quickly clambered to his feet and kept running along the street, desperately trying to outpace the rushing water. Chunks of debris fell all around him, their impacts breaking pieces off the buildings lining his path. Nathaniel crouched instinctively, trying to shield himself from the falling projectiles. He reached the end of the street and saw that it bent to the right, following a long, winding path behind the outcropping which housed the foreman's shack. He glanced over his shoulder and felt true terror as he saw the red, blood-like wall rushing to meet him. "Fuck this!" he spat, as he pounced onto the stone, gripping it with all his strength, and started climbing. The treacherous stone face offered few handholds as he ascended its craggy surface. The tilt of the outcropping made it a nearly straight climb towards its top. Nathaniel's fingers ached fiercely as jagged spikes of stone bit into his skin. Though pain shot through his breaking fingernails, the alternative to climbing up was way worse. The first wave of the torrent hit the base of the outcropping, spraying Nathaniel with surprisingly warm liquid. If the raw taurolite had any effects on him, he couldn't tell. All he could do was keep climbing to avoid being swallowed by the incoming flood. He spared a cursory glance over his shoulder and saw that, just as with every other indication Olga had given him, her words had proven true. Water overflowed the edges of the underground river, making it spill over its brim and adding its fury to the incoming torrent. A dreadful, overpowering noise reached him from the distance. The sound of water draining into a hole.
"The pit," he thought as he climbed. "It's falling into the pit."
The summit of the outcropping was within his grasp. Gritting his teeth, Nathaniel powered through the last few meters to the top. He didn't stop. Stopping, he knew, would mean being taken by the rushing water, being pulled into the depths of the abyss where he would inevitably find his end. He screamed through the pain he felt until, finally, he pushed himself over the edge. As soon as he rolled onto the relative safety of the outcropping, the waves struck. A pillar of water rose up as far as his eyes could see as the rushing flow met the immovable outcropping. The red liquid fell down in a spray of mist and foam. The noise was deafening as water kept striking the stony surface, but not deafening enough to dampen the loud crack under Nathaniel. He couldn't hear his voice as he uttered an expletive the moment he saw a crack forming on the outcropping. As quickly as he could, he scurried backwards, away from the growing crack in the stone. His legs were left dangling over the edge as a large piece of the ground disappeared into the rushing water, nearly taking him with it. To his relief, the rest of the formation held. Nathaniel fell onto his back, feeling exhausted after the exertion he had put himself through. He closed his eyes and focused on the sound of rushing water, the only relatively calming sound he had heard since he first arrived in Drachenstein.
"Nathaniel! What the hell is going on?"
Daria, he thought, uneager to answer. He brought the tiler up and thumbed the rune of its crystal set. "Hello. Glad to hear from you. I thought you no longer wanted to talk with me."
"Quit screwing around, Nate. What just happened? There was a dreadful earthquake just now."
"An accident happened," he said flatly.
"An accident?"
she repeated.
"Nathaniel, what did you do?"
I didn't do it. A brave woman sacrificed herself to pull your small facility into the depths of hell."
He closed his eyes and said, "I flooded the mines."
"You what?"
"As I said, it was an accident. It seems like I messed with some valves in the central storage facility and triggered a small flood."
"A small flood? Bright one's ass, Nathaniel. The vibrations were felt all the way through to Castle Drachenstein. Don't you call that small?"
"I do, yeah."
"Fuck me," she spat. "Where are you now?"
He glanced over his back and said, "Outside the foreman's shack."
"All right, let me think," she said through gritted teeth. "What's the actual situation? Can you see the shaft into the pit? The rest of the mines?"
Sighing, Nathaniel climbed to his feet. A wan smirk formed on his lips as he saw what was left of the mines. where once a semblance of a thriving underground facility had been. Now there was only a massive red lake. In the distance, where the pit once was, all he saw was an enormous maelstrom, which drank the water as greedily as a drunkard. "Everything's gone, Daria. There's nothing left. The pit is swallowing copious amounts of water. The facilities are buried under water. All that remains is a huge crimson lake."
"Bright One's mercy," she gasped. "All those years of work, all those years of effort, of research and advancement, gone, just like that."
Nathaniel frowned. But not the countless lives lost? Not the families broken? Not the workers drowned? "A pity, to be sure," he said.
"You don't understand, Nate. The mining and refining of Toralite was Drachenstein's main purpose. Without it—"
She inhaled sharply.
"Very well. You must still find a way to put an end to the anomaly which has caused these incidents. Have you secured a Tier 4 rune tile yet?"
"No," he said. "I haven't."
"Get one, pronto. Contact me as soon as you get it. I need time to think. Daria out."
As soon as she cut off the communication, Nathaniel chuckled. "So, she's angry. Good." He turned around to face the foreman's shack. The building remained untouched by the flood, though it now stood ominously alone on the outcropping. Gritting his teeth, Nathaniel took a step forward. "Time to get that damn rune tile, so I can get away from here." Chapter 13. Regret.
Everything has a price. Power, health, knowledge, all have a price. No matter how abstract the concept, when possessing enough coin, one may easily assign it a pecuniary value. Why, even basic human decency has its price.
Dantos Geldschwein, in The One True Golden God. Had Nathaniel been able to pass out, he would have. He was tired, physically and mentally, and the terrors he had witnessed were starting to exact their toll on his sanity.
"I was trained to see the horrors of war,"
he thought impassively, as he stared at the blackness above the mines, or what was left of them, and listened to the nearby furious maelstrom.
"I can stomach seeing people, comrades, civilians, dying in terrible ways. It's to be expected."
He closed his eyes and inhaled sharply.
But supernatural events, ghosts, undead, and whatever I saw inside that apartment.
He exhaled, opened his eyes, and climbed to his feet. That's true hell on Vithernus. He spared a cursory glance for the flooded facilities beneath Castle Drachenstein. The current flowed violently from every corner of the complex, all of it heading in the same direction. What once had been the pit was now a bottomless, furious maelstrom which led into depths unknown. Nathaniel scoffed.
"Maybe that damn red water will snuff the flames of hell for all I care."
Nathaniel gritted his teeth.
"Break time is over. I have to get out of here."
He lifted his gaze to the foreman's shack, a sturdily built edifice atop the outcropping, now islet, which dominated the mines, now Crimson Lake. To his relief, whatever things lurked amidst the derelict streets of the complex were washed away by the flood, and the explosion caused by Olga reduced that horrible behemoth into smithereens. Whatever remained in the shack itself, be it undead, ghostly, or worse, couldn't possibly compare to what he had
I don't want to stand face to face with that shadow thing ever again.
Nathaniel hoisted his shotgun. The weapon felt dreadfully light in his hands, as it had only 4 shells ready to use. He sighed. Currently, I can rely more on my magic missile spell and my sword than on my shotgun. No matter, he thought, throwing the weapon back over his shoulder and unsheathing his long sword. If there are bloated or rotting things inside, I can kill them using magic. Otherwise, they pose little threat. He rolled his shoulders and felt a cold breeze on his torso. That is, he thought, if I can kill them before they rip my flesh off. I must be careful. Holding the sword in both hands, he walked forward towards the shack. Nathaniel stood outside the dark wooden building, trying to listen for movement inside. He heard nothing. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad sign, he thought. 5 minutes passed. He banged his fist against the door and waited again. As before, nothing happened. No time like the present, he thought, before kicking the door off its hinges and walking in. The place smelled of spilled blood and wasted guts. Someone died in here. Though dim, the light inside was sufficient to see by, and he stepped further into the edifice. The shack, as he expected, was better furnished and more ample than the common tenements now under water, let alone the hovels in Drachenstein. The lofty first room had no walls, offering an open walkway between a dining area and a cooking zone. Straight ahead was a stairwell, which led onto the upper floor. Nathaniel spared a cursory glance for the dining area, and found nothing of interest. There was a table, 6 chairs, and a half-empty cava. I'd enjoy a drink, he thought, but I'd rather not be mentally impaired and susceptible to the things around here. He turned for the kitchen and found an abandoned pot with moldy stew inside. His stomach growled despite the foul liquid inside the pot. I haven't eaten in too long, he sighed. Starvation and dehydration are as much enemies as the undead are. Though the stew was inedible and emitted a ripe smell, it wasn't the source of the fetid stench which permeated every surface. It comes from upstairs, Nathaniel reasoned, as he stepped away from the kitchen and made his way to the second floor. The upper section was as large as the lower floor, offering a wide living space the likes of which are only seen in the houses owned by Vithernese nobility. Pretty, Nathaniel thought, but it's still inside a hole in the ground. He frowned as the stench became overpowering. He forced himself not to gag as he delved further into the room. The place was furnished with racks of books, a number of trunks, and a canopied bed with its drapes covering the mattress. The smell must come from the bed, Nathaniel thought, approaching the rich-looking furniture. His assumption was confirmed as the reek grew stronger. He didn't need to draw the curtains to know what lay underneath. Ugh, damn. Lying spread-eagled on the bed was whom he assumed to be Foreman Summerchild. His wrists were vertically slit, their contents staining the linens below. The stench came from the foreman's emptied bowels, loosened after he passed away. His expression was oddly placid, the first non-hideous grimace of horror he had seen from a dead body in Drachenstein. He died on his own terms, at least, thought Nathaniel, as he examined the unexpectedly, not as ghastly scene. The man's lax features reminded him of a mouse, narrow and pinched. He was not naked, but wore what looked like a red silk robe, now stained by congealed blood and foulness. His eyes gravitated towards the device beside him. He exhaled in relief.
Finally, the damned Tyler.
He removed the rune tile from the device and ran it over his own, keen on getting the vaunted Tier 4 clearance.
Rune tile updated. Name, Arlen Summerschild. Clearance level 4. TL 800. Available notes. Between you and me. Room for compensation. Error. To whom it may fucking concern.
Nathaniel spared a glance for the dead man, taking in his sleep-like features. He nodded and said, "Thank you for the runes. Now, let's see what nuggets of information you left me with."
Title. Between you and me.
Body. Between you and me, I can't condone such an illegal action. Between you and me, the pointy heads and their rules can get railed for all I care. Between you and me, I agree that the lack of vendors is stupid at best, criminal at worst. Between you and me, I placed it in your downstairs project. Between you and me, nothing ever happened. S. Original message. I'll be brief. The lack of vendors is stupid. Why won't they let people spend their hard-earned fucking money? Now, can one such machine be procured, hypothetically, of course, and taken to a private residence? Again, hypothetically. It may be in the best interest of friendship, should something like that be possible. If anything, it'll piss off a few of the pointy heads. That ought to be fun. A. Hope swelled unexpectedly inside Nathaniel as he read between the lines.
Does that mean that there just may be a vendor somewhere in this shack?
He wondered briefly, before accessing the next note. Title. Room for compensation. Foreman Summerschild. We understand your concerns regarding the order to release the raw taurolite containers into the river. We understand your concern that it might affect the populace both above and below, as some infiltration into their water supply may occur. Regardless, we know that obeisance is a quality to be nurtured in our mid-tier personnel. As such, we have determined there is room for compensation for any misgivings or concerns you may espouse on this regard. We are prepared to offer you TL 100,000 taurolites as compensation for your compliance. Castle Drachenstein staff. Reply 1. Keep your damn hell runes. I won't do it. Reply 2. Pity.
Well, at least the man had a shred of integrity towards the end. Now, what message did he leave behind for whom it may concern?
Title. Error. To whom it may fucking concern. Body. If anyone is reading this, I hope they found me placidly dead on my bed, and not as a shambling abomination outside. I'm sorry if I ramble. I can hear the noises outside. I have to do this quickly. Those fucking pointy heads. They did it. The damn maniacs finally did it. They've blown it all to hell. Let me explain as much as I can for whom it may concern. The red water, their prized taurolite, is a sham only a few people are privy of. Myself among them, I admit with shame. The wizards erase the memories of the people who work here. Not everything, only key parts, such as the nature of taurolite. Still, I did nothing, for there was nothing I could have done. Please understand that I didn't want to disappear and be used for, I'll call it what it is, experimentation. Those damn cult bastards, they're in on it. They know what's down there. They want what's down there. They worship it whenever they sacrifice one of their own. They chant its name while they fuck each other on top of the still fresh corpse. They wanted me in, but I refused. That's the most I could do. refused to join those sick bastards. The wizards ordered me, bribed me to open the floodgates and make everyone drink that red piss. I refused their money. They did it anyways, the pricks. I don't know what I expected, really. It's not like I could stop them, even if I tried. At least I stuck it up to them one last time by taking one of their vendors. I put it downstairs. Treat yourself to a bottle of Vithernus Vintage Merlot for my cava. My favorite, a real treat. I have many regrets, chief of which is having come to this accursed place. But I'll leave it on my terms. Fingers growing weak. Eyes blurry. I'm tired. I'll sleep a little. He resisted them in his own way, he thought, staring at the dead man. I can respect that. He frowned as he cast a final glance around the room. There were no cabinets, drawers, nor wardrobes. For all intents, the man's only furniture was the bed, which now was his final resting place. Finding no reason to stay, Nathaniel made his way downstairs, pondering the man's words. Treat yourself to a bottle of Vithernus Vintage Merlot. The first note mentioned that they placed it in his downstairs project. But there was nothing of interest downstairs. I wonder what they meant by that. Once on the bottom floor, he headed directly for the cava. Its sconces were arrayed with bottles of various sizes, but none of them labeled. None of the bottles stood out particularly, their glass butts covered with undisturbed dust. A pit formed in Nathaniel's stomach as he ran his finger over the dust. He exhaled in relief as he realized it wasn't red, but a common, dull gray. I don't understand why he mentioned Vithernus Vintage if they are unlabeled. He brought a hand to his chin and stroked it pensively. The foreman did say it was his favorite, which means he ought to drink often, right? He lifted his gaze and scanned the cava. They're all covered with undisturbed dust. But if that particular bottle is his favorite... He grinned. It means it will be clean. Nathaniel scanned the bottles intently, but the dim light wasn't sufficient to see by. He sighed and lifted his tiler. He changed his active spell from magic missiles to illuminate and spent a single blue mana to cast it for 1 minute. I'm not going to need any more, he reasoned, as his surroundings immediately brightened. His eyes darted instantly towards the bottle at the bottom right corner. Though it looked just like every other bottle, it wasn't covered by the same layer of dust. He grabbed its butt and pulled it back. Something clicked behind the cava. As the bottle returned to its place, a sound of working gears and shifting counterweights came behind the wine rack. In seconds, the cava swung inwardly, revealing an unexpectedly well-lit passage carved from the rock. So, the foreman did do well for himself after all. He went down the passage and into a rocky cellar wider than the house. As he suspected, it was illuminated by a mana battery which powered the glowing lamps hung on the walls. Inside there were crates and barrels, and, to his surprise and elation, at one corner sat a powered, fully functional vendor machine.
Bright One's mercy,
he sighed, as he walked towards the machine.
He must have had it secreted from somewhere else in this place, and illegally installed.
He glanced at the crates and decided to check their contents before he used the vendor. Nathaniel removed the lid off one of the crates and looked inside. Food. Tightly packed bundles of salted meats and vegetables, made to last for a long time without spoiling. He opened one of the barrels and found fresh, clean water in one, and ale in another. Provisions. He figured something was going to happen and stockpiled on foodstuff. He scoffed mirthlessly. Something did happen, but it was far worse than he expected, to the point where staying alive was the worst alternative. "Well, it'd be a pity to let it go to waste," he said, taking a piece of jerky and biting eagerly into it. He ate dried meat and drank water until he felt satisfied, then returned to the vendor. As soon as he inserted his tiler into the machine slot, it whirred into action. Wonderful, he thought. I can finally restock. First things first. My armor, if it can still be called that, is a damn sorry mess. I need to do something about it. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 1400 TL 30 GM. Clearance level 4. Category Armor. Name Standard Issue Armor. Description: the standard armor of Drachenstein's forces, offering acceptable protection against blunt and piercing attacks. SDR E 11 through 20. BM cost 1. Cost 150 TL. Name Reinforced Armor. A hardened version of the standard armor, offers better protection against firearms. SDR D 21 through 30. BM cost 1. Cost 200 TL. Name Heavy Plate. Full plate armor coupled with a scale hauberk for tremendous protection. SDR C 31 through 40. BM cost 1. Cost 400 TL. Imbued Armor. Infused with taurolite to protect against the elements. SDR C 31 through 40. BM cost 1. Cost 900 TL. They don't come cheap, he thought. But it's thanks to my armor, cheap though it was, that I could survive so far. Maybe it'll be worth it to spend on something stronger. The imbued armor might be too expensive, as I still need other supplies. Besides, the creatures I've fought against don't seem keen on spellcasting. I'll get the heavy plate then. After making his selection, the tiles on the vendor's tile screen shifted into a message which read, "Producing." The chamber beside the machine whirred loudly as it worked to create the armor. In 3 minutes, a metallic voice said, "Production complete." The chamber opened, and inside was Nathaniel's new suit of armor. Though it was similar to the one he had been wearing, the plates were much thicker, and rather than using chainmail at the arms and abdomen, it was fitted with small interlocking plates shaped as scales. Pauldrons, greaves, and gauntlets were studded with jointed steel plates to allow for both movement and protection. The design of the helmet was the same, except the metal it used was visibly thicker. A satisfied smirk formed on Nathaniel's face. Let's see those fuckers hurt me through that. Before donning it, I should see what else I can get. I have 1,000 hell runes left. Let's see. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 1,000 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 4. Category Items. Name Rations. Beef jerky, crackers and mustard. BM cost 1. Cost 10 TL. Name Healing Potion. A mixture of herbs and magic for quick healing of up to C-class wounds. BM cost 1. Cost 50 TL. Name Soothing Balm. A mixture of herbs for treating up to D-class wounds. BM cost 1. Cost 20 TL. Name Water Skin. Description: clean water. BM cost 1. Cost 5 TL. Name Dried Fruit. Description: apples, figs, and seeds. BM cost 10. Cost 10 TL. Name, bandages. Description, clean cloth to treat up to E-class wounds. BM cost 1. Cost 15 TL. Name, flares. Description, magnesium flares, lasts 5 minutes. BM cost 5. Cost 50 TL. Name, shatterer. Description, anti-debris high explosive. Warning, not intended for combat. BM cost 10. Cost 100 TL.
These two are new. Flares I've dealt with before, but shatterers? If they're meant to clear away rubble, they must be rather strong. Not intended for combat. Fuck that. I'm getting some of those. First and foremost, however, I think I'll purchase 5 healing potions. That'll make 350 hell runes. I don't need flares thanks to my illuminate spell. I'd rather purchase more blue mana.
He made his purchase and kept browsing. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 650 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 4. Category, weapons. Firearms. Name, pistol. Description, standard issue sidearm. BM cost 1. Cost 100 TL. Name, shotgun. Description, 12-bore shotgun. Ideal for heavy damage. BM cost 1. Cost 150 TL. Name, rifle. Description, long-range, high-caliber weapon. BM cost 1. Cost 175 TL. Name, repeater rifle. Description, rapid-firing, low-caliber weapon. BM cost 1. Cost 175 TL. Blades. Name, knife. Description, utility knife. STR-F 1 through 10. BM cost 1. Cost 25 TL. Name, dagger. Description, designed for stabbing. STR-E 11 through 20. BM cost 1. Cost 30 TL. Name, longsword. Description, standard melee weapon. SDR-C 31 through 40. BM cost 1. Cost 60 TL. Name, claymore. Description, large sword made for slashing and chopping. SDR-B 41 through 50. BM cost 1. Cost 100 TL. Blunt. Name, mace. Description, low-damage blunt weapon. SDR-E 11 through 20. BM cost 1. Cost 50 TL. Name, warhammer. Description, ideal against armored targets. SDR-D 21 through 30. BM cost 1. Cost 75 TL. Name, hatchet. Description, multi-purpose tool. SDR-D 21 through 30. BM cost 1. Cost 30 TL. Name, axe. Description, a mixture between blunt force and cutting capacity. SDR-C 31 through 40. BM cost 1. Cost 55 TL. Name, war axe. Description, heavier, stronger version of the axe. SDR-B 41 through 50. BM cost 1. Cost 110 TL. Magical. Name, crystal wand. Description, low-power weapon. Uses special crystals. BM cost 1. Cost 150 TL. Name, ethereal crossbow. Description, long-range crossbow. Effective versus magic. Uses ethereal bolts. BM cost 1. Cost 200 TL.
I expected there'd be more options in here. The rifles, what are they? Stronger pistols? I think I'm fine with my shotgun. But that ethereal crossbow seems promising.
He frowned, thinking back to the ash creature and its imperviousness to his bullets.
It seems like the further into Drachenstein I go, the more exotic its dwellers become. It might be a good idea investing in a replacement for my pistol. Though I now have the magic missile spell, blue mana remains my source of utility magic as well, and I'd rather not be stuck in utter blackness again. I have 650 hell runes, so spending 200 shouldn't be too bad.
Having made his choice, he chose to purchase an ethereal crossbow. The vendor informed him that his weapon was under production, and, once again, he kept browsing through the items available to him. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 450 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 4. Category: Spells. Name: Illuminate. Description: Cast a hovering sphere of light to illuminate the user's path. Not for combat. BM cost: 1 per minute. Cost: 10 GM. Name: Burning Touch. Ideal for starting fires and heating metals. Unsuitable for combat. SDR F 1 through 10. BM cost: 1 per use. Cost: 20 GM. Name: Concussive Blast. Kinetic energy push to scatter small objects. Unsuitable for combat. SDR F 1 through 10. BM cost: 3 per use. Cost: 40 GM. Name: Electric Grasp. Description: Electric jolt on touch. Can stun. SDR E 11 through 20. BM cost: 5 per use. Cost: 60 GM. Name: Magic Missiles. Description: Basic combat spell. Ideal for every situation. SDR C 31 through 40. BM cost: 2 per use. Homing: 5 per use. Cost: 80 GM. Name: Fireball. Description: Standard Fireball. Warning: Wide area of effect. SDR B 41 through 50. BM cost: 10 per use. Cost: 20 GM. Name: Heal. Description: Heals wounds of up to D class. BM cost: 75 per use. Cost: 30 GM. Note: Every purchased spell confers 25 blue mana.
Not much on the offensive side, but heal. That might prove useful in a pinch. 300 green mana. Damn it, I'll need much more than that. Let's see how much mana costs.
Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 450 TL, 30 GM. Clearance level 4. Category: Resources. Name: Blue Mana. Description: Used to power spells and incantations. BM cost: 5. Cost: 1 TL. Name: Green Mana. Description: Used to purchase spells and augment weapons. BM cost: 2. Cost: 1 TL.
Well, I should be able to afford the heal spell. I need to spend 135 hell runes. I should spend 15 on blue mana for another 75. Well, let's do this.
He spent the hell runes to purchase both types of mana. Once he had enough green mana, he promptly purchased Heal, expending the entirety of his resource before browsing the final category: Ammunition. Welcome, traveler, to your friendly vendor. You have 300 TL, 0 GM. Clearance level 4. Low Caliber. Category: Ammunition. Name: Standard. Description: Standard bullets. BM cost: 8. Cost: 40 TL. Name: Hollow. Description: Excellent versus flesh. BM cost: 8. Cost: 50 TL. Name: Piercing. Description: Excellent versus armor. BM cost: 8. Cost: 50 TL. High Caliber. Name: Standard. Description: Standard rifle ammo. BM cost 20. Cost 50 TL. Name Piercing. Description: Excellent versus armor. BM cost 20. Cost 60 TL. Shells. Name Buckshot. Description: Standard shotgun shell. BM cost 10. Cost 40 TL. Name Slug. Description: Solid lead accurate shell. BM cost 10. Cost 40 TL. Name Flechette. Description: High penetration flak. BM cost 5. Cost 60 TL. Magical. Name Crystal Wand. Description: Power source for the crystal wand. Piercing damage. BM cost 25. Cost 20 TL. Name Ethereal Bolts. Description: Power source for the ethereal crossbow. High damage. BM cost 15. Cost 30 TL.
Only a couple shell variations are available to me. The rest must be intended for higher clearance tiers. Hollow bullets, excellent against flesh. I wonder if they'll be useful against the undead, considering they're walking bags of skin and bones. I'll purchase a couple clips. I've done well with buckshot shells for now, but I might try slugs too. 20 buckshots and 10 slugs should be enough. I'll purchase 30 ethereal bolts, and that should leave me with 20 hell runes to spare. I'll convert them into blue mana, and that's the end of what I can afford.
He sighed.
Finally. Now let's see what I purchased.
The armor was the first thing he scouted with his tiler. Item: Heavy plate. Type: Armor. Element: Neutral. Special: NA. SDR: C. 31 through 40. Description: The thick carbon steel plates of this full armor are capable of withstanding more damage than its counterparts, while allowing for supple, easy movement thanks to the scale ringlets at its joints. It can stop bullets and basic spells, but is weak against piercing ammunition. Nathaniel scoffed. Still, much better than being half naked amidst the undead. At least if they try to gnaw at me, they'll shatter their jaws bloody. He removed what remained of his armor, its pauldrons and vambraces, then unslung his sash, shotgun, and pistol, and then donned the new suit of heavy plate. Though it was much heavier than his previous armor, he remained nimble thanks to its underlying scale hauberk. He rolled his shoulders, letting the suit rest comfortably on his back. "Excellent," he mumbled, satisfied at the ease of movement it allowed. He took out the next item he was curious about, the ethereal crossbow. The moment he removed the weapon from the vendor tray, he felt confused. It was small, smaller than any crossbow he had seen before. He could easily hold it in one hand without feeling tired, as it was, in fact, lighter than his pistol. Though it was shaped as a crossbow, it had none of the features he expected from such a weapon. It had a pistol-like trigger, no crank, nor a string to speak of. It resembled a piece of wood shaped as a crossbow, with a slot for a bolt at its front, and two metal pieces pressing against each of its limbs. I wonder if I made a good choice with this. He scouted the crossbow with his tiler and read on. Item: Ethereal crossbow. Type: Weapon, ranged. Ammo: Ethereal bolts. Element: Neutral. Special: Can penetrate magic armor. SDR: B. 41 through 50. Description: A versatile, powerful magic weapon, useful in most combat situations. The combination of its compact size and light weight, together with the powerful impact of its ethereal bolts, make it a hand-sized weapon rather than a sidearm. Its Helmut-imbued bolts can pierce through most forms of magic shielding, as well as ethereal fields. Ammo capacity, 1 bolt. Current ammo type, standard. SDR, B.
Well, that sounds interesting,
He chuckled. I hope I don't get to try it any time soon. He placed the crossbow on a hook by the hip of his armor. It rested comfortably and snugly within his reach. Nathaniel slung his shotgun, his pistol's holster, and sword belt before taking the items he had purchased and placing them neatly within his satchel. He exhaled sharply and proceeded to leave the cellar. Once out, he lifted his crystal set and called, "Daria, do you hear me?" No answer. "Daria?"
"Talk to me, Nate,"
the woman's voice replied. "I've got the Tier 4 tile. What now?" A pause. "Daria?"
"Now," she sighed, "comes the difficult part. Remember I wanted you to use the pit elevator?"
"Uh-huh."
"Well, thanks to you, that's now out of the question. The idea was for you to take the elevator up into the central processing area of Castle Drachenstein. But now you need to take a more roundabout route."
Nathaniel sighed. "I don't like your tone."
"And you won't like what you have to do. I assume you're at the foreman's shack, correct?"
He frowned. "Yes, why?"
"Tell me," she said. "Are you a handyman?"
"Daria?"
"There should be furniture and a bunch of items in the shack. Am I correct?"
"Considering it's a house, what do you think?"
"Please, Nate," she said. "There's no need to be schneid. I'm asking this for a reason. You need to build a raft and—"
"A raft?" he interrupted. "Why the fuck would I need a bloody raft? Unless—" He paused as a pit formed in his stomach. "Oh, no. No, you have to be kidding me. I'm not doing it."
"I'm afraid you have little choice in the matter, Nathaniel. Since the mines are now flooded, the only way you can reach Castle Drachenstein is through its catacombs. And to reach them, you must cross the mines."
Nathaniel groaned.
"Are you certain there is no other way?"
"No. The entrance to the catacombs is situated above an outcropping, not unlike that upon which you are now. It's an ancient structure created by the original builders of the castle. The system winds up until it reaches the undercroft at Castle Drachenstein. Though I understand the prospect of trudging through the underground, given the circumstances, isn't precisely enticing. I'm afraid there's no other option."
"Come on, Daria. You wizards like to think about everything, even the most improbable scenarios. Are you certain there isn't a drainage mechanism or something such as that?"
"There is, but I cannot reach it from my position. Sorry, Nate. You're on your own."
"Well," he said, trying to sound less vexed than he felt, "what if I choose to stay here?"
"Then we're all doomed, obviously."
Nathaniel scoffed. "Well, that's somehow less compelling than crossing the damn lake." He sighed. "Fine, I'll make my way across the mines and through the catacombs. What then?"
"Then," she said, "I will have further instructions. Daria out."
The communication was cut off, and Nathaniel was left with the now familiar sensation that she was keeping something to herself.
Hardly surprising. I get the feeling that if I knew what's actually going on, I'd sooner put a shell in my brain than help her. But as it is, let's give her the dubious benefit of the doubt. Now, how the hell am I going to make a raft?
He brought a hand to his chin, trying to think of what he could use. The answer came immediately, and it made him feel dirty.
Desperate measures.
Nathaniel returned to the second floor and was immediately greeted by the stench of spilled innards. 3 long strides took him to the canopied bed upon which Foreman Summerschild rested. "Sorry," he said, before unceremoniously rolling the body onto the floor. "But I need this more than you do." He grimaced as he inhaled the reek wafting from the soiled mattress.
"Ah, that stench! Luckily I only need the bed frame,"
he mumbled, before rolling the stained surface aside. It fell on Summerschild's corpse, covering him entirely.
"I should feel disgusted by such mistreatment of the dead,"
he thought, before unsheathing his sword.
"But I feel nothing at all."
He hacked violently at each of the bedposts which supported the canopy, gouging wedges in the wood. He then broke off each of the posts. After removing the canopy and drapes from the wooden lengths, he turned the frame on its side and studied it. Its flat pallet was made out of various pieces of wood placed upon 3 perpendicular beams. The structure seemingly offered an ample surface likely to float and support his weight.
Or so I hope.
He dragged the bed frame towards the stairwell, and then maneuvered it onto the lower floor, careful not to damage the frame. It took him half an hour to bring it outside of the shack. Once he set it on the rocky outcropping, he took a moment to orient himself.
I am in the southern sector, so I must travel in a relatively straight line in order to reach the entrance to the catacombs.
He returned to the cellar, drank a few mouthfuls of fresh water, and then climbed upstairs to take the broken wooden posts. Nathaniel left the shack once again and analyzed his immediate situation.
Getting the frame into the water should be easy enough. Climbing into it without falling is going to be the difficult part.
He frowned,
and hopefully not sinking like a rock, given my armor.
He sighed.
No time like the present.
Nathaniel gingerly pushed the frame over the slope of the outcropping and into the red water, using its own weight, compounded by his heavy armor, to counterbalance the wood's own. As soon as it entered the red liquid, he felt it being pulled by the current draining into the pit.
Shit! I forgot about the current! Damn it! Okay, let's see. I left the damn posts behind, and I need one as a would-be paddle. But if I let go of the frame, it'll be dragged by the water.
He grimaced.
I'm an idiot! Okay, calm down. The only thing I can do is let go, run up slope, grab a post, and then run after the raft before jumping into it.
He swallowed,
and hoping for the best.
He closed his eyes, mentally preparing himself to enact his plan.
I don't know what will happen if I fall into the water.
He opened his eyes,
and I don't plan to find out.
He let go of the raft, jumped to his feet, and scrambled up slope as quickly as he could. The moment he reached the top, he took one of the broken bedposts, threaded it through his shotgun sling, and glanced at the raft.
Shit!
It had been dragged away by the current. Gritting his teeth, Nathaniel started a mad sprint along the edge of the outcropping. His chest burnt with exertion as the added weight of his armor and the items he had purchased took a toll on his stamina. He reached a position parallel to the raft a few meters before the edge of the outcropping. Nathaniel howled madly as he pushed his legs to their limit, overtaking the raft and jumping onto its path before reaching the edge of the rock. For a brief moment, the world seemed to slow down around him as he flailed in midair, while the bed frame continued its forward trajectory. Air was driven from his lungs as he fell in the middle of the wooden frame. His weight sank the raft, and the rush of crimson water nearly washed him off of the surface. He dug his fingers in between the planks which formed the pallet, forcing himself not to shriek in agony as his fingernails broke from the pressure.
Please don't sink, please don't sink, please don't sink.
After a few horrifying moments, the raft finally stabilized, and Nathaniel let his breath out. He positioned himself at the center of the wooden frame, balancing his weight on its flat surface. Once he felt safe, he shakily examined the damage to his fingers. 2 nails on his right hand and 3 on his left were messed up, severely compromising his dexterity.
"Fuck this,"
he thought, and he reached into his satchel for one of his healing potions. Every touch of his mangled fingers, no matter how minuscule, sent dreadful waves of pain through his arms.
Now I understand why nails are a torturer's favorite.
He produced one of his potions, uncorked it with his teeth, and immediately quaffed its contents. A jolt of agony shot through his hands as his wounds were forced into mending. His cracked nails fell off and were replaced by new, undamaged keratin. He sighed in relief as the process reached completion. He flexed his hands and tossed the broken nails into the water.
Having my hands impaired, especially right now, would be an absolute death sentence.
He scanned his body for any changes or alterations after having touched the crimson water. He found nothing different, nor did he feel anything out of place.
Maybe more exposure is needed? Or perhaps some sort of catalyst?
He frowned.
Maybe it only affects the dead? I don't know. And if I'm lucky, I won't ever find out.
Now, he mumbled, removing the bedpost from his sling, to not get swallowed by the pit. The current had ebbed from the violent torrent released earlier by Olga, which made steering the makeshift raft a tad easier. Most of the time Nathaniel allowed his raft to be carried by the current, using his would-be oar to push himself away from floating debris and other obstacles. Up close, he realized the damage suffered by the underground installation had been more extensive than he originally thought. Pieces of broken wood and mortar, the remnants of various buildings, were carried by the water. Hollow metal pipes and containers floated idly on the surface, hapless against the current. What he found most distressing, however, were the bodies. Dozens of corpses in various states of mangling and decomposition were floating on the red surface. Scattered bits and pieces, some of them relatively whole, some of them clearly gnawed upon, moved placidly amidst the human wreckages surrounding them, forming a surreal collage of mismatched human parts. Nathaniel's stomach churned with disgust.
So many people. So many workers of the mines. Bright One. Were they all dead before the flood struck?
He swallowed and forced himself to continue his train of thought.
Or did Olga commit mass murder?
His jaw ached as he ground his molars into dust.
Is death by drowning preferable to being taken by the undead, or worse? Or am I merely trying to justify a catastrophe?
As the roaring of water falling into the pit grew louder, the dozens of bodies became hundreds. Soon, the human debris became more prevalent than the pieces of buildings. Nathaniel realized, feeling his throat run dry, that he was floating on a river of the dead.
Soon, he thought, I will leave the mines behind and tread straight into the belly of the beast.
The further forward he traveled, the louder the roaring of water, and the stronger the current became. To his dismay, the quantity of bodies and pieces of them increased as well, making it difficult for him to navigate. The few structures whose ravaged tops protruded from the water were becoming scant, and in less than an hour, the reason became apparent. Ahead from him, Nathaniel could see the bent, twisted metal framework of what had been the main pit shaft, and straight below, plunging into nothingness,
Bright One's mercy!
an enormous swirling vortex swallowing the immense quantities of crimson water in the mines, just as it hungrily devoured the hundreds of bodies taken by the current.
All those corpses swallowed by the blackness, feeding the bestial underground. People, lives reduced to nothing but fodder by a hungry monstrosity.
As he watched the corpses being eaten by the maelstrom, Nathaniel decided that if there was an entrance to the underworld, he was bearing witness to it. The current grew stronger, and his raft surged forward.
"Shit!"
he groaned through gritted teeth as he struggled to control the raft. His efforts proved almost futile, as the current, unimpeded by buildings and debris, picked up strength, growing more violent with every passing second.
"Shit, shit, shit!"
he exclaimed as he struggled and failed to steer the raft. Bodies piled around his bed frame, precluding him from maneuvering as they pushed it along the trajectory.
"Oh no! Oh no! That damn thing is going to swallow me whole!"
He managed to catch a glimpse of the pit, the all-consuming vortex now dominating the entirety of the mines. His blood froze, just as his heart began to race violently against his chest. Ahead of him only the unfathomable, inconceivable darkness of the depths awaited.
Come on, come on. I have to think.
Think, damn it!
The flow around him grew ever more violent. Crimson water started to lap against his makeshift raft, just as human parts threatened to overturn the wooden platform. Primal fear rose from Nathaniel's throat as he was inexorably dragged by the whirlpool, ever closer to being consumed by the lake of the dead. He desperately scanned his surroundings in search for a means to escape his ghastly fate. He found nothing.
Come on. This can't be the fucking end!
Desperation started taking control as his reptilian brain struggled to push him into hopping into the water and swimming for his life. His eyes darted madly about his surroundings, trying to find any means to survive. Nathaniel's attention fixated on a structure reminiscent of the cranes he had seen at the storage facility.
Chains and pulleys. And there were dangling pieces.
He quickly followed the length of the structure, and felt a swell of hope rise in his chest as he found what he was looking for. A metal hook attached to a chain, which locked into an intricate system of pulleys, was slightly submerged in the red liquid.
If I can reach it, I can grab it and climb onto the crane. But how the hell do I get there?
His raft rattled, and an unrecognizable body part washed over it. A knot formed in his stomach, and he lifted his gaze.
The chain is about 40 meters away from me now.
He glanced down.
If the swirl takes the bed frame, I'm done for. The surface of the water is thick with dead things.
"Oh, fuck me," he mumbled, lifting his gaze again and gauging his options.
Damn it. It doesn't seem like I have any other choice.
Awkwardly, he climbed to his feet. He swayed and struggled to stay in balance, as pieces kept bumping against his raft. With every passing second, he came closer to being taken in by the whirl.
"Now or never,"
he exclaimed, trying to encourage himself. Nathaniel jumped onto one of the corpses. Immediately, as soon as his boot made contact with the bloated thing, he leapt onto the next, and the next. He tried to maintain his momentum, covering as much distance as he could. With every leap, the chain grew closer, and his hope, though still dim, grew brighter, until the body sank under him. Nathaniel plunged face first into the crimson water, sinking beneath the floating corpses. The current and the mass pulled him briefly downwards, forcing him to swallow a mouthful of the foul liquid. His throat constricted, and his mouth was filled with a terrible copper-like taste.
It tastes like blood. Bright One, it tastes like blood!
He paddled as hard as he could, using both his arms and legs. His armor, though nimble when moving on the hard ground, threatened with pulling him down now. Nathaniel's head broke the surface, and he inhaled a lungful of air. The foul taste lingered, and he gagged as another mouthful of liquid made its way inside of him. After violently coughing, an animal panic took him over. He had lost his bearings, and the chain was nowhere to be found.
Bright One, please. I don't want to drown. I don't want to join them in the darkness.
A body bumped against him, pulling him down again. He flailed wildly, trying to find something to grasp onto, but his hands only found dreadful emptiness and dead things. His fingers twitched as air refused to remain in his lungs, and his right hand grasped onto something long and metallic.
The chain!
Using all of his remaining strength, he went against the current and the river of corpses, pulling himself along the metal chain. Slowly, pull after pull, he dragged himself from under the liquid.
Air! I need air!
He gritted his teeth as blackness threatened to choke the life out of him.
If I pass out now, it'll be the end.
Just one final effort.
With a mighty pull, he yanked himself over the surface, greedily inhaling the contaminated air. His hands were firmly clamped on the chain, but his strength was waning, unlike the torrent.
I'm not going to make it all the way up the chain.
Holding onto the metal links was becoming an impossible struggle as his arms and chest burnt fiercely with exertion. The joints in his fingers were locked and immovable, and more bodies pushed against him.
Damn it. I have to do something.
To hell with this!
He forced himself to let go of his left hand, and quickly rummaged through his satchel, looking for a healing potion. His numb fingers wrapped around one of the flasks, but as soon as he pulled it out, a piece of dead meat bumped violently against him, making him let go of the chain.
Fuck!
He bellowed shortly before dipping under water once more. He scrambled desperately to find the chain again, and felt grimly relieved when he did.
Damn it, I lost the potion. No matter. I need one.
Again he rummaged through his satchel and produced a second bottle. Nathaniel pulled the cork off with his teeth and immediately drank the whole thing, heedless of the red liquid he was taking in with the potion. He grimaced as the tiredness in his muscles was immediately healed, and newfound strength returned to his body.
It's now or never. Pull!
He pulled, and his shoulders emerged from the water.
Pull!
And his torso was free from the liquid.
Pull!
And his hips emerged over the surface.
Pull!
And finally, he was free from the river of corpses.
But I'm not away from danger just yet,
he thought, as he hauled himself up the taut chain. His armor dragged him down, but now, free from the pull of the current, he managed to slowly, centimeter by centimeter, drag himself over the crane's chain. As soon as he reached the top, Nathaniel started swinging, trying to reach one of the metal bars which formed the machine's framework. One swing, 2, 3. Almost, he thought, as he gave himself more momentum. Almost. He reached for the framework, and his fingers grazed the surface.
Come on!
His right hand grabbed the metal. He let go of the chain, and immediately grabbed the framework with his left hand. His body dangled over the wild, crimson river, and, again, his strength started to wane. Nathaniel grimaced as he flexed his arms and dragged himself upwards. He threw a leg over the metal frame and rolled over a catwalk. For the first time in bright one knew how long, he felt safe. His body resented the struggle and the sudden intake of water, however, and Nathaniel immediately peered over the edge and violently purged his stomach. Crimson liquid exited his system, forcing itself out of his gut in an unrelenting torrent. Hacking coughs forced his diaphragm to spasm in a struggle to expel the foul liquid. After long minutes of coughing and retching, his insides finally felt at ease, and he passed out on the catwalk. Chapter 14. Beneath.
Our militia is, without a shadow of a doubt, composed of the hardest, sturdiest sons of bitches the world has seen. Beneath every Villainese soldier lies a strict training regimen designed to push their minds and bodies to their limits, past breaking point and beyond. No other army can match a true Villainese soldier.
General Vikander Hildegard in Villainese Combat Superiority, an Objective Analysis.
Some are born lucky, Ratkovich, and some are, quite simply, lucky to be born. Which one are you?
He opened his eyes, inhaled a mouthful, and choked. His chest heaved spastically, forcing him to swallow as much air as he could as it tried to relieve itself of some unseen foulness. After he regained his composure, Nathaniel was left staring at the red current beneath the catwalk.
How long was I gone?
He wondered idly, as he watched the corpses traveling towards their final destination. He coughed again as he struggled onto his feet. His legs felt wobbly beneath his body, and they refused to hold his weight. He grasped one of the metal pieces of the catwalk to steady himself. Nathaniel took a few deep breaths to regain his bearings. After a few minutes doing nothing but inhaling and exhaling, he felt ready to resume his journey. Nathaniel scanned his surroundings, trying to find the outcropping Daria had described. It didn't take him long to see it. In the distance, near the edge of the cavern, a large piece of basaltic stone protruded from the sheer rock face. The outcropping was surprisingly close. In fact, he could have reached it with his raft, had he not been impeded by the torrent of dead bodies. It was so close that he could easily make out the steps carved into the rock, as well as the black cavern mouth which led, he suspected, into the catacombs of Castle Drachenstein.
I know where my goal is at now,
he thought, further surveying his surroundings.
Now, how do I reach it?
He glanced at his feet and took note of the crane, before lifting his gaze and frowning.
This could work. If I can get close enough to the outcropping, maybe I can swing using the chain.
But first, he muttered to himself, I need to reach the control cabin. He looked over his shoulder and found the cabin easily enough. It was identical to the one from the storage facility, identical to the place where Olga had spent her final moments. He walked along the catwalk, using his hands on the metal frame to steady himself. Once he reached the cabin, he descended a small ladder before climbing inside. The interior was slightly more spacious than the one at the central storage area.
Not surprising, considering it's larger.
He scanned the immediacy for anything of interest, but other than the machine's controls, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. Nathaniel stepped further into the cabin and sat himself before the control console, a machine similar to the other tile terminals he had seen before. A tiler sconce was set at the middle of the console.
I guess it needs to verify my clearance level.
A weak smirk formed on his face.
Considering I have level 4 clearance now, it should be no problem.
He inserted his tiler into the sconce and waited for something to happen. "Access denied."
Oh, come on!
He yelled in frustration.
After all this crap I've been through, I'm stopped by a fucking machine?
Immediately as his outburst ended, the crystal set in his tiler, still in the sconce, started crackling loudly.
"Allow me,"
the sepulchral voice said. "Access granted," said the metallic voice from the terminal. Nathaniel stared, dumbfounded, at the control console. Thank you," he said, feeling foolish and not knowing who or what to thank.
Well, whatever it is, he reasoned, it's at least helpful.
"Now," he mumbled, "how the hell am I supposed to operate this?" The controls were as arcane to him as the workings of magic itself. Though the tile terminal displayed various pieces of information, coordinates and positions for the most part, the actual interactive part of the console was composed of 2 levers right in front of him. The right lever was set upon a cruciform receptacle, while the left one only had a vertical slot to move on. Nathaniel frowned and tried the right lever by moving it to the left. "Wow," he exclaimed, as the crane turned in the same direction as the lever. He laughed. "Well then, that's how." He sighed as unexpected relief washed over him.
If it hadn't worked, I'd be screwed.
Nathaniel pushed the lever to the right, causing the machine to rotate over its axis, and stopped only when he could see the outcropping straight ahead. "Right now, forward," he thought, pushing the lever forward. The crane itself didn't move, but the catwalk to which the chain was attached did. Its metallic frame extended noisily forward, effortlessly covering the distance separating Nathaniel from his goal. The crane reached its full length, and though it wasn't set above the outcropping, Nathaniel could see that the distance had become significantly shorter. How short, he thought, remains to be seen. Now, what does this lever do? He pushed the left lever forward, and the crane mechanism whirred into action, pulling the chain up. So that's what it does, he thought. I'll let it work until I see the end of the chain, he reasoned, as he kept the lever pushed. The metallic chain was longer than he expected, for after nearly 5 minutes it hadn't yet cleared the surface of the water. It took another 5 minutes to finally come out of the liquid. He kept moving it upwards until he was certain that there was no plausible way something could grab the chain from the water. Considering the circumstances, it's a fair precaution. Nathaniel tilted his head. The water. I drank quite a bit of it, but retched out most. Or at least, I hope I did. I feel fine, he mumbled, before climbing out of the cabin and up onto the catwalk. He walked along the metal grate until he reached its end. The outcropping was about 10 meters away, too far for him to run and jump. But I was right. I should be able to swing onto it using the chain. He rolled his shoulders and stretched his legs to prepare for what came next. Once he felt ready, he made his way to the end of the catwalk and clamped his hands around the chain. He started lowering himself until he judged the length was sufficient for him to swing. Nathaniel started to balance and counterbalance his weight on the chain, swinging back and forth and slowly gaining more momentum. Soon the outcropping seemed well within his reach. Almost there, he thought, getting ready for another forward swing. The backswing brought him further back, and when he returned, he realized he could let go and reach the stair hewn into the wall. As he returned, he let go of the chain, pouncing upon the rocky surface.
"Oof!"
he exclaimed as he fell on the stairs. Though air was driven from his lungs after the impact, he was safely positioned on the rocky outcropping. He grinned and started laughing. At last, something goes just as planned. He climbed to his feet and stretched before starting his ascent onto the upper platform. Pain stabbed through his chest.
"Ah, bright one!"
He fell to his knees, clutching uselessly at his armor as his chest flared up with burning hot pain from the inside. His hands started trembling and twitching spastically beyond his control. The spell ended, and though only a few moments had passed, he felt shaken to the core.
Shit,
he thought.
this is not good.
Though he had no immediate, actual explanation for what caused the event, he nonetheless felt that something was terribly wrong.
Damn it. Yet another thing to worry about.
After returning to his knees, Nathaniel started the upwards ascent along the staircase carved into the stone.
Daria mentioned this was made by the original creators of Drachenstein. Does that mean this enormous cavern was here before as well?
He couldn't know. The winding path led him to a platform dominated by a large entrance bored into the rock face. The entrance formed a perfect archway, which led into another flight of stairs heading upwards into darkness. Though torch sconces were visible in the light coming from the mines, they were empty.
Good thing I purchased blue mana. I'll cast Illuminate for 60 minutes. Should be good for now.
Immediately a sphere of light came into existence, illuminating the path ahead.
I don't think these are the catacombs per se,
he thought, taking a step forward.
But it certainly leads upwards.
The tunnel and staircase were carved into the rock, but the surfaces were unnaturally smooth, not something that could have been done by common tools.
I suspect it was made with magic.
He placed a hand on the rock, and his bare fingers felt the smooth, cold surface, utterly unmarred by time and use.
How old is this, though? How old is Castle Drachenstein itself?
Though legends surrounded the mythical structure, few things were actually known about it. Not even its incorporation into the realm managed to shed any light on its origin or its purpose. Being occupied by the wizards from the research and exploration brigades only added to its mythos. As he climbed further up, the sound from the maelstrom at the mines started to dwindle, until even the echoes carried along by the rock dropped to mere whispers. Nathaniel kept climbing up the tunnel, winding around, he assumed, the mountain upon which Castle Drachenstein was built. Silence surrounded him. Only his breathing and his footsteps broke through the utter stillness around him. After the violent churning of the water at the mines, the change was welcome to him, as it afforded a moment's respite from the madness he had been forced to endure. Strange pangs of discomfort took his body from time to time.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the crap I swallowed.
The prospect worried him. As far as he had managed to glean, people were made to drink the red Toralite water, which is what prompted them to turn into abominations. Was the same going to happen to him? Was he going to lose himself as his body turned into an undead horror? Was he going to die first, then transform into a shambling carcass? He sighed.
No point in worrying right now. Even if I knew it was going to happen, I don't immediately have the means to get a cure.
He paused, as an antithesis to his thought reached him.
But I do have a means to stop it.
Nathaniel's mind raced back to his conversation with Sergeant Rogers.
Bright One, it feels like a lifetime ago now when I talked to the man.
Then, Rogers had suggested he keep a bullet in his pistol. A single bullet, to put an end to his life on his own terms.
Just as Summerschild did. He took his own life the way he wanted to, without succumbing to any exterior force or being eaten by a living dead aberration.
He scoffed.
All of my life I have been a survivor. A stubborn bastard refusing to give in when faced against impossible odds. I wonder, if the need arose and I was, without a shadow of a doubt, becoming one of them, would I do it?
He mumbled. The answer to that question, he decided, would come only when and if necessary.
Odd. This is the first moment of actual peace I've had in a long time. There's nothing threatening my life other than that damn red water I drank. There are no phantasmal beings, no weird occurrences, no undead things shambling after me.
He chuckled.
Then again, I'm heading straight into Castle Drachenstein, the place where all this started. Am I truly as safe as I feel? Or am I heading into things far worse than what I've already experienced?
His mind felt locked, as if certain parts of him had gone dormant in order to cope with the dreadful experiences he had gone through since his arrival in Drachenstein. With every increasingly terrible event, he felt himself waning as a person.
I've witnessed the horrors of war, but the cruelty displayed here, the absolute disdain for human life,
he thought, as his recollections returned to the man and woman grafted together.
I must survive, no matter what, if only so I can warn Vithernus about the travesties which are taking place right under their noses.
He frowned.
But what if the realm has known all the time? Known that the wizards have been up to foul deeds, and they've condoned it because of the advancements they've brought forth.
Nathaniel glanced at his Tyler, looking it over and wondering about the device.
A machine that allows one to use magic. That's quite impressive. Bringing spell casting to the masses, even if it's a shadow of what a wizard can do, is nothing short of miraculous. Why, then, hasn't it been made widely available?
He scoffed and shook his head. For the same reason no one really knows what's going on in Drachenstein. Damn pointy heads and their secrecy.
Unbelievable. I smacked the face of an asshole who ordered the killing of civilians and nearly got a death sentence. But these fuckers go against nature itself and possess the means for a proper coup d'etat, and Vithernus is not even aware of it.
Unbelievable, he repeated. After 1 hour, his illuminate spell vanished as the magic feeding it came to an end. He cast it again, spending another 60 blue mana to maintain the magic for another hour.
Hopefully I'll find more blue mana up there, or a means to purchase more at least.
After another half hour, the raw rock around him came to an end. In its stead, he stepped on common, man-made bricks. Around him, the tunnel ceased being carved stone and became a gallery of brick, mortar, and wooden support beams.
I'm getting close,
he reasoned as he kept going. The feeling around him changed. The weight of the basaltic stone around him felt less oppressive as he stepped onto something more common. If the feeling was subjective, he didn't care. He felt better knowing he was far away from the pit and the infernal lake of corpses. Another half hour, and a third casting of Illuminate later. The staircase finally ended. He emerged into a 3-meter-tall gallery crisscrossed by hallways formed by sconces, which went from floor to ceiling. On the sconces were skulls, ancient, age-bleached remains offering eyeless grins from their resting places. Scattered on the floor were smaller bones, from humeri and tarsi to rib cages and even spines. The ossuary extended forward into darkness. A musty mildew smell reached his nostrils, adding further confirmation that he had finally reached the catacombs beneath Castle Drachenstein. His Tyler's crystal set started crackling loudly, eliciting in Nathaniel a conditioned fear response. His stomach tightened, his breathing grew short, and his hands began shaking as he waited for something horrible to happen. His suspicion turned true as, straight in front of him, an eerie, misty mass began to coalesce into a crimson cloud. The cloud twisted and turned into itself, churning into a formless mass which grew and shrank at random intervals, until bone-colored tendrils sprouted from a million minuscule suppurating holes, which appeared upon 100 cankerous tumors. Maggots, he realized, feeling his stomach heave. They are maggots upon rot. The misshapen hovering mass of tumors and maggots waxed and waned until it twisted and turned in a viscous, moist symphony, dripping its foulness onto the ground, where it vanished into noxious fumes and returned to the central hole. The grotesque mass of flesh and putridity swelled, and its heterogeneous pieces started taking on a recognizable shape. Misshapen tissue sank into itself, forming deep hollows upon which gangrenous blobs transformed into vaguely recognizable eyes. Below, 2 of the ubiquitous holes grew into 2 moist, pulsating nose holes, which quivered as they tried to take in the scent of Nathaniel's fear. And below, the lower section of the blob swelled into a malformed, gaping hole laden with jagged, misshapen teeth. The thing grinned, and Nathaniel froze. Anguished whispers muttered dreadful wails into his mind, moaning in fear and suffering. He locked gazes with the dead, twisted eyes of the thing, and realized that the whispers were coming from it. No, not from within, but from, what, hundreds, thousands of damned souls? The maw on the abomination opened, emitting a dreadful sepulchral stench, followed by a voice akin to dead fingers crawling on Nathaniel's skin.
Greetings, mortal. Are you ready to die?
The vibrating sound made Nathaniel's already weakened knees give under his weight. His animal paralysis response kicked in, and he curled into a fetal position, slowly rocking back and forth before the literal face of terror. The muttering in his head increased in a dire crescendo, which threatened to drag him down an abyss of raving madness. He closed his eyes.
I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. I can't face these things, these terrors from a wrong place. I am losing my mind. I must be. There's nothing but whispers in my mind. The whispers of the damned. And soon I will join them.
His body felt heavy and unresponsive. His breathing was shallow and ragged, and his limbs tingled with numbness.
Just end it, he thought piteously. Just put an end to all of it. I am ready to die. But am I?
He opened his eyes. The things, whatever they could be called, spirits, demons, invocations, whatever they were, messed with his mind and his fears, made him weak and diminished. But why or how were they there? How had they managed to enter Drachenstein and cause so much mayhem and destruction?
They were brought here. They were summoned not by things like themselves, not by abstract manifestations of fear, but by people, by humans, just like me. Humans can be stopped. Humans can be killed.
Slowly, numbly, he forced himself to his feet. His legs refused to hold his weight at first, sending him back down. But after 2 more attempts, he managed to stand up to his full height. He stared at the grinning, shifting abomination still glaring down at him. And though he still found it grotesque and aberrant, instead of feeling filled with dread at its appearance, he felt himself inundated with rage and a desire to destroy. Nathaniel reached towards his hip and removed the ethereal crossbow from its holster. With his free left hand, he sank his hand into his satchel and grasped its ethereal bolts. As soon as his fingers grazed them, however, an electric jolt ran across his hand, through his arm, into his other arm and hand, and into the crossbow. A shimmering, ethereal green bolt of energy appeared at the center of the crossbow, ready to be released by his will. Scowling, Nathaniel aimed the crossbow at the monstrosity and uttered, "No." The bolt released, propelled at a tremendous velocity by the weapon's arms. As soon as it left the wooden frame, the bolt split into a central, large spheroid, and 2 smaller bolts at either side. The moment they impacted the hovering aberration, it erupted into a shower of foul liquid, unrecognizable pieces of putrid flesh, and writhing maggots. Its pieces fell onto the floor of the catacombs and began dissolving into red mist. The whisper in Nathaniel's mind ended, and he sighed with relief. It's gone. Bright one, it's gone. He glanced down at the ethereal crossbow in his hand and chuckled. I should have purchased more ethereal bolts. Nathaniel lifted his gaze at the now empty darkness and frowned. Now I can rely on more than my magic missiles to damage these creatures. That thing tried to drive me into insanity, just as many others before it. But now, I faced off against it. Perhaps I've gone utterly insane now. Perhaps I've finally lost my human capacity for fear. I truly couldn't know. All I know, he thought, returning the ethereal crossbow to his hip. The only way to go is forward. Though he remained shaken, his resolve had been bolstered. The catacombs beckoned, and above them, Castle Drachenstein awaited. Chapter 19. Repentance.
Abolish magic! Topple the magocracy! Remember Drachenstein!
Protest chant in the streets of Vithernus.
Shit,
growled Nathaniel.
Shit,
he said again. Every single-footed, hobbling step he took, he spat the same curse.
Shit,
His mobility was severely impaired due to his missing leg, and using a sword in its scabbard made for a very poor crutch. It took him much longer than he liked to reach the inner command post of Drachenstein's guardsmen. He held his ethereal crossbow at the ready, renewed his barrier, and readied magic missiles in case he encountered something within the post. As soon as he reached the secluded section of the northern quadrant, he was assailed by a foul stench of old blood, spilled insides, and rotting meat. The interior of the place had seen a real massacre. The walls, floors, and ceilings were spattered with old maroon stains and covered with dead bodies in various states of decomposition. Some sported missing chunks of flesh where undead had taken a bite, while others were missing large sections due to bullet impacts. Holes dotted most surfaces in the spacious room, fired from the weapons of the now decaying guardsmen of Castle Drachenstein. Nathaniel spared a cursory glance for the interior of the command post and found no indications of life. Regardless, the low, humid noises of feeding were audible coming from one of the rooms at the end of the command post. Holding his crossbow at the ready, he waded along the piles of half-eaten, half-blasted corpses scattered on the floor. He peered through the door at the end of the main room, and inside he saw 5 undead clad in assorted pieces of armor, happily devouring their fallen comrades. Nathaniel wasted no time. He leaned against the doorframe, let go of his makeshift crutch, and grabbed hold of a fistful of crossbow bolts. He released the first bolt and struck one of the undead in the back of its head, making it explode into a cloud of red-black mist. The other abominations took notice and immediately shrieked at him, letting go of their dinner. Still wasting no time, Nathaniel released a second and third bolt into the belly and chest of another undead, and though it wore armor, it was too weak to dampen the damage. The first impact stopped it dead in its tracks, while the second severed its upper section from the chest up. The other undead were edging closer to Nathaniel, causing him to lift his left hand and release a volley of 5 magic missiles. The arcane projectiles struck the gape-mouthed horror at the front, piercing through its armor and exploding, dislodging multiple chunky pieces off its body and rendering it useless. 5 more missiles caused the same effect on another of the creatures, reducing it to little more than scattered bits of loosely held-together skin and interconnecting entrails. The last undead hurled itself at Nathaniel, who reacted by violently pushing himself away from the doorframe. He narrowly avoided the animated corpse, whose unhinged jaw snapped shut mere centimeters from Nathaniel's face. He grunted as he fell on his back, feeling no pain thanks to his armor. He quickly unslung his shotgun and pointed it up. The undead atrocity pounced on Nathaniel, disregarding the barrel pressing against its abdomen. Vile saliva dripped on Nathaniel's grinning face as he pulled the trigger, and the creature's center burst in a spray of dark liquids. Nathaniel took the opportunity to roll the creature over and bash its head in with the rear end of his shotgun. He kept bashing until the undead skull was reduced to a black and gray pulp scattered on the floor. As a final insult, he spat on the puddle before crawling back to his sword and using it to climb back to his foot. The interior of the command post was deathly still, and Nathaniel hobbled further into the room previously occupied by the dead things. Inside, he found a large upturned desk, a number of fallen cabinets spilling their contents onto the floor, and half and mostly eaten corpses. The undead didn't discriminate. Men or women, they were all reduced to corpse feed. Armor seemed to act only as an inconvenience, as pieces of it were scattered on the floor, torn off their straps by the hungry undead. Behind the desk, at the rear end of the room, he saw a corpse in the process of being eaten. Its still fresh wounds were covered in viscous, rotten saliva from the undead which had been gnawing at it. Though chunks of its body were missing, not to mention the absence of its face, Nathaniel saw a large stain of dried blood behind it. As he stepped forward, the pistol still in the corpse's hand confirmed his suspicions. The man had died under his own terms. The corpse's left hand was detached from the body, discarded a couple meters away. Though its fingers were missing, its wrist still had a tiler attached to it. Nathaniel hobbled towards the device and sat down, letting his leg rest as he ejected its rune tile and ran it on his own machine. Rune tile updated. Name, Gloria Fledermaus. Clearance level, 6. Available notes. Newcomer to Drachenstein. Alert, priority alpha. They finally did it, the bastards. Nathaniel chuckled. It can't be, he thought, as he opened the first note. Title: Newcomer to Drachenstein. Body: Yeah, sure, as soon as I'm done with the newcomer, and as long as you're inviting. I'm low on hell runes after our last poker game. Original message: Gurney, you lucky bastard. I heard that you were tasked with babysitting the new recruit, but Bright One's shiny ass, you're not going to believe who it is. I won't spoil the surprise. I'm sure you'll react just as I did, but I'll give you a hint. He's sort of an infamous legend. It's strange, isn't it? We spent months bored off our asses at the damn crotch of the world, and all of a sudden, here are 2 interesting events. Did you hear the pointy heads are going through with some spell at the castle? I heard from Laszlo, who heard it from 2 of the spellcasters in one of the latrines. He was assigned cleaning duty, remember? Shit luck. Anyways, let me know what you think of your charge. I think you'll have a blast. Envious, Gloria Fledermaus. P.S. Want to go for drinks at Slater's? It's happy hour today. Nathaniel glanced at the eaten body, tilting his head as he analyzed it. In its state, I wouldn't have thought it to be a woman, let alone Gloria Fledermaus. He chuckled and shook his head. Seems like a lifetime ago since I stepped out of the decontamination chamber and into a world gone to hell. Too much had changed in him since that moment. How long ago? Hours? Days? Nathaniel had completely lost track of time. With a sigh, he opened the next note of interest. Title: They finally did it, the bastards. Body: Hey, Commander Fledermaus, it's Sergeant Anselm Rogers. I don't know if you're still alive, considering you're still inside Castle Drachenstein. If you are alive, then by now you already know things went to hell. Fucking pointy heads finally did it. They cast their spell, and by the looks of it, everything went sideways. Bright One's ass, all of this is unbelievable. The dead walking, ghosts haunting the streets, and odd sightings all around. What the fuck were they trying to accomplish? I don't know if you'll receive this, but if you do, listen. You may have heard of a new militiaman coming to Drachenstein. I've met the guy, Major Nathaniel Ratkovich, a decent fellow who seems keen on setting things straight. If you get the chance, help the man. I gave him some direction towards the Chapel of the Bright One. Hopefully he'll bash Benevid's skull in. Anyways, stay safe, Commander. If you're still alive. Reply 1. It's good to hear from you, Sergeant. Shit's hit the wall up in Castle Drachenstein. Only a few of my guards and I are still on our feet, and human. Most turned into those fucking beasts. I knew of Ratkovich. I was looking forward to meeting the man. Damn infamous bastard. Must have been quite something talking to him. Doesn't matter much right now. I don't know how long we're going to hold, considering more of these beasts are coming in. Hey, listen, have you heard something about a cult of the Harbinger, or something stupid like that? I think those fellas may be behind this mess. Reply 2.
Good to see you're alive, Commander. Can't say I've had any contact with those fuckers, but I've heard of them from the people stuck at Slater's. Apparently this cult has been trying to coerce people into their ranks. They venerate a figure called, you wouldn't guess it, the Harbinger of Doom. From what people know, it seems like it's some sort of, well, it's a creature supposed to bring forth the end of times. Apparently the pointy-head spell, the one they cast today, was a facade, a cover-up or a ritual to bring the creature in. That's as far as I know, Commander. Shit, would that I could keep talking, but there seems to be a ruckus. I'll check it out.
Reply 3. Whatever the case, Sergeant, stay safe. The famous cult seems to be composed of spellcasters, strong ones, as well as members of the militia. I know little more than you do, but every little bit helps. We caught one of its members alive. One of our own, alas. We procured some information from him before discharging him dishonorably. And by that I mean busting his skull wide open. Apparently these fuckers were promised an eternal life of debauchery, of fucking and drinking and fucking again after the world is reborn from the ashes. If you ask me, the wizards tampered with things they shouldn't have, and some entity or another turned their minds into mush. Anyhow, motherfucker gave us some names, and I recognized one of those. Elara Tani, a corporal in your unit. She seems to be involved with the cult. Be careful. Reply 4. Sergeant, answer me. Do you copy? Reply 5. I assume you're dead. Hope you gave them hell. Sent distress call. We'll join you soon.
Shit, Nathaniel whispered. She tried to warn Rogers about that bitch Tawny. He shook his head. Too late. Maybe if the warning had come earlier, Rogers could have put an end to that woman. He glanced down. And I'd still have my leg. He sighed and struggled onto his foot. Then again, what did she mean by sent distress call? She seems to be the militia's liaison here in Drakenstein. He shrugged. She may have called someone, he thought, before turning away from Fledermaus's corpse. He already had the clearance level he needed and could have easily gone to the upper floor, but he wanted to see if there was anything of interest in the command post first. A cursory glance at his immediate surroundings revealed nothing of interest, other than bodies in multiple states of decay and consumption. He hobbled, using his makeshift crutch, back into the main room, where he went from one corpse to the other. He felt disappointed as he found nothing of interest to him. The place was, after all, an administrative facility, not an armory. Before leaving the command post, Nathaniel sat on a chair to reload his shotgun. He cycled a fresh shell into the chamber and loaded 8 more buckshot bullets. Once the weapon's magazine was full, he slung it over his shoulder and returned to his foot. Nathaniel left the command post, crossbow in hand, and went in search of a map. Though he knew that the access to the second floor was in his current quadrant, he couldn't remember where it was at. He hobbled a few minutes along the central hallway of the northern quadrant, taking special note of the dead guardsmen decorating nearly every corner. Though they were gnawed on, the wounds on their bodies weren't caused by undead attacks, but by magic. They were murdered, he thought. The wizards did it. Likely cultists of the Harbinger. Bastards, he growled, hobbling his way past a line of rotting bodies. Nathaniel reached a map at the end of an intersection. It was identical to the one he had seen before, though it took him only a few seconds to find the most straightforward route to his destination. He wondered whether it was the safest one, as it led through a long corridor with multiple hallways branching from it. He scoffed. Whether it's the safest or not is irrelevant. I've struggled to conserve my resources so far, and where has that gotten me?
Survival at this point is not about being smart, but about being a vicious son of a bitch. "Shoot first," he growled, tightening his grip on his ethereal crossbow. "Ask questions later." The single-handed crossbow felt comfortable in his hand, as it was the only weapon besides his pistol, for which he had no ammunition, that allowed him to use his makeshift crutch at the same time. One of his personal objectives upon reaching the second floor was finding a suitable replacement for the long sword in its scabbard. Even a stumpy peg leg was far preferable, as he at least would be able to stand on his own. It took him half an hour to reach the wide corridor bisecting the northern quadrant. He emerged near its middle section. The corridor went from north to south, south towards the center of Castle Drachenstein, north towards the stairwell into the second floor. The corridor remained well lit by various glowing globes powered by still functional magic batteries. Hours before, Nathaniel would have wished not to see the grim scene in front of him. By now, however, he was desensitized to the terrors of the castle and its denizens. Still, even he had to admit that there was a sort of grim, sick artistry to the handiwork of whom he assumed to be the cult of the Harbinger, or at least some of its members. The scene which dominated the path towards the stairwell was akin to a dreadful, feverish nightmare. It reminded him of the living tissue sculpture he had seen at the mines, except made on a much larger scale. Yet to him, it lacked the impact of the first such horror show he had witnessed. "Maybe I have indeed gone mad," he thought, as he appreciated the abominable artwork. Pieces of bruised skin, their surfaces showcasing a gamut of colors that went from blacks and purples to yellows and greens, with healing and unhealed hematomas, were stretched taut along the walls, floor, and ceiling. Still living, still pulsing organs were set on sconces at equidistant intervals from one another, placed in what Nathaniel realized were once the navels of the wretches grafted onto the walls. Above the navel sconces, and just as equidistant, were what he realized were nipples, flattened by the stretching skin. Nathaniel found the sight eerily comical. He couldn't tell whether they belonged to men or women. He spared a further glance to the sconces where the organs were set. Their vats of glowing red liquid, powered by the same magic batteries as the glowing globes, preserved them alive despite being removed from their hosts. They seemed to be clumped together in groups of similar functionality, lungs with lungs, inflating and deflating as quivering, moist-looking bags, stomachs with stomachs, churning with activity and connected to large and small intestines that led into a shared cloaca near the southern end of the conjoined beings. Hearts with hearts, brains with brains, and other similar pairings connected to the wall of flesh through nerve nodes, veins, and arteries. The only things which seemed distinctive were the ocular and oral systems, as at least 50 pairs of eyes, mad with pain and terror, were scattered along the walls. They all regarded him intently, and though they lacked eyelids, their dilating and contracting pupils expressed, one and all, the same feeling: a keen desire to be put out of their misery. Nathaniel watched the grisly display with utter disinterest. I should feel disgust. I should feel pity for these poor wretches. I should feel righteous outrage at this crime against humanity, this travesty committed against common decency. But I don't feel anything at all. Had he truly gone over the edge, past the point where human tragedy was as shocking to him as a dead bug? Had he lost a quintessential part of his humanity, the ability to feel empathy for the suffering of his fellow men? Nathaniel felt something, however: urgency. He wanted to reach the stairwell leading to the second floor,
and the living hallway was in his way. Shrugging dispassionately, he started forward. His remaining boots sank into the floor, the skin covering it bruising red as his foot pressed against it. A sound caught his attention to his left. One of the vats contained an oral system. Tongue, trachea, and epiglottis twitched with violent activity. The tongue darted forward and backwards, banging against its glass enclosure and causing the noise. Near it, the pupils of the eyes, which seemed to be paired with it, were contracted into black, pin-sized dots. Odd, Nathaniel thought, taking another step forward, sinking the sword in its scabbard first, and his right foot next. A similar noise, now coming from his right, made his gaze dart towards another of the vats. Just as the one to his left, the speech system contained in the glowing red liquid expanded and contracted wildly as the tongue rammed against the glass. Above it, another set of eyes were rolling to and fro, their pupils as contracted as those before. They were, however, focused on him, lifting up into his own eyes, down at his foot, and back up. Nathaniel tilted his head and took another step forward. Another tongue started poking at its vat, just as before. With every step he took, a new speech system started swelling and contracting as violently, as its tongue struck into the glass enclosure, and a new set of disembodied eyes joined in the perpetual, ghastly glare at him. Nathaniel looked down at his foot and back at his path. In his wake, he left patches of bruised, ruptured skin, torn as it was unable to hold his weight. It was then that Nathaniel finally felt something. Deep, disturbing disgust, accompanied by an unbearable need to hurl the contents of his stomach.
God above, they are trying and failing to scream.
Dislodged from their original bodies, yet connected through dreadful magic and infernal technology, the stretched skin and various organ systems of the people decorating the hallway were still capable of sensation. And what Nathaniel was doing to their already ravaged remains was nothing short of torture. His eyes darted towards the vats containing the lungs, and his suspicions were confirmed. As the fleshy sacs inflated and deflated uselessly, as they were unable to supply air to the throats trying to scream their agony. If he hadn't yet gone mad, the indescribable sight of dozens of tongues hitting glass walls in a futile attempt to shriek was, without a doubt, driving him to the edge. Though no voice came from the disembodied tongues, Nathaniel nonetheless started screaming at them to shut up. His throat felt raw and hoarse as he kept bellowing at the flailing appendages to cease striking the walls. Then he realized, grinning at his idiocy,
they don't have ears to hear me.
He snorted and started chortling before cackling at his own stupidity. How could he have been so blind not to see that there were no ears? The only thing he could do was reach the end of the hall. Nathaniel hobbled along the living pathway, his diaphragm contracting in something that was part laughter, part anguished cry, part horrified scream. The noises of tongues hitting glass followed him, growing louder with every step he took. Some of the eyes rolled backwards in their containers, just as some tongues vibrated and moved to and fro, licking rather than striking the glass.
Can they taste the liquid?
He wondered idly, as he remembered the foul, blood-like taste of the red water from the mines. He tripped and fell, face first, on the skin-covered floor. Its surface was unexpectedly smooth and soft.
Certainly from someone who moisturizes it often,
he reasoned, jamming down the sword in its scabbard and scrambling back to his foot. Though he found it odd at first to think about the quality of the skin underfoot, it seemed perfectly reasonable to him moments later. After all, good quality skin was difficult to come by, or so he suspected.
"Excuse me,"
he mumbled, as he jabbed the floor with more strength than he intended, causing one of the disembodied pieces of flesh to strike its enclosure with special vehemence.
"Am I having a nightmare?"
He wondered idly as he neared the stairwell, a black maw surrounded entirely by skin and vat contained insides.
"Maybe I am. Maybe court-martial decided I'm on death row, and these are my final moments."
He glanced at another vat with inflating and deflating lungs, and briefly examined its contents.
Maybe this is my mind's way of punishing me for every horrible thing I've done. What do they call it? My subconscious or some shit like that.
Though he found the idea that something unknown was inside of him to be amusing, he had little time to waste. He didn't want to be late after all.
Late for what?
He wondered, turning towards one of the tongues. "Excuse me, do you know what I'm late for?" In response, the tongue simply struck the glass. "Please don't be rude. I asked politely." Another bang against its enclosure. "Well, fuck you too," Nathaniel exclaimed, before smashing his hand into the crystal vat. The container shattered and spilled its contents onto the skin-covered floor. The tongue dangled from its connecting tissues, flopping grotesquely as it tried to move. Nathaniel laughed. For a reason he couldn't explain, he found the scene to be funny beyond words. He wondered what would happen if he broke another vat, and so he decided to find out, and immediately broke a container holding lungs. The fleshy sacks fell down onto the floor, inflating and deflating spastically as they were exposed to fresh air.
"I wonder if it hurts,"
Nathaniel thought, before breaking a container with what he thought were guts. The organs inside the vat simply slithered down and spread on the skin, twitching sporadically and releasing their contents through one of the shared cloacae. Though he was having fun, there was something he should be doing.
Now, what was it?
He wondered, returning his gaze to the stairwell.
Oh, yes, that.
He resumed his way, and after a few cheerful hobbled steps, he reached the stairs which led onto the second floor. His booted foot landed on a piece of stone floor. He tilted his head and returned his gaze towards the living hallway. And then he fell to his knees and vomited. His nearly empty stomach hurled bile and acid onto the floor, violently trying to rid itself of the disgust Nathaniel felt. Every heaving spasm sent pain through his chest. Though there was nothing to eject, his insides nonetheless refused to be at ease. He removed his helmet, as its inside had been stained with foul-smelling liquid. But after tossing it behind him and falling to his arms, he kept coughing and hurling until his already hoarse throat burnt like he had gulped lava down.
"Oh, God,"
he gasped in a barely audible voice.
"Oh, God,"
he repeated, unable to understand the terror he felt. His fingers dug into the edge of the skin and flesh artwork, callously ripping its edges and causing blood to burst from ruptured vessels. The whole scene started gaining clarity in his mind, and the horror of the myriad people, living, thinking, still living human beings grafted together into a single mass, finally reached him. He felt numb and dissociated, as if he was a bystander watching himself on his knees, hurling bile from an empty stomach. The scene defied reason. How could anyone conceptualize such a crime, yet still call themselves human? He forced himself not to dwell on what those people were feeling, let alone on the horrifying thought of what he would feel. What would he do if he was a part of such a travesty? His mind reeled in panic the moment he grazed the idea. Though the moment was brief, he pictured himself as a throbbing, stretched piece of the hideous sculpture. Organs still pulsing outside of his body, disembodied tongue trying uselessly to scream in excruciating pain. He felt a scream rising from his throat, but it came out as a mere whimper. That grim vision lasted little, however, for though damaged, possibly beyond repair, his intellect precluded him from pursuing that train of thought any longer. Doing so would turn him into a raving, slobbering nutcase, and though such a life, devoid of the ability to form coherent thoughts and immersed in the perpetual bliss of insanity, would be preferable to what now dwelled in his mind, he couldn't give himself over to dementia. "Not yet," he thought distantly, as he reached for his helmet and returned it to his head. Shaking and feeling deeply disturbed, he nonetheless struggled back upright. He spared a final glance towards the hideous, throbbing, writhing spectacle of skin and disembodied organs. He reached for his satchel and quested inside until his fingers grabbed a hold of a shatterer. Nathaniel broke its seal and threw the bomb into the hall of skin.
"It's the only act of kindness, the only form of mercy I can offer you."
He turned away from the grotesque corridor and awkwardly made his way up the stairwell. Moments after, the steps reverberated with the shatterer's explosion. But unlike other explosives he had used, the eruption wasn't followed by the sounds of rocks breaking, but by the wet noise of skin being torn apart and broken crystal vats releasing their contents onto the ripped flesh of the floor. Nathaniel wondered whether all of the people massed together had died, and he decided, to preserve what little remained of his sanity, to believe that they had. Once the tremors caused by the shatterer ended, Nathaniel sat down on the steps, put his sword aside, removed his helmet, and buried his face in his hands. And then he wept. It was too much for him to bear, too much obscenity for him to endure. Tragedy he could cope with, for it was an inexorable aspect of a soldier's life. But an atrocity committed for the sick pleasure of a group of depraved individuals went beyond his resilience. At that moment, he didn't care for his survival. All he wanted to do was to die so his mind could be embraced by blessed oblivion, and, while he died, he wanted to take Castle Drachenstein, the town itself, and all of the encroaching areas down with him.
"This land is cursed," he thought weakly. "It's tainted, putrid, corrupted, made into something wrong by the perversions of nature perpetrated by the castle's wizards. Perversions justified as progress. Ha! Fucking progress. Bullshit. Drachenstein is damaged goods. I am damaged goods. I'm an incomplete man in a twisted world who still tries to push forward. Bright One's shiny ass. I must have gone mad. Yes, I must be mad already, he thought, weakly chuckling under his breath. Maybe that outcome was inevitable. Maybe it's the only way I can succeed, by losing my sanity, just as the individual's capable of building a skin work of art.
I'm as crazy as those bastards,
he tried to exclaim, but only a thin whisper came from his throat. His weeping transformed into sibilant laughter at the absurd realization. Shaking his head and smiling broadly, he returned his helmet to its place and forced himself back up. Nathaniel started whistling happily as he made his way up the stairwell. Everything will be over soon anyways. Why do I worry about sanity and madness
and insanity and whatnot. This world is a fucking joke, and we're the butt of it. The things outside, the terrors that lurk in the dark, they must all be laughing at us right now. Look at the monkeys masturbating by the shadow of their own egos. Look at the monkeys who think they understand the world as they stick their fingers up their ass. That's all we are. Animals trapped in a sick experiment. Animals who believe themselves to be capable of thought when, in truth, all we're capable of is destroying everything we touch.
That was the definition of his life. Destruction. He was a militiaman, or had been, a lifetime ago now. All his tasks, all of his endeavors pointed in the same direction. Breaking things, destroying things, unmaking things. What did it matter if the things he was tasked with disassembling were buildings, or rebel bases, or small kingdoms, or people? He was a destroyer, born and made. A monkey, indeed, whose first action upon finding a piece of bone he could use as a tool was to bash the skull of another unarmed monkey.
That's the history of mankind in a nutshell,
he thought.
Monkeys bashing each other with increasingly large, increasingly phallic tools. And the wizards are the best destroyers of them all. They can deconstruct life,
he rasped hoarsely to himself.
They can break the very bonds of reality and bring us all down with them. They are admirable in that regard,
he chuckled, amused by the realization.
Maybe I'm rambling,
he thought.
Maybe I'm just trying to keep it together before I revert into a shit-flinging monkey.
Still laughing, he removed his helmet again, held it under the crook of his arm, and viciously slapped his cheek with his right hand.
"Get your shit together!"
he yelled at himself, tasting blood as his vocal cords tore in his throat.
I'm losing it. I'm fucking losing it. I can't. Not yet.
Nathaniel closed his eyes, inhaled, and exhaled.
Stay sane, Nathaniel. Just a bit longer. Just a little longer until you find a way to bring this whole place down onto the fuckers that caused all of these atrocities.
He opened his eyes and returned his helmet to its place. Just a little longer, he mumbled, stepping further into the stairwell. Already, by his own admission, he was damaged goods. A man broken in more ways than one. What could he find on the second and third floors of Castle Drachenstein that was worse than what he had already seen? He didn't know if he found the question terrifying or exciting, but he was grimly eager to find out. Chapter 15. Intrusion. The foulest deed on the world needs only a foul person to be performed. Old Vitherney saying. The empty monotony of the catacombs would have driven Nathaniel insane had he not been in such a dire need for a moment's respite from the terrible things happening in Drachenstein. Most of the remains in the lower ossuaries were eroded to the point where only the grinning skulls were recognizable in their sconces. Most of the bones crunching underfoot were brittle and closer to dust than actual bone, so he had little concern that one of them would decide to wake from its eternal rest to try and grab a bite out of him. He started to feel worried as he ascended up the catacombs, and the sconces with skulls were replaced by larger slots, upon which rested mummified bodies of indeterminate age. Some seemed to be venerably ancient, as their hair was white and their parchment-like skin showed signs of old age. But some were noticeably younger, as the remnants of hair retained some of the color, and their skin was tauter on their faces. Some were diminutive in size and, unmistakably, belonging to children.
I wonder who are these people?
He wasn't surprised that Castle Drachenstein had a dedicated catacomb section, as such a practice was common around the world. What puzzled him was the identity of the people entombed within. Had all of them worn regal-looking, if rotten, clothes, he would have safely assumed that they were either former rulers or members of an ancient royal lineage. As it was, however, some were dressed in plain commoners' clothes, while others were draped in rich vestments which had withstood the ages, retaining their vivid colors and intricate embroideries.
If I were a grave robber, today would be a good day indeed,
he thought sardonically as he surveyed the bodies.
What do we actually know about Drachenstein, its traditions, its religion, the people who lived here before Vitherness's occupation? Nothing. All we know is that it has always been here, in the unyielding north since bright one knows when. We just came in, killed them all, and declared ourselves owners of the land. Maybe all of this is payback from their ancestors. Payback for having slaughtered their descendants, the true owners of Drachenstein, and installed ourselves upon a seat we should never have occupied.
He stepped forward towards one of the mummies. It belonged to a girl of maybe 12 years of age, dressed in a faded red dress and wearing a crown of withered roses on her forehead. Her expression was serene, placid even.
If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she was sleeping.
His illuminate spell ran out. "Damn," he growled, as he tapped onto another 60 units of blue mana to renew the spell. As soon as he released the pent-up magic, a globe of light manifested around him, bathing his surroundings with light.
Wow. What the...
The dead girl opened her eyes. 2 empty slits stared sightlessly at him, their unnerving hollowness fixated upon Nathaniel's own. Though there was no malice in the barely opened slits, Nathaniel nonetheless felt scrutinized, analyzed by a consciousness that should not be there.
All right, to hell with this,
he thought, turning away. Another mummy, that of an elderly man, stared at him. Beside it, a third one, a child, regarded him as intently as the rest. Nathaniel's heart started beating faster in his chest. No matter where he turned, a dead body had its gaze trained upon him. He reached for his long sword and unsheathed it, expecting one or more of the bodies to pounce upon him at a moment's notice. Nothing happened. Slowly, he started to walk down the catacomb gallery. No matter where he moved, the body's eerie stares remained fixed on him. Wherever he looked, wherever he turned, mummies, old and young, whole and maimed, large and small, peered down at him from their sconces, all of them quietly, silently judging him. None of the bodies moved. None did anything to aggravate him, and yet their sights felt heavy upon him. With every step he took, he felt himself weighted by the sins of his past and the atrocities of his present. Every empty stare was accusatory despite their placid, intemperate nature.
Why are they judging me?
He wondered nervously, as he came face to face with the remains of a crone.
Who are they to judge me?
"Stop staring at me!"
he bellowed, lifting his sword to hack the bodies in half. Nathaniel stopped, sword held aloft in both hands.
Fuck. What did I almost do? I was about to chop this mummy into pieces.
He returned the weapon to its scabbard and took a step forward. Resting on a slab, rather than a sconce, was a minuscule mummy, tiny compared to the rest of the bodies in the room. Its rich vestments were lovingly draped around the diminutive, thin frame, its eyes still closed, its expression cherubic despite the ages spent underground. Nathaniel lowered his sword, feeling ashamed at knowing he almost cleaved the corpse of a baby in half. He glanced at his surroundings, taking note of the multitudes of bodies staring at him. Though their grim stares were unnerving, they were unlike other things he had experienced before. They lacked the malice of the horrible thing from before. They lacked the animal hunger from the undead, and they were devoid of the madness of the shadow beings which had ravaged his mind. They all stared at him in an almost pleading manner, beseeching something he couldn't grasp.
If these are the ancient rulers and dwellers of Drachenstein, those who with their hands and sweat built the castle, worked the lands, perhaps the plea in their gazes is nothing but a plea to rest.
He swallowed, his throat dry from the musty underground air. But after a moment he managed to say, "I will bring peace to this place. I swear." Nothing happened. Nathaniel felt impossibly stupid. I'm talking to the bodies of people who died, decades, centuries ago? What did I expect? Some form of providence from them? A grating noise to his side startled him, and he glanced in its direction. An arched section of wall was lowering itself on ancient hinges, plumes of dust falling down its ages-old mechanism. Stone grinded against stone as the slab completed its trajectory. In its stead was a dark, straight passage, barely illuminated by Nathaniel's spell. Well, he thought with a chuckle, guess I'm not as stupid after all. Thank you, he said solemnly, before entering the passage. As soon as he stepped through the arch, the slab started its path up, sealing off the ancient catacombs behind him. Once the pathway was closed behind him, a change came over the atmosphere surrounding Nathaniel. The hair on his skin stood on end, as a sense of wrongness and danger permeated every surface in the black passageway. The sensation reminded him of the other times when a grim event had taken place, but nothing happened. He frowned.
My Tyler's crystal set didn't crackle before. Yet those mummies. Something otherworldly happened there. Why, then, didn't it sing its telltale song? It did so before, as I was beset by that horrid manifestation, but not with them. Why?
He scoffed.
Again, I wonder why. But as with many other things, I don't know if I'll ever find an answer to this mystery.
Nathaniel took a deep breath and let himself fall down to his haunches. His back rested against the now closed slab. There were no indications that it had been, or could ever be, opened.
I should take a look at my current stock of items before proceeding, he reasoned. I don't know what I'll encounter going forward.
He rummaged through his satchel, taking note of the items he had available to him.
Let's see. I have 154 blue mana.
He grimaced.
Less than half what I had before. Damn darkness.
Right. 2 clips with hollow bullets, he said, unholstering his pistol and inserting one of the clips into it. 20 buckshot shells, 10 slugs. He frowned, unslinging his shotgun and loading 6 shells into it before returning it to its place. Just in case. 29 ethereal bolts. Not bad, but now I wish I had purchased more. He sighed. 2 healing potions. And these. He removed a clay spheroid from his satchel and turned it over his fingers. And then there's this, the so-called Shatterers. 10 of them. And I don't even know exactly what they do. Nathaniel brought the object close to his tiler, and it chimed with the sound of a new entry. Item, Shatterer. Type, consumable. Utility. Duration, immediate. Description. A sapper's and demolition enthusiast's favorite, the Shatterer is primarily used for clearing out debris, quickly gouging out trenches, causing controlled landslides, and so on. The highly volatile mixture inside is primed through breaking the wax seal at the top of the object. Once broken, an acid capsule shatters, dripping its contents into the container. Once the acid touches the substances within, the Shatterer erupts in a powerful concussive blast. It takes 2 minutes for the acid to reach its objective. Warning: absolutely not intended for combat. Nathaniel scoffed. Use it for combat, I had read. This little thing, he thought, analyzing the object, may prove quite useful later on. I have 10 of these. I'm sure I can do something interesting with that many Shatterers. He climbed to his feet and rolled his shoulders. Before he started forward, he reached for his long sword and unsheathed it. The sanctity of this place has been fouled. The atmosphere is nothing at all as it was in the deep catacombs. This section holds the taint of the wizards upon it. I'd best be prepared. The section he was now in was clearly newer than the rest, as the stone that had been used was cleanly cut and seemingly new, unlike the pitted bricks and porous stone from before. The hallway he was in was narrow and empty, and it led straight across its length, without any discernible features other than the floor underfoot. Nathaniel increased his pace, keen to reach the end of the hall before something unexpected happened. 10 minutes later, he found himself staring at a black wall. A dead end, he thought, feeling queasy. Have I been tricked and led into a sarcophagus of my own? He felt something on his cheek. No, he mumbled, leaning closer to the wall. He frowned. There's a cold draft coming from behind it. He sheathed his sword and placed his hand on the wall. Though it felt solid, it rang hollow. There's a gallery on the other side. He reached for a Shatterer and held it in his hand. He glanced at the explosive, back at the wall, and reconsidered his decision. No. If I use this here, it'll likely cause a cave-in, burying me just as easily as it'll topple the wall. There's only one way to do this, he growled, walking back a few meters and rolling his shoulders. He sprinted as quickly as his legs would carry him and rammed his armored shoulder against the wall. His teeth rattled as he bounced onto his back, skidding briefly to a stop. Though dazed, he was unharmed. Again, he thought, as he climbed back to his feet and readied himself for another charge. Once again he was tossed backwards, but for the briefest moment he felt the wall giving in slightly. Again he returned to his feet and hurled himself at the wall, making it budge slightly. One more. The third impact had him burst through the wall in a shower of dust and debris. Dirt seeped into his lungs, making him choke and gag until he spat a muddy gob of phlegm. When he recovered, Nathaniel scanned the gallery he was now in. The design was much more modern than the lower catacombs, as were the burial methods on display. Coffins, rather than mummies, lined the walls of the newer section. The smell of mildew was overpowering, as fungi had grown from the rotting wooden casks. In some parts their contents were visible. Corpses reduced to bones and bits of tattered flesh, unlike the neatly preserved remains of the lower catacombs. A grim, oppressive aura weighed heavily upon Nathaniel. Whereas the old catacombs were still, except for the dread manifestation he encountered, this section was heavy with old grief.
I must be closer to the castle proper,
he reasoned as he began his forward trek. He tapped onto 54 units of blue mana to extend his spell for as many minutes.
Now I only have 100 left,
he thought. Though he felt less wary in the newer catacombs than he did in the older, Nathaniel figured it more likely that one of the bodies would jump at him, intent on feasting on his flesh.
These aren't much unlike the rotting ones at the cemetery, or below in the mines.
Still, they all seemed inert in their eternal rest, and save for a few rotten casks, most were well within their coffins. Something moved behind him. Nathaniel turned immediately, holding his sword in an upper guard, ready to strike at anything that came his way. Nothing seemed to move. Then, a cold, ephemeral something touched his neck, sending a chill down his spine. He turned again, expecting to encounter a creature, but again he saw nothing.
Something is not right,
he thought, still holding his weapon high. He advanced gingerly, his hearing keenly trained on his surroundings. Blood pulsed in his ears like a drum, just as a distant tinnitus made itself known. Though nothing assaulted him as he slowly moved forward, he couldn't shake away the sensation that something was following him, observing him. He heard another whisper behind him and instantly turned on his heel. Nathaniel tilted his head. He was facing what, by all intents and purposes, looked like a normal person. A man in his 30s quietly stared at him. The only oddity about him was the utter paleness of his skin and his slack features, trained on Nathaniel. He frowned as he realized another strange thing about the man.
I can see through him.
As soon as that realization hit him, the man's change mutated horribly, just as he emitted a horrible, inhuman shriek. His eyes became black pits which consumed over half his face, just as his mouth dislocated into a gaping maw. The shrieking apparition hurled itself at him, and Nathaniel lifted his arm to let his armor take the impact. The moment the wraith touched him, he felt his arm freezing, as if he had been caught in a terrible blizzard. He gasped, the cold becoming unbearable, and swung his sword. The weapon phased harmlessly through the spectre, swinging until it collided with the ground. The apparition shoved its hand into Nathaniel's chest, and for a brief moment his heart stopped, frozen by its touch. Nathaniel fell gasping to his knees, his heart aching as it struggled to pump blood into his body.
Fuck, I need to warm up somehow.
The thing touched him again, sending a frozen chill down his back. Breathing became difficult as he started shaking uncontrollably. He forced himself to reach for his Tyler and shifted his active spell to Burning Touch and cast it. He slammed both his hands onto his chest, and though it was uncomfortable, he felt relieved at feeling the powerful heat washing through him and spreading over his armor and into his body. The spectral creature readied itself for another attack, but Nathaniel rolled away and in the same motion dislodged the ethereal crossbow from its resting place. With his left hand he reached into his satchel and took one of the bolts, sucking air in as it traveled through his body and into the weapon. He skidded to a rest on his back, and the creature hovered over him. Before it could lay its ghastly fingers on him, Nathaniel released the ethereal bolt. The central mass of the unleashed bolt struck the creature squarely in the trunk, causing it to erupt in a shower of translucent pieces of meat and offal. The 2 bolts at its sides took it in its clavicles, dislodging its arms and causing it to crumble into a pile on the ground. The remains vanished in a few seconds, leaving nothing in their wake. Nathaniel scoffed.
Fuck me, I just killed a ghost.
His chest heaved as it refused to give a laugh. Slightly recovered, Nathaniel climbed back to his feet, keeping the crossbow at the ready.
Dodge!
He stepped aside in the nick of time, just as another spectral being, a woman in her 20s, threw herself at him. It phased through the wall as it missed its mark, and Nathaniel used the opportunity to take a fistful of bolts in his palm. One immediately fed into the ethereal crossbow, which he held at the ready. The spectral woman's face reappeared from the wall, the black, enormous sockets of her eyes distended downwards, just as her dislocated maw. She shrieked at Nathaniel, who released the bolt in his crossbow, reducing her head into nothingness. Had she been corporeal, pieces of bone and brain would be staining the wall she was in. As it was, however, just as with the previous ghost, her remains vanished in seconds. Moments after releasing the bolt, another one fed immediately into the weapon, its green glimmer barely lighting the surfaces around him.
So that's why it's built like a hand crossbow,
he thought, as he instinctively aimed the weapon at a third spectre. He released the bolt, and the wraith narrowly ducked beneath it. One of the secondary bolts took it in the neck, however, and for a brief moment its blackened features registered surprise. It toppled forward, carried by its momentum, and dissolved into nothingness before it hit the floor. Another bolt fed into the crossbow, and Nathaniel glanced at the hall behind him.
You've got to be kidding me.
Tens of specters, both men and women ranging between their 20s and 60s, stood staring silently at him.
There's too many of them. Even with all my bolts and all the magic missiles available to me, I can't possibly face all of them.
He sucked on his teeth and grimaced.
I can only run.
Slowly, carefully, he returned the bolts to his satchel. As he left them, his hand grazed a clay sphere. His throat became dry as an idea came to his mind. He took out the Shatterer, broke its wax seal, and started running. The wraith's wails echoed behind him as he fled as quickly as his legs would carry him. He returned his hand to his satchel and grabbed hold of another fistful of bolts before shooting over his shoulder. One of the advancing wraiths erupted into dissolving pieces, briefly hindering those around him.
So ghosts are tangible to each other. Who would have thought?
He figured idly, as another bolt fed into the weapon. The second shot caught a spectre in its legs, toppling it forward and taking down a few of its brethren, creating a small blockade. Nathaniel's legs pumped violently under him.
Come on, I have to get away from here.
He stopped abruptly, choking as something grabbed at his throat.
Shit!
He blurted out, as he saw a half-rotten hand tightly clamped around his robe. The wave of wraiths was closing in on him, and the Shatterer was about to explode. Nathaniel tugged violently at the fabric, tearing off the rotting limb and resuming his mad race, counting down the seconds in his head.
Shit. How much longer to go? I think it should be soon now.
A low hissing came from somewhere behind him, and instinctively he jumped on the floor and covered the back of his head with his hands.
Wait,
he thought, opening his eyes wide.
It's an explosion. Against ghosts.
Oh, mother of...
He felt, rather than heard, the powerful thump which spread along the stone, through his armor, and onto his chest. A powerful shock wave sent him briefly upwards as the concussive blast ravaged the surroundings of the Shatterer. It was joined by the loud cacophony of rock and stone caving into itself, burying the bodies already in the catacombs. A cloud of dust covered Nathaniel, causing him to cough. His crystal set chimed, and he thumbed its rune.
Nathaniel! Nathaniel, answer me! Nathaniel!
I'm okay,
he blurted out through coughing fits.
I'm here. What is it?
What was that just now? What did you do?
You felt it?
Yes, I did, and close, too. What did you do this time? What did you do?
He glanced over his shoulder at the caved-in catacombs behind him, and exhaled with relief as he saw that no wraiths were coming after him.
Took care of an infestation.
An infestation? Where are you?
I'm not entirely sure. Let me see.
Still coughing, he climbed to his feet. Though his illuminate spell had consumed its energy, he realized he could still see. A beam of light came down from somewhere straight ahead of him. Frowning and holding the crossbow at the ready, Nathaniel made his way forward towards the light. A small, narrow flight of stairs led him to an open wooden door, which, itself, led into an ample kitchen illuminated by light globes powered by blue magic batteries. An enormous hearth lay dormant by the side, and spoiled, half-made food filled the various cooking stations it contained. A grin spread through Nathaniel's lips.
I'm inside Castle Drakenstein. In the kitchen, I believe.
How did you? You were meant to emerge at the Undercroft, not the kitchens.
Guess I must have taken a detour. What's next?
Next, she said commandingly, you need to find a map of the castle. Then we can talk.
Understood,
he said, closing off the communication. Immediately as he did so, his tiler started crackling, and the grave voice said,
Welcome to Castle Drakenstein.
Enough of this shit.
Who is this? Why did you help me before?
I am a friend, or as close to one as you will find.
What do you want from me?
I want you to think on your own. You saw one of its many faces down in the catacombs. The Harbinger greeted you.
The horror in the catacombs. Yes.
How can I stop it?
You can't. Not now. Find me.
The communication ended.
So,
he thought,
a friend who speaks in riddles and sets off my crystal set.
He sighed.
I just want all of this to end.
Gritting his teeth, he left the kitchen, holding his crossbow tightly, as he delved into the heart of madness. Chapter 16. Nadir.
Long have we strayed from the path of good and righteousness. Long have we courted the vile whore we, in our arrogance, have named magic. Long have our rulers fornicated with the arcane, caroused with the forbidden, and communed with the infernal. And where has that gotten us, I ask you? I will tell you. To the brink of destruction, to the edge of chaos, to the very boiling blood shores of hell.
A preacher in Kadaj, to an absent crowd. Nathaniel had visited large structures before: castles, palaces, keeps, fortresses, bastions, manors. They were all relatively similar, depending on the extravagancies of their owners. In Vithinus, the palatial abodes of lords and lordlings were vast and opulent, lavishly decorated with the finest draperies and furnishings. Kadaj, his birthplace, displayed a more utilitarian approach to its regal housing, as its keeps were usually arrayed by weapons, armor, and other implements of war. Both styles were impressive in their own right, both fitting to their context, and both paled in comparison with Castle Drachenstein. The outside vista of the ponderous castle carved into the mountainside, the eponymous Dragonstone, gave no indication of the impressive dimensions of the fortress's interior. The walls climbed high into vaulted ceilings, pennants with the insignias of the research and exploration brigades, and the occasional Vithernese griffin, swayed amidst unseen drafts. Tall, thin windows lined the inner wall, looking into a massive inner garden, letting in the crimson light of the infernal sky. Wherever he looked, Nathaniel felt diminished by the greatness on display. Though he knew it hadn't been originally built by the wizards, he nonetheless felt in awe of the architectural prowess on display. Prowess which, he knew, could not be replicated in modern-day Vithernus. After leaving the kitchen, Nathaniel set off to search for a map, just as Daria suggested.
And given the nature of the place, I truly need a damn map. Otherwise I can get lost for days without finding my way out.
Finding a map wasn't difficult. To his luck, one was immediately available a mere few paces away from the entrance to the kitchen. As Nathaniel headed for it, he passed by an archway which led into an enormous dining hall. He kept walking, resolving to explore it once he read the map. The castle was laid out in sections. Nathaniel noted that the catacombs weren't showcased on the map, which he found odd. Castle Drachenstein consisted of 4 main sections. The bottom floor had the utility facilities, such as the kitchens, washrooms, dining halls, and a few guard posts, as well as the servants' quarters. The second, upper section contained the administrative areas of the castle, wherein the various offices and research areas were housed. The third section, comprised of the top floors, had the living quarters and worship areas, a chapel to the Bright One, multiple recreation facilities, and, most important of all, at the top of the castle was the access to the fourth section, simply labeled Core. A peculiarity of the castle was that it was seemingly built around a central structure not outlined on the map.
A secret chamber, maybe? Or the so-called core?
He committed the map to memory, and then brought his tiler up. "Daria, do you hear me?"
"Loud and clear, Nate. Talk to me."
"I found the map. What now?"
"Are you standing in front of it?"
"Aye."
"Right. Then you should be able to see an area called Core, yes?"
"Yes."
"That's where I'm at, in the control chamber adjacent to the core. Don't bother looking for it. It's not outlined on the map. To make your way there, you need to reach the royal keep at the top of the castle, and use the teleporter there to—"
Wait, he interrupted. "The what?" Daria sighed.
"There are, technologies within Castle Drachenstein that we haven't yet released into the world. What you've experienced so far is but a glimpse of the scientific and magical advances we have accomplished. The lower floor, the only one accessible to servants, is mostly mundane, so to speak. But as you go up, the things you'll see may be rather impressive."
Nathaniel scoffed. "Daria, I have on my wrist a device that allows me to use magic. You mean more impressive than that?"
"By far."
"I see. Very well. What must I do to—" "Oh!" He bent down. His stomach stabbed him with pain, which spread into his chest, making his heart pump painfully. His fingers twitched out of his control, becoming gnarled as they contracted and relaxed spastically. He fell coughing to his knees, feeling as if something tried to break free from him. After a bout of heavy coughing, The moment ended, leaving him weak and gasping. Daria's voice reached his ears.
Nathaniel! What is going on? Answer me!
Nothing,
he wheezed, coughing once more before adding,
Nothing. Just a stomachache.
A fucking stomachache? Truly?
Yes. Never mind that for now. What must I do to reach the top?
Right. Well, the castle is on lockdown. That much you already know. The first floor is usually accessible to servants with clearance level 2, but now, under lockdown, it requires clearance level 4. First, you must make your way to the servants' administration at the eastern end of the first floor. There you should manage to find a level 5 tile. You should be able to enter the inner guard barracks and, once there, find a level 6 clearance. After that, head into the administrative rooms. The Magus's office is on that floor. Rummage through his office and try to find his override rune tile. Visit. You can undo the lockdown in the castle, except for the core. Once the lockdown is relieved, make your way to the royal keep and into the chamber where I am at. Got it?
Find a level 5 tile, a level 6 one, lift the lockdown,
he scoffed.
Got it.
Along the way from the second floor, Daria added, you may become acquainted with the teleporter network of Drachenstein. You will recognize teleporters easily. They look like tall crimson flames.
Tall and crimson. Just like the fiery pillar of light outside? He asked snidely. Daria sighed.
Perhaps. I cannot answer that.
Sure you can't. Anything else I should know?
Not for now.
Good. Nathaniel out, he said, closing down the crystal set. He wasn't surprised when the device started crackling, and the deep, grave voice said,
Find Helmut's quarters on the 3rd floor.
Then it stopped. Nathaniel tilted his head.
Helmut's quarters on the 3rd floor, huh? If I did it Daria's way, she would have me head straight for the royal keep, but this friend of mine suggests I reach the Magus's quarters. I wonder why.
He scoffed.
Well, as far as I know, Daria doesn't have seniority over me, so I'll find out what's in the wizard's quarters.
He returned his gaze to the map to try and chart his route towards the servants' administration. The path seemed relatively straightforward. Each floor was divided into quadrants surrounding a central structure, the core. Currently, he was in the western quadrant, which housed the dining facilities and a small chapel, the kitchen, the cellar he emerged from, and the grand dining hall. At the end of the hall was a hallway access into the southern quadrant, where he would find the gatehouse, the outer courtyard of Castle Drachenstein, and the way outside of the facility. Once there was an entry into the eastern quadrant, which housed the servants' quarters and administrative facilities. The northern quadrant was home to the guards' barracks and administration, where, according to Daria, he could find a level 6 rune tile. The stairwell which led into the next floor was also present in the northern quadrant. The conjoining hallways between sectors were open to the inner gardens he had seen before, recreation and relaxation areas for the castle's personnel, he assumed. Nathaniel took note of the multiple vendor machines available within the castle. Just on the bottom floor he could find 3 of them, one at the servants' and guards' administrations and one in the cellar.
Odd, he thought. The catacombs didn't quite seem like a cellar to me. Even Daria seemed surprised that I emerged from the kitchen. The chapel's undercroft is at the opposite end of the kitchen, in the eastern quadrant, closer to the servants' quarters. Yet I didn't reach it. Why?
Maybe the detour I took in the old catacombs changed my position in the castle. Strange. He stepped away from the map and retraced his steps to enter the dining hall. Just like the few halls he had seen within the castle, the dining hall was massive. 4 long tables were placed at the center of the enormous vaulted hall. Gold and silver candelabra and candlesticks were set upon the tables, but the hall itself was illuminated from above by spheres powered by Taurolite batteries. They emitted a warm light which washed upon the hall, conferring it a contrastingly welcome aura. Nathaniel didn't expect to find much inside the hall. Still, as he made his way forward towards the enormous hearth which lay dormant at the western wall, his foot bumped into a corpse, surrounded by caked old blood. He bent over to examine the body, turning it over to assess its situation. It belonged to a woman who seemed to be in her late 20s. She wore a blue, loose robe, which revealed the petite frame underneath. Her deathly features were slack, and a crimson grin spread from ear to ear along her neck. She is a wizard, he reasoned, but she was murdered. By what, or whom? He glanced down at her arm and saw that she wore a tiler. He removed its rune tile and immediately placed it into his device. Rune tile updated. Name, Nalima Kermanel. Clearance level 3. TL 200. Available notes. Today is the day. Are we doing the right thing? Run! Nathaniel scoffed. Right off the bat, something's clearly wrong, he mumbled, opening the first note. Title, Today is the Day. Body, Magi of Castle Drachenstein, rejoice. After years of research, both mundane and magical, after months of sacrifices and hundreds of sleepless hours, today we finally activate the core. This historical event will mark a turning point not only for Vitternas, but for mankind as a whole. With the, quite literally, infinite amounts of Helmut energy at our disposal, our beloved realm will become utterly unstoppable. Today we bid farewell to the maladies of our time and age. Hunger will be a thing of the past. Health shall be universal. Magic will become available to everyone, and mankind will advance into the next stage of its evolution. And you are, one and all, part of it. Rejoice, for today is the day. Sorceress Daria Eisenherz. Nathaniel frowned. So, Daria seems to be ecstatic about the incantation which took place today. Interesting. She hasn't given me that feeling as we talked. Maybe she realizes I've come into contact with the cult of the Harbinger and assumes, safely so, that her enthusiasm is rather discomfiting. He opted to keep reading. Title, Are We Doing the Right Thing? Body, Hey, Gnarly. Today's the day, huh? Who would have thought that we would reach this far? It seems surreal. Impossible, even. And you know, wrong, somehow. The things we've done to come this far. Bright One, I know they're all for the greater good. I know Vitternas and mankind will advance, will become as gods upon the world. But was it worth it? What about all the people who paid for our greatness? The things we've done and seen. Fuck me, I don't know if I can live with myself knowing what I know. Maybe I'm reading too much into things. Maybe once the core is active, everything will make sense, and all the losses, all the sacrifices, everything will be made right because we did the right thing. But did we? That's what I don't know. Maybe when all this is over, I'll travel south, back to Wylan. I'll need time away from castles and cities. A lifetime away, maybe. You're welcome to join me if you'd like. Imagine,
A cottage in the forest by Lake Wylan, watching the sunset. I don't know, it might be nice. What do you think? S. Saria Lind.
Reply 1.
Hi, Saria. Today is the day indeed. It feels like a lifetime has gone by since the research started. Remember how young we were when we left the Scuola Arcanum? Right one, how long ago was that? I genuinely don't remember. I don't know if we're doing the right thing, Saria. Who defines what's right or wrong anyways? Our work is going to improve the lives of millions of people. I guess that's worth the sacrifice of a few hundreds. I would like that, Saria. I would like that a lot. S. Narlima.
Reply 2.
Fuck this, Narlima. Fuck everything about this. Fuck Helmut. Fuck Drachenstein. Fuck that bitch. I'm leaving before the spell takes place. I refuse to take part in what they're planning to do. They're mad, Gnarly. All of them. Come with me, please. Let's leave this place before shit hits the wall. I'll wait for you in my quarters. Please come.
Reply 3.
Okay, I will. See you there.
Well, this is interesting. That woman, Saria, is also a sorceress, just as Narlima was. She seemed to have realized something about the spell, something which she really didn't like.
He frowned.
The sacrifice of a few hundreds. Just what the hell were they doing up here? What did the sorceress find out that made her choose to leave before the core was activated? Maybe the next note will shed some light.
Title:
Run!
Body:
Gnarly, leave Drachenstein. They fucking blew it all to fucking hell. Don't wait for me. They're banging at my quarters. Not gonna make it. I'm sorry. Love you, girl. Live long. Escape. Tell the world. Tell them everything. Run! Don't let them take you.
Nathaniel pulled a long face. She wrote this in a hurry, he mumbled, glancing down. And she didn't make it either.
It seems that those who didn't quite agree with what happened were culled. I assume they read the notes she sent to this one, and didn't quite like the fact that she suggested Narlima told them everything.
He sighed. Pity. Nathaniel climbed to his feet and resumed his path towards the end of the hall, where the archway into the connecting hallway was visible. A strange gurgling sound stopped him. He turned on his heel and stared at the slit-throated body on the floor. It shook, twisting and turning as a choked howl struggled to escape from its ravaged throat. He unsheathed his long sword and held it in a combat stance.
I've seen this happen before,
he thought, thinking back to Gurney when the madness started. Before the corpse rose up, he charged towards it, sword held high, and lowered it in a vicious arc. He was sent flying backwards until his back collided against the wall above the hearth. He fell flat on his chest, dropping his weapon beside him. Nathaniel coughed as his lungs struggled to inflate. He lifted his gaze and saw the still reanimating corpse, with a hand stretched towards him.
"Give me a break,"
he growled, as he climbed to one knee.
"Spell-casting undead. That's ridiculous."
As a reply, the corpse glared at him, dislocating its mouth as it tried and failed to hiss at him. It surged to his feet before hovering 2 meters in the air. It stretched its hands and, from them, a flurry of magic missiles erupted, aimed at Nathaniel. Still on one knee, the Major rolled to his right once, twice, but before he could dodge a third time, 2 missiles struck him on his right arm. The impact sent a concussive jolt through his body. Not enough to break his bones, but enough to make his arm go numb and difficult to move.
"Shit!"
he exclaimed. unholstering his pistol and aiming at the undead's head. Noticing the movement, the creature released another flurry of magic missiles. Nathaniel ducked behind one of the tables, which was shattered into a shower of splinters and sawdust. He peered over the table and fired once, twice at the creature. The hollow bullets struck it in the abdomen and chest. Just as their description stated, they worked wonders against its flesh, as they caused its midriff to erupt into a shower of black ichor and malodorous spilled guts, while the one on the chest nearly caused it to split its upper half in twain. The creature's neck and head dangled to the side, held precariously in place due to a sliver of cloth from its robe. Despite the ghastly state it was in, the creature still hovered above the ground.
I should have gone for the head,
Nathaniel thought in alarm, as the creature spread its hands, wove a spell, and brought them together, manifesting a pulsating globe of fire in front of it.
"Oh, crap,"
he mumbled, before the undead wizard released its fireball at him. Nathaniel jumped to his feet and quickly abandoned his cover, moments before the projectile landed. He was thrown forward by the powerful blast. The heat emanating from the fireball would have singed his skin, had he not worn his heavy armor. He skidded to a halt and immediately unslung the ethereal crossbow from its holder. In a fluid motion, he took aim at the undead's head and released the bolt armed in the weapon. Though the side, smaller bolts missed their mark, the central larger release struck the creature in its chest, causing it to erupt into pieces and dislodging its head from the rest of its body. The severed skull fell down, trailing its spine and coils of nervous tissues in its wake, just as the rest of the ravaged body fell to the ground. As the remains dropped to the ground, they stayed still. Panting, Nathaniel returned to his feet and recovered his discarded pistol and sword, returning them to their places before resuming his path.
"Impressive, heretic,"
a voice nearby said. Nathaniel turned on his heel, quickly grabbing more ethereal bolts and aiming the crossbow at the intruder. At the end of the hall stood a figure dressed in a crimson robe. Its face was covered by a mask, which reminded him of the dreadful manifestation he encountered when he entered the catacombs.
"Who are you? And why do you call me a heretic?"
"Who I am matters not," the figure replied. "What you are is a reflection of your ignorance. You fight the inevitable, when submission is the only answer."
"Submission," Nathaniel spat. "Submission to what? Your so-called harbinger?"
"Speak not the name in vain, apostate."
Nathaniel shook his head. "Zealot of the Bright One, zealot of the Harbinger, you're all the same. Cultists and nothing else. I've seen what you have done," he said through gritted teeth, "and I won't stand for it." He fired an ethereal bolt at the robed figure. But before the bolts could hit it, the silhouette swiftly dashed to the side, leaving an afterimage of itself in its wake. Grimacing, Nathaniel fired once, twice more, missing his target on both occasions.
"You fail to see the evident, heretic," said the robed figure.
"You walk upon borrowed time. Submit and surrender."
Nathaniel said nothing.
"You will face your fate in time, one way or another. Time matters little to him."
The robed figure stretched its hands and caused a powerful, blinding blast of light. Nathaniel snarled as his eyes were overwhelmed by the glare, making him vulnerable. When his vision returned, the man was gone.
"Damn it!"
he spat. He felt an odd mixture of anger and disgust. This had been his first run-in with one of the cultists of the Harbinger, and, in a grim way, he hadn't been disappointed.
"A brainwashed zealot," incapable of thinking on his own, and likely at some point one of the most important figures here at Castle Drachenstein. He referred to the Harbinger in a religious manner. Funny that, in a way, it mimicked Pater Benevid's ramblings about the Bright One. Whatever the case, I must be careful. I bet there's more of these sick bastards around. He sighed, returning his ethereal crossbow to its holder, and making his way to the end of the hall. Damn this place. Damn everything about it. He thought back to the Tyler notes he had read, and felt his stomach twisting. If they slit a wizard's throat, what would they have done to the servants? He shuddered at the idea as he made his way to the servants' section of the first floor. Chapter 17. Grim.
How do you decide how much a person is worth? Easy. By the amount of magical power they command.
A wizard in a Vithernese cafe. The change between quadrants was jarring to Nathaniel. The shift in priority from the dining areas, no doubt frequented by wizards, to the servants' section of Castle Drachenstein spoke volumes about the clear divide between spellcasters and commoners, even within the castle itself. The chambers remained vaulted and imposing, but the lavish furnishings and expensive draperies were gone, replaced by drab, utilitarian living implements. Racks of tools intended for the castle's workers were arrayed along the stone walls of the hallways. Though shabby compared to the previous area of the castle, it was nonetheless neat and clean. No doubt maintained by the workers here, Nathaniel reasoned. The hallway going from the dining quarter into the servants' abode cut through the inner garden of the eastern quadrant. The place was well maintained, laden with small shrubs and well-cropped tufts of grass. Stone benches lined the gardens, likely for workers to spend their idle times. A strange sight greeted Nathaniel upon entering the garden. He saw an old man, seated by one of the benches, quietly reading a book. My Tyler isn't crackling, he thought, as he approached the man. Does that mean he is human? He walked towards the man and said, "Greetings, old one." The man lifted his gaze, peering over oval spectacles, and returned to his book. How do you—" The man closed his book.
"Will you keep interrupting my reading?"
he asked. Nathaniel stared dumbfounded at the man's presence and attitude.
"Well?"
My apologies. I meant no disrespect. What do you do here?"
"Reading. Is that not obvious enough?"
"Yes, it is, but considering the circumstances, it's rather strange finding you, Master." The old man shrugged.
"My name is unimportant. You're the one stirring a fuzz, aren't you?"
Nathaniel frowned. "A fuzz?"
"Yes, the one breaking all manner of things in this place, and opposing the powers that be."
"Perhaps," said Nathaniel. "And you?" He shrugged again.
"Merely a wandering soul."
"Does that mean you are—"
"Dead, obviously. Now don't look so shocked. Not every manifestation in this God-forsaken place is one of hatred and disdain. Some of us were merely—"
He smiled sadly.
"Wronged. Badly."
His eyes locked on Nathaniel's, a grim intensity in his unearthly gaze.
"And we want justice."
Nathaniel frowned. "I see. And you figure I am the one to deliver it to you? Why?"
"Oh, no, make no mistake. It may be you."
He shrugged a third time.
"It may not. It doesn't matter to the dead who enacts justice for them, just that it is enacted."
"But you are different from the other undead I've encountered.
That's because I'm not undead. I'm merely, as I said, a wandering soul. An echo of what once was, and nothing more. But I've come here with a purpose. Listen, what has happened here is a travesty, as I'm sure you have realized. Forces not intended for humans to know, let alone control, have been tampered with. Forces which do not belong in this world. Nay, reality.
The things showed to me by that creature at the mines.
How do you know this? Nathaniel asked.
Because,
the old man said, chuckling under his breath,
I was part of the project. Now don't admonish me. There's no point. Nothing can be done now other than savoring my regret.
I see. Well, what should I do then?
That,
the old man said through a warm smile,
I cannot say.
Then what's the point of this discussion? Merely to divert me from my path?
Not at all. The point is to instill in you the importance of your choices. You're a rogue variable in this game. A pawn who, unexpectedly, got close to reaching the end of the board. The question is, what will you choose once you do?
Nathaniel grimaced and shook his head. I'm afraid I don't follow. You speak in riddles, as have many more before you. What I need is answers.
Answers I cannot give. Advice, on the other hand.
Nathaniel nodded.
Seek out the one who can help you, and help those who need it. And be clever. Not everything is as it seems, and even a curse in the right hands can become a gift.
A curse in the right hands? What do you...
Yeah!
A spasm took him over, forcing him to his knees. His chest felt close to exploding as his heart struggled against something inside his body.
Damn it! What does... Huh?
When he lifted his gaze, the old man was gone. In his place, resting on the bench, was a fleshless skeleton, spectacles still in place, holding a burnt book in one hand and a tattered piece of paper in the other. Nathaniel climbed to his feet, still panting after what took place. He glanced down at the body and realized that its flesh had been scorched from its bones through magical means. Despite that, his remains, and the clothes he wore, marked him as a wizard. The book was burnt beyond use, but the scrunched-up piece of paper in its bony hand remained whole. Nathaniel took the paper and read its contents.
We've made a terrible mistake, all of us. We have sinned beyond what words can describe. We let it in, and through its arrival, they will come. The harbinger of doom is among us. Has always been, will always be. It can't be destroyed, only stopped or sent elsewhere. The teleporters weren't our design. They were theirs. We were goaded into opening the gates of our reality. As moths, we walked blindly towards the light of what we thought was knowledge. We became ensnared in a web of lies. Heretics, they label us. Us who refuse to follow in their footsteps. They won't tolerate our existence. We go against their word, their truth. They are worse than the fanatics of the Bright One. They pray to their God, and he listens.
He listens, Nathaniel read, feeling a chill run down his back. An objective, tangible God, an actual deity, but one unlike what we expected them to be. Not a god of benevolence and piousness, but a grim, dreadful deity of hatred, pain, and fear, he thought, scoffing derisively. I find that far more believable. He said it can't be stopped, that it's already here. He sighed. If all of this madness is caused by the damned Harbinger, then the old man was right. It's already here, in Drachenstein. But maybe I can stop it from spreading further down Witherness. Yes, at least that much will be worth it. Witherness mages can find a way to contain it, or send it back. He glanced down, thinking of the odd jolts of pain he had been feeling. That is, if I live long enough. He resumed his path along the garden and further into the servants' section of the first floor. The layout didn't match precisely the depiction on the map. He hadn't expected it to, since the appearance of Castle Drachenstein from outside suggested multiple vaults and chambers, rather than a simple circular edification. Navigating his way through the western quadrant wasn't difficult. Unlike the mines and their warren of streets and alleys, the halls of Castle Drachenstein, especially those intended for servants, were made to be relatively easy to navigate. Nathaniel stopped before rounding a corner, as he heard a disgustingly familiar, moist noise. The sound of flesh being ripped apart.